1,000 years after the gods vanished from the world of Zimliel, a 7-year-old girl's mischievous act unexpectedly awakened a long-dormant, mysterious power. In this land, elves, dwarves, orcs, and humans lived in harmony, sheltered by the gods. The different races faithfully guarded their beliefs, hoping for the day when the deities would return. Inside the church in Mint Town, footsteps echoed back and forth. An elderly priest with snowy white hair led the young acolyte, Nike, to stand quietly before a statue of the gods. However, Nike quickly grew distracted, glancing around the hall. Nike, you must remain respectful in the presence of the gods, the priest gently reminded him. Nike jolted, quickly bowing his head to apologize. The priest continued, admitting your mistakes and correcting them is a virtue. The Great One is full of compassion, a compassion that shines upon the world, dispelling darkness and healing pain. On the surface, Nike listened respectfully, but inwardly he grumbled. Here we go again. When will I ever get transferred to the central cathedral? If I stay in this backwater forever, my life is over. Father, ever since the gods left this world, they haven't returned. Will they really come back one day? Nike finally voiced the question that lingered in the hearts of many followers. The priest fell silent for a moment, then replied with conviction, I believe, without a doubt, that the day will come when the Great One returns. At that moment, the church bells suddenly rang out. At the same time, a newborn's cry echoed from the Heimlier family home. Sir Resilian, the hereditary knight, paced excitedly in the courtyard. It's born. The baby is here. He shoved past Reed and rushed toward the birthing room, only to be stopped by a maid. Sir, you can't go in yet. On the 7th day of the 7th month in the year 777 of the new divine calendar, the Heimlier family welcomed their 7th daughter, Xylem. 7 years later, Xylem was intently whittling a stick in the storage room. Once she finished, she proudly waved her new wand, and, passing through the courtyard, saw her father training her 2 older brothers in swordsmanship. Father, Brother Reed, Brother Yaman, Xylem greeted them sweetly. Resilian immediately softened, putting on his doting father face. Oh, Xylem, are you going out? Don't wander too far, all right. This special treatment drew complaints from her brothers. Dad, you're playing favorites, which only earned them even harsher training as punishment. No one knew that this seemingly well-behaved girl would often sneak off alone to the forested mines outside town. Pushing through the undergrowth, she would emerge at a mysterious lake. Xylem would climb onto a huge rock by the water, brandishing her stick as if she were a witch. Lady Witch Xylem has arrived, she announced, tossing stones into the lake to make splashes, completely absorbed in her imaginary battles. Take that, monster. When the last stone finally splashed into the water with a soft plunk, the wheels of fate began to turn. A sudden, fierce wind swept out from the center of the lake, sending waves rippling in every direction. In the next instant, the entire surface of the lake erupted in a dazzling burst of light. Within this blinding radiance, an intricate and mysterious magic circle gradually appeared. Xiolime's hair and clothes whipped wildly in the wind, and the brilliance was so intense she could barely keep her eyes open. Suddenly, the air split with a thunderous splash. The world above ground. I've returned. With these words, a brilliant figure burst from the water and hovered above the lake, murmuring phrases that made no sense to anyone listening. As the light faded and the magic circle vanished, a mysterious woman came into view. Her skin was as smooth as porcelain, her eyes clear as emeralds. Golden hair shimmered in the sunlight, and beneath those locks, pointed ears peeked out. Her beauty was unearthly, as if she had stepped out of a dream. If not for the 3 pairs 6 in total off translucent, gently glowing wings on her back, the scene might have seemed almost too surreal. Oh, fortunate one chosen by fate, are you the one who called me forth? The golden-haired woman floated above the lake, her wings perfectly still, her gaze solemn and radiant as she spoke and looked ahead. But when her eyes landed on Xiolime, she froze. The girl before her was not awestruck or reverent, but terrified, her wide eyes filled with fear. A monster! It's here! Xiolime cried out, panic thick in her voice. She stumbled backward until her back hit a rock, leaving her with nowhere to run. In desperation, she raised the wooden stick in her hand, trembling as she pointed it at the woman floating in the air. Don't come any closer, she pleaded, her voice on the verge of tears. The golden-haired woman was momentarily stunned, then anger flashed across her face. She pointed at Xiolime, fists clenched in frustration. Wait a minute, who are you calling a monster? Xiolime's panic didn't subside. Still terrified, she began hurling stones at the woman, shouting, magic shot, magic shot, magic shot. Clanging stones struck the woman's forehead, leaving a bright red mark. She reeled back slightly, brow furrowed and veins throbbing in irritation. I said was the monster here. Stop it right now. Her furious shout echoed across the lake, scattering birds in the forest. Though her voice was angry, it startled Xiolime enough to make her freeze. For a moment, silence hung in the air. Xiolime stared intently at the woman before her. her fear slowly giving way to curiosity as she took in features that, aside from the wings, seemed almost human angelic, even. Hesitating, she finally spoke, still confused. So you're not a monster? That's right. The golden-haired woman nodded emphatically, her anger shifting to a hint of pride. I am the fairy queen. The great fairy queen, Semilise Pangenine. She puffed out her chest and lifted her chin with a flourish. You ignorant child, open your eyes and look closely. Show some respect. Xiaolime's eyes widened, clearly still struggling to process everything that had just happened. There was still a hint of confusion in her small eyes. Now that the other person had finally calmed down, Semele spoke up irritably. Of course not. How could you mistake someone as noble and magnificent as me for those filthy monsters? Among all the chosen ones throughout history, your rudeness is truly unmatched. Xylem didn't quite understand what Semele's meant. Tilting her head, she asked, but humans don't have wings, right? And they can't fly in the sky either? Semele's was stunned, a vein twitching at her temple. She clutched her head in frustration and shouted, Ah, what's wrong with you? Didn't I just say I'm a fairy? A fairy, you know? Don't you even know what a fairy is? Nope, Xylem replied without hesitation, her expression pure and innocent. Ugh, Semele's froze in midair, all the retorts she wanted to make getting stuck in her throat. She took a deep breath to steady herself. All right, listen, a fairy is. For the next half hour, Semele's patiently explained the history and nature of fairies to Xylem. She described fairies as magical beings, different from humans and beast folk, created by the Earth Mother, Talia, and born from the wellsprings of natural magic. Fairies are naturally gifted with magic, possess endless lifespans, and are easily recognized by the transparent wings on their backs. As followers of the Earth Mother, Talia, fairies mainly live in the heavenly realm of Tillamoxiuan and are rarely seen in the mortal world. Semele's proudly pointed to the 3 pairs of wings on her back, emphasizing that she was the very first fairy in existence. The fairy queen distinguished by having 3 pairs of wings. Besides being the idle ruler of the fairy race in the heavens, she also served as an apostle of the Earth Mother, often handling various matters for her both above and below. Her status as an apostle was well documented in mortal churches, and she was widely revered as a divine messenger. So, now you see how amazing I am. It's fine if you want to worship me. Semele's lifted her chin proudly, looking down at Xylem while her wings fluttered behind her. However, she clearly overestimated the comprehension of a 7-year-old. Even though Xylem now understood Semele's identity, all that pride and grandeur went right over her head. Divine messenger, queen? I don't get it at all, Xylem said honestly, blinking her eyes. Huh? You don't get it. At 7, Xylem didn't understand the concept of flattery and just spoke her mind, which made it sting all the more. As a fairy, Semele's could naturally sense truth from lies, and she could feel the sincerity in Xylem's words. Semele's squatted on the lake's surface, drawing circles with her finger. She looked utterly dejected, her wings drooping listlessly. Xylem tilted her head, puzzled by Semele's sudden mood change. Arg, whatever, let's forget about fairies for now. Semele suddenly snapped out of her gloom, clutching her head and shouting. Xylem was startled by the outburst, but since she now knew that Semele's wasn't a man-eating monster, she was no longer afraid, just curious about this odd little creature. All right, let's finish this mission quickly, and then I can finally have some fun. Semele slapped her cheeks to pump herself up. Then she turned to Xylem. Hey you. Just as she was about to say something, Semele seemed to notice something unusual. She fluttered her wings and suddenly transformed into a flash of light, reappearing right in front of Xylem. Something's odd. Semele circled Xylem. You're so tiny. At first, I didn't notice because you distracted me, but now I see you're not a dwarf, are you? But you don't quite look like one, either. You look more human. Maybe you're a half-blood? No, that doesn't seem right. Could you be a new kind of intelligent being? I haven't heard of anything like that. While Semele's muttered on, Xylem lifted her head and stared back, cheeks puffed out in protest. I'm human. I'm not some new species. Yeah, right. Humans aren't this small, Semele said skeptically, arms crossed. They are. I'm a kid, that's why, Xylem replied, sticking out her chest defiantly. Oh right, you're a child, Semele said, suddenly realizing. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. This is the first time I've ever seen a chosen one who's a human child. You're so tiny and cute. Semele started circling around Xylem, even reaching out to pinch her cheeks. Amazing. Has the mortal world developed so much that even human children are seeking legendary power now? MMPH, let go. Xylem struggled free from Semele's grip, unhappy. I'm not short. I'm only 7, so I'm supposed to be this tall. Give me a few years, and I'll grow taller. Wah, Semele's was completely stunned, her wings freezing mid-flap. 7? 7 years old. That's practically a baby. Huh, baby? No way, I'm already 7 years old. Xylem straightened her small body and protested seriously. Semele's was stunned. She stared at the little girl in front of her, her face full of confusion, as if she'd just heard something unbelievable. 7. Isn't that still basically a baby in a cradle? Who would still be lying in a cradle at 7? Xylem's eyes widened, her cheeks flushing with frustration. Semilise blinked, still bewildered. Wait, really? But 7, her voice trailed off as she fell deep into thought. The misunderstanding stemmed from the vast difference in their perspectives. As the world's very first fairy, Semilise could be considered one of the oldest beings alive. Her long lifespan left her numb to the life cycles of short-lived species, and she spent most of her time in Talanxwen, where everyone was nearly immortal. Even when she occasionally visited the mortal world, she tended to focus on having fun, never really grasping how quickly life moved here. After Xylem's reminder, Semilise reluctantly accepted that this child hadn't just crawled out of a cradle. Still, 7 years seemed so fleeting to her that she couldn't quite adjust, making her feel awkward all over. Ahem. Let's put the age discussion aside for now and focus on the important matter at hand. Semilise cleared her throat, her expression suddenly turning serious. This abrupt change caught Xylem off guard, and she unconsciously took half a step back. Standing tall, Semilise spoke solemnly. Then, Chosen One, under the protection of the Mother Goddess, let me, the Fairy Queen, bestow my blessing upon you. A blessing? What's that? Xylem tilted her head, her face full of confusion. It was as if a visible question mark hovered above her head. She remembered Semilise mentioning something about a chosen one from the very beginning. Are you talking about me? Am I lucky? Semilise's expression fell. You don't even know that? Then why did you summon me? Clearly, she had never encountered a situation like this and didn't know how to respond. I summoned you? Xylem looked even more puzzled, her head tilted to the side, eyes full of bewilderment, as if she had no idea what Semilise was talking about. For a moment, the two stared at each other in silence, the air growing thick with awkwardness. Well, I suppose it makes sense. If you don't even know what a fairy is, how could you know about the Fairy Queen's blessing? Semilise's mouth twitched as she realized this little girl probably had no idea what was going on and might have accidentally triggered the summoning. Semilise let out a weary sigh, her shoulders drooping. Oh well, since you've already been chosen, there's no changing it now. Adjusting her posture, Semilise began to explain the origin of the Fairy Queen's blessing. Her voice took on a distant, solemn tone, as if echoing through the ages. It all began long ago, tens of thousands of years ago. In Heimlier, civilization was as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, barely holding on, its future uncertain. At that time, the Earth Mother, Talia, felt the loneliness and desolation of the world below. She decided to help the people of the land prosper. So she sent the Fairy Queen to the mortal realm to find a destined person and grant them her blessing. Those who received the blessing gained great power, leading their people through countless hardships and eventually establishing the first magical kingdom. Magic civilization began to flourish. Ever since, every few centuries, the Fairy Queen would descend to the mortal world to seek out another destined one and bestow her blessing, and each chosen person would bring about great change to the world. As for how the Fairy Queen chooses, every 500 years, she listens for the voices rising from the surface of the water. When a pure-hearted person stands alone by a lake and tosses a stone into the water, the sound will reach her ears, and she will come in response to the call. Xylem stood at the edge of the lake, gazing at Semilise, who wore a flowing white dress. Suddenly, it dawned on her. So, was it me who summoned you? After all this time, that's your reaction? Semilise looked at Xylem's bewildered face and couldn't help but shake her head. But this story doesn't sound all that interesting, Xylem said, tilting her head. That's because I'm not telling you a story anymore, Semilise replied, waving her hand to change the subject. All right, now that you know what's going on, let's move on. What's your name? Xylem, she answered, pausing before adding. Xylem Heyrel. Semilise raised her hands, and a gentle light began to glow from her fingertips. But when she heard the surname Heyrel, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Is something wrong? Is there a problem with my name? Xylem stared intently at Semilise's glowing hands. No, there's nothing wrong, Semilise replied, snapping out of her thoughts. Right, I'm about to bestow a blessing. You'll need to focus. What's the blessing like? You know there are 7 fundamental magical elements in Zimlo, right? Wind, fire, water, earth, light, dark, and void, Semilise explained patiently. A blessing is the highest form of affinity with one of these elements. I call them the blessing of wind, blessing of fire, blessing of water, blessing of earth, blessing of light, blessing of dark, and blessing of void. You will receive one of these, and it will allow you to reach the pinnacle of magical mastery in that element. Is it only possible to get one blessing? Xylem asked suddenly. Of course. What else were you expecting? Why can't I have them all? Semilise nearly jumped in surprise, the light in her hands flickering. What did you say? You little rascal, who taught you to be so shameless? Why not? Xylem pouted. If there are 7 blessings and anyone could receive one of them, then isn't it possible to get all 7 at once? Semilise marveled at how sharp this little one was in such odd ways, then explained, that's not possible. If you know about magical elements, then you should also know that everyone is born with a limit to their magical affinity. Most people in this world can only have a single elemental affinity, and only a rare few can have two. Anything beyond that is almost unheard of. As far as I know, the person with the highest magical affinity today is a four-element mage. Without the proper affinity, you can't just receive a blessing at random. At its core, a blessing is meant to elevate what's already compatible within you. Forcing an incompatible blessing onto someone would put immense strain on their soul at worst. It could even be fatal, Semilise explained seriously, her brow furrowed, clearly taking the subject very seriously. Xiam Lim tilted her head, blinking her bright eyes, having only picked up on a few keywords. Affinity, blessing, elevation. She repeated quietly, then asked in confusion, I don't have any affinity? Semilise waved her hand dismissively. Ah, your affinity will naturally show itself after you receive the blessing. Xiam Lim's eyes lit up, and she immediately stretched out her small hand, fingers spread wide. Then can I have 7 blessings? This little one didn't understand a word I said. Semilise groaned, a vein popping on her forehead as her volume rose. Didn't I just say that's not possible? Xiam Lim pouted, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Ugh, Semilise, you're so stingy. This has nothing to do with being stingy. Semilise protested quickly. Xiam Lim narrowed her eyes, her tone turning provocative. Or is it that Semilise just can't do it? Semilise faltered, her forehead twitching in frustration. She took a deep breath and reminded herself silently. She's just a little kid. Don't get upset. Don't get upset. Suddenly, Semilise's eyes gleamed with mischief, a sly smile curling at her lips. Hey, Xiam Lim, do you really want all 7 blessings that badly? Mum. Xiam Lim nodded eagerly, her face full of anticipation. Semilise leaned in, lowering her voice mysteriously. Well, it's not impossible to get them all. Xiam Lim's eyes sparkled, as if she'd just spotted her favorite candy. Really? But, Semilise's tone shifted abruptly, her smile turning mischievous. There's a condition. A condition? Xiam Lim asked warily. That's right, Semilise said, leaning even closer. If you can master the basic spells of all 7 schools of magic within a month, I'll give you all 7 blessings. How does that sound? Faced with Semilise's intense gaze, Xiam Lim fell into deep thought, tapping her chin with a small finger. Looking smug, Semilise continued, See? 7 schools of magic is just too much after all. You're just a little kid. How could you possibly learn all that magic? Honestly, you might as well give up now. If you quit, you can still get 1 blessing, and that's more than enough to reach the top of the world. Whether it's 1 blessing or 7, you'll still be at the top. Does it really make a difference? Not really. As Semilise egged her on, Xiam Lim's cheeks turned red and her brow furrowed, clearly growing more and more agitated. Straightening up, she declared firmly, I'm not a little kid. For someone who wants to become a witch, mastering 7 basic spells is nothing. Oh, how scary. The great witch Xiam Lim herself. Semilise covered her mouth, laughing out loud. Uft, uft. Calling yourself by your full name, you're definitely still a little kid. Uft. As Semilise laughed openly at her, Xiam Lim's cheeks flushed even deeper, like a ripe apple. Suddenly, Semilise floated right in front of Xiam Lim, so close their noses nearly touched. So do we have a deal, witch Xiam Lim? Xiam Lim instinctively stepped back, but quickly straightened up, planting her feet firmly. She took a deep breath and clenched her tiny fists. Of course. I'll master all 7 schools of magic. Just watch me, Semilise. I'll be waiting, Semilise replied, laughing so hard she clutched her stomach, lounging midair as if she already knew how things would end. Xiam Lim lifted her head resolutely, determination shining in her eyes. Then it's a deal. Our contract is sealed. 1 month from now, we'll see who comes out on top. Just call my name and it'll appear. Semilise floated in midair, a mischievous smile playing at her lips. Oh, unless you're too scared to show up, he'll be there for sure. Xiao Lim clenched her tiny fists. But you'd better not chicken out yourself. Her childish threat only made Semilise laugh harder as she somersaulted through the air. Xiao Lim's face flushed with embarrassment, and she turned away in a huff, determined to leave. Don't forget it's magic from all 7 elements. Don't get it wrong, little darling. Semilise's teasing voice and laughter echoed from afar, making Xiao Lim quicken her pace. As the sunset painted the sky crimson, Xiao Lim's small figure appeared at the doorstep of the Hyrule home. You're home late today. I was about to go looking for you, Lyserian said as he stood at the door, relieved to see his daughter return safely. But he quickly noticed the unusual look on her face. What's wrong, Xiao Lim? Did something happen? Xiao Lim started to explain her day, but the memory of that infuriating, mocking face made her change her mind. It's nothing, father. I just ran into someone really annoying. By the way, do we have any books on magic at home? Books on magic? Let me think. There should be some on the left side of the study bookshelf. Before he could finish, Xiao Lim hurried inside. Lyserian stroked his chin thoughtfully as he watched her go. Did she have a fight with a friend? He considered asking how much she could read, but realized the yard was already empty. Meanwhile, in a forest outside Mint Town, The fairy with an angelic face suddenly sneezed. Strange, I feel like someone's talking about me behind my back. She rubbed her nose. They'll just give them a little punishment, maybe make their chair collapse when they sit. Back in the Hyrule family study, Xiao Lim dragged a stool over and began searching the left bookshelf. Not this one, not this one either. Ah, here it is. Just as she was about to pull out a magic book, Amon's voice called from outside the door. Xiao Lim, it's time for dinner. The little girl glanced at the darkening sky, hesitating. Though the Hyrule family were only hereditary knights in the countryside, as nobles, they still followed proper etiquette in ordinary days. Young noble children were expected to go to bed after dinner. Xiao Lim? This time it was her mother, Lilia, calling her. All right, Xiao Lim sighed softly. They'll come back tomorrow. She withdrew her hand from the bookshelf, wiped down the stool, and put it back in place. I'm coming, mother, she replied, then pushed open the study door and stepped out. The moment Zeulamu stepped outside, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over her. The knot of frustration and urgency that had been weighing on her heart began to quietly unravel. She paused and glanced back at the study, her eyes lingering on the closed door. For a brief instant, she seemed to catch a glimpse of her own stubborn silhouette, sulking at someone inside. It was then that Zeulamu realized such an attitude wasn't the right way to handle things. Magic should never be wielded with impatience or recklessness. She stood there in silence, quietly bidding farewell to those turbulent emotions, and finally closed the study door behind her. It was only much later that Zeulamu understood her mother's call at that moment had become a turning point in her growth. That unintentional shift taught her to manage her emotions, to become steadier and less swayed by feelings, enabling her to navigate one challenge after another. At dinner time, the Heimlier family gathered around their long dining table for the evening prayer. At the head of the table sat Knight Lyselian Heimlier, the family patriarch. To his left were his wife Lilia, their third daughter Ludi, and the twin fifth and sixth daughters, Lumia and Lucia. On his right were, in order, his second son Reed, fourth son Yaman, and the youngest daughter, Zeulamu. Traditionally, the eldest son, Chiga, would sit at the foremost seat on the right, but since he was away studying at the Imperial Knight Academy, everyone had moved up a spot. The opposite seat was usually reserved for guests and remained unused by family members. In addition to the family, the table was joined by the middle-aged butler Laurens, the elderly housekeeper Mrs. Yeager, and Jessica, a maid from the town of Monty. Jessica had been hired after her family's and fell on hard times, and thanks to her excellent cooking skills, Lyselian paid her extra to serve as the family's cook, saving the expense of a separate chef and making meal arrangements more convenient. Normally, servants wouldn't dine with the family. After dinner, they would eat separately. By imperial standards, the Heimlier household was not considered extravagant among the nobility, but for an ordinary noble family, this was already a rather comfortable arrangement. Still, the Heimliers lived modestly compared to the wealthy aristocrats of the city, given their rural setting and more limited resources. May the blessings of the six gods be upon us, Lyselian intoned as the prayer ended, slowly opening his eyes and lowering his hands. The others followed suit, bringing the prayer to a close. Yet as Zeulamu lowered her hands, a strange feeling swept over her. Prayers had always been a routine custom, rarely taken seriously, sometimes even skipped altogether. But today, she seemed to sense an invisible force passing through her. Was this what a true blessing felt like? Zeulamu, is something wrong? Aren't you hungry? Lyselian noticed his youngest daughter hadn't begun eating as usual and asked with concern. I'm fine, father, Zeulamu replied softly, then picked up her spoon and tasted the porridge in front of her. It was sweet and refreshing, with the subtle aroma of babam powder, her favorite. On her plate were a bowl of porridge, a serving of gudon chicken stew, a slice of honey bread, and a quarter of a luoxia fruit. The others were also enjoying a hearty meal, though the portions varied. Seeing his daughter finally start to eat, Lyselian put down his own spoon, silently debating whether to ask about her day. It was clear she was still upset with her friends, and bringing it up now might only make things worse. As a father, what was the right thing to do? Should he try to talk to her friends? But it never felt right for parents to interfere in small disputes between children. As Lyselian pondered, Lilia suddenly broke the silence. Dear, has Chiga written to us lately? Lyselian replied, no, he hasn't. In his last letter a month ago, he said he was off to field training, so we probably won't hear from him for a while. It's still not over? Lilia sounded surprised. I thought he'd be back by now. Lyselian laughed. It's not that quick. When I did my field training, I spent over half a year in the wilderness. By the time I returned, I was practically a wild man myself. His words and laughter naturally steered the conversation away from his youngest daughter's troubles. Do you know just how dangerous it was for your father back then? Yes, I know, Reed replied, cradling his spoon, looking exasperated. Dad, you've told this story 100 times. Wasn't it just that the guy on guard duty fell asleep, and a giant wolf from the forest snuck into the camp? When you woke up and saw the tent had been ripped open, the wolf was feasting on the rations, drooling all over your face. Everyone in camp was so scared they wet their pants and didn't dare make a sound. You kept your cool, waited for the right moment, and stabbed the wolf in the neck with your sword. Then you shouted for help, and the crisis was over without anyone getting hurt. Lyserian was left speechless, his grand tale completely deflated by Reed's one-liner. He wanted to protest, but his mouth felt dry, and he just sat there, stunned with frustration. That was real heroism back then. How could it just be brushed aside like that? He gripped his chopsticks tightly, fuming inside. By the way, Father, Reed suddenly continued, a mischievous glint in his eye, there's something I've always wondered. He set down his spoon and looked at Lyserian seriously. You said you were out in the dangerous wilds, and the giant wolf woke you up by drooling on you. Just how soundly were you sleeping for that to happen? Amon couldn't help but burst out laughing, spraying porridge everywhere before hurriedly wiping his mouth. The others at the table struggled to hold back their laughter, though none quite as obviously as Amon. Lyserian's face turned pale, then red with anger. He glared at Reed, lost for words, then shot a fierce look at Amon, who quickly covered his mouth, but couldn't suppress the giggles slipping through his fingers. These two little brats. Lyserian fumed inwardly. He was sure it was something from earlier in the day that had put them up to this. You two, causing trouble at the dinner table. Just look at yourselves. Amon, if you can't remember your table manners, they'll dig out your old pacifier tomorrow, and you can start learning all over again. And you, Reed, why are you talking so much at dinner? You're spitting all over my bowl. Reed instinctively shrank back, wiping his face with a napkin and muttering under his breath, who's spitting into whose bowl, anyway? All right, dear, don't take it to heart, Lillian said gently, trying to ease the tension. She patted Lyserian's shoulder, soothing him. Lyserian forced himself to calm down, though he was still brooding. He cast a sidelong glance at Reed and Amon, already plotting how to teach them a lesson tomorrow, so they'd know their place. And you too, Lillian added, her tone a bit more serious. You can't speak to your father like that. Do you understand? Don't let it happen again. Yes, Mom, Reed and Amon replied together, lowering their heads and putting on suitably remorseful expressions. Seeing they'd admitted their mistake, Lyserian finally let it go for now. Let's eat. After speaking with an unmistakable note of annoyance, Lyserian picked up his spoon again. The dining room fell silent, with only the clinking of cutlery against plates echoing in the air. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the quiet. Everyone froze, their eyes darting toward Lyserian. His seat was empty. He was now sitting on the floor, looking utterly bewildered, surrounded by the shattered pieces of what used to be his chair. Darling, Father, Dad. Cries of alarm rang out in the room. Lilia rushed over, helping Lyserian up and brushing the dust from his back, her voice full of concern. Are you all right, dear? Huh. Oh, I'm fine, Lyserian replied, waving his hand and forcing an awkward smile. He glanced at the broken chair behind him and silently wondered why his luck was so bad today. Soon, the butler, Laurens, entered and brought him a new chair. Lyserian patted the chair to make sure it was sturdy before sitting down. He turned to Laurens and said, Laurens, check all the furniture in the house tomorrow. Replace anything that's damaged. Yes, sir, Laurens replied, and began cleaning up the debris. As he carried the broken pieces outside, he frowned in confusion. Strange, I just checked these last week. Everything seemed fine. Why did this chair suddenly break? He mulled it over for a moment, then decided to have a carpenter take a look the next day. All in all, this scene seemed like a minor mishap during an otherwise ordinary dinner in the Hyrule household, but it added an unexpected twist to their evening. Early the next morning, Lyserian dragged Reed and Amon out of bed and into the courtyard for training. The sound of his strict commands mixed with the brothers' wails drifted through the air. Meanwhile, Lilia was sitting by the window in her study, basking in the warm sunlight and quietly reading a book. Heave-ho! A small sound came from across the room. Lilia looked up to see her youngest daughter, Zulemu, struggling to drag a little stool over. She climbed up, stretching on tiptoe to reach a book on the shelf. At that moment, a large hand appeared from behind, easily taking the book down. Zulemu looked up to see her mother's gentle face. What is it, Zulemu? Do you want this book? Zulemu nodded, her eyes bright with anticipation. Yes, mother. Lilia smiled softly, lifting Zulemu off the stool and kneeling down to look her in the eye. Would you like me to read it to you? Zulemu shook her head and confidently took the book from her mother with a smile. That's okay, mother. I can read by myself now. My teacher at prep school taught me lots of words. Lilia blinked in surprise, then smiled with pride. Is that so? My Zulemu is amazing. Hearing her mother's praise, Zulemu tried to stay calm, but her delight was obvious in the way her lips curled up. She puffed out her chest and said with a touch of confidence, Mother, I'm going to read now. All right, go ahead. If you have any questions, you can always ask me. I'll be right here. Okay, Mom. Zulemu hugged her book and gave a little bow before heading off, clutching the book tightly. Lilia watched her daughter's small figure disappear into the distance, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. Zulemu carried the magic book to the desk, climbed onto the chair Lyserian usually sat in, and carefully opened to the first page. Magic is the miraculous power granted by the world itself. To use this power, you must understand the most basic particles that make up magic. Magic, magic, magic what? Lilia looked up again to see her youngest daughter still standing in front of her, book in hand. She asked softly, "What is it, Zulamo?" Zulamu pointed to a character in the book, confusion in her eyes. "Mother, how do you read this word?" Lilia blinked, then explained patiently, "That word is su. It refers to the most basic particles of magic Magisu." Zalima's eyes lit up in realization, and she beamed. "Oh, it's Magisu. Now I get it." She gave her mother an enthusiastic bow and ran happily back to her seat, book in hand. Lilia watched her daughter's retreating figure, her lips curving into a gentle smile, her eyes full of warmth and hope. Back at her desk, Xiao Lim opened her book and continued reading. One must have a clear understanding of the fundamental particles that make up magic the magus. Our mental strength serves as a bridge to connect with the magus. A bridge? The word puzzled Xiao Lim. Holding the book in her small hands, she quietly walked over to her mother. "Mother, how do you pronounce these two characters?" Xiao Lim held up the book, pointing to the unfamiliar word. Lilia set down her own book and looked at her daughter with gentle eyes. "Those two characters are pronounced Xiao Liang. It means a bridge, like the ones we see spanning rivers." A bridge. Xiao Lim blinked her bright eyes, still looking uncertain. Sensing her daughter's confusion, Lilia was about to explain further, but Xiao Lim spoke up first. "I understand now. Thank you, mother." With that, the little girl bowed respectfully and ran off. Watching her daughter's retreating figure, Lilia wondered to herself, what exactly does this child think she understands? Back at her familiar desk, Xiao Lim continued reading. Our mental strength serves as a bridge to connect with the magus. As she read, another question mark seemed to pop up over her head. Why a bridge? Why build a bridge between mental strength and the magus? Is there some kind of river between them? And what kind of bridge is it, wooden or stone? Before she knew it, Xiao Lim found herself lost in an oddly whimsical train of thought about the relationship between mental strength and the magus. When our minds become aware of the magus, we'll find that it exists almost everywhere, including within ourselves. But Xiao Lim furrowed her brow. A certain method of thinking? What kind of method? Once again, she was stumped by a confusing phrase. With a new question in mind, Xiao Lim sought out her mother again. By meditating, we can convert free-floating magus into magical power and store it within ourselves. Faced with her daughter standing before her once more, Lilia patiently explained. "Oh, so it's meditation. I see. Thank you, mother." Xiao Lim bowed, hugged her book, and turned to leave. Watching her youngest daughter's back, Lilia hesitated for a moment before softly calling out, "Xiao Lim." "Yes, mother." Xiao Lim stopped and looked up at her. "How about I read to you instead?" Xiao Lim glanced down at her magic book, then up at her mother's smiling face. After a brief pause, she handed the book over. Lilia set her own book on the windowsill, took the magic book, and gently lifted Xiao Lim onto her lap. Soon, the room was filled with Lilia's gentle reading voice. Magic is a miraculous power bestowed by the world itself. To wield this power, one must clearly understand the fundamental particles that make up magic the magus. Our mental strength serves as a bridge to the magus. When our minds become aware of the magus, we'll find it exists almost everywhere, including within ourselves. Through meditation, we can convert free-floating magus into magical power and store it within. 3 days after Xiao Lim began learning magic, she sat at her desk and suddenly snapped the magic book shut. "Magic isn't here," she murmured. Only then did she realize that this book was just an introduction to the basics of magic. It didn't contain any spell she could actually learn. She pushed the dictionary aside, picked up the magic book, and walked toward the bookshelf. Lilia couldn't always read to her, but now that Xiam was obsessed with learning magic, Lilia gave her a dictionary. Xiam quickly figured out how to use it, flipping through the pages with her small hands, and soon managed to finish reading the magic book with its help. These 3 days of independent reading greatly increased her vocabulary, and she even felt confident that she might not need a teacher next year. After carefully putting the finished magic book back in its place, Xiam reached for another one. She returned to her desk, eyes focused and fingers flipping quickly through the pages this time. She had a clear goal in mind. Before long, she would hug the book back to the shelf and pick out another. Throughout the morning, she moved back and forth between the bookshelf and her desk, checking book after book, until the last one was returned to its place. Standing in front of the shelf, Xiam froze like a statue. Her eyes were wide and her mouth slightly open. There were no magic books in the Heimlier family's collection that actually taught how to cast spells. "Father! Father!" Xiam ran to find Lyzelian, who was in the middle of training. Lyzelian stuck his practice sword into the ground, crouched down to her level, and looked her in the eyes. "What's the matter, my Xiam?" "Father, don't we have any magic books at home?" Xiam asked, her eyes full of hope. "Magic books? Didn't you find some on the shelf?" "No." Xiam shook her head and gestured with her hands. "Not those kinds of books. I mean books that actually teach you how to use magic." Lyzelian paused in surprise. "Xiam, why do you want that kind of book? They can be dangerous. If you try something without knowing what you're doing, You could get hurt. It's okay, Zion quickly assured him, her face full of seriousness. I've already learned a lot about magic. I won't do anything reckless. She wasn't just making things up. Though the books Shed read were mostly theoretical, they had given her a real understanding of magic. Magic is a special phenomenon caused by mana particles in the world moving according to certain patterns. There are 7 types of mana, and everyone's soul resonates with at least one type. This is called affinity. Those with affinity can use their mind to control mana, gathering it inside themselves to form magical energy. By shaping this energy into special circuits, they can create magical effects. These circuits are called mana circuits. By observing how mana flows and what happens, people developed rules, which became magic spells. Chanting a spell arranges the magical energy in a specific way to produce a desired effect. This controlled phenomenon is what we call magic. Seeing his daughter's determined look, Lyzelian grew serious as well. Magic books with spells aren't kept at home for safety reasons. Ziam's face immediately fell, her disappointment obvious. But, Lyzelian quickly added, while we don't have any, the white bookstore in town sells them. If you want one, I can go buy it for you next time. Really? Ziam's eyes lit up, but then she remembered Shed already lost 3 days and shook her head. It's okay, father. They'll go buy it myself. With that, she dashed back inside, her little footsteps tapping cheerfully on the floor. The Heimlier family's home was a 2-story house with double doors, and a storage shed for tools and odds and ends stood beside it. The property was surrounded by a stone wall with iron railings, and the front gate was a sliding iron door. A stone path led from the gate, through the garden, straight to the front door. Ziam raced up to the 2nd floor, heading to the room at the end on the left, her bedroom. It had a round glass window that opened top and bottom, and through it, she could see the flowers and plants in the garden below. With a whoosh, Ziam pulled open her drawer and found her little wallet where she kept her allowance. She opened it and counted carefully. 19 silver coins and 52 copper coins, totaling 1,952 kohr. Since she started prep school last year, her mother Lilia had given her 2 silver coins each month as pocket money. She'd spent a little, but saved most of it, so over the year it had added up. Looking at her stuffed wallet and the gleam of the silver coins, Ziam felt a surge of confidence, her face glowing with happiness. So much money. With this, I can definitely buy lots of magic books. Putting her wallet away, Ziam hurried out the door, determined not to waste another moment. On a related note, the currency system in Heimlier uses the kur as its basic unit. The smallest denomination is 1 kur, which is a copper coin. Each copper coin equals 1 kur. Next are silver coins, each worth 100 kur, made from silver. Above that are gold coins, valued at 10,000 kur apiece. It's important to note that these coins are not issued by the Paula Empire, but rather by the authoritative organization known as the 7 Days Church, which operates throughout the continent. While some countries have attempted to mint their own coins to gain profit, none have succeeded. The reason is simple. The 7 Days Church's reputation is deeply rooted and far surpasses that of these new nations. Both the states and their citizens have been unwilling to accept new currencies, so those coins eventually faded away. The fundamental reason for their failure is that the 7 Days Church controls the rare or needed to make the common copper coins Gomorrah copper. Nearly all Gomorrah copper mines are monopolized by the church. This special copper has a distinct blue-violet sheen under sunlight, making it easy to recognize and nearly impossible to counterfeit. Because they lacked Gomorrah copper, countries trying to issue their own coins had to use other types of copper. As a result, counterfeiting became rampant and economic collapse followed time and again. Eventually, these states had to abandon their own currency systems. At that moment, the bell above the bookstore door chimed brightly. In a shadowy corner, the bookstore owner, Old White, who had been dozing at the counter, turned to look at the entrance. When he saw that the visitor was a little girl, he couldn't help but look disappointed. Hey, kid, this isn't a place to play hide and seek. If you want to play, go outside. Xylem glanced around the bookstore with curiosity. Tucked away in a sunless corner of the street, the inside was dimly lit. The only light came from an old, flickering desk lamp powered by unstable magic, casting a weak and uneven glow. The gloomy atmosphere made it hard to associate the place with the world of knowledge that a bookstore should represent. Hearing Old White's words, Xylem looked up at the counter. I'm not here to play. I want to buy a book. Buy a book? Old White paused, frowning as he studied her carefully. Oh, you're one of the Heimlier children, aren't you? Judging by her clothes and appearance, he guessed her identity, though he wasn't entirely sure. That's right. My name is Xylem Heimlier, she replied simply. Xylem. Of course. The youngest daughter of the Heimlier family is named Xylem. Now I believe you. Old White immediately stood up from behind the counter, his wrinkles deepening as he broke into a broad smile. Though cheerful, his warmth remained genuine and unpretentious. So, what kind of book do you want? A storybook? Well, you've come to the right place. Don't be fooled by the size of my Shop Me collection rivals even the libraries of the nobility. He paused, as if just remembering something, and added, Oh, sorry, I almost forgot your family is part of the nobility too. Xylem ignored Old White's enthusiastic but slightly tactless remarks and got straight to the point. I want to buy a magic book, one that can teach me how to use magic. Old White was momentarily taken aback, but then his eyes lit up with interest. Clearly, Xylem's request had piqued his curiosity. A magic book? Of course. I have those. In fact, you'll find no shortage of magic books here. Old White was so excited that he started rubbing his hands together. He felt like luck was really on his side today, even though it was already afternoon before he made his first sale. It was a big one. Miss from the Harrell family, please come with me, he said. Xylem followed him. Old White led her deep into the bookstore, stopping in front of a row of locked shelves. He unlocked them and revealed shelf after shelf filled with magic books. Xylem's eyes lit up at the sight, completely captivated. Seeing her reaction, Old White became even more delighted and eagerly began his introduction. What kind of magic book are you looking for? We have books for every elemental type. I highly recommend this series. They not only cover some second-tier spells, but also include a wealth of knowledge on magic circles. He gestured toward the shelves in front of them. Really? They have information on magic circles too? Xylem's interest was instantly piqued, and she immediately wanted to buy one. Of course, our shop may be small, but our reputation in Mint Town is second to none. There's no way we'd sell anything fake. Old White patted his chest in assurance. You only need to pay 2 gold coins, that's 20,000 coer, for any one of these elemental magic books in the series. 2 coins. Xylem's smile faltered slightly. She quietly weighed her small pouch. Subtracting 1,952 coer from 20,000, it seemed she was still a bit short. Do you have any other magic books? Xylem asked, looking up. Of course, Old White replied without missing a beat, leading her further along. You don't need books on magic circles for now. That's all right. Let me recommend this series instead. These books may not include extra knowledge, but they cover every elemental spell from 1st to 3rd tier. If you buy one, learning up to 3rd tier magic will be no problem at all. He pointed to another bookshelf. All the way up to tier 3, Xylem was tempted again, thinking about buying it. She calculated she was just starting to learn 1st tier magic, so with these books, she could keep learning for a long time. That's right, they're all here. This series is perfect for any noble family's collection of magic books, and each one is only 5 gold coins. Old White announced enthusiastically. Xylem's smile once again became a bit strained as she weighed her pouch. She still didn't have enough. Do you have anything else? Old White raised an eyebrow at her question. Oh, not interested in those, huh? Looks like it's time to bring out something special. Since you asked, he'll show you the real deal. With that, Old White walked to the last shelf and carefully took out a box. Xylem watched curiously as he returned and opened the box in front of her, revealing a beautifully bound magic book with a shimmering, crimson cover. What's this? Xylem asked, puzzled. This is a 4th tier magic book, Old White replied solemnly. What? 4th tier magic? Xylem was stunned. She was no longer a complete novice and knew that the leap from 3rd to 4th tier was huge. 4th tier spells were considered high-level magic. Is it really a 4th tier magic book? That's incredible. I can't believe you have something so powerful. Facing the eager sparkle in Xylem's eyes, Old White looked a bit embarrassed. He cleared his throat and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Well, this is indeed a tier 4 spellbook, but it comes with a slight issue. A slight issue? Xylem tilted her head in curiosity. Well, you see. Old White rubbed his hands together nervously. This book only records a tier 4 fire element self-destruction spell. The light in Xylem's eyes vanished instantly, like a candle blown out. So it's basically a completely useless book. No, how can you say it's useless? Old White shook his head vigorously, his voice suddenly several pitches higher. Sure, it's that kind of spell, but you can't deny it's still a genuine tier 4 spell. Oh, I see. Xylem's gaze drifted toward the other bookshelves. Are there any other spell books? Seeing that his rare, gullible customer was about to slip away, Old White steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and all the wrinkles on his face seemed to bunch together. How about this? If you're willing to buy this book, I'll sell it to you at a huge and unbelievably low price. What do you think? A bargain. That finally caught Xylem's attention. Her hand subconsciously reached for the small pouch at her waist, weighing it gently. If it's cheap, I suppose I could buy it. Normally, a tier 4 spellbook would cost at least several dozen gold coins, maybe even 100. But for this one, I'll let you have it for just 10 gold coins. Old White held up 10 fingers. That's a steal, right? If it's that cheap? Xylem froze in place, her fingers gripping her pouch tightly. After a long pause, she asked in a low voice, do you have any other spellbooks? Staring into Xylem's eyes, Old White sighed in disappointment, his shoulders slumping. So it's not that easy to find a sucker, huh? Of course I have other spellbooks, but what exactly are you looking for? I can find it for you. It's not my father or mother who's buying a spellbook. Xylem shook her head, her hair swaying with emotion. I'm the one buying. What? Old White's eyes widened, staring at Xylem as if his eyeballs might pop out. He asked uncertainly, you're sure it's you, not your father? Yes, it's me. Is there a problem? Xylem asked, frowning slightly in confusion. A problem? It's a big problem. Old White exhaled sharply, his chest heaving. He tried to steady his tone. Did you bring any money? Of course I did. Zion proudly took out her small pouch and showed it off. The copper and silver coins inside jingled crisply as they clinked together. Old White's eyes lit up as he eagerly took the pouch, his fingers trembling slightly. As long as you brought money. But when he opened the pouch and looked inside, his smile froze, as if someone had cast a petrification spell on him. This is all the money you brought. Oh. Zion nodded confidently, her face full of pride. And you think you can buy my spellbook with this? Old White's voice jumped up another octave. Yep. Zion nodded again, her eyes sparkling with expectation. The wrinkles on Old White's forehead twitched as if something were crawling beneath his skin. He took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling slowly. With a loud snap, he slammed shut the box containing the self-destruction spellbook. Sound echoed sharply in the quiet shop. Thud, thud, thud. Old White strode quickly to the back bookshelf, his footsteps thumping so loudly on the wooden floor it seemed like he might break through it. After returning the box to its place, he headed to a cluttered corner piled high with odds and ends. After a noisy rummaging session, books and junk toppled in all directions. Wearing an expression of complete indifference, Old White returned holding a yellowed, worn-out book. Its pages were curled and frayed at the edges. This is the spellbook you can afford. As he spoke, he reached again for Ziam's pouch, expertly picking out all the silver coins as if he were counting his own life savings. 19 silver coins in total. That's just enough for this one. Wait, this book. Ziam looked at the battered, faded spellbook in her hands, its cover barely legible and nothing like the beautifully packaged books on the other shelves. She couldn't help but protest. All right, kid, this isn't a charity information desk. If you have questions, ask your parents at home. Old White waved her off like he was shooing away a fly. And take your candy money and leave my shop. Bang. The door slammed shut behind her, so hard the frame shook. Ziam found herself outside on the street, sunlight shining directly on her face. She shot a disgruntled look back at the bookstore, then glanced down at the worn spellbook in her hands, a detailed explanation of basic spells and 7 elements. Well, the experience had been unpleasant, but in the end, Ziam still got exactly what she wanted. The Harrell family. Xiao Lim's room. Spread out before Xiao Lim was the magic book she'd bought at great expense, with a hefty dictionary beside it for looking up unfamiliar words or phrases. Her gaze was fixed intently on the page describing the first spell she was trying to learn, a basic fire spell called Ignite. Feel the vitality of the fire element. Picture the scene as they dance, like a grand ball hosted by flames, full of passion and joy. Blend in with them, become one of them, and only then will they accept you. Xiao Lim softly recited the guidance from the book. There was no doubt this was a very weak spell. A gust of wind could easily snuff it out. Its only real use, as the name suggested, was to light a fire. But that was typical for first-tier spells. Their true value lay more in guiding people onto the path of magic than in practical use. The magic book detailed not just the spell's circuit and incantation, but also the mindset needed to understand and master it. But reading about it was one thing, actually casting it was another. Xiao Lim chanted the incantation as instructed, trying to activate the spell, but nothing happened. Undeterred, she furrowed her brow and kept trying, but the flame she imagined never appeared at her fingertips. 3 days passed with no progress. Sitting on the edge of her bed, resting her chin in her hands, Xiao Lim felt at a loss and a bit discouraged. But the thought of being laughed at by a certain fairy made her bristle with determination. She decided she needed help. Sigh, how do you actually cast a spell? Xiao Lim muttered, wondering who she could ask. Let me think. Lucia, how did you learn magic in the beginning? Me? I guess it just sort of clicked for me all of a sudden, Lucia replied, tilting her head, then turned to her twin. What about you, Lamia? Same here. It just happened, like we were totally in sync. Lamia answered with a grin. Yeah, we really are in sync. Watching her twin sisters cuddle up, Xiao Lim could only shake her head helplessly and went to find someone else. Oh, magic? Reed wiped sweat from his forehead and put down his training gear as Xiao Lim approached. It's been so long since I first learned magic, I barely remember. Amon, you answer her. Don't ask me. Amon, sprawled out on the grass and exhausted, complained. When it comes to magic, I'm clueless. TCH. Useless. Reed clicked his tongue, but seeing Xiao Lim's hopeful look, he felt bad about brushing her off. Magic? How I don't really remember how I learned it, but I can show you how I use it now. Watch closely, magic is all about. Reed raised his sword above his head, his hands glowing faintly with white light, then brought it down hard on a wooden post in front of him. Momentum. With a flash, the post was cleaved cleanly in two. Second tier, non-elemental magic enhance, Reed explained as he sheathed his sword. Ooh. The applause of 2 onlookers echoed in the yard. What? You want to know how to use magic? Ludi paused just as she was about to leave, caught off guard by the question. She thought for a moment, then smiled gently. Magic is like a friend. If you call out to it with love, it will answer you, just like this. Ludi glanced around the yard, then set her sights on a large stone nearby. Fireball. Boom. A blazing fireball formed in front of Ludi, its orangered magical glow illuminating her focused face. The fireball spun rapidly, sending waves of heat as it shot toward the large boulder. Second-tier fire magic fireball. Boom. The explosion echoed all around. The surface of the rock instantly blackened, the center caving in to form a clear crater, with the edges still radiating a faint red heat. Wow! Xiao Lim's eyes sparkled, her little hands clapping excitedly, her face filled with awe and admiration. How do you use magic? Faced with his youngest daughter's eager gaze, Lyzelian broke out in a cold sweat. Although he could use third-tier magic, it was only third-tier non-elemental magica type considered exclusive to warriors and often dismissed by other elemental mages. And for good reason, non-elemental magic was known for its straightforward brutality, not for any subtlety. Anyone trying to discuss magical theory with a user of non-elemental magic would just be seen as making things difficult on purpose. Well, how should I put this? Magic is, it's just like that. It's about incantations, presence, that's magic. Basically, magic is just magic, Lyzelian rambled. Yeah, that's right, magic is magic. Do you get what I mean? Xiao Lim tilted her head, confusion written all over her face. Question mark. Lyzelian coughed awkwardly, his eyes darting around. Suddenly, as if grasping at a lifeline, he slapped his forehead. I just remembered, your mother asked me to go buy some soy sauce. Look at that, I almost forgot. He looked at his expectant daughter. Oh, Xiao Lim, you want to ask about magic? Sorry, I'd love to explain, but I have to go get the soy sauce right now. Why don't you ask your mother instead? Before he finished speaking, Lyzelian had already slipped out the door, leaving Xiao Lim standing there alone. Mother, how can I use magic? Xiao Lim found Lilia and asked her question earnestly. Lilia thought for a moment, a gentle smile appearing on her lips. If you want to use magic, Xiao Lim, you first need to understand what magic is. Understand magic? Xiao Lim tilted her head, her eyes shining with curiosity. Lilia didn't answer right away. Instead, she gracefully extended a slender finger. Watch. Xiao Lim focused intently on her mother's finger. As Lilia chanted a strange incantation, a soft light bloomed at her fingertip, shining brightly in the dim room. Oh, it's glowing. Xiao Lim's eyes lit up as well, her face full of delight. Lilia stood up and held out her hand to her daughter. Come with me, Xiao Lim. Obediently, Xiao Lim followed her mother into the main hall. Lilia switched on the bright chandelier, and dazzling light immediately filled the space, illuminating every corner. Look again, Xiao Lim. Lilia recited another spell, and her fingertip glowed once more. Oh, it's glowing again. Xiao Lim exclaimed, her eyes filled with wonder. Do you notice anything different? Lilia asked with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Lim observed carefully, her brows furrowed in thought. Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization. It's brighter than before. That's right. Lilia let the light fade from her finger and explained, actually, I used the same amount of magic both times. Huh? Then why? It's because the environment changed. Lilia pointed up at the chandelier. Luminous stones are minerals that store a large amount of light element. When made into a chandelier and lit, those light elements are released into the surroundings. They give us brightness, but they also increase the concentration of light elements in the environment. So even if I use the same amount of magic, the effect is stronger because the environment allows me to draw on more magical elements. Lilia waved her hand gently, turning off the chandelier and returning the room to its softer lighting. So, Xiao Lim, if you want to learn magic, it's much easier to try in places where magical elements are denser. Of course, what's even more important is that you need to understand which kind of magic you can use. Observe them. The ones that respond to you are the ones you can use. Crackling loudly, the firewood in the hearth sent out occasional sparks, tracing faint arcs through the air before turning to ash and vanishing before they could touch the ground. Xylem crouched in front of the fireplace, her bright eyes fixed intently on the dancing flames. She had spent several days in this very spot, barely moving as she tried to spot the fire element her mother had mentioned. Logically, this should have been the place where fire elements gathered most densely. So why couldn't she see anything? Just then, Yaman crept up behind her, hesitation written all over his face. Xylem, what is it? Yaman Gij. Xylem turned to look at him. It's just with this weather, can we not use the fireplace? It's way too hot. Before he could finish, a heavy fist landed on his head. Ow! Yaman cried, clutching his head and falling to the ground, while Lyzelian loomed over him, looking fierce. You brat! Lyzelian growled, clenching his fist. Even I haven't complained, so what are you whining about? Xylem is working so hard, and as her brother, not only are you not supporting her, but you're also making trouble? I wasn't making trouble, Yaman muttered, rubbing the bump on his head. It takes at least half a year just to get started with magic anyway. Rushing won't help. His words struck Xylem like a bolt from the blue. Half a year just to get started? Instantly, she pictured Semi-Lysai laughing so hard by the lake that she could barely stay upright. So she really had been tricked. Semi-Lysai must have known all along how long it would take to learn magic. Seeing the sudden change in Xylem's expression, Lyselian shot Yaman a fierce glare. Enough out of you. Then he turned to Xylem, his tone softening. Don't pay any attention to what he said. By the way, someone sent us some excellent halbawero steaks today, and I was just thinking about having a barbecue. Really? Yaman's attention shifted at once, and he forgot all about the pain in his head. For the moment, Xylem also set aside her worries about magic. In the courtyard meticulously arranged by the butler, Lawrence, the family gathered around a picnic table. Jessica stood by the grill, flipping steaks over the charcoal. The golden fat sizzled and dripped onto the coals, sending up an irresistible aroma that filled the garden. Soon, the first batch of grilled meat was brought to the table. Lilia handed out portions to everyone, and Lyselian beamed as he declared, "Eat as much as you want. The ranch did great this year. There's plenty of steak to go around." Currently, the Heimlier family holds 3 villages, each with its own distinct character. The first village is filled with fruit orchards, and its annual wine production brings in a significant income for the family. The second village, though composed of ordinary farmland, provides a steady supply of fresh grain. The third village, however, is the true cornerstone of the family's wealth, of vast pasture where herds of halbawero graze. These gentle herbivores are the main source of meat for local tables. Despite these seemingly prosperous holdings, they pale in comparison to the glory achieved by the Heimlier family's ancestors. Once, Orabit Heimlier, a royal knight of a rank strength, was granted a fiefdom comparable to that of a count. But in this world where only the strong survive, maintaining the family estates has never been easy. Among his descendants, only a handful managed to reach rank strength and temporarily stave off decline. Most have been unremarkable crank warriors. A few decades ago, the Heimlier family was on the verge of losing its last estate. At that critical moment, Lyselian's grandfather made a pivotal decision. He abandoned their burdensome holdings and petitioned the empire for permission to settle in new lands. This move breathed new life into the family. By contributing to the development of the mint mining region, they earned the right to a new village. Through the efforts of Lyselian and his father, the family gradually expanded their territory to the 3 villages they possess today. Wow! The children cheered after hearing Lyselian's story, eagerly reaching for the roasted meat in front of them. This is delicious. Jessica, your cooking is amazing. Jessica grinned with pride, rolling up her sleeves. Of course, as the daughter of an innkeeper, I've picked up a few skills. Leave it to me. I'll make sure you all get the best halbawero steaks you've ever tasted. Shulim carefully cut a small piece of meat and popped it into her mouth. Her face lit up in delight. It's wonderful. It's like a dance on my tongue. The magic of the food swept away the gloom in her heart, leaving her feeling lighter and more relaxed than ever. She continued savoring the tender, piping hot steak, her eyes narrowing with happiness. It's so good it feels like the whole world is celebrating. Immersed in the joy of the meal, Shulim felt as if everything around her had become brighter and more vibrant. Even the flames in the brazier seemed to dance, their crimson glow shining especially bright. Wait, was that dancing? Shulim stared at the brazier and rubbed her eyes hard. I see it now. At last, Shulim saw the true form of the magic essence. Still sitting in front of the fireplace, Lim crossed her legs and fixed her gaze on the flickering flames. Unlike before, she wasn't just observing this time, she was attempting her first spell. She whispered the incantation. The fire wavered slightly, then quickly settled back to its usual calm. Lim didn't let this discourage her. She adjusted her posture and tried again. The practice was tedious and exhausting, almost unbearable for someone so young. But after her inner transformation, she was no longer the girl who gave up easily. Even when the thought of failure and possible ridicule crossed her mind, she managed to keep those worries buried deep inside. Now, she had only one goal: to master this magic. Days passed. On the first day, the fire element didn't react at all. On the second day, the flames began to flicker ever so slightly. On the third, the movement became more noticeable. By the fourth day, the fire finally started to shift toward her. Then, on the seventh day, with a faint whoosh, a tiny flame danced at her fingertip. I did it. Lim's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the flame on her finger. But in the rush of excitement, she lost control and the flame vanished instantly. She quickly calmed herself, determined to remember exactly how it felt when she succeeded. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and chanted again. Warm firelight reappeared at her fingertip. She had finally mastered her first spell. Now, Lim sat on the stone steps outside the mansion, resting her chin in her hands and gazing at the sky, a rare look of uncertainty in her eyes. Learning magic thrilled her, but this was only the beginning. After half a month, she had only managed to learn one spell, and with half the allotted time left, 6 more spells remained an almost impossible challenge. She lay down on the steps, raised her right hand, and watched the sun through her fingers. After a moment, she sat up abruptly, slapped her cheeks, and rekindled the determination in her eyes. No matter what, you never know until you try. Xylem carefully recalled her experiences over the past half-month. Although it had taken her 2 weeks to master a single spell, she had only spent about 10 days actually studying. Most of her time had been devoted to sensing the fire element. Still, these efforts weren't wasted. Magic was inherently connected, and even with different elements, the experience could be transferred. With this in mind, she realized that learning the next spell would be much faster. Alright, time to start practicing the next spell. Xylem sprang to her feet, her eyes shining with determination. For her second spell, she chose the first-level water magic, Stream. The river outside Mint Town offered the perfect place to train. From that day on, she arrived at the riverbank before dawn and didn't leave until nightfall, her crisp incantations echoing along the shore. As she expected, her previous experience paid off. This time, she sensed the water element quickly and managed to connect with it on the very first day. However, getting the water to flow according to her was far from easy. Water and fire were opposing elements, and among the 7 elements, their differences were the most pronounced. By the time she realized this, she had already invested a great deal of time, so she gritted her teeth and pressed on. Her persistence paid off. On the 5th day, she finally made a break through a stream of water as thick as her thumb gracefully circled her index finger before shooting out into the air. Seeing the successful stream, a flicker of joy appeared in Xylem's eyes, but she quickly calmed herself and reviewed every detail, practicing over and over until she was sure she had it down. Time, however, was running short. With only 10 days left, she would need to master a new spell every 2 days. But just as she began practicing her third spell, something unexpected happened. In just 2 days, she managed to condense a rock, about the size of her palm, in her hand. With a sharp crack, the stone shot forward and struck a distant boulder, leaving a visible mark. Did I really do it? Xylem stared at her hands in disbelief. After several more tries, each spell was cast perfectly, and she could clearly feel her magic being spent. It turned out that mastering both fire and water, 2 opposing elements, had given her a profound new understanding of magic. This realization made learning other spells much easier. 2 days, it's possible. Xylem's eyes sparkled with hope. For the final 8 days, she chose wind magic as her last challenge. The windmills outside the town and the gentle breezes in the valley provided an ideal environment for her training. She soon noticed the faint green light passing over the windmill blades whenever it appeared. The slowing windmills would spin faster again. On the 7th day, with a soft whoosh, she felt a gentle force in her palm, and a distant bush began to sway. The first-level wind spell, Breeze, was complete. With that, Xylem had mastered all 4 basic elemental spells. There were still 6 days left until the end of the month. Xiaolim was fully absorbed in her study of light magic. She had originally assumed that, surrounded by sunlight during the day and lamplight at night, light magic would be the easiest to master. However, reality quickly proved her wrong. Her past experience with the 4 basic natural elements was useless when it came to light magic. The difference was as stark as when she first switched from fire to water magic, leaving her feeling completely at a loss. 3 days of continuous practice went by, but Xiaolim still couldn't produce even the faintest glimmer of light at her fingertips. She sensed she was right on the verge of breaking through, just 1 step away from mastering the first-level illumination spell, yet time kept slipping away. As she frowned in frustration, a pair of gentle hands rested softly on her shoulders. "What's wrong, my dear Xiaolim?" Her mother, Lilia, asked gently from behind. Xiaolim turned to her mother. After a moment's hesitation, she voiced her frustration. "Mother, I feel like I'm so close to casting the illumination spell, but I just can't get past this barrier." Lilia smiled and held out her right hand. "Give me your hand." Although unsure of what her mother intended, Xiaolim placed her small hand in hers. Lilia softly chanted an incantation, and a warm, gentle light blossomed in her palm. As the comforting glow spilled through their intertwined fingers, Xiaolim felt something stir inside her. "Do you feel it?" Lilia said softly. "Light is gentle and serene. Approach it with an open heart, and it will respond to you." That night, as darkness fell and filled the room, a soft white light suddenly shone from Xiaolim's fingertips, driving away the shadows around her. After 3 days, she had finally mastered the first-level light magic. The following night, Xiaolim blocked out the moonlight with her bedsheet and sealed every crack where light could enter from the door. In the pitch-black darkness, she first lost her sense of direction, then even her sense of space, as if the entire world was slipping away from her. An overwhelming sense of primal loneliness enveloped her, but she resisted the urge to rip away the bedsheet, curling up and shutting her eyes tight. As time passed, the darkness seemed to grow even deeper, yet Xiaolim no longer felt alone. It was as if something had quietly arrived to keep her company. 2 days before the end of the month, in that same sealed room, Xiaolim finally recognized the presence that had gathered around her. It was the dark element, drawn to her side. The familiar sensation of magic being consumed washed over Xiaolim, and the darkness around her deepened suddenly. A veil of shadow, thin as gauze, settled over her like a blanket. She had successfully mastered a Tier 1 dark spell Shadow. With only 1 day left before her 1-month deadline, Xiao Lim found herself facing an unprecedented challenge, mastering non-elemental magic. Unlike elemental spells, which could be quickly learned by drawing on the environment, non-elemental magic offered no shortcuts. It was like air ever present, yet so ordinary that it was hard to grasp. This indescribable, featureless nature was exactly why it was labeled as non-elemental. Lost in thought, Xiao Lim lowered her head, as if she had just recalled a crucial clue. The month's deadline arrived, marking the day of her agreement with Heimlier. On the lake, Heimlier floated leisurely, and as soon as she saw Xiao Lim, she spoke in a teasing tone. "Oh ho ho, I thought you weren't going to show up. I'm impressed you didn't run away, that's brave of you." "Humph, I would never run away," Xiao Lim replied firmly. "The real question is, are you ready to lose?" Heimlier looked at Xiao Lim in surprise. "You seem different from a month ago." "Of course. I've grown more than ever before. I'm a mature adult now." Heimlier stifled a laugh. "A mature adult? You're still just a little baby." Seeing Xiao Lim's confusion, Heimlier quickly changed the subject. "Since you didn't run away, let's see what you've accomplished." Her wings glimmered faintly as she secretly felt smug. Mastering all 7 types of magic was impossible. This bet was destined to fail from the start. "Let me show you what I've achieved in the past month." Xiao Lim took her stance and pointed forward with her right hand. Tier 1 fire spell ignite. With the incantation, a small flame flickered at her fingertip. Heimlier's smile faltered. "I'll give you that one. Now for the second." Xiao Lim continued. Water flow. A stream of clear water shot out from her index finger. Heimlier's eyes widened, her smile freezing completely. She was just about to interrupt when Xiao Lim launched into her third spell. Stone. Whoosh. A pebble shot past Heimlier's ear and landed in the lake, sending ripples across the surface. Heimlier stood frozen in midair, her mouth agape. Disbelief filled her eyes. Xylem had just cast spells from 3 different schools of magic. "You're a trielemental mage? How did you manage that in just a month?" Before Heimlier could finish her sentence, Xylem's fingertips were already gathering the energy for a 4th spell. As the ancient incantation fell from Xylem's lips, a gentle breeze swept past, lightly stirring Heimlier's hair. She was utterly stunned. Was she really witnessing a second quad-elemental mage right before her eyes? Xylem let out a soft breath, but it wasn't a sign she was finished. "Next comes the 5th spell." Her voice was calm, and her fingers glowed once again. Heimlier's mind went blank. A quintelemental mage? Wasn't that the stuff of legends? But Xylem didn't give her time to process. The 6th spell followed immediately, shrouding Xylem in a veil of shadow. "Heimlier, are you all right?" Xylem's concerned voice snapped Heimlier out of her daze. "Ah, I am fine," Heimlier replied mechanically. "All right, they'll keep going. This is the last one." "Okay, go ahead," Heimlier answered on instinct, only realizing what the last one meant a moment too late. Another chant echoed this time. The 1st tier, non-elemental spell, Cleanse. It turned out that on the final day of the month, Xylem had suddenly grasped her connection to non-elemental magic. Through careful observation, she discovered a 7th element within herself. Reflected by the other 6 elements, this non-elemental force stood out clearly. Even more surprising, this innate element felt so natural to her that mastering non-elemental spells was far easier than any other type. As the cleansing magic enveloped Xylem, effortlessly sweeping the dust from her clothes, Heimlier's grip on reality slipped away with it. Her eyes lost focus as she murmured, "Has the world broken?" Seeing Heimlier so out of sorts, Xylem tilted her head in confusion. Heimlier, are you okay?" "I won." Heimlier let out a string of incoherent moans, clutching her head tightly before suddenly unleashing a scream that echoed through the air. Her wings trembled violently, making a frantic flapping noise, betraying her inner turmoil. She abruptly leaned in close to Xylem's face, her voice nearly hysterical. "This isn't right. This is too weird. How could someone like you even exist? It makes no sense at all. Is the world really about to end? Mother Goddess, what am I supposed to do?" Xylem was so startled by the outburst that she stumbled backwards, quickly covering her ears and shouting with clear annoyance, "Heimlier, you're way too loud." It took a long time for Heimlier to calm down, and even then, she stared at Xylem like she was some kind of monster. This only fueled Xylem's irritation. "Even if you're pretending to be crazy, you still can't back out of our bet. I won." "Oh right, that's true." Heimlier suddenly remembered, smacking her fist into her palm, but then she waved her hand dismissively. "That's just a minor detail. Compared to that, you've got a much bigger issue right now. Xylem, how on earth did you manage to use all 7 schools of magic? Weren't you the one who made the bet with me? Why are you the one questioning me now?" Xylem eyed her warily, inching closer in case this fairy tried to make a run for it. Heimlier saw right through her, and a vein popped on her forehead. "Ahem, I am the great fairy queen. It would never go back on my word." "But Xylem, do you really understand what it means to be able to use all 7 schools of magic? What's so strange about it?" Xylem asked, completely baffled. Heimlier sighed, rubbing her forehead. "Right now, The most anyone can use is 4 schools. 7 schools of magic that's unheard of. Not just now, but in all of Himliel's history. No one's ever done it. Wait, but aren't you? I'm different. Semilise cut her off. I'm a magical life form of fairy. Even then, I wasn't born able to use all attributes. It was only after many experiences that I gradually mastered them all. And even so, I'm the only case in the entire world, which is why the mother goddess entrusted me with the blessing. As Semilise explained, Zulamu slowly realized her misunderstanding. She remembered that when she first read magic books, they only said you needed the right aptitude to learn magic, but never explicitly stated that you couldn't learn without it. Since she had hardly met any magicians, and the one who stood out most was Semilise herself, a special case, she had simply gotten the wrong idea. With the misunderstanding cleared up, Zulamu was left stunned. Then what's going on with me? I wish I knew. Semilise muttered, grumbling about how she shouldn't have been so lazy, all the while keeping a sharp eye on Zulamu. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and 2 small magic circles appeared before them. Your eyes. They're glowing. Zulamu exclaimed, shocked she never knew you could cast magic with your eyes. At that moment, Semilise could see Zalimus' detailed information displayed before her. Zulamu Hayrel. Race, human, female. Age, 7. Life, E rank. Mana, D rank. Magic aptitude. Fire affinity, C. Water affinity, C. Earth affinity, C. Wind affinity, C. Light affinity, C. Dark affinity, C. Non-elemental affinity, C. Seeing this, Semilise fell silent again. Not only does this child really have aptitude for all attributes, but every single affinity is exactly the same. What on earth is going on? Just as Semilise was puzzling over the situation, she felt a gentle tug at her skirt. Looking down, she saw a pair of bright, wide eyes staring up at her, with small hands clutching tightly to the fabric. All right, I get it. I won't cheat you out of your reward. Semilise said helplessly. Ahem, stand still in front of me. Xiamlim glanced at her suspiciously, but still refused to let go of her skirt. Stand properly, and I'll give you my blessing. Only after hearing this promise did Xiamlim finally release her grip and obediently stand before Semilise. Semilise set aside her usual playful demeanor, her expression turning solemn. The wings on her back flared with dazzling light as she gently placed her right hand on Xiamlim's head. O chosen one, in the name of the fairy king, I bestow upon you the supreme blessing. The world itself shall cherish you, and protection will forever be at your side. As she chanted the incantation, a rainbow of light flowed from Semilise's hand, gradually enveloping Xiamlim. The warm, comforting energy made Xiamlim instinctively close her eyes. Flame shall burn for you. Rivers shall flow for you. Gales shall surround you. The earth shall shield you. Light shall shine upon you. Darkness shall cloak you. The power of nothingness shall dwell within you. With each blessing, a new surge of power entered Xiamlim, stirring something wondrous inside her. After a long moment, everything quieted down. The light around Semilise faded, and she withdrew her hand, her face noticeably pale. I knew it, giving so many blessings at once is really pushing my limits. I might end up falling into a deep sleep when I get back. Xiamlim opened her eyes and moved her body. Although there were no visible changes, she could clearly recall the sensation of transformation. Noticing Semilise's weakened state, she asked worriedly, Semilise, are you all right? Are you okay? I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Semilise slapped her cheeks, trying to perk up. Seeing Xiamlim's doubtful look, she quickly changed the subject. Really, I'm okay. Anyway, let's check the results of the blessing first. Her eyes glimmered with magical circles as she muttered to herself. What's going to happen, I wonder? Honestly, giving 7 blessings at once, I wasn't sure if her soul could handle it. When the familiar characters appeared above Xiamlim's head, Semilise's eyes widened. Xiamlim Haylor. Race, human female. Age, 7. Life, E rank. Mana, D rank. All 7 attributes have reached S rank, each carrying the Fairy King's blessing. This is outrageous. I know I did this myself, but isn't this a bit much? Semilise fell into self-doubt. This is just absurd. Who would make a monster like this? Oh right, it was me. I did this. What have I done? And to think this child's soul actually managed to contain all 7 blessings. That's just bizarre, isn't it? No, that's not right. If you think about it, the fact that she has an affinity for all attributes was strange from the very start. Semilise stood still, her brow furrowed, her expression shifting as she mulled it over. Semilise, is something wrong? Xiao Lim noticed her odd expression and asked with concern, did something go wrong with the blessing? The blessing itself is fine, Semilise shook her head. In fact, it's almost too perfect, it's unsettling. Xiao Lim tilted her head, looking puzzled. Why would success make you uneasy? After a brief silence, Xiao Lim looked up and met Semilise's gaze. Hey, Semilise, are you leaving soon? Although she had found Semilise annoying at first, being teased constantly, the past month together had given Xiao Lim experiences she had never had before. Despite Semilise's often infuriating remarks, Xiao Lim found herself not really minding them. The thought that Semilise might be leaving soon made her feel a pang of sadness. That's usually how it goes, Semilise replied, her tone calm. The task was finished, and by all accounts, she was supposed to leave. So it's really true. Her disappointment was written all over Xiao Lim's small face. Looking at the petite figure in front of her, Semilise finally realized that, quirks aside, Xiao Lim was still just a child. She thought back to the customs of the Ilveserant 7-year-old elf children, usually still in the cradle. 7 years old really is just a baby. The realization shocked Semilise. Worry crept in. How could such a young child face this dangerous world alone? Even with such impressive abilities, Xiao Lim still had no real experience. Well, I was supposed to leave. Semilise cleared her throat. But do you even know how to use this blessing? No. Xiao Lim shook her head honestly. Huh, just as I thought. Semilise grinned smugly. So, until you've fully mastered your powers, we'll be staying to supervise you. If something happened just because you didn't know how to use your abilities, all my efforts would be wasted. Starting tomorrow, you have to come here for training every day. So, you're not leaving? Xiao Lim's eyes lit up. Of course. It's too late to regret it. Now get ready for some hellish training. Semilise declared, standing tall and proud. I understand. He'll be here. Humph. Glad you know what's good for you. Remember, come here at this time tomorrow. I can't tomorrow. Huh. Why not? Semila's confidence faltered. Xiao Lim answered earnestly, because school starts tomorrow. The day after their month together ended just happened to be the first day of Xiao Lim's second year. You should have told me that sooner. Semila's shout echoed through the forest. By the forest lake, the voice of the fairy king, Semilise, rang out, clear as a bell. You must understand how dangerous this world is. With a wave of her magic, a transparent blackboard suddenly appeared, hovering in midair. She struck it sharply with her pointer, producing a crisp sound. Hey, over there, pay attention. Huh. Zayulamu immediately sat up straight, a hint of curiosity still lingering on her face. Yes, she replied. Her eyes sparkled with surprise as she looked at the blackboard that had appeared out of nowhere. Semila's magic was truly astonishing. Just yesterday, she had decided to start giving Zayulama lessons, but this new teaching method wouldn't interfere with Zayulama's daily life. Every day, Zayulamu could attend regular school, then come to the lakeside after classes. She'd have even more time for lessons on weekends and holidays. Question, little Zayulamu, can you tell me what dangers exist in this world? Semilise fixed her with a sharp gaze. Yes. Zayulamu quickly raised her small hand, looking very earnest. Monsters. Very good, Semilise nodded. That's the first one. Go on. Bad people. Zayulamu answered without hesitation, her eyes shining. Excellent, that's the second. Keep going. Semilise smiled, her tone gently encouraging. Zayulamu tilted her head, frowning. Keep going? Those are the only two I know. Why do I need to keep going? Semilise pressed her hand to her forehead, sighing inwardly before murmuring to herself. That's normal, she's still just a little kid. As soon as she finished, Zayulamu pouted. I'm not a baby. She grumbled, clearly annoyed. All right. You're not, Semilise replied absent-mindedly, then paused, thinking to herself, she's still too young. If I tell her the true nature of danger directly, she probably won't understand. A thoughtful look appeared in Semila's eyes, and a sly smile curled on her lips as a new idea came to her. Zayulamu didn't notice the hint of mischief in her expression. She was still watching Semilise with curiosity. Yes, this is the way, Semilise decided silently. She smiled and led Zayulamu toward a mountain. Wow, that was amazing. I was flying just now. Zayulamu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she bounced along, clearly thrilled by her first time flying. She looked up at Semilise, suddenly remembering something. By the way, Semilise, why did you bring me here? Semilise turned to her, a mysterious smile in her eyes. Why? Well, Zayulamu, I've decided to change my teaching methods. Change? Zayulamu tilted her head in confusion. That's right, Semilise replied, her tone growing even more mysterious. If you want to learn something quickly, the best way is to experience it for yourself. Zayulamu looked curiously down the mountain, spotting the lake below. Do you see that lake at the foot of the mountain? That's where we were standing just now. Zayulamu stood on tiptoe and peered down, nodding. Yes, I see it. Good. That's your destination, Semilise said with a playful smile. My destination? Zayulamu looked up at her, puzzled. Semilise smiled. Exactly, Zayulamu. Now, you have to find a way to escape to that lake while being chased by a shadow beast. Only when you reach the lake will it stop. As soon as she finished speaking, a chill swept through the air behind her. The ground suddenly split open, and from the shadows emerged a wolf-like creature. Its black fur blended into the darkness, and its eyes glowed blood-red with a cold, menacing light. It let out a deep, thunderous roar. Ah! Zayulamu turned pale with fright, her eyes wide with terror. Scary. So scary. The shadow beast lunged at Zayulamu, a fierce wind rising in its wake, as if a blizzard were about to descend. The air around them grew even heavier with tension. It was terrifying, but Semilise ignored Zayulamu's fear completely. The 7-year-old girl was trembling like a frightened chick, her eyes brimming with tears, Yet Semilise didn't hesitate to leave her behind and soared lightly into the sky. Say Semilise. Xylem looked up with her pale little face, staring in horror at the figure above. Do your best. Semilise called down with an easy smile, her tone light and encouraging. This creature won't go easy on you, you know. If you get caught, you're doomed. Doomed? He'll really be doomed. Xylem's face turned even paler, her voice shaking. Don't worry, he'll save you right away, Semilise promised confidently. Even if your neck gets bitten off, I can still bring you back. So there's nothing to be afraid of. Bitten off? My neck could be bitten off. Xylem's fear grew, her small hands clutching the hem of her clothes tightly. Ah. Semilise suddenly fell into thought, muttering just loud enough for Xylem to hear. Come to think of it, if you die on the spot, even I wouldn't be able to help you. Ah. Xylem felt as if darkness closed in around her, the light fading rapidly, her legs almost giving out beneath her. I could die. Well, anyway, good luck, Semilise said cheerfully, utterly unconcerned. Just don't get lost, or else ITLL keep chasing you forever. All right, the game starts now. With a loud announcement, Semilise vanished instantly from the sky. Xylem was now completely on her own, her last hope slipping away. In front of her, the shadow wolf let out a menacing growl. Grr. It crept closer, sharp eyes locked on the trembling little girl. Don't come any closer. Xylem backed away, her voice almost choked with fear. Howl. Ah. The forest echoed with the desperate cry of a young girl. Some time later, by the lake in the forest. Wah, wah, wah. The 7-year-old sat at the water's edge, covering her face with her hands and sobbing uncontrollably, her small shoulders shaking. There, don't cry, the scary thing is gone now. Semilus' voice came from nearby. Hearing the familiar voice, Xylem immediately looked up and threw herself into Semilus' arms, hugging her tightly. Tears and snot smeared all over Semilus' clothes. It was so scary. So scary. Wah. There, the scary thing is gone. Semilise gently stroked Xylem's head, her hand glowing with a soft green light. The glow, like tiny fireflies, drifted into Xylem's body, soothing her frightened heart until her crying gradually subsided. A few minutes later, Xylem had calmed down completely, though she still hiccuped now and then. You really are a little baby, Semilise suddenly said with a laugh as she looked at the calm Xylem. Xylem's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She protested in embarrassment. To him not. You're the baby, Semilise. You are. After her loud protest, she turned her head away angrily, refusing to look at Semilise. Okay, Xylem isn't a baby, Semilise replied absent-mindedly, then added, but still, that won't do. Xylem couldn't help but sneak a glance at Semilise. Xylem, you're just not ready at all, Semilise said bluntly. MMPH. Xylem puffed out her cheeks in frustration, looking like a little pufferfish. All right, I'm sorry. Little Xylem isn't hopeless. Semilise quickly tried to calm her down. After a while, Xylem's cheeks finally returned to normal. Semilise continued. Little Xylem, your problem right now is that your physical strength is really lacking. Physical strength? Xylem tilted her head in confusion. That's right, having a strong body is essential if you want to escape from all kinds of danger, Semilise said, looking at the panting little Xylemu with a serious expression. During that escape, just now, you barely made it 100 meters before you ran out of energy. After that, you were practically crawling. In truth, the only reason Xylemu made it this far was because the shadow wolf was never meant to actually attack her, it was just there to scare her. But at the time, Xylemu was so terrified that she didn't notice at all. So, from now on, we need to step up your physical training. Semilise decided after a moment's thought, clapping her hands. Let's see. All right, we'll start with 10 trips up and down the mountain. What? Xylemu's face turned bright red, a flash of panic in her eyes. From that day on, Xylemu began an intense training regimen far beyond what most kids her age could handle. She ran with heavy stones strapped to her back along rugged mountain paths, hurtled over fallen logs, and leaped across ditches, and, help me, Xylemu screamed as the shadow beast behind her let out a threatening howl and chased after her. Racing against the shadow beast became a regular part of her training. On top of that, she had to build her willpower. The rush of the waterfall battered Xylemu's small frame as she struggled to remain standing. Steady your mind. Don't let the outside world distract you. Semilus' voice carried over the roar of the water. Focus your attention and control your magic. That's the only way to quickly strengthen your mental power. I can't, Xylemu sputtered, nearly choking as she fought to escape the waterfall's force. Then came magical training. An excellent mage is always honing their skills, Semilise said sternly. Chasing after more powerful spells without a solid foundation is pointless. Only by mastering the basics can you go further and faster in the future. She shook her head at the spell Xylemu had just cast. Too slow. Do it again. I'm out of magic, Xylemu gasped, her face pale from exhaustion. Is that so? Then go train your mind under the waterfall. Semilise replied cheerfully, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. No. Xyulimus' desperate wail echoed through the valley. Days passed, then weeks. Time flowed by, and the girl's growth was astonishing. In the forest, several shadow wolves were hot on Xyulimus' heels. Her movements had become swift and graceful, weaving through the dense woods and always keeping a safe distance from her pursuers. When she finally burst through a thicket and reached the lakeshore, the shadow wolves stopped and vanished like mist. Not bad. You were even faster than last time. Semilise appeared out of thin air in front of Xyulimu. Xyulimu, now used to this, simply stretched and relaxed her aching limbs. That's because I ran faster than before, she replied calmly. Is that so? A hint of satisfaction flashed in Semilise's eyes, quickly replaced by a thoughtful look. It seems we need to make things more challenging. How about starting even deeper in the forest next time? The terrain will be trickier, and who knows what other dangers you might encounter. That's fine. I can give it a try. Xyulimus' expression barely changed at the prospect of greater difficulty. The long, grueling training had not only made her stronger, but had also worn away her timidity and naivety. She wasn't perfectly calm in every situation, but she no longer panicked at the first sign of danger. After that, her training intensified again. She carried heavier stones, the obstacle courses grew longer and more complicated, and the waterfall's force became so powerful it nearly swept her away. Come to think of it, why did the waterfall always get stronger? Hey race the thing, there wasn't even a waterfall in Mint Town. Every time, it was Semilise who conjured one just for her training. The waterfall's flow was easily adjusted to the perfect intensity for Xiao Lim's training, while Semilise infused it with a special kind of magic. Every time Xiao Lim's body resisted this magical force, her resistance to magic grew stronger. In the breaks between training, Semilise would tell her about all sorts of things in Heimlier ancient legends, bizarre creatures, and mysterious places. Gradually, almost without realizing it, Xiao Lim's knowledge and understanding deepened. And just like that, a year slipped quietly by. Now, in the forest outside Mint Town, Xiao Lim, who had grown a whole head taller, made her way easily to the edge of a lake. There, on a large stone by the shore, the fairy queen lounged lazily, legs crossed, holding a newly published book in one hand and a box of fried snacks beside her. She flipped through the pages, a faint smile occasionally playing on her lips. Every time she turned a page, she burst out laughing, completely oblivious to Xiao Lim's arrival. She casually grabbed a piece of fried food with her right hand and popped it into her mouth, not even pausing to wipe her greasy fingers as she sucked on them, the oil smudging her lips with no sign of self-consciousness. If any of her devoted church followers saw her like this, one could only imagine what they'd think. Semilise, what are you reading? Xiao Lim couldn't help but ask. Haha. Oh, Xiao Lim, it's you. Semilise looked up, carelessly pushing up her sleeve to wipe her mouth, her expression utterly unconcerned. There was a hint of mischief in her eyes. You're here. You humans are so interesting. Living long enough really lets you see all sorts of things, Xiao Lim teased, glancing at the book in Semilise's hand. The person on the cover of that book looks impossibly dull. That has to be made up, right? Huh, really? I was actually thinking of going to meet the person in the book. Semilise put on a wounded expression, sighing dramatically as she tossed the book aside, not caring where it landed. Oh well, never mind. She suddenly seemed much more relaxed. By the way, want to try some of these snacks? I brought them back from the Southern Federation Theater, delicious. She offered the box of snacks with a cheerful grin. Xiao Lim frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, then declined firmly. No thanks. That's a shame. These snacks are really popular among the orcs lately, Semilise said, shaking her head, but she didn't press further. With a wave of her hand, the box of snacks vanished as if into thin air. All right, let's get down to business. Suddenly, Semilise's expression turned serious, her eyes flashing with a familiar light. Let's see just how much you've grown over the past year. Even before she finished speaking, a string of text appeared before her eyes. Hulam Haerl, an 80-year-old human girl, possessed only D-level magic power and D magic aptitude. Yet, she received the blessing of the fairy kings of all elements: fire, water, earth, wind, light, darkness, and non-elemental, each raised to rank. Well, you're growing up fast, Hulam, Semilise observed, watching the little girl before her. In less than a year, your magic power has grown by leaps and bounds. Hulam tilted her head, her big eyes filled with curiosity. Really? I'm growing that fast? But I've just been practicing magic the way you told me to, Semilise. Semilise smiled and explained. Constantly using and absorbing magic helps expand your magic capacity. That's why your magic power is increasing so quickly. I see. Hulam nodded, finally understanding. All right, Semilise clapped her hands. Since your magic power has reached a sufficient level, it's time for you to start learning second-tier magic. Hulam's eyes widened in surprise. I can start learning second-tier magic now? But why only now? Why didn't you let me learn it before? Semilise gave her a knowing smile. You're still a bit too naive, Hulam. You could have started learning second-tier magic earlier, but have you considered this? With only level magic power before, second-tier spells would have consumed far more energy than first-tier ones. If you focused on second-tier magic, how many times could you practice in a day? She continued patiently. First-tier magic is different. With level magic, you can practice a lot, which means you'll grow and improve your skills much faster. Don't underestimate first-tier spells. Even the most powerful mages use them most often. They don't drain much energy, so you can cast them even while distracted, building up experience bit by bit. The top mages in the world still practice first-tier magic in their daily routines. Heimlier's eyes lit up. So, you're letting me start second-tier magic now because my magic power has increased, and I can handle more practice? Exactly, that's pretty much it. Heimlier snapped her fingers. Your current magic power is D by this world's standards, almost at level. She rested her chin in her hand, thinking aloud. All right, they'll start teaching you second-tier magic next. Now, which spell should I start with? Having too many options really is a dilemma. Heimlier sat up straight, her eyes full of anticipation as she watched the strongest fairy king under the gods, waiting eagerly for the magic she was about to learn. Could it be those long-lost ancient spells she once mentioned? Zayam's thoughts drifted away, and for a moment, she seemed to see those mysterious, ancient forms of magic before her eyes. That's settled then. Since the first magic you learned was fire magic, let's start with that. Heimlier's voice snapped Zayam out of her reverie. With an enthusiastic clap of her hands, her eyes sparkled with excitement. When it comes to fire magic, nothing represents it better than the fireball spell. Heimlier straightened her back and raised her voice. It's the signature spell of fire magic, known by everyone, never forgotten through the ages. That's right, when you think of fire magic, you think of fireball. Zayam stood there, blinking in confusion, unable to understand why Heimlier was suddenly so passionate about this. She decided to avoid the subject and simply replied quietly, "Ah, I see. So we're starting with fireball? That makes sense." Still, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment apparently. She wouldn't get to see any of those lost spells just yet. Zayam wondered to herself, has low-tier magic really stayed the same throughout the ages? Heimlier didn't notice Zayam's thoughts and had already taken a teaching stance. Even though fireball is the most iconic fire spell, its magical circuit is much more complex than the basic first-tier fire spells. As Zayam was still lost in thought, Heimlier's fingers traced the first line of a magical diagram in the air. Zayam quickly gathered her focus, straightened her posture, and devoted her full attention to learning. It's not just fire magic. For nearly every element, as the magic tier rises, the complexity increases exponentially. Heimlier explained as she drew intricate magical patterns in the air. For example, a third-tier spell is almost 100 times more complicated than a first-tier one. Without the right talent, it's impossible to master. A soft glow formed at her fingertips. It'll teach you the mana circuit and auxiliary incantation for fireball. Watch carefully, and notice how much more difficult it is compared to first-tier spells. With a twist of her wrist, Heimlier conjured a three-dimensional projection in the air. Golden lines wove together into a complex network, the mana circuit for the fireball spell. Zayam's eyes widened as she unconsciously leaned forward, carefully studying every detail of the intricate diagram. Just as Heimlier had said, this mana circuit was at least 10 times more complicated than the basic ignition spell. Still, Zayam wasn't intimidated by the daunting challenges that lay ahead. After all, every mage had to walk this path and scale these heights. There was simply no other way. Nearby, Heimlier patiently explained the incantation for fireball to Zayam, making sure she memorized every syllable with perfect accuracy. Once the explanation was finished, Heimlier said, "Zayam, you've learned the fireball incantation. Now, stay here and practice until you can cast it proficiently. Once you've mastered it, we'll move on to the next spell." "All right," Zayam replied, nodding as she focused her attention on practicing fireball. Heimlier stood quietly to the side, observing her every move. When she felt there was no need to interfere further, she turned and left. Zayam didn't even notice, completely absorbed in her magical training. 2 days passed in a flash, and Zayam finally succeeded in casting a fireball. The scorching flame burst through the air, striking a massive stone with an explosive impact. The stone shattered, scattering debris everywhere and leaving a deep crater. The fire left blackened scorch marks where it had melted the rock. "Not bad. You're getting the hang of it," Heimlier's voice called out from nearby, a look of approval on her face. Zayam paused in surprise, glancing at the fading flames in her hands and then at Heimlier. Her eyes filled with disbelief. 2 days are really just 1 day and I've learned fireball? It didn't feel difficult at all, nothing like the struggle I expected. Heimlier smiled gently and replied, "That's the blessing of the Fairy King." Zayam's heart skipped a beat, and she whispered to herself, the blessing of the Fairy King. She had never imagined she could grasp magic so easily, and a surge of excitement welled up inside her. "So, are you ready to start learning the next spell?" Heimlier asked. Zayam took a deep breath and nodded. She knew the next challenge would be even more complex, but she was eager to push her limits further. "All right, next is Enhancement." Before Semilise finished speaking, a burst of white light erupted from Xylem's legs. She felt a new power surge through her body, as if every cell had been strengthened. Suddenly, her speed skyrocketed. She became a blur, darting through the forest like a gust of wind. In less than 3 seconds, she had crossed the lake and was standing on the far side. The white light vanished instantly. Xylem stopped, looking down at her legs, which remained perfectly unharmed. She moved slightly to make sure there was no discomfort, amazement spreading across her face. Enhancement is incredible. My speed increased so much in just an instant. She looked up, her eyes shining with determination. After a month of intensive magical training, her abilities had improved dramatically. She had mastered a wide range of second-tier spells, not just Fireball, but also Flame Arrow, Flame Barrier, Water Arrow, Water Barrier, Water Bomb, Pitfall, Rock Bullet, Rock Barrier, Wind Blade, Wind Barrier, Lightness, Flash, Shield, Veil, Concealment, and Enhancement covering offense, defense, control, and speed. So many second-tier spells, more than even some advanced mages could handle. She made sure each spell could serve both offensive and defensive purposes, and some even had control effects, allowing her to adapt to all kinds of unexpected situations. As for spells of light and darkness, since there were almost no offensive options before the 3rd tier, Xylem hadn't delved into them yet. Even so, she was more than satisfied. She knew she still had a long journey ahead, and this was only the beginning. Of course, there are some beings that are naturally vulnerable to light or darkness. For them, something as harmless as a flash of light or a curtain could actually be quite damaging, so it wouldn't be accurate to say that light and dark magic below the 3rd tier has no offensive power. Very good, Xylem. You've basically covered all the fundamentals of 2nd tier magic now, so we can put studying on hold for a bit, Semilice's voice called down from above. Xylem looked up to see Semilise floating in the air, arms crossed, and a satisfied expression on her face. No more new spells? So, am I supposed to just keep practicing 1st tier magic like before, until my magic power reaches level? Xylem asked, absent-mindedly tracing the edge of her robe with her fingers. That's right, Semilise nodded, a sly glint flickering in her eyes. But, aside from that, you'll also be adding some new training. New training? Xylem blinked in surprise. Exactly. At this point, having you raise shadow beasts isn't going to do much good anymore, Semilise said, spinning playfully in the air. Semilise, do you mean? Xylem started, but was cut off. Haha, now that you've mastered 2nd tier magic, it's time to put it to practical use. Semilise flashed a mischievous grin. Seeing the look on Semilice's face, Xylem suddenly had a bad feeling. She instinctively took a step back. After all, magic. Crunch, crunch. The sound of bushes being crushed came from behind her. Is something behind me? Xylem tensed, every muscle ready. Is meant for real combat, Semilise declared, soaring even higher into the sky. Xylem spun around and locked eyes on the tall, dark shape emerging behind her. Semilise hovered high above, watching with a wickedly amused smile. Starting today, you'll be using real monsters as your practice targets. No more running away from them. Your goal now is to defeat them. Semilise called down. Get stronger, Xylem. Ha ha. Wait, Semilise. Xylem cried out. In front of her, a transparent, jelly-like creature wobbled and squirmed its way closer. Xylem knew better than to assume this thing was harmless. That's a slime, Xylem thought, keeping a close eye on the creature. It may be one of the weakest monsters out there, and its appearance is deceptively similar to a harmless Bob-omb. But any monster is dangerous. If this had been back when she only knew 1st tier magic, Xylem would already be looking for a way to escape. But now, with 2nd tier spells at her disposal, she was actually capable of fighting back. You can do it, Xylem. Semilise cheered from above. Don't let your guard down. Use your 2nd tier magic wisely, and take that slime down. Reminded by Semilise, Xylem forced herself to calm down and quickly ran through her options. Slimes can't see. They rely on sensing vibrations to locate their prey, Xylem thought, minimizing her movements and barely making a sound as she shifted her weight. Unable to pinpoint her location, the slime began to squirm around in search of her, its transparent body catching the sunlight with a faint blue shimmer. Defeating a slime as easy as single fireball would seriously injure it, Xylem analyzed. But its body fluids are highly corrosive. At this range, if I hit it with a fireball, the splash could hit me, and I'd end up hurt too. She needed to avoid getting injured. So, what spell could prevent that from happening? As Xylem considered her options, the slime seemed to sense her general position and began inching toward her, each movement causing a subtle tremor in the ground. Stonewall barrier. Xylem chanted quickly, drawing a complex magic circle with her hands in front of her chest. Boom. As Xiao Lim chanted a spell at top speed, a wall of earth and stone materialized in front of her. Bang. The slime crashed hard into the barrier, making the entire wall shudder violently. Although this Tier 2 Earth barrier spell looked impressive, the terrain made it less stable than ideal. Fortunately, it still managed to block the slime's attack. Enhance, Xiao Lim called out, and a white light instantly enveloped her feet. Her figure darted nimbly through the dense forest, as light as a falling leaf, putting distance between herself and the slime. Without pausing, she began reciting an ancient magical incantation. Fireball. Boom. A blazing fireball formed before her and shot toward the slime like an arrow released from a bow. Sensing the approaching heat, the slime writhed frantically in an attempt to escape, but it was far too slow to outrun the fireball. With a thunderous explosion, the slime burst apart, spraying corrosive liquid in all directions. Xiao Lim, anticipating this, had already taken cover behind the rock barrier shed conjured earlier. The wall shielded her perfectly from the flying acid. As her magic energy faded, the barrier crumbled into rubble. All that remained where the slime had been was a wisp of acrid, white smoke curling into the air. Phew! Xiao Lim let out a breath. The fireball had been much more powerful than she expected, probably because her proficiency had improved. Hey, not bad, Xiao Lim. Semila's voice suddenly rang out. You were so calm for your first real fight. I thought you'd be screaming your head off. What kind of person do you think I am? Xiao Lim retorted, rolling her eyes at Semilise, who had somehow flown back to her side. I haven't been the type to shriek in fear for a long time, you know? Well, let's put that aside for now, Semilise said, changing the subject. Xiao Lim, you didn't think there was only one, did you? What? Before Xiao Lim could finish, rustling sounds echoed from all around the forest. 3 more transparent, jelly-like slimes approached from different directions, surrounding her on all sides. Multiple enemies detected. A glowing line of text suddenly appeared in midair. What's with the subtitles? Hee, it just fits the mood better this way. Semilise laughed, scratching her head. But now's not the time to worry about that. The slimes are coming. Ugh, fine, I get it. Enhance. An hour later, the forest was a complete mess. Zayulamu collapsed weakly to the ground, her magic completely drained. At that moment, a line of glowing text suddenly appeared before her. Congratulations! You have defeated all your enemies. Battle experience increased. Expressionless, Zayulamu raised her right hand and mercilessly swiped the message away. I thought that was pretty fun, Semilise grumbled nearby, clearly unhappy. Right now, Zayulamu didn't even have the strength to respond. She recalled the earlier battle after finally managing to defeat 3 slimes by using the terrain to her advantage. Semilise released 4 more, then 5, then 6, as if the ordeal would never end. Where did you even find so many slimes? Zayulamu asked, gasping for breath. No wonder you've been running off so much lately. You were out collecting these monsters. Don't be upset, Semilise replied with a laugh. Look at you, you're much quicker at dealing with slimes now. You don't even need your defensive barrier anymore. Zayulamu wanted to argue, but realized it was true. By the end, she could dodge the corrosive liquid with her enhanced speed, no longer needing to put up defenses every time like she had at the start. A warm green light enveloped Zayulamu, and she felt her lost strength quickly returning. When Semilise withdrew her hands, Zayulamu stood up and stretched. The muscle soreness from earlier had completely vanished. Semilise's healing magic is really handy, Zayulamu thought. Too bad it can't restore the magic I've used up. Alright, that's enough for today, Semilise announced. Starting tomorrow, you'll have some new monsters to face. The next morning arrived quickly. Huh. In the courtyard of the Heimlier family, Zayulamu was practicing her family sword technique with a wooden training sword. The sun had just risen, birds singing in the treetops scattered at the sudden sound of her training. Although the lingering chill of the night still hung in the air, sweat was already beading on Zayulamu's forehead. Zayulamu, you're up early. Amon called out as he entered the courtyard for his own morning exercises, stretching as he spoke. Good morning, brother Amon, Zayulamu replied briefly, keeping her focus on her practice. After warming up, Amon didn't start his own training right away. Instead, he watched Zayulamu's movements closely. Wow, your technique has gotten pretty polished. Yeah, I've been working hard at it. Huh, Zayulamu answered, swinging her sword. Alright, suddenly interested, Amon grabbed a wooden sword from nearby. Zayulamu, spar with me for a bit. Let me see how far you've come. Really? Zayulamu stopped, turning to face him. Of course. Come at me. Amon took his stance, a note of seriousness in his voice. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Zayulamu gripped her sword more tightly. Here I come. Huh. Whoosh. With a sharp whoosh, the wooden sword sliced through the air at high speed, and Xylem, who had been 2 or 3 meters away, suddenly appeared right in front of Yaman. The tip of her sword was aimed straight at Yaman's exposed neck. In that split second, Yaman gripped his sword hilt tightly with one hand and angled his blade to cleverly block Xylem's powerful strike, redirecting her sword off to the side. Xylem lost her balance and pitched forward, leaving herself wide open. Seeing his chance, Yaman quickly drew back his sword, gathering his strength for a counterattack. With a gust of wind, his blade shot forward. But Xylem, sensing danger the instant her sword was deflected, pushed off with her toes and used the momentum to spring backwards, executing a textbook backflip that put some distance between them. Xylem, you really go all out. For a second, I thought you were going to break the wooden sword, Yaman complained, but his relaxed expression and rock-solid stance betrayed no real concern. Xylem didn't respond. Her gaze sharpened, as if she'd entered a combat trance fierce and focused, just like she was back on the training grounds in Semi-Lease, fully switching into battle mode. Yaman suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What's going on? Yaman was startled, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Xylem's eyes, they looked just like Brother Kai's, like she's been through countless battles. He quickly shook his head. No way, Xylem only just started training. How could she have that kind of presence? While Yaman was lost in thought, Xylem seized the opportunity and launched her next attack without hesitation. Not good. Yaman realized too late that Xylem had vanished from his line of sight. A flash of sword light sliced through the air from his right, carrying a sense of real danger. He spun around, sweeping his blade to intercept the sudden strike, then quickly retreated to regain some space. But Xylem didn't let up. Before Yaman could steady himself, she unleashed a flurry of swift, relentless strikes. Each blow came as fast as a summer storm, the clash of wooden blades ringing out again and again. Forced onto the defensive, Yaman kept backing up, searching for an opening to regain control. Wow, Xylem, I'm impressed. You've actually mastered Huiguang? Yaman grinned, his tone light, but his eyes showed his focus as their swords crossed again. Xylem stayed silent, her sword moving ever faster, her attacks pushing the limits of speed. Impressive, really. Are you still getting faster? Looks like you're close to the second form, Shoujin, Yaman commented, sounding as enthusiastic as ever, seemingly oblivious to Xylem's silence. Still, despite her increasing speed, Xylem's technique lacked refinement and subtlety. Suddenly, a sharp crack rang out, breaking the rhythm of their duel. Yaman's sword struck Xylem's wooden blade with force, snapping it in two. The broken pieces flew through the air and landed far away. Heimlier sword style, third form Yulan, Yaman announced as he sheathed his sword. The air around him seemed to swirl with sword energy, the atmosphere charged, as if an invisible force filled the training ground. Xylem's defeat was clear. This wasn't an ordinary sword fight. They were both using the renowned Heimlier sword style, a family technique passed down from their ancestor, a Labet. The style had 5 forms, ranked from basic to advanced: Huiguang, Shoujian, Yulan, Xingshan, and Ruoliai. Even though the Heimlier family had declined in recent years and faced hard times, the empire's respect for their noble status had never wavered. Xylem stared down at her empty hands, momentarily stunned. I lost, she murmured, her voice low. Seeing this, Yaman quickly tried to comfort her. Hey, don't take it too hard. I've been practicing for years, of course it's not strange that I won. But look, you kept up with me for so long and almost had me on the ropes. That's seriously impressive. Maybe you really are a natural at swordsmanship. Really? Xylem looked up, uncertainty and hope flickering in her eyes. Absolutely, I guarantee it. Yaman thumped his chest. Just then, Lyzelian's voice called out from nearby. When did you get here, Dad? Father. Xylem turned to Lyzelian in surprise. Lyzelian approached with a smile. I've been here since just after you started sparring. He looked at Xylem and added, just as Yaman said, you mastered the first form of our Heimlier sword style, Huiguang, in just a year. And you've already begun to grasp the second form, Shoujin. That's truly remarkable. Thank you, Father. A renewed light sparked in Xylem's eyes as she straightened her back. Lyzelian nodded in satisfaction, then cast a meaningful glance at Amon. Xylemu, just keep it up. As long as you don't end up like someone training swordsmanship for years and still stuck on the third form, you'll be fine. Hey, Dad, I heard that. Amon protested immediately, his face turning red. Is mastering 3 forms really that bad? You have to be kidding. All right, that's enough for now. Lyzelian waved a hand, completely ignoring Amon's complaints. He turned to Xylemu. Xylemu, go wash up and have your breakfast. Xylemu glanced up at the now risen sun and bowed respectfully to Lyzelian. Yes, Father. With that, she turned and left the courtyard, the sounds of Amon and Lyzelian's squabbling echoing behind her. Hey, Dad, don't ignore me. You've got some nerve. Did you see how you swung the sword just now? You call that Heimlier swordsmanship? Why wouldn't it be? Oh, still talking back? Fine, let me show you real Heimlier swordsmanship. Wait, Dad, what are you? Wait, stop. Water splashed in the bathroom as Xylemu washed away the sweat from her morning training and changed into her neat school uniform before heading to the dining room. Only Lilia was there. When she saw Xylemu, she smiled gently. Come quickly, Xylemu, the bread will get cold. Yes, Mother. Xylemu took her seat politely, picked up the steaming bread, spread jam carefully, and ate slowly with fresh milk. It was just the 2 of them at breakfast. It wasn't that the others didn't eat breakfast, almost everyone else simply wasn't home. Her oldest brother, Chiga, had finished his field training but hadn't yet graduated from the Imperial Knight Academy, had only inherited their father's title after receiving his certification. Her second brother, Lide, had joined the Imperial Army half a year ago and was still a new recruit. Her third sister, Ludi, had gone to the capital of Count Lester to further her studies, hoping to become a teacher. As for her sisters, Lumia and Lucia, their situation was a bit special. Both possessed rare light element talents and had passed the selection exam for the Church of the 7 Days half a year ago. Now, they were training as clergy candidates in the Church's city. Zayulamu hadn't participated in that selection. That left only Zayulamu and Amon at home. Amon, though not yet old enough to leave, should have been at the table too, but at that moment he was busy receiving his father's guidance. His breakfast was left cooling on the table. After finishing her meal, Zayulamu bowed to Lilia. "Mother, I'm done with breakfast." With that, she left the table. "All right. Be careful on your way," Lilia's gentle voice called after her. Zayulamu straightened her clothes, and as she stepped out the front door and passed through the yard, she saw Lizilian giving Amon a rather handsome lesson in real swordsmanship. "Father, I'm heading out," she called loudly. "All right. Take care," Lizilian replied without even turning. "Wait, Zayulamu, don't go yet," Amon cried out, struggling. "Come on, help me out here." "Oh, still got energy to shout." A dangerous glint flashed in Lizilian's eyes. "Let's double the weights, then." "No." As the iron gate of the Haler family closed behind her, the sound of Amon's cries gradually faded. The Haler home sat at the southeastern edge of Mint Town, while Zayulama's preparatory school was on the northwest side, right next to the Adventurers Guild. Xylem's walk to school took her through most of the town's streets. Warm sunlight spilled over the stone-paved road, and as more people filled the streets, the town grew livelier and busier. She walked at an unhurried pace, her gaze drifting casually, until a familiar voice suddenly snapped her out of her thoughts. "Oh, Xylem. Off to school so early?" "Yes, good morning," she replied, raising her hand in a casual greeting. "Hey, little miss, would you like some candied cakes? They're extra sweet today." Xylem shook her head gently, declining with a polite smile. "Thank you, but I've already had breakfast." The sounds of the street came and went. Some people were discussing the dangers near the mines, while others chatted about the lively happenings at the corner tavern. "I heard there've been monsters spotted in the forest by the mine lately." "Seriously? That close to town?" "It's true, I swear. Several people have seen them, especially those glowing ones that fly through the air." She picked up her pace, but these fragments of conversation still floated around her like scattered pieces. As she passed a street corner, she saw the local priest surrounded by several young women, patiently explaining the teachings of the church. Every so often, he glanced down to gauge their reactions. "Oh, Father, your words are so moving. Why don't you come to my house today and share more?" "Me too. Father, please come to my home as well." The women vied for his attention, their eyes fixed on his face, clearly more interested in him than his sermon. The priest looked a little uncomfortable, the corners of his mouth twitching. "Ahem, ladies, please, let's keep things appropriate. The greatness lies with the gods, not me." Yes, I just spoke too quickly. "Father, please do come to my house." "Father, don't just look at her, I'm here too." The priest's smile grew a bit awkward as the group clustered around him. Just then, he noticed Xylem walking by. His eyes lit up with inspiration. "Miss Xylem, please wait a moment." Hearing her name, Xylem paused and tilted her head to look at him. The priest quickly excused himself from the crowd and hurried over, offering her an apologetic smile. "Sorry about this, ladies, but I have some important business with Miss Xylem. We'll continue this discussion another time." "Ah, that's too bad. Father, you have to visit my house next time." "See you tomorrow, Father." As the young women dispersed, the priest let out a sigh of relief and gave Xylem a slightly smug look. "Sorry for dragging you into that. It was getting a bit overwhelming." Xylem frowned slightly. "I remember you used to serve alongside the old priest, right? After he passed away a couple of years ago, you took over. But now you spend all your time trying to get transferred to the central cathedral." The priest's smile faltered, and he chuckled awkwardly. "Well, you have a good memory." A mischievous glint flashed in Xylem's eyes. "Is that really the best way to make an impression? If there's nothing else, I should get going. I don't want to be late for school," she said, turning to leave. "Wait, Xylem." The priest quickly called out. "Even though I used your name as an excuse just now, I actually do have something to discuss with you. The church received news about your two sisters from a messenger. There have been some recent developments. If you get the chance, please ask your mother, especially Mrs. Lilia, to come by and hear the details." Xylem paused, her eyes showing a hint of understanding. "Is this about Lumia and Lucia?" "I see. I'll let my parents know. Thank you." The priest looked visibly relieved. "That saves me a trip." Xylem nodded lightly, her gaze lingering on the priest with a complex expression. Offhandedly, she remarked, "Father, I really think you should pay a bit more attention to church matters. Otherwise you might never make it to the central cathedral." The priest's smile stiffened, and he gave a sheepish laugh. "Noted." Xylem said nothing more and continued on her way to school. Xylem arrived at the preparatory school. At this moment, quite a few boys and girls around her age were already walking through the school gates. Sunlight poured over the stone path, illuminating the lively faces of the students. "Morning, Xylem. Long time no see." Several familiar faces greeted her. "Good morning," Xylem replied with a slight nod. After exchanging a few brief words with them, she headed straight toward her classroom. Just as she was about to reach the classroom door, someone suddenly stepped in front of her. It was a blonde girl with two curly ponytails, dressed in an elaborate gothic dress, her feet in shiny new leather shoes above white knee-high socks. With her hands on her hips, she wore a proud and slightly haughty expression. Well, Xylem, is this when you show up on the first day of the new school year? I'm honestly surprised you've never been late. The blonde girl tilted her chin up. Unlike me, I've been here early. Being ahead of the curve is what a true noble should do. Xylem blinked and asked with a blank face, sorry, but who are you? The girl's expression froze as if she'd been hit by a petrification spell. Her face flushed bright red, and she shouted, it's Fran. Fran Bandon. How could you not remember me? Fran Bandon, Xylem replied in a flat tone. Oh right, it's Fran. Sorry, you've changed so much I didn't recognize you. But Fran was clearly unconvinced by this half-hearted apology. Narrowing her eyes, she pointed straight at Xylem's nose. Don't try to fool me. It hasn't been that long. No way you'd forget me unless you never remembered me in the first place. Xylem simply stood there in silence. Xylem, hey, don't just go quiet. Why are you suddenly silent? You're making it seem like I'm right. Unbelievable, you really didn't remember me at all. Just as the awkward tension peaked, a teacher's voice echoed down the hallway. Students outside, please come into the classroom. Class is starting. Seizing the opportunity, Xylem quickly said, we should get to class. We can talk later, Fran? With that, she stepped around Fran and walked into the classroom. Huh, wait, what was with that pause? You still don't remember my name, do you? Fran protested loudly behind her. Hey, don't just walk away, explain yourself. Xylem ignored her and quickened her pace into the classroom. Fran clearly wasn't ready to let it go, but the teacher's voice interrupted again. You over there, please come inside quickly. Ugh, called out by the teacher, Fran could only give Xylem a frustrated glare, stomp her foot, and follow her inside. Students gradually took their seats in the classroom. The teacher stood at the front, smiling as he looked around. Congratulations, everyone, on starting a new school year. You've learned a lot already, but his smile seemed gentle, though there was a sly glint in his eyes. I'd like to see just how much you remember after that long break. With that, he calmly pulled a stack of papers from beneath the podium and slapped them down with a loud smack. So today, we'll be having a comprehensive test. How does that sound? Excited? A collective groan erupted from the class. Come on, not so suddenly. I've forgotten almost everything. Don't do this to us on the first day, teacher. If I flunk, am I going to get in trouble at home? The complaints came one after another, but the teacher was unmoved. The tests were quickly handed out, and the exam began immediately. The sound of pencils filled the room. Some students were confident, others looked miserable. When the exam ended, the teacher wasted no time grading the papers, clearly intent on making sure parents knew just how little their children had worked over the break. Once the results were in, the teacher stood at the front, cleared his throat, and announced, first place goes to Xylem Heimlier. When Xylem's name was called, every eye in the classroom turned to her seat. Especially Fran, the blonde girl with twin ponytails sitting a few rows back, whose gaze was filled with barely concealed anger and frustration. Damn it! Fran gripped her test paper so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Staring at Xylem's back, she seethed inwardly. I've had private tutors since I was little. I studied all the prep school material ahead of time, and I even reviewed it all during the holidays. The Heimlier family can barely afford it to torso. Why did I lose to Xylem? This sense of defeat, combined with the unpleasantness from earlier that morning, made Fran clench her teeth and vow silently, something's not right here. I'm going to get my revenge. Meanwhile, Xyolime was completely oblivious to the hostility directed at her from behind. She maintained her usual impassive expression. The classroom had grown noisy after the test results were announced. Some students were celebrating, others were worried, and many were already dreading how they would explain their grades to their parents. Hardly anyone was paying attention to the lesson. Trying to regain control, the teacher cleared her throat and said, all right, settle down, everyone. I have an important announcement to make. Gradually, the noise subsided, and all eyes shifted to the front. The teacher looked around before continuing. I think some of you may have already guessed, starting tomorrow, you'll officially begin your magic lessons. Really? It's finally happening. Magic class. The news instantly electrified the class, and the stress over the test scores vanished in an instant. Watching the excitement, the teacher couldn't help but regret her timing. Maybe she should have waited until the end of the day to share the news. Magic instruction was the heart of the preparatory school's curriculum, the very reason the school existed. They didn't begin with magic lessons right away because students first needed to master the basics. After all, magic was an incredibly complex discipline, full of intricate theories, and it would be pointless to teach it to students who hadn't even learned to read. The school's ability to offer magic education on such a large scale was due to its unique background. Founded by the Adventurers Guild, funded by the Church of the 7 Days, and supported by various races and nations, it was a public institution with branches across almost every country. The school's purpose was to train a reserve fighting force that could be mobilized in times of global crisis, preventing the risk of being left defenseless or lacking in manpower. By all rights, A school system with such an ambitious goal and so many competing interests behind it shouldn't have been possible to establish. However, precisely because of the severe lack of mid and low-level combat power, Himmler suffered a devastating defeat in the war during the penultimate Demon King invasion. The entire world was on the brink of falling. On the battlefield, countless towns were reduced to ruins, and ordinary people stood no chance against the monsters. In the end, it was only through the sacrifice of 6 radiant heroes, who perished alongside the pitch-black Demon King under a blood-red, fiery sky, that a narrow victory was secured. The cost of that war was almost unprecedented in the long history of Himmler. Cities collapsed, farmlands were abandoned, magical tomes were lost, and the very fabric of order was nearly destroyed. The flame of civilization flickered in the wind, barely avoiding extinction. The survivors had to start anew, even changing the calendar to mark a new era. The new divine calendardo commemorate the catastrophe that nearly wiped out everything. The bitter lessons learned from this tragedy forced those who remained to reflect deeply. In the council hall, the surviving nobles and mages sat around a round table, determined to address Himmler's fatal weakness, the lack of mid and low-level combatants. Thus, the foundation stone of the preparatory school was laid. The advent of the preparatory school was like rain falling on parched earth, bringing forth a surge of mid and low-level fighters. Its impact was especially profound among the common people. It's important to know that in this world, most people possess only D or even a level magical talent. Before the new divine calendar, these individuals were deemed talentless and denied even the right to receive magical education. But the preparatory school opened its doors to everyone, regardless of status or background. In its classrooms, children of nobles and descendants of farmers sat side by side, receiving the same systematic education. Magic spells were chanted by those once labeled talentless, and wands were wielded in their hands. In the end, even those with the lowest magical aptitude who previously never had a chance to learn magic could now cast fireballs and ice spikes. Ordinary citizens, who once could only flee in terror from a single green slime or a goblin with a wooden club, now had the means to protect themselves instead of waiting helplessly for an adventurer's rescue. Of course, the rise of the preparatory school also brought a host of social issues, accelerating social mobility, weakening old noble powers, and giving rise to new mage families. Yet, during the last Great War, when the defensive lines formed by thousands of preparatory school graduates successfully held off the monster hordes, all opposition to the school vanished in the face of its undeniable results. Today, the preparatory school boasts nearly 8 centuries of history. Its curriculum has been refined countless times, resulting in a highly effective educational system that often surpasses the private tutors hired by nobles. This is why even children from wealthy families, like Fran, who could easily afford the best private tutors or even renowned magic instructors, still choose to attend the preparatory school. After school, Zayulamu didn't head straight home. Instead, she took a detour toward the mines outside of town. As time passed and she ventured deeper into the forest, a deafening roar shattered the tranquility. A massive black boar, its eyes glowing red, the steel-tusked demon boar charged with incredible force, snapping a thick tree in half and sending splinters flying. Just as the creature shook its head, Zayulamu silently leapt down from another tree behind it. "Pitfall," she called out in a low voice, swiftly forming a series of hand seals. With a loud crash, the ground beneath the boar gave way, creating a trap. Still dazed, the steel-tusked demon boar was caught off guard and tumbled straight into the pit. Roaring furiously, the massive beast found itself wedged tightly at the bottom, unable to move. Trapped and helpless, it could only thrash and howl in frustration. Standing at the edge of the pit, Zayulamu took a deep breath and formed another set of seals. Fireball! 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 One after another, fireballs shot from her hands, striking the demon boar with pinpoint accuracy. After several minutes, the thick-skinned beast was thoroughly roasted, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. "Oh, using this method to deal with a steel-tusked demon boar? Zayulamu, you're getting better and better at handling monsters," a cheerful voice called from above. Semiles floated lightly down and landed beside Zayulamu. Zayulamu glanced at her, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes, as if she wanted to say something. But Semiles didn't notice. Her attention was fully captured by the golden, roasted demon boar at the bottom of the pit. It might only be a level monster, but once it falls into a trap like that, it doesn't stand a chance, Semiles remarked. No matter the era, targeting weaknesses and using the right strategy means even in a rank can defeat a crank opponent. "Hey, Semiles." Just as Semiles continued to analyze Zayulamu's tactics, Zayulamu finally interrupted her. "What is it?" Semiles turned to Zayulamu, curiosity shining in her eyes. "It's better if you don't fly around in the forest," Zayulamu said calmly but earnestly. "Huh? Why not?" Semiles asked, puzzled, her wings fluttering slightly. "Apparently, some adventurers spotted you flying and mistook you for a monster. There's a rumor going around, and there might be people coming to search the forest soon," Zayulamu explained. sharing the gossip she had heard earlier that morning. Semilist's expression changed dramatically, looking utterly shocked. What? They thought I was a monster? Those foolish adventurers, she fumed, shaking her tiny fists. I need to teach them a lesson. Who are they? Better not, Zayulamu quickly advised. Even if you show yourself, they probably won't recognize you as the fairy queen. And now that people in town are talking about you, it'll be hard for you to stay here if things keep up. Semilist fell into deep thought, her face scrunched up. That could be a problem. I really don't want to be gawked at. She patted her wings lightly. Guess I'll have to keep a lower profile from now on. With a resigned sigh, the wings on Semilist's back began to glow softly. Then, to Zayulamu's astonishment, Semilist's form started to fade away, dissolving like mist until she vanished completely, as if she had never been there. Say Semilist. Zayulamu called uncertainly into the empty air, her eyes wide with surprise. Could that be concealment magic? But I didn't sense any change in dark elements. What kind of magic is this? Oh, I almost forgot. Xylem was about to turn away when she heard a familiar voice in her ear. Instinctively, she touched her forehead and suddenly felt a subtle pressure. In the next moment, a dazzling magic circle flashed briefly before vanishing without a trace. She blinked in surprise, glancing down at her forehead, but saw nothing unusual. Semilist, did you just do something? Semilist appeared before her again, wearing her usual confident smile. It's a spell that lets you see me, she said, spinning lightly as she spoke. I've added a magic that keeps me hidden at all times. Now, no matter who stands in front of me, they won't be able to sense my presence. Amazing, Xylem exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I didn't know magic had so many different types. Of course. Semilist lifted her chin and grinned with pride. It's okay if you admire me a little more. Come on, I can tell you about some fun spells. Xylem could only smile helplessly. She was already used to Semilist's tendency to get carried away, so she simply chose to ignore it and change the topic. By the way, the school's magic classes start tomorrow. Really? Semilist's interest was immediately piqued. What are the magic lessons like at school? Tell me. Xylem chuckled. Don't be so impatient. They start tomorrow, and I'll let you know. She paused for a moment before adding. Oh, Semilist, I remember you said the school's magic classes are a bit different. Is there anything I should watch out for? Semilist's expression turned serious, her tone carrying a note of warning. Yes. Remember not to reveal your true magical affinity. You're a mage with all attributes. If anyone finds out, you'll be in big trouble. Be careful, and don't let the wrong people catch on. Are those people dangerous? Xylem frowned, a hint of worry in her eyes. Extremely dangerous, Semilist replied, her voice lowering and her gaze turning grave. Some of them are not to be underestimated. If you reveal yourself now, you'll attract trouble. There are people with bad intentions who would try to take advantage of you, and once you're on their radar, it's almost impossible to break free. A chill ran down Xylem's spine as she listened. She silently resolved to be cautious and never let her true abilities show. I understand. He'll be careful, Xylem replied quietly. Semilist's warning echoed in her ears, but she didn't notice the other, more dangerous idea beginning to form in Xylem's mind. The next morning, Xylem arrived early at the academy's training grounds, standing with a group of other boys and girls. The fresh morning air was filled with light chatter as everyone waited for the magic class to begin. Because the lessons required a lot of practical training, most of the time would be spent outdoors. Suddenly, a cheerful voice broke through the chatter. Hi everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting. A young woman in a black mage's robe approached, her short red hair framing a confident smile. She held a staff in her hand. Are you our magic teacher? A boy in the front row couldn't help but ask. That's right. The woman struck a pose, looking quite pleased with herself. My name is Keylight, and I'll be your new magic teacher. Oh, and by the way, I'm only 22 and still single. As she introduced herself, she made a cute face and even winked at the students. The training ground fell silent. Inwardly, every student was thinking the same thing. Nobody asked your age, and why are you telling a bunch of kids under 10 that you're single? Are you hoping someone will introduce you to their older brother? Hee, have I charmed you all already? You're so shy, it's adorable. Keylight seemed completely absorbed in her own performance, oblivious to how self-absorbed she appeared. You wish the students thought in unison, rolling their eyes internally. With a new magic teacher who seemed a little unreliable, the boys and girls on the training ground couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern, wondering if their magic lessons would really go smoothly. Although Colette initially came across as a bit unreliable, that impression vanished the moment the formal lesson began. Before announcing the start of class, she smiled, looked around the room, and asked, Is there anyone here who already knows magic? As soon as she finished speaking, the classroom erupted in a flurry of whispers. Do any of us actually know magic? A student whispered. Hey, Ander, haven't you already learned magic? Another student nudged the boy next to him with an elbow. Yeah, Ander, show us what you can do. A few boys chimed in, laughing and egging him on. A boy with coffee-colored hair, Ander, stood up with a smile. Miss Colette, I can use magic. Oh, you're Ander, right? What kind of magic do you know? Would you mind showing the class? Colette asked with curiosity. Ander nodded, then turned to face everyone. Both of my parents are crank adventurers, so I've been learning magic since I was a kid. Right now, I can use first-tier fire magic. As he spoke, he extended his right hand, a confident smile on his face. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand slightly. He began to chant, "Fire." With a flick of his fingers, a small flame appeared in the palm of his right hand, flickering and casting a warm glow. Wow! The class burst into cheers. Even though it was just a basic spell, Ander was clearly ahead of his peers, and the applause was thunderous. The atmosphere instantly turned lively. Colette beamed with satisfaction. "Very good, Ander. Thank you for your demonstration. You may return to your seat." "Thank you, Miss Colette." Ander smiled and nodded to the class before sitting down. Colette glanced around the room again and asked, "Is there anyone else who already knows magic?" "Teacher, I do." Suddenly, a small hand shot up from the crowd. "Oh, please come to the front," Colette said. A blonde girl with twin ponytails, Fran, walked gracefully to the front of the classroom. She gave a gentle smile and introduced herself. "I'm Fran Banton, daughter of Baron Banton of Mint Town. My father values education, so I've had the privilege of learning magic." "The daughter of Baron Banton, wonder you've already learned magic." "Fran, what kind of magic can you use?" Colette asked warmly. Fran clasped her hands together and replied elegantly, "I have an affinity for wind magic, and I've learned a first-tier wind spell." "Wind magic, huh? That's wonderful. Would you mind showing us?" Colette prompted with an encouraging smile. "It would be my pleasure." Fran curtsied gracefully, her clear eyes shining as she began to chant, "Wind." Instantly, a gust of wind swirled from her palm, stirring up a flurry of dust in the classroom and creating a small whirlwind that swept through the room. Clap, clap, clap. The class erupted into applause, with students voicing their amazement. Fran's magic had a striking visual impact, leaving everyone in awe. "That was excellent, Fran. Thank you for your wonderful demonstration. You may return to your seat," Colette said with an approving smile. "Excuse me." Fran gave another polite bow and turned gracefully to rejoin her classmates. As she passed Xylem, she suddenly shot her a challenging glance, a sly smile curling at her lips as she whispered, "Looks like I won this time." Umph. Xylem was caught off guard, completely confused by Fran's words. What exactly had she won? They hadn't even competed in magic. She could only shake her head in puzzlement and refocus on the lesson. Xylem recalled her conversation with Semilise the day before and decided not to dwell on it. At that moment, Colette, who was leading the group, was asking if anyone knew how to use magic. Although Xylem was not only proficient in magic, but had also mastered many second-tier spells, she chose to remain silent to avoid drawing attention. Is there really no one else who can use magic? Colette's gaze swept over the group, and the students began glancing at one another. Wait, isn't Xylem a noble too? Yeah, Xylem should know magic, right? As more and more eyes turned toward her, even Colette looked at her expectantly. Reluctantly, Xylem raised her right hand. "Miss Colette, I can use magic as well." "Great. Please come to the front," Colette said with a warm smile, beckoning her forward. Xylem made her way through the crowd to the front. "May I have your name?" Colette asked. "Xylem. Xylem Heimlier." "I see, Xylem Heimlier." Colette's smile froze, her voice rising in surprise. Miss Colette, is there something wrong with my name?" No, not at all." "So, Xylem, what kind of magic can you use?" Colette asked, forcing a smile. "I can do things like lighting fires, creating light, and cleaning," Xylem replied, sticking to the story she had prepared. "Oh, you can do quite a lot, lighting fires, creating light, and..." "Wait, what did you just say?" Colette had prepared herself for this moment, even rehearsing different scenarios in advance, hoping to leave a reliable impression as a teacher. Yet, Xylem's answer nearly made her lose her composure twice in a row. "Hold on, Xylem. Did you just mention 3 different types of magic?" Xylem nodded silently. This was exactly what she and Semilise had agreed upon. Rather than hiding it, it was better to be upfront about her multiple affinities. After all, the Heimlier family was known for its diverse magical talents, and with her mother, Lilia, being a dual attribute mage of light and fire, it made perfect sense for Xylem to have these 3 attributes as well. This explanation would also reduce the risk of her full abilities being exposed in the future. The field fell silent. Everyone knew just how rare multi-attribute mages were. Xylem, would you mind giving us a demonstration?" Colette asked carefully. "Of course." Xylem extended her right hand and quickly recited an incantation. "Ignite." Whoosh. A ball of flame sprang up in her palm, drawing gasps and applause from the crowd. Colette stared at the fireball, stunned. The other students might not realize it, but she knew very well. The same spell could look vastly different depending on the caster. For example, when Ander had performed the ignition spell earlier, it was just a small flicker of flame typical for a first-level mage. But the fire in Xylem's hand was a blazing sphere of fireball. Only higher-level mages could produce such results with a basic spell. With that realization, Colette's gaze toward Xylem grew increasingly complex. Next up was illumination. Since Keylight hadn't signaled for her to stop, Xylem continued with her demonstration. She raised her fingertips, and a brilliant white light burst forth so dazzling that even in the bright daylight, it forced the surrounding students to squint against the glare. She really did it. The second spell? Xylem is amazing. Admiring voices rose from the crowd, but to one girl those words felt like sharp needles. She stared at Xylem, her heart churning with anger and embarrassment, her cheeks burning with shame. I've been outdone again. Full-on bit her lip. I just declared victory over her, and now I've been proven wrong so quickly. Her fingers twisted nervously at the hem of her shirt. She must be laughing at me inside, treating me like some kind of joke. How humiliating. I just want to disappear. What stung the most was, why did I lose to her again? How dare Xylem look down on me? I won't let this go. While Full-on battled her emotions, Xylem had already finished demonstrating the third spell. Wow, the third one already. Is that a non-elemental spell? Xylem lowered her hand and turned to the teacher at the podium. Miss Keylight, is that enough? Keylight looked at Xylem for a long moment before her face broke into a sweet smile. Of course. Thank you for your demonstration, Xylem. You can return to your seat now. Xylem bowed gracefully and returned to the crowd. As soon as she reached her spot, her instincts honed by years of training told her someone was staring at her intensely. She glanced back and locked eyes with a pair of reddened, slightly teary eyes. Humph. The moment their eyes met, Full-on huffed and abruptly turned her head away. What's her problem? Xylem frowned in confusion. Did I do something to upset her? She was acting like this earlier too. Unable to figure it out, Xylem simply shook her head and decided not to dwell on it. As long as she's not an enemy, she can act however she wants. Despite turning her head away in apparent annoyance, Full-on kept Xylem in her peripheral vision. When she realized Xylem wasn't looking at her anymore, her anger only grew. What's that supposed to mean? Full-on fumed inwardly. She looked back at me just now. Was that payback for earlier? It must be. Damn it, Xylem, I really won't let this slide. It seems only 3 students have mastered magic so far. Keylight glanced around as no one else raised their hand, her tone sounding regretful at first. But then she beamed brightly. Still, that's more than I expected. Well done, everyone. So is that supposed to be a lot or a little? The students couldn't help but silently complain about their unpredictable new teacher. Of course, Keylight had no idea what her students were thinking. She continued with her lesson. Since 3 of you have already mastered magic, I'm sure everyone here already has some basic knowledge about it. Miss Keylight stood at the front of the classroom, her gaze sweeping over the eager faces before her as she began her first magic lesson. In our world, magic is divided by elemental attributes: wind, fire, water, earth, light, dark, and null. Everyone is born with at least one affinity for these elements. She gestured toward the 2 students who had just demonstrated their abilities. As you saw with Ander and Fran, the spells they cast reveal their respective affinities: fire and wind. She paused, adding, of course, there are people like Xylem who possess multiple affinities, though that's much rarer. As soon as she finished speaking, the whole class turned their attention to Xylem. Now, your first task is to discover your own magical affinity, just like these 3 have. Miss Keylight, a boy's voice suddenly called out from the front row, interrupting her. He raised his hand high. What kind of mage are you, teacher? Could you show us your magic? His question sparked a wave of excitement, and soon the classroom was filled with voices of agreement as every student looked at her expectantly. Keylight flashed a mischievous smile. Well, since you're all so eager, I suppose I'll give you a demonstration. After all, I doubt you'll be able to focus on the lesson until you've seen what I can really do. Really? The student's excitement was palpable. She must be able to use second-tier magic, right? Of course, she's the teacher. Second-tier magic should be no problem. Keylight didn't respond immediately. Instead, she led the entire class out to the training grounds. Once there, she motioned for everyone to move to the edge of the field, which prompted some murmured confusion. Why do we have to stand so far away? The field's huge. Maybe she's worried we'll get hurt by accident. Come on, how much damage can second-tier magic really do? Once everyone was safely at a distance, Keylight stood alone in the center of the field, raising her wand high. All right, everyone watch closely. This is your teacher's magic. She began chanting an incantation at incredible speed, her voice low and steady. Let the flames soar. With a thunderous roar, a massive wall of fire shot up from the ground, blazing so brightly that the sky itself seemed to turn crimson. The sheer power of the display stunned not only the students, but even some of the townsfolk of Mint who were working nearby. Many students stumbled back in shock. Some even fell to the ground in surprise. Amazing. That's not second-tier magic, that's third-tier. Miss Keylight is a crank mage. There aren't many crank mages in all of Mint. After the initial shock, the students burst into cheers, their eyes shining with newfound admiration. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, Xiao Lim stared intently at the roaring flames before her, a glimmer of light seemingly shining in the depths of her eyes. Her gaze was fixed on the spectacular wall of fire. With her keen senses, she had already detected the unique surge of magical energy. The moment Keylight cast her spell, she knew instantly that this was a Tier 3 spell. Scorching Blaze Barrier, Xiao Lim recited silently. One of the most difficult Tier 3 fire spells to master, and also the one with the widest area of effect. The magnificent display of Tier 3 magic stirred a wave of excitement within Xiao Lim, but she quickly calmed herself, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of her lips. Tier 3, huh? Maybe it won't be long before I reach this level myself. Just then, the blazing wall of fire suddenly vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. However, the lingering heat on the ground and the shimmering, distorted air silently reminded everyone that the spectacle they had just witnessed was very real. Wow, Teacher Colite, you're amazing. I never thought our school would ever have a crank magic instructor. Colite had barely finished her demonstration when the students rushed over, surrounding her with eyes full of admiration. Haha, I'm not that amazing really. Colite waved her hand and smiled modestly. Teacher Colite, your magic is so cool. Can you teach me? One student asked excitedly, raising their hand. Colite tilted her head thoughtfully. Well, that depends on whether you can actually learn fire magic. Don't worry, teacher. The moment I saw your spell, I knew fire was my element. I'm definitely suited for fire magic, the student declared, patting their chest with confidence. I think it's best not to jump to conclusions too quickly, Colite gently reminded them, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Teacher Colite, I heard you're from the royal capital. I thought it was just a rumor, but is it true? Another student, named Fu Lan, suddenly asked. Huh. Colite was clearly startled. Fu Lan, where did you hear that? Really? Teacher Colite, are you someone important? The other students were immediately drawn to the topic and began to press her with questions. No, 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 Colite said, waving her hands frantically with a flustered expression. That's not true at all. Seeing that her students were unwilling to drop the subject, Colite took a deep breath and clapped her hands. All right, everyone, let's stop crowding around and get back to class. No matter how much the students persisted, Colite refused to say another word about it. Once everyone was back in place, she regained her professional composure and went straight into her lesson. So, these are the 7 representative first-level spells for each school of magic. Make sure you memorize these incantations, as well as the magic circuits used to cast them. Colette waved her wand toward the blackboard on the field, her gaze focused and intent. The board was covered in intricate diagrams, each one illustrating the basic magic circuits for the 7 elements, with clear yet complex lines. After witnessing Colette's impressive magic demonstration earlier, the students had grown to respect her deeply. Even those who had initially thought she seemed unreliable now saw that as part of her unique charm. The classroom was silent, as everyone diligently took notes from the board. Although you'll only need to master one type of magic in the end, learning the fundamentals of all 7 can only benefit you, Colette said in an encouraging tone. So do your best. By the way, this is your main goal for the year. If you can master just one spell by the end of the school year, you'll pass this year's magic class. She wore a sweet smile, but her words instantly drew groans from the class. What? There's an assessment? Oh no, I'm terrible at tests. Colette, can't you just skip the assessment? Unfazed by the chorus of complaints, Colette wagged her finger and smiled even brighter. No can do. Even if you beg me. It's out of my hands, those are the rules. Ah, really? The students looked even more disheartened. Just then, a hand shot up at the back of the room. Miss Colette, if we only need to master one type of magic, is there a way for us to find out which one we're best suited for? Wouldn't that save a lot of time? Oh yeah, that would make things so much easier. All eyes turned to Colette, waiting for her response. Colette bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before answering. Well, I wish I could tell you that there's a way to detect your magical affinity or even your talent level. Really? There is a way? The students' eyes lit up, and a buzz of excitement filled the room. But Colette's next words were a cold splash of water. Unfortunately, that method just isn't widely available. Why not? If it exists, why can't we use it? The students' excitement quickly turned to disappointment and confusion. Tapping her wand against the blackboard, Colette explained, You see, the magical devices that can test affinity were all excavated from special ancient ruins. They're extremely rare and valuable, usually kept under royal protection in the capital. Unless it's absolutely necessary, they're never taken out. And since the technology behind them is lost ancient magic, we can't reproduce them with what we know today, so there's really no way to make this method available to everyone. A wave of regretful sighs swept through the classroom. Lost ancient magic? Hearing this, Ziam limped into thought. Her eyes lost focus as her mind wandered. Semmelise must know how that technology works after all. She can use that kind of magic herself without any magical devices. But as soon as the thought crossed her mind, Ziam quickly shook her head to dispel it. Even if she knew Semmelise had that knowledge, it wasn't in her nature to ask for help. Besides, it wasn't as if Semmelise didn't already know that most ancient magical techniques had been lost to the world. Of course I know. Standing in the center of the classroom, Heimlier faced a group of eager students, her gaze sweeping across each young face. The attitude of the 6 gods toward this matter is quite intriguing, she began slowly. Among all beings in Taranxiu, the 6 gods probably understand this world better than anyone else. It's not accurate to say they don't care about the fate of the mortal realm. The 6 gods have always watched over the entire world, and the mortal realm is its very foundation. If even the six gods have chosen not to intervene, there must be dangers or reasons we have yet to uncover. Seeing the disappointment on her students' faces, Heimlier quickly shifted the topic. Don't feel discouraged. As I've said before, if you want to go further down the path of magic, it's essential to master the basics of all elemental magic. This is the foundation. The stronger it is, the smoother your future journey will be. The other six types of magic may seem useless now, but all magic is interconnected. Understanding the other branches will deepen your mastery of your chosen specialty. The students nodded thoughtfully, seeming to accept the need to memorize the basics of all 7 types of magic. Heimlier smiled with satisfaction. Good. Since you all understand, why don't we take advantage of the time we have today and try practicing all 7 types of magic? See if you can sense the flow of magical essence. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Those who have already grasped these spells can continue practicing on your own, and they'll be here if you need help. The classroom soon filled with lively voices. Teacher Heimlier, I don't quite understand this magic circuit. Let me see. It works like this. Teacher, are there any rules for pronouncing the syllables in these incantations? Actually, there are no fixed rules. Everyone's constitution is different, so even the same incantation will sound slightly different for each of you. This is something you'll need to figure out through practice. Watching Heimlier move among the students, patiently answering every question, Heimlier was deep in thought. She finally understood the difference between Heimlier and Heimlier. Heimlier stood at the very pinnacle of magic, grasping its essence directly, while a teacher like Heimlier was skilled at transforming profound knowledge into forms students could understand. All knowledge, when traced to its roots, is incredibly deep, but beginners can't comprehend everything at once. That's why it's important to break knowledge into layers, allowing learners to approach the core step by step. Although the magic Heimlier taught might be the most perfect in the world, she wasn't truly a teacher. She lacked the ability to make complex ideas accessible. That's why, when learning from Heimlier, Heimlier often had to rely on her own understanding. And as for how close her understanding came to the true power of magic, she couldn't really say. Heimlier once mentioned that she was exceptionally talented, which sparked a glimmer of hope in Heimlier's heart. Maybe her own magic wasn't all that different from the original. This thought made her realize that the moment in front of her was a rare opportunity to ask Heimlier for advice and to find an objective standard to measure her magic skills. With this in mind, she raised her hand without hesitation. Miss Heimlier, I have a question I'd like to ask. Time flew by, and soon it was the end of the school day. Heimlier stood at the front of the classroom, her gaze sweeping over every student, speaking with a gentle yet professional tone. If you want to truly master a type of magic, the best way is to practice in an environment that matches that magic. After class, I suggest you all look for such places to train. Hearing this advice, Heimlier couldn't help but think to herself, as expected of a professional magic teacher. What seemed like a detail only her mother would remind her of was simply common teaching knowledge for Heimlier. As the bell rang, students began packing up and heading toward the school gate. Just as Heimlier was about to leave, Heimlier's voice called out from behind her. Heimlier, could you wait a moment? Heimlier turned around to see Heimlier standing there, holding her staff. Miss Heimlier, is there something you need? It's nothing too serious, Heimlier replied with a smile. Do you have a moment now? It won't take long. If it won't take too long, that's fine, Heimlier agreed with a nod. Heimlier led Heimlier to the teacher's lounge, where the private setting ensured they wouldn't be interrupted. As soon as they sat down, Heimlier asked, Miss Heimlier, what did you want to talk to me about? A gentle smile appeared on Heimlier's face. Before we get to the main topic, can I ask you a question? It wasn't really appropriate to bring it up in class. A question? Of course, I'm curious what you want to ask. You're so easy to talk to, Heimlier. That makes me very happy, Heimlier said cheerfully. Then her expression grew serious. So, please tell me, how is your relationship with Urobet Harel? Heimlier fixed her intense gaze on Heimlier, a hint of urgency in her expression, as if she was about to reveal an important secret. Ulyabet is my ancestor. Heimlier spoke the words, never expecting to see such an excited reaction from the new teacher. I knew it. Heimlier suddenly jumped up from her seat, slapping her hands on the desk. You really are a descendant of that person. No wonder you have such talent. Heimlier stood frozen, completely bewildered as to why mentioning her ancestor's name would make the teacher so excited. Her father had once told her that their ancestor had accomplished many great deeds 300 years ago, but time had long since erased those stories. In today's Mint town, no one remembered Ulyabet's achievements. Thinking of this, Heimlier couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Even if she wanted to share her ancestor's glory, for the declining Harel family, it would only add to their pain. While Heimlier was lost in these thoughts, Heimlier suddenly asked a question that left her stunned. Heimlier, you've already mastered second-tier magic, haven't you? What? Heimlier's eyes widened in shock. How did you know that, Teacher Heimlier? Heimlier chuckled and explained, it's simple. When you demonstrated first-tier magic, the strength of your output was clearly beyond that level. At the very least, it was second-tier. Xylem's heart sank. She hadn't expected her abilities to be exposed by such a detail. Cautiously, she asked, "Is there a particular reason you're bringing this up, Teacher Keelite?" "There certainly is." Keelite's answer made Xylem even more wary. She started to wonder, did Keelite have some ulterior motive? Was it just because she had mastered second-tier magic? Or did this have something to do with her ancestor? Xylem remembered that Flan had mentioned Keelite came from the capital. Why would a teacher from the capital come to such a remote place? But Keelite's next words were completely unexpected. "To be honest, I never thought I'd find a student who had already mastered second-tier magic among beginners. That's something I thought I wouldn't have to consider until next year. By the way, Xylem, you don't have a wand yet, do you?" "Huh, a wand." Xylem, who had been overthinking, was pulled back to reality by the question. "That's right. Since you've reached the second tier, it's time to start thinking about getting your own wand. Is a wand really necessary at the second tier?" Xylem blinked in confusion, her earlier suspicions gradually fading away. It seemed the teacher was simply concerned about her progress after all. Xylem suddenly realized she might have misunderstood her teacher. "Of course we do," Colette explained, her voice carrying a professional patience. "Starting from second-tier magic, both the time and energy required to cast spells increase dramatically. But in real combat, enemies won't give us that much time to chant, and the higher mana cost is also a problem. That's when a wand becomes essential." She gently ran her fingers over her wand and continued. "Every wand, even the most basic, helps us focus our minds, speeds up spellcasting, and reduces wasted mana when casting. Advanced wands can even boost the power of magic or have other special effects." As she spoke, Colette raised her own wand, which shimmered with a subtle red glow along its length. "Take mine, for example. Since I'm a fire mage, my wand amplifies the power of fire spells. For every mage, a wand is like a part of their life you simply can't do without it. It's like asking if a swordsman without a sword is still a swordsman." Xylem gazed at the wand in Colette's hand, its red light flickering, her eyes filled with a hint of envy. "A wand of my own? That sounds nice," she murmured, but then frowned slightly. "But, Teacher Colette, aren't wands usually used by mages who've mastered second-tier spells, or higher? Wouldn't it be too conspicuous if I got a wand now?" Xylem voiced her concern, though what she really didn't want was to reveal her true abilities in front of too many people. That's a good point." Colette nodded, tapping her chin thoughtfully. "That is a bit of a problem. Most of your classmates haven't even started learning magic yet, and by graduation, it's uncertain how many will even reach the second tier. If they found out someone had already reached a level they might not achieve, even by graduation, it could seriously damage their confidence." Colette frowned, drumming her fingers lightly on the desk as she tried to come up with a solution. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "Oh, I know. Xylem, why not just avoid bringing your wand to school?" "Huh? But if I don't bring my wand, how will I practice?" Xylem asked, puzzled. "Not at all." Colette shook her finger, her tone light and cheerful. "Xylem, I think you might be misunderstanding something. While a wand is crucial, its most important role is in real-use actual spellcasting. School is mainly a place for learning, so not using a wand here is completely fine. In fact, wands are actually not used that often at school." "Really?" Xylem finally understood. "So what you mean is, the wand is a weapon for battle, but school is where we improve our knowledge and skills. The real improvement comes from ourselves, so whether we have a weapon or not doesn't matter." "Well, that's one way to put it." Colette smiled a little awkwardly, feeling that Xylem's description oversimplified a wand's role, but she couldn't think of a better way to explain it for now. "If you want to see it that way, that works too." Xylem nodded. "I understand now, Teacher Colette. So, where should I get a wand?" Colette's expression grew more complicated. "Well, that's where things get tricky." Colette found herself troubled once again. Originally, once you and your classmates had a good grasp of magic and someone managed to advance to the second tier, you'd be eligible to apply for a magic wand. At that time, the Adventurers Guild would provide a batch of basic wands, not free, but the most affordable and accessible option available, and a privilege reserved exclusively for students of the preparatory school. However, now was clearly not the right time. Colette sighed, looked at Zyam, and said, "Zyam, given the current situation, you'll have to check out the magic item shop on your own." Zyam was momentarily surprised, but then let out a sigh of relief. Even though she couldn't get a wand from the school just yet, as long as she could buy one elsewhere, it shouldn't be too difficult. She nodded lightly and asked, "Do they really sell wands at the magic item shop?" "They probably do," Colette replied, sounding a bit uncertain. "But I've only just arrived in this town, so I'm not too familiar with the details. Tell you what, I'll go with you to the shop another day and help you pick one out." "Really?" Zyam's face lit up with delight. "You do that for me, Miss Colette? How can I ever thank you?" Colette burst out laughing, waving her hand dismissively, her smile warm and relaxed. "Oh, Zyam, you take things so seriously. I'm your teacher, helping you is my job. There's no need to thank me, really." Zyam paused, looking down as she suddenly felt she understood the meaning of that title a little better. She thought of semi-listed she count as her teacher too? No, maybe mentor would be a better word. "Oh, but of course." Colette suddenly grinned mischievously. If you really insist on thanking me, I suppose I wouldn't say no. Ziam smiled softly, feeling a gentle warmth in her heart. She looked up, sensing that the distance between herself and Ms. Colette had grown just a bit smaller. Colette suddenly leaned in very close, grabbing both of Zulimo's hands tightly. Caught off guard by this sudden display of intimacy, Zulimo instinctively leaned back, feeling a bit uneasy. Zulimo, Colette's eyes sparkled with excitement. Would you let me visit your family estate to see your ancestral heirlooms? Huh. Zulimo froze, momentarily unable to keep up with the new teacher's unpredictable personality. Oh, sorry. Colette let go with one hand and awkwardly scratched her head. This is a little embarrassing, but I'm actually a huge fan of your ancestor, Lord Alubat. I've read just about every biography on him back in the capital. I even tried to visit his old domain, but it turns out the Hayrel family left there decades ago. Even with imperial resources, I couldn't find a single clue. And now, by sheer coincidence, I end up teaching in this little town and run into the long-lost Hayrel family. This must be fate. Colette's words tumbled out in a rapid stream, leaving Zulimo a bit dizzy. I understand, Miss Colette. I'll invite you over. So, could you please calm down for now? Really? Colette's eyes lit up, and her usual calm, teacherly demeanor vanished completely. How about this weekend? Of course, I'll let my parents know. I'm sure they'll be happy to have you. That's wonderful. Colette was practically bouncing with excitement, completely oblivious to how much she was revealing her fangirl side. After agreeing on a time to visit the magical artifact shop, Zulimo left the school. But as soon as she stepped outside, someone blocked her path. You're too slow. A blonde girl with twin tails stood with her hands on her hips. I can't believe you made me wait this long. Does it really take you that long just to walk out of school? Zulimo Hayrel? Puzzled by the unexpected accusation, Zulimo thought to herself, did we even have any plans to meet? Fran, is there something you need? What's with that attitude? You're acting like you're the one put out here. Friend Bandon puffed out her chest. Listen up, Zulimo. Don't think you've won just because of today. I only lost because I wasn't at my best. But I, Friend Bandon, will never let it in like this. Just wait, he'll be watching you, and he'll definitely beat you next time. So don't forget it. Before Zulimo could even reply, Fran turned and dashed away, leaving her with no chance to respond. Xylem stood frozen, watching the figure stumble away into the distance. She frowned, puzzled. What could possibly motivate someone to wait outside the school gate for so long, just to say a few cryptic words? At the street corner, a man dressed as a butler waited respectfully for Fran. Miss, aren't you taking the car today? He asked. No, I'm not. Fran replied firmly. Starting today and from now on, you don't need to pick me up anymore. What? Why not? The butler noticed she looked a bit disheveled. Wait, miss, did you fall and hurt yourself? Nonsense. I did not fall. Fran snapped, then stormed past the butler, striding forward indignantly. Thud. Oh no, miss, you fell. Are you all right? Fran lay face down on the ground, tears welling in her eyes as she clutched her reddened nose and whimpered. Ugh, how unfair. Even the ground is against me. Stupid ground. Stupid Zayulim, just you wait. Ugh. Meanwhile, in the forest, Semile showed great interest in hearing about Xylem's first day in magic class. Oh, so that's what your teacher is like. Sounds pretty interesting. But Colite was right because you've always been sparring with monsters. I almost forgot to teach you how to control your magic power. Xylem sat beside the monster she had just defeated, recovering her strength. She looked up at Semilis, who was floating above her, and suddenly asked, Hey, Semilis, have you ever heard the name Urobet? Urobet? Who's that? Semilis replied automatically, but then paused, looking thoughtful. Wait, that name sounds a little familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Xylem had thought it was a silly question after all. Semilis only descended to the human world every 500 years, while her ancestor lived 300 years ago. The timelines didn't match up at all. But Semilis' reaction caught her off guard. Xylem, who exactly is this person? Semilis pressed. Xylem, why aren't you saying anything? Oh, just an ancestor from my family, Xylem said, changing the subject. Anyway, do you have any advice about magic wands? I see, Semilis replied, looking a bit troubled. Maybe I'm confusing it with a similar name. Having too many memories can be a hassle. As for magic wands, I'm a fairy born of magic itself, so I don't need tools like that, and I don't know much about them. But for humans, they do seem pretty important. Let me think. That's right. I remember Lavenrame keeps a few glass wands crafted from the world tree's core. Hulem's eyes lit up suddenly, as if she had just recalled something important. The world tree? Semilis frowned, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Sklas, why does it sound like I'd actually have access to something like that? And I was just asking for some advice. Why do you sound like you're about to hand me a wand yourself? A Semilis chuckled awkwardly, scratching her head lightly. That doesn't really seem like something you should be using right now, haha. Her uneasy smile made the atmosphere a little tense for a moment. Hulem looked at her helplessly, secretly worried that Semilis might come up with even more outrageous suggestions. Oh, right. I just remembered, Semilis suddenly said, as if making up her mind. There's one sealed beneath the northern mountains. Well, maybe that's not appropriate. Her voice trailed off, clearly realizing how serious this was. There's one in the White Tower, or maybe we could just borrow one from Tylum Zayuan. She paused, her eyes darting as she considered other options. Wait, maybe the one in Renabi's would work, but that's probably not possible now. No, never mind. I'm not going to trouble you about wands anymore. The more she spoke, the more outlandish her suggestions became, and Hulam's anxiety grew. He was genuinely afraid she might actually try to borrow a wand that couldn't be used in public. He quickly interrupted her. A regular wand is fine for me right now. I don't need anything that powerful, and honestly, I couldn't even use it. Besides, I've already made arrangements with teacher Keylite. Semilis, you really don't have to worry about this. Are you sure you don't want me to find you a wand? Semilis looked a bit disappointed, regret written all over her face. I could get you a really amazing one, you know? And that's exactly the problem, Hulam said, frowning. If even you, the strongest fairy king beneath the gods, call it amazing, how could I possibly use it in public? That'd get me killed. Seriously, there's no need. Ah, what a shame. Semilis looked genuinely regretful, as if she really wanted to help. Her attitude made Hulam break out in a cold sweat. Hulam took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves, and quickly changed the subject. Ahem, so, Semilis, it's getting late. Why don't we start practicing magic control techniques? Oh, right, of course. Semilis snapped out of her thoughts, then continued. Anyway, the key to magic control is mental focus. You need to imagine your magic as a great river and use your willpower to build dams along it, controlling the flow. Her voice grew more relaxed as she spoke, and the atmosphere shifted to a lighter, more instructional mood. The Himmler calendar has 360 days in a year, divided into 12 months. Each month is broken down into several weeks, with 7 days per week, each named after one of 6 deities. Origin Day for Treya, the Earth Mother of Creation Monday. Order Day for Teta, the god of order Tuesday. Renewal Day for Harem, the goddess of life Wednesday. Harvest Day for Meshiaster, the god of the hunt Thursday. Baptism Day for Sato, the god of war Friday. And Enlightenment Day for Wysoth, the god of wisdom Saturday. The 7th day is the day of rest, when all the gods are said to take a break. Today was Enlightenment Day, and the preparatory school in Mint Town was closed. While some places only observe the day of rest, many combine Enlightenment Day and the day of rest into a 2-day weekend, as the preparatory school does. Xylem arrived early at the meeting spot, the only magic item shop in town, Longtail Grass Magic Item Shop. It was located on the northwest edge of Mint, while the Hayrel family lived on the southeast edge, meaning she had to cross the entire town to get there. By comparison, the daily walk to the preparatory school in the town center was only half as far. Xylem, you're here early. There's still plenty of time before we agreed to meet, Colette greeted her. Colette had changed into casual clothes for shopping, but she still carried her wand. Good morning, Miss Colette. My house is far away, so I left early. Thank you for helping me today, Xylem replied politely. All right, let's not waste any time. Let's head inside, Colette said, pushing open the shop door. A bell chimed softly as they entered. Welcome. Is there anything I can help you with? A young saleswoman greeted them with a warm smile. Xylem glanced around. The shop was spacious, bright, and neatly organized, a sharp contrast to that stingy old man's cluttered store. No wonder the other place didn't get much business. We're looking to buy a magic wand, Colette told the clerk. Please follow me, the saleswoman said, leading them to the back of the shop. Even before they reached the display, Xylem could sense a variety of magical energies in the air. On the wall behind a glass counter, a wide assortment of wands was neatly arranged. Oh, not bad. The wands here are really good quality, Colette exclaimed. She had been worried that it might be hard to find a decent wand in such a small town, but it seemed she had nothing to worry about. The shopkeeper gave a gentle smile and began to recount the store's history. This shop was established during the early days of the mint mining operation. Back then, a large number of adventurers gathered here to protect the mines, which created a huge demand for wands. That's why the quality and selection of our wands far surpassed those found in shops in other towns. He gestured toward the wall lined with various wands and continued. Although the mines have been depleted in recent years and demand isn't what it used to be, we still maintain a considerable stock of wands. I can't guarantee we'll have the perfect wand for every customer, but we can always find something that suits you best. Oh, you sound quite confident, Keylite said, her eyes lighting up. In that case, could you show us some wands suitable for 2nd or 3rd tier mages? Of course, the shop assistant replied with a nod. What kind of wand are you looking for? Keylite turned to Xiao Lim beside her. Xiao Lim, what kind of wand would you like? Xiao Lim thought for a moment and answered honestly, I'm not really sure what kind of wand I need. Do you have any recommendations, Teacher Keylite? Let me think, Keylite said, recalling Xiao Lim's magical attributes. You currently have fire, light, and non-elemental affinities. I'd suggest you choose a fire element wand. This recommendation wasn't made lightly. In the 7-element system of Heimlier, non-elemental magic is usually reserved for warriors, who wield swords and other physical weapons rather than wands. Light and dark elements are both rare and have their own unique traits. Light mages can use healing magic after reaching the third tier and are often recruited as clergy by the Church of 7 Days, using specially crafted holy staffs. Dark mages tend to operate in secret, typically favoring small, easily concealed wands. A fire element wand? Xiao Lim turned to the shop assistant. Could you show me one, please? Of course, just a moment. The assistant smiled and walked behind the counter, quickly returning with a wand topped with a red crystal. Here you go. The shop assistant handed the wand to Xiam. She accepted it with both hands, feeling the warmth spreading through her palms. The wand felt a bit heavy, and its length seemed a little too much for her current height, but Xiam thought in another couple of years, it would fit her perfectly. Can I try it? Xiam looked up and asked the shop assistant. Of course, the assistant replied with a smile. There's a courtyard behind the shop that's perfect for testing. Please follow me. The shop assistant led Xiam and Kolite through the store and out to the backyard. Xiam looked around to make sure there was enough space, then gripped the wand tightly and glanced at Kolite for guidance. Kolite said gently, just use magic as you normally would. Imagine the spell shooting out from the tip of the wand. Got it, Teacher Kolite. Xiam nodded earnestly and focused on the wand in her hands. She quickly debated whether to try a second-level spell, but decided it was safer to start with a first-level one and save the more advanced magic for later. As soon as she began reciting the incantation, Xiam immediately noticed a difference. Her mind felt clearer than ever, her concentration sharpened, and her thoughts moved much faster. Ignite. With the spell completed, a burst of flames sprang from the tip of the wand, igniting noticeably faster than usual, at least a third quicker by her estimate. As Xiam observed the result, she noticed two clear changes. First, her mana consumption was even lower than before, though first-level spells already required little energy from her. And second, the spell's power had increased significantly. The flame was now a true fireball, far stronger than the flicker she used to produce. Amazed by these results, Xiam couldn't help but marvel at how impressive the wand's effects were. Hulam was deeply shocked, and finally understood why every mage relied so much on their wand. The existence of a wand was like the difference between two worlds. Shaving one could double a mage's power, while without it, they were operating on an entirely different level. Even though the wand before her was designed for lower-level mages, the difference it made was immense. Hulam couldn't help but wonder, if this was the effect of a basic wand, what could a high-tier, or even glass wand do? Could it completely change a person's abilities, or even transform their body? She let out a gentle breath, dispersing the fireball in front of her, and prepared to try another spell. How does it feel, using this wand? Heelite asked eagerly. It's powerful, much more than I expected, Hulam admitted, her voice filled with awe. That's great to hear. Heelite smiled with satisfaction. Next, I'm going to try a different spell. Go ahead, Hulam replied, nodding as she refocused and began casting her next spell. After a while, Hulam stared down at the wand in her hand, a puzzled look crossing her face. What's wrong, Hulam? Is there something wrong with the wand? Keelite couldn't help but ask when she noticed Hulam's expression. Well, Teacher Keelite, it's hard to describe. Fire spells work perfectly with this wand, but when I try to cast light spells, there's a kind of resistance. The results are a little better than casting without a wand, but nowhere near as strong as the fire spells, Hulam explained, frowning slightly as she tried to work it out. Really? That's odd, Keelite said, surprised. At that moment, the shop assistant spoke up. Miss, that sense of resistance you're feeling is likely due to the wand's properties. Both of them turned to the shop assistant, and Hulam asked in confusion, what do you mean by that? The assistant smiled and explained, this wand is specifically designed for fire mages. It brings out the best results when used with fire magic. But because it's so attuned to fire, it's less compatible with other elements, which can cause some discomfort when casting non-fire spells. I see. Thank you for clearing that up. Hulam nodded in understanding. Although she felt a bit disappointed, she had always considered herself a versatile mage, couldn't let a single wand limit her growth. Could I exchange this for another wand? She asked, looking at the assistant. Of course, just a moment, the assistant replied, taking the wand and heading into the back of the shop. She soon returned with another wand, this one strikingly unique. It was entirely silver, with a curved tip that resembled a strange spear. It looked more like an odd, slender weapon than a traditional wand. Keelite's eyes widened slightly in surprise when she saw it. Excuse me, about this wand, Keelite began, hesitating. The assistant smiled. I heard that this young lady is a rare tri-element mage. We don't have a wand specifically for light magic, but we do have one suited for both fire and non-elemental magic. Hulam took the wand and was immediately struck by how heavy it was, much heavier than any shed used before. She couldn't help but ask, is this wand made of some kind of metal? Yes, it's crafted from a special metal to boost both fire and non-elemental magic, the assistant explained. It's designed especially for mages who use both attributes. A wand for non-elemental magic, Hulam repeated quietly. That's certainly an intriguing concept. She gripped the wand tightly, a sense of anticipation rising within her as she wondered if this new wand might be the perfect fit for her multi-elemental magic. The shop assistant seemed to understand their confusion. She leaned forward slightly and explained patiently. Here's the thing, this wand was crafted with a large amount of mithril. Mithril isn't just great for making magical items. It's also a common material for warriors' gear. Its exceptional ability to conduct magical energy works just as well for non-elemental magic. So, when you use this wand, you can cast fire magic for ranged attacks, and you can also wield it like a spear for close combat. So it really is like a spear, not just shaped like one. After hearing the explanation, Xylem decided to try it herself. With her mastery of Heimlier's swordsmanship and her affinity for non-elemental magic, she realized she was almost like a warrior herself. If she could combine ranged and melee attacks, it might lead to some interesting results. Clean, Xylem whispered. The wand immediately glowed with a soft white light. Just as the shop assistant had said, when she cast a basic non-elemental spell, the magic flowed through effortlessly. Ignite, she continued. Instantly, a small flame appeared at the tip of the wand, smaller than with her previous wand, since this one wasn't specifically enhanced for fire magic. Xylem didn't stop there. She tried a few more spells. Soon, a bright light shone from the tip of the wand, then faded. She stared at the wand in her hand, lost in thought for a moment. Then, she raised it and swung it a few times using a Heimlier's swordsmanship stance, before finally lowering it. This won't work, Xylem shook her head. This wand is too heavy for me right now. And as someone who focuses on sword techniques, a spear-like wand just isn't suitable. Also, while the resistance isn't as bad as my last wand, wands with strong elemental properties tend to interfere when I use other types of magic. These little flaws might not matter in everyday situations, but in a critical moment, they could have serious consequences. She handed the wand back to the shop assistant. Could I try another one, please? Is this one too heavy? The shop assistant noticed how Xylem had struggled to swing it and nodded right away. Of course, I'll get you a different one. Xylem thought for a moment, then added, excuse me, do you have any wands that don't interfere with any type of elemental magic? I don't want my wand to affect my practice with any particular element. The shop assistant, who was about to leave with the wand, paused. I see. I'll look for one like that for you, but I can't promise I'll find it. That's fine. Thank you anyway, Xylem replied with a smile. If you don't mind waiting, I'll be back in a moment, the shop assistant said, disappearing into the back of the shop with the wand. After she left, Heimlier spoke up. It's true, finding a wand that works well with 3 different types of magic is really tough. Sorry, Xylem. Since our teacher only uses one element, I didn't realize a single element wand could cause problems for the others. There's no need to apologize, Miss Heimlier. Xylem quickly waved her hands, her eyes sincere. In fact, I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't reminded me, it would never have occurred to me to buy a wand, let alone come here with you. Honestly, I know nothing about wands. Even if I walked into the shop, I wouldn't know where to start. Heimlier shook her head, her golden hair glinting softly in the sunlight. You're being too modest, Xylem. I feel like I haven't helped at all, she sighed. Earlier I was boasting about helping you pick out a wand, but now I just feel embarrassed as a teacher. No, not at all. Xylem protested immediately, her voice rising with urgency. Miss Heimlier, you're a wonderful teacher, I promise. Is that so? Heimlier couldn't hide her surprise. Am I really a good teacher? She touched her cheek, a little bashful despite her experience. Sorry to keep you waiting, the shop assistant returned from the back, interrupting their conversation. In her hands was a wand that looked like an ordinary piece of wood, with no fancy decorations at all. Well, I didn't expect to actually find a wand like this, the assistant explained as she approached. It's probably been forgotten at the bottom of the counter because no one ever wanted it. Heimlier was the first to lean in for a closer look, frowning slightly. Excuse me, what kind of wand is this? I don't think I've seen this material before. The assistant smiled. This wand is made from the trunk of a mist swamp tree ant. They're quite rare, so magical items made from them aren't common. She ran her fingers gently along the wand's surface and continued. Mist swamp tree ants have a unique trait. They're equally resistant to all types of magic. That means a wand made from their wood won't reject any kind of magic, regardless of its attribute. After hearing the explanation, Heimlier's eyes lit up as if she'd discovered a priceless treasure. Oh really? There's actually a wand like this? She exclaimed excitedly. I've only ever heard of mist swamp tree ants. I never thought I'd see something actually made from one. Turning eagerly to her student, she urged, come on, Xylem, give it a try. Xylem took the wooden wand, surprised by how light it felt in her hand. She studied the magical tool that might soon become her companion. Its entire body was a pale brown, straight and smooth, except for the top, which curved into an elegant semicircle, as if it was waiting for something to be set into it. As for this unique design, the shop assistant explained at just the right moment. The maker originally intended to set a magic crystal at the tip, but after several trials, they found that any crystal would disrupt the wand's internal balance. In the end, leaving it as it is turned out to be the best solution. Balance of attributes, Xylem murmured, raising the wand to test it for herself. She began casting spells of different elements. After a while, Xylem set the wand down, clearly satisfied. No matter if she used fire, light, or non-elemental magic, the wand's response remained remarkably consistent. She couldn't test every element in this small space, but this was already enough to prove its capabilities. How does it feel, Xylem? Colette asked, curious. It's a good fit, Xylem nodded. The casting speed and mana efficiency are both improved, though the boost in spell power isn't as strong as the last two wands I tried. That's because we couldn't add a power-enhancing crystal, the assistant explained. While the wand adapts to all elements, it loses the ability to strongly amplify a single attribute. If you'd like, you can still try wands specialized for a particular element. Xylem hesitated, caught between versatility and specialization. Just then, Colette spoke up. Choosing a wand is important. The strongest one isn't always the best for you. If you can't decide, trust your instincts. The wand that feels right will always meet your expectations. Meet my expectations. Xylem looked at the simple wand in her hand, a sense of clarity washing over her. She had always planned to walk a path of versatility. Why focus on a single strength? After all, being adaptable was a unique strength in itself. I've made my decision, Colette. I'll take this wand. Thank you for visiting. Please come again. As they left the magic shop, Xylem cradled the wand carefully in her arms. She had spent a lot of time today, but what she gained was more than knowledge. It was a partner she could trust. Haha, Xylem, you look like you can't bear to let it go, Colette teased. Xylem glanced silently at Colette, her eyes lingering on the wand Colette always kept by her side. With a gentle smile, Miss Keylite shook her head. I'm not blaming you at all, but from the look on your face, I bet you can't wait to try out your new wand. Can you? But Miss Keylite, didn't you say you were coming over for a home visit today? Xiao Lim asked in surprise, tilting her head. Don't make it sound so formal, Im, just dropping by for a chat, Keylite replied, waving her hand dismissively. I can visit anytime. What matters more is that you get comfortable with your new wand as soon as possible. Xiao Lim thought for a moment. Then, how about tomorrow? I'm fine with that, but will one day be enough? It's plenty. Xiao Lim nodded firmly. If someone helps me, they'll be familiar with the wand by the end of today. Then it's settled. See you tomorrow? See you tomorrow, Miss Keylite. Deep in the forest, Semilise held Xiao Lim's new wand, wearing a strange expression as she spoke in an exaggerated tone. So this is your wand, huh? Just say what you mean, Xiao Lim said, looking her straight in the eye. All right, but isn't this stick a bit too flimsy? Is this really a wand? Who would use a random branch as a wand? Xiao Lim's expression darkened. That's enough, Semilise. I knew you wouldn't have anything nice to say. What you just said hurt me twice over. Twice? Why twice? No reason. Xiao Lim snapped, snatching the wand back from Semilise. Stingy. Semilise pouted, grumbling as she stared at her now empty hands. Xiao Lim carefully checked the wand for any damage, explaining as she did. A wood wand is not just some useless stick. It's made from the trunk of a mist swamp dryad. It might not be the strongest, but for now, it's the best all-purpose wand for me. That makes sense, Semilise said, suddenly understanding. Even if you got a powerful wand, you wouldn't be able to use it right now. But how much does this wood wand actually boost your magic? I tried it in the shop, Xiao Lim replied. It increases my magic power by about 10%. It's not much, but since it works for all elements, it's pretty good. The casting speed and mana efficiency are about the same as other wands. Today, I want to test it out more thoroughly. Go ahead, knock yourself out. With permission, Xiao Lim immediately began practicing. She focused, channeling her magic into the wand and quickly chanting her spells. Water arrow, rock shot. With her wand in hand, Xylem cast a series of spells. As time passed, her magical energy waned, leaving scattered traces of magic on the ground. She sat cross-legged, recovering her strength while mentally reviewing the results of her tests. After intensive practice, she had gained a clear understanding of the wand's capabilities. Although it was hard to measure her focus precisely, her casting speed had increased by about 25, and her mana consumption had dropped by roughly 20. While these improvements weren't obvious with a single spell, they would make a significant difference during prolonged casting. Moreover, she was now familiar with how the wand amplified different types of magic, and any awkwardness in handling it had faded. With a few more days of practice, she was confident she would be fully comfortable with her new wand. Noticing that Xylem had stopped and seemed to have recovered most of her energy, Semilise spoke up. Looks like you're getting the hang of it. Xylem stood and nodded. More or less. By the way, Semilise, what kind of monster are we up against today? Now that her training was done and her energy restored, it was time for some real combat practice. Well, Semilise replied with a mysterious smile. Today's opponent isn't a monster. Not a monster? That's right. What a coincidence. You've just gotten a wand that works with all elements, and today's opponent happens to have resistance to all elements. Element resistance? So what exactly are we fighting? Click, click, click. Before Xylem could finish, a mechanical sound echoed from the jungle behind her. She turned to see a gray humanoid figure made of stone approaching. Embedded in its head was a glowing orb, which spun continuously until it detected Xylem and locked onto her. Beep beep beep. Intruder detected. Initiating elimination. A mechanical voice announced from within the construct. I see. This really isn't a monster, Xylem realized. It's a golem. Golem is a being often found in underground ruins. According to legend, it was created by a powerful magical empire in ancient times as a form of magical construct, though many believe it's not truly a magical life form, but rather a highly complex product of magical engineering. Whatever the case, one thing is certain: golems are incredibly troublesome. Scholars have classified them into two categories: general purpose and military. The general purpose type can handle a variety of tasks, including guarding, carrying, and construction, with the lowest being ranked at level strength. The military type, as the name suggests, is stronger, with even the weakest starting at level. Naturally, Xylem stood no chance against a military-grade golem, so the one before her now was a level general-purpose stone golem, a towering humanoid figure pieced together from rough rocks, each step sending a small tremor through the ground. That said, even the weakest golem is far beyond what an ordinary level monster could compare to. In dungeon ruins, golems are among the opponent's adventurers least want to encounter. Fireball. Xylem gathered a ball of blazing orange-red energy at her fingertips. As her incantation finished, the fireball shot forward, crashing into the golem's body. But when the flames faded, all that remained were a few scorched marks on the stone surface. The attack had no other effect. The golem continued its relentless advance towards Xylem, its heavy footsteps crushing loose rocks underfoot. Featherweight. Xylem quickly cast another spell, enveloping herself in a brief layer of pale green light. Enhance. With another incantation, a flash of blue light ran down her limbs. Using wind magic to lighten herself and enhancement magic to boost her speed, Xylem leapt nimbly, quickly widening the distance between herself and the golem. Fortunately, although the golem was tough as stone, its massive size made it slow and lumbering, each step seeming to drag its own weight. And since they were in the open rather than the cramped confines of a dungeon, Xylem could easily keep herself at a safe distance. Of course, this was also because the level golem before her had no ranged attacks, making it little more than a tough, moving target. Xylem had some breathing room. Her long hair streamed behind her as she ran, eyes constantly scanning the surroundings for any potential advantage. Fireball isn't working, she muttered, already gathering new magical energy between her fingers. Then water arrow. A brilliant blue arrow of water formed at her fingertips and shot out at high speed, aiming for the golem's head. The golem emitted a series of mechanical beeps, its thick stone arms crossing in front of its body to block the attack. Water sprayed everywhere, but the stone giant remained unscathed. Wind blade. Xylem called out, unwilling to give up. A blade of green wind, sharp as an invisible sword, whistled through the air and struck the golem, leaving only a shallow scratch on its hard surface before dissipating. That didn't work either. Xylem kept her distance, circling as she tried to come up with a plan. She quickly ran through her magical arsenal in her mind. Her light and dark spells had no offensive power, so they were useless. Her non-elemental spells were for close combat, but fighting a golem heathen was out of the question. Crash. A thick tree was snapped in half by the golem, with splinters flying everywhere. The golem seemed oblivious to the fact it could never catch Xylem, pursuing her in a straight line with relentless determination, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Xylem glanced around. Several other trees had also been toppled, leaving a clear path of devastation. Her breathing grew heavy, sweat beading on her forehead. This isn't working, I can't just keep running, she thought. Golems don't get tired. If this keeps up, it'll wear out before it does. With that realization, Xylem stopped, turning to face the slow but unstoppable stone giant steadily advancing on her. A flash. A dazzling beam of light sliced through the air, striking the metallic sphere on top of Grime's head with pinpoint accuracy. Blinded by the sudden glare, Grime instantly lost sight of its target and froze, the sphere spinning rapidly in an attempt to relocate its opponent. But in that brief moment, Xylem had already slipped silently behind a large tree, vanishing completely from Grime's field of view. Taking advantage of Grime's distraction, Xylem quickly cast a spell, causing the ground to collapse violently beneath her enemy. Grime remained motionless, unable to react, and plunged straight into the widening pit. Only when the hole grew deeper than Grime was tall did Xylem emerge from her hiding spot, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Spotting the now immobilized mechanical foe, she raised a finger and said icily, "Intruder detected." Commencing elimination. The sphere atop Grime's head tried to lock onto Xylem again, but every attempt to adjust its position resulted in it colliding with the pit wall, unable to escape, trapped, as if inside an inescapable cage. A faint smile played at the corner of Xylem's lips. She thought to herself, looks like this trick really works against mindless opponents like this. Watching Grime repeatedly slam into the pit walls, Xylem raised her wooden staff, determination flashing in her eyes. Fireball, she called out softly. A ball of flame shot toward Grime. Without pause, she followed up with a barrage of spells, rock bullets, wind blades, water arrows, magic raining down like a relentless storm. Though each strike seemed insignificant against Grimes' impressive magical and physical resistance, Xiamlim refused to let up. Over time, Grimes' movements grew more sluggish. The relentless magic finally took its toll on its metal shell. At last, a rock bullet struck the sphere on its head with a resounding blow. Grimes' systems collapsed entirely, all functions ceasing as it lay paralyzed at the bottom of the pit. Once she was sure the enemy was no longer active, Xiamlim let out a sigh of relief. Although Grime hadn't posed a huge threat, defeating it had been more challenging than anything she had faced before. Its defenses surpassed even most class monsters. I can't believe I took it down so smoothly. This staff really made a difference, she murmured, feeling a surge of pride at her victory. But just as she was letting her guard down, a familiar voice sounded behind her. Hey, Xiamlim. Didn't expect you to finish it off so quickly. She turned to see Semilise, momentarily stunned. Where were you? I didn't notice you at all during the fight. Semilise grinned playfully. That's just like you, Xiamlim. You handled Grime so easily, I bet the second wave of enemies won't be a problem for you either. Xiamlim felt a flicker of unease. Easy. If only. Looks like more trouble is on the way. Even as the thought crossed her mind, a series of sharp clack, clack, clack sounds echoed around her. New Grimes emerged from every direction, closing in fast. Hey, Semilise. Xiamlim called out, but there was no answer. Glancing back, she realized Semilise had already vanished without a trace. Intruder detected. Commencing elimination. The new Grimes issued their cold, mechanical command in unison, raising their massive, stone-like arms as they charged at Xiamlim. Guess this isn't the time to complain about Semilise, Xiamlim muttered, exhaling slowly as her eyes sharpened. Let's do this. She readied herself for the next battle. Her magical energy surged, filling the air with an intense pressure. The force of her power seemed to tighten the very space around her. Half an hour later, Xiamlim finally caught her breath amid the wreckage. She sat on the ground, exhausted and drenched in sweat. Just then, Semilise reappeared at her side, crouched down, and poked her cheek with a finger. Well, Xiamlim, still alive, huh? Xiamlim looked up at her, a wry smile on her lips. Of course, still alive. Exhausted, Xiao Lim collapsed onto the ground, desperately wanting to stop her opponent, but she simply didn't have any strength left. The life and death battle from half an hour ago still replayed vividly in her mind. It was the first time she had ever felt the presence of death so clearly. Back then, 5 massive Grimes had suddenly appeared, forming a perfect circle around her and trapping her in the center. Their huge bodies, forged from stone, blocked every possible escape route, leaving her with no chance to run. Fortunately, before the fight broke out, Xiao Lim had already cast several ongoing spells like Enhancement and Lightness. As long as she didn't cut off the flow of magic, these effects would continue. The Grimes' rock-hard arms kept whistling past her ears, and every narrow dodge made her heart skip a beat. She knew all too well that if even one of those attacks landed, her body would be crushed like paper. If she was unlucky, she might be flattened instantly. Not even Semilus' healing abilities could save her from death on the spot. Just as she was on the verge of despair, the swordsmanship she had spent years mastering, the Herald style, suddenly awakened within her. She realized she wasn't just a mage, she was a true swordswoman. Her fighter's instincts not only helped her avoid the relentless attacks, but also revealed the Grimes' fatal weakness. They had no sense of teamwork and frequently injured each other by mistake. Seizing on this crucial discovery, Xiao Lim launched a daring counterattack. After dodging another powerful blow, instead of retreating, she boldly leaped onto the shoulder of the Grime that had just attacked her. Sensing another strike coming from behind, she sprang away at the last second. Her risky tactic paid off immediately. The heavy blow meant for Xiao Lim landed squarely on another Grime, sending it crashing to the ground, its arm covered in deep, jagged cracks. Yet these mindless constructs didn't even notice the problem. The attacking Grime didn't spare its fallen companion a glance and continued relentlessly after Xiao Lim. The one that had been knocked down didn't seem to feel any pain either. It just tried to climb back up, its eyes still locked on its target. Just like a shadow, Xiaolimu weaved her way through the Grimes. She didn't launch any direct attacks, but the stone creature's injuries visibly piled up with every passing moment. Her agile figure darted among them, cleverly provoking them to turn on each other. When the first Grim was finally taken down by its companion, the rest quickly followed within 10 minutes, collapsing like a row of dominoes. In the end, only one Grim remained on the battlefield, its body covered in cracks. Its movements had become slow and awkward, each joint grinding with a harsh, grating sound, but it still moved determinedly towards Xiaolimu. Seeing her last opponent, Xiaolimu was forced to use up what little magic she had left to end the fight herself. As the dust settled and only piles of shattered Grim remains littered the ground, Xiaolimu collapsed from exhaustion. The rush of adrenaline had masked her fatigue during the battle, but now that it was over, the aftereffects hit her all at once. The prolonged, intense fight left her muscles aching, so much so that she couldn't even lift a finger. Oh my, don't even have the strength to speak? Semilise hovered in the air, deliberately ignoring Zayulamu's pleading look and continued to tease her. All right, I guess it's time to help you up. Let's get you back to normal. Semilise finally cast her spell, and a gentle green light, like spring rain, washed over Zayulamu. Instantly, the exhaustion and pain vanished, replaced by a surge of energy. With a swift motion, Zayulamu flipped up from the ground. She stretched, feeling not only fully recovered but even stronger than before the fight began. She shot Semilise a sideways glance, thinking to herself, well, at least she's reliable in this regard makes her a little less annoying. So how do you feel? Good as new, right? Semilise grinned, clearly pleased with her handiwork. Seeing that smug smile, Zayulamu felt her irritation flare up again. Say, Semilise, Zayulamu suddenly began. Oh, what is it, Zayulamu? If you're trying to thank me, don't be shy, I'll accept your gratitude graciously, Semilise said, still full of herself. Actually, you're pretty unpopular in Taramshian, aren't you? Zayulamu asked bluntly. Huh, how did you wait, no? That's not true. Semilise panicked. Where did you hear that? It's just a rumor. Don't believe it. Her wings fluttered behind her, beating the air in a frantic blur. Zayulamu narrowed her eyes. So it's true, then. It's not. I said it's a rumor. Semilise protested desperately. Too, am the great fairy king. The greatest being next to the gods. Everyone in Taramshian respects me too much to be rude. That's all. It's not because I don't have any friends. Absolutely not. She stared at Zayulamu with fierce determination, her wings whipping up a small whirlwind. Zayulamu opened her mouth, then closed it again, finally mimicking Semilise monotone. Ahokai, I see. I totally get it now. Really? Do you really understand? Semilise leaned forward, clearly unconvinced. Yep, really. I totally do. Zayulamu continued in the same exaggerated tone. It's definitely not because your personality is difficult that you don't have friends in Taramshian, or that people dislike you. It's just that everyone respects you, so you seem alone. I get it. The books say the strong always walk alone, so you don't mind at all, right? Yes, that's right. Semilise's voice grew quieter, but she quickly pulled herself together. Exactly, that's how it is. What can I say? I'm just that strong. Ahaha. Semilise's expression grew unusually complicated. Her lips trembled, as if she wanted to say something but swallowed the words, eventually conceding to Ziam's point. Her face was a mix of embarrassment at being seen through, sadness at having her pain exposed, and stubbornness in not wanting to admit defeat. The eyes that usually sparkled with confidence now revealed a loneliness she couldn't hide. Seeing Semilise like this, Ziam was suddenly overcome with guilt. She knew well enough that, given Semilise's personality, it was only natural she didn't have any friends. Yet, in a moment of anger, she had gone and prodded at an old wound. No matter how effective it was, that was going too far. Anyway, Ziam quickly changed the subject. Why did you suddenly ramp up the training? Huh? Oh, that. Semilise perked up a little. I just felt you've gotten pretty good at handling ordinary monsters, so it's time to start training against some special opponents. So you picked the Grem? Exactly. Even though Grems are artificial, they're surprisingly tough. I think you just experienced that for yourself, didn't you? I definitely did. Ziam's tone suddenly turned serious. Semilise, did it ever cross your mind that I might fail? Fail? Semilise tilted her head, genuinely puzzled. But you didn't. You succeeded, didn't you? Ziam stared at her in silence. So you really never considered the possibility that I might lose? I almost died. There were several moments when I thought it was all over. Silence hung between them. After a while, Ziam looked up at the sky. It's gotten late. Yeah. Semilise glanced upward too. Ziam, we should head back. Right. See you tomorrow, Semilise. Ziam waved goodbye. See you tomorrow. Semilise watched Ziam disappear into the depths of the forest before lowering her hand and murmuring to herself. She really is growing up fast. There was another reason Semilise hadn't told Ziam about increasing the training intensity. In her mind, Ziam's stats appeared. Ziam Hayrel. Race, human female. Age, 9. Vitality, D. Mana, Sinu. Magic aptitude. All systems S rank. Blessed by the Fairy King in all 7 elements. Sigh. Semilise glanced at the remains of the Grem on the ground. I was hoping she'd get more experience with monsters. But with how quickly she's improving, anything below crank probably isn't worth her time anymore. In front of the grand gates of the Hayrel family estate, Rezelian, Lilia, and Hulam stood ready to warmly welcome their guest for the décolleté. Although she wasn't a visiting noble, Rezelian still made a point to dress appropriately, rather than wearing his usual fencing attire, in accordance with noble etiquette. Miss Colette, welcome. Rezelian greeted her with a smile. Hello, Miss Colette, Lilia added politely. Mr. Rezelian, Lady Lilia, you're being far too formal. This is just an ordinary visit. There's really no need to go to such lengths, Colette replied, a little embarrassed by their enthusiastic reception. We insist. As my daughter's teacher, you deserve the utmost respect when visiting our home, Rezelian said kindly. That's right, Miss Colette. Please, do come in, Lilia chimed in. Seeing their insistence, Colette could only smile helplessly. In that case, I'll accept your hospitality. She bowed slightly in return. A flicker of surprise crossed Resilien's eyes. From her manner, it was clear Colette didn't come from a noble background, yet she was so well-versed in their etiquette. Clearly, her origins were not so simple. Before long, Resilien and Lilia ushered Colette into the spacious drawing room, which had already been carefully prepared by Laurence. "Sir, madam, the tea and refreshments are ready," Jessica announced as she wheeled in a cart laden with treats. "Please, help yourself," she said, arranging the tea and pastries in front of Colette with a smile. "Thank you," Colette replied, giving a small smile as she raised her cup and took a sip. "This is wonderful tea." Resilien chuckled at her reaction. "It's just some simple tea, but we're glad you like it, Miss Colette." The conversation soon turned to the reason for Colette's visit. "So, if I may ask, is your visit today to learn more about our ancestor?" Resilien inquired. "Yes, that's right," Coelia chimed in. "Father, Miss Colette is a fan of Lord Olubet. She really wants to see our family heirlooms." "Ah, Jessica, could I have a bit more sugar? This tea is a bit bitter," Hulam whispered as she sipped her tea. Jessica looked a little surprised. But adding sugar to tea is a bit." "I see," Resilien said, stroking his chin with a smile. "So that's your main reason for coming, Miss Colette?" Colette laughed, a little apologetically. "Yes, that's about right. Besides wanting to see Lord Olubet's relics, I was hoping to learn more about him from you, Mr. Resilien. To be honest, most of what I know about Lord Olubet comes from biographies," she admitted, sounding slightly embarrassed. "Of course, if the family treasures aren't for public viewing, I completely understand. Don't worry about it," Hulam said easily, nibbling on a pastry. "Those things aren't particularly secret, lots of people have seen them." Lilia quickly scolded her. "Hulam, don't talk with your mouth full." "Sorry, Miss Colette," Hulam mumbled, swallowing the last of her snack and falling silent. After a moment's thought, Resilien said, "As for Lord Olubet, he was truly a remarkable figure. Many legends and relics have been passed down about him. I'd be more than happy to share what I know. Miss Colette, as you said, the heirlooms from our ancestors may not be particularly valuable, but you're more than welcome to take a look," Resilien said with a smile. "It's just that, when it comes to our ancestors' deeds, I'm afraid we don't know much more than what's recorded in the history books. I hope you won't be disappointed." Colette quickly shook her head, her long black hair swaying with the motion. "Not at all. I'm already very grateful for your permission, Mr. Resilien. I'm glad you don't mind, Miss Colette." Resilien turned to the side. "Jessica." "Yes, sir? What can I do for you?" Jessica, who had been arranging snacks behind Lilia, answered immediately. "Go find Laurens and ask him to bring the locked chest from my study. He knows which one." "Right away, sir." Jessica left the room at once. "While we wait, let me tell you about our ancestor Olubet, the Lone Sword." Although Hulam had heard these stories from her father many times, she still listened intently, hoping to catch something new. She couldn't stop thinking about Semula's reaction to that name. Was Olubet Haerel, the Lone Sword, really just a knight who protected the realm? Why would Semilise, who lived in the heavens, react to his name? Was it only because of the songs of the bards? For the first time, Hulam felt a deep curiosity about the ancestor whose name she had always known. Resilien began. Olubet Haerel was a legendary figure in the Pyra Empire 300 years ago. He came from humble beginnings, but quickly made a name for himself in the military thanks to his remarkable talent. At a young age, he became the captain of the royal guard in the capital, responsible for protecting the royal family. His unmatched swordsmanship earned him the title Lone Sword, a name that spoke to his unrivaled skills and solitary excellence. At that time, many powerful nobles tried to win over this promising young commander. But suddenly, the empire was thrown into unprecedented turmoil. The Pyra royal family was at its weakest in 1,000 years. The emperor was feeble, the court was dominated by powerful nobles, and beneath the surface, dangerous currents were stirring. A sudden rebellion shattered this fragile peace. It said that some great lords, unable to accept a gifted but young prince as heir, plotted his assassination. But their scheme was hijacked by ambitious men and turned into a full-scale uprising. The rebellion started inside the capital itself, and in no time, flames of war engulfed the royal city. The emperor and most of the royal family perished in the chaos. The targeted prince had sensed the danger, managed to escape ahead of time, but the situation was beyond saving. As the rebels and their allies trapped the loyalist forces inside the capital, Olubet had vanished for days. Suddenly reappeared. From the very beginning, Olubet disappeared. It was this sudden absence at such a critical moment that left the capital almost defenseless when the rebellion broke out. Rumors quickly spread that he had been killed, especially since the mastermind behind the uprising was none other than the vice commander of the Guardians, someone who should have been the Empire's staunchest shield but had now become its deadliest blade. The truth was, the vice commander had indeed plotted treason. He meticulously arranged a banquet and laced the wine with a potent poison. When the poison took effect, Olubet was made to appear drunk and was quietly transported to a secret location, where he was to be executed. However, the vice commander made a fatal mistake. He underestimated Olubet's strength. Before the assassins could act, Ulyabate recovered from the poison and struck back with overwhelming force. He fought his way out of the encirclement, but by the time he broke through and rushed back to the capital, all that awaited him were the emperor's corpse and the ruins of the knightly order. The world expected that this knight, who had lost everything, would fall into despair. Instead, this moment became the turning point for the fate of the Pyra Empire. After a brief silence in the shattered capital, he emerged like a sword drawn from its sheath, aiming straight at the heart of the rebellion. Thus, the name Longsword was born. Alone with his blade, he cut through the rebel ranks without resistance. Renowned swordsmen and famous mages fell before him like weeds. Wherever he appeared, enemy forces scattered like waves, and he fought his way, blood-soaked, to the council of nobles. Those once arrogant lords fell to their knees, begging for mercy, but were met only with the cold swing of his sword. He found the crown prince barely alive, carried this last heir of the royal bloodline on his back, and cut his way out of the rebel stronghold step by step. When he emerged covered in blood, the rebels finally realized what had happened, but by then, terror had already broken them. He quietly delivered the prince to the loyalist army, and then turned to leave. 3 days later, he reappeared, carrying the head of the rebellion's mastermind, the former vice-commander of the Guardians. The catastrophe had come and gone so quickly that many commoners barely had time to react before the 1,000-year-old imperial family was reduced to a single survivor. Under Ulyabate's intimidating presence, the ambitious nobles quickly fell in line, and none of the conspirators escaped justice. Thanks to one man and his sword, the empire endured. When the new emperor ascended the throne, he immediately named Ulyabate the hereditary knight of honor and defender of the realm, granting him lands equal to those of the greatest nobles. The legendary tales told by his father, Lyzelian, match what Xiao Lim had heard from various sources except for a few details never recorded in any official chronicle. Even so, Colette was genuinely delighted. At that moment, she finally revealed why she was so invested in the study of Oribert. It turned out that during her time at the Royal Capital's Magic Academy, she had developed a deep interest in Oribert while working on a research paper for an extracurricular history project. This led her to conduct extensive investigations. The report she eventually submitted received high praise from her history professor, who also told her that there were still many unknowns about Oribert, and encouraged her to visit his former residence for further research. Colette did travel to Oribert's fief, but unfortunately, the results were disappointing. The experience became a lingering regret in her heart. Although she had graduated years ago, she continued her investigations whenever possible and maintained regular contact with her history professor. I see. I had no idea Miss Colette was a scholar dedicated to researching my ancestor. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. Rezelian spoke sincerely, giving a slight bow. I am Rezelian Hyrule, descendant of Oribert Hyrule. On behalf of myself and my family, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to you and your professors for all you have done for my ancestor. What? Please, Mr. Rezelian, there's no need for that. Colette hurriedly stood up, her face filled with surprise. We're only doing what we should. If anything, we're the ones who should feel embarrassed for not uncovering much useful information. There's no need for you to apologize, Miss Colette, Rezelian replied, frowning slightly. If anything, it's us, the descendants of the nation's knight, who should feel ashamed for knowing no more about our ancestor than outsiders do. Hearing this, a trace of doubt flashed in Colette's eyes. Mr. Rezelian, does that mean your family's records about Oribert have all been lost? No, nothing was ever lost. Rezelian shook his head, then revealed a shocking truth. Because such records never existed in the first place. What? Colette's eyes widened in shock. Even Zulum, who was reaching for a snack, froze in surprise. She had never heard anything like this before. In the Pyra Empire, both noble and powerful families kept detailed records of every generation's experiences, passing them down along with the family genealogy so descendants could understand the hardships of their ancestors. By all rights, Oribert should have had such records, especially as the commander of the Capital Defense Knights. Even the now declining Hyrule family had maintained this tradition through Rezelian's father, grandfather, and Rezelian himself. No records? You mean? Colette stammered. Exactly as I said, Rezelian explained. It wasn't because no one kept records, or because our ancestor forgot. The truth is, our ancestor never actually lived on his own fief. What? Colette was even more stunned, and Zulum was equally shocked, having lost all interest in her snack. This was news to her as well. So, Dad, you only ever talked about the glorious parts? How could you never mention something this important? Zulum couldn't help but complain. Well, to be honest, I was just as surprised as you when I first heard it from my father, Rezelian admitted. But it's the truth. After that great catastrophe ended, Oribert didn't retire to his fief, as everyone believed. Instead, he left the empire entirely and vanished from public view for 20 years. The room fell silent. Father, what happened after that? Zulum finally broke the silence. Her curiosity piqued. If Oribert disappeared from the empire back then, how did the Hyrule family continue? Well, that's where things get complicated, Rezelian said, looking a bit lost. The emperor at the time, the surviving prince, never forgot the debt he owed our ancestor. Even after Oribert disappeared, he continued to assign officials to manage the fief, just in case our ancestor ever returned. Just as the emperor had hoped, our ancestor returned after a full 20 years of disappearance, bringing with him a young boy. That boy was none other than the second head of the Heimlier family, our forebear. When Olibert came back to his estate with the boy, he declared to everyone that this was his own flesh and blood. Yet, our ancestor's return was as brief as it was sudden. After leaving behind the young second generation of the Heimlier family, he vanished once more without a trace, as if his sole purpose in returning had been to ensure the continuation of his bloodline. He never appeared again, and even his final resting place remains a mystery to this day. Fortunately, the emperor at that time showed special favor to the Heimlier family. With his protection, the second generation grew up to be an outstanding heir and eventually inherited the title and lands of the founding ancestor. The drawing room fell into a heavy silence. Colette wanted to ease the tension, but found herself at a loss for words. In truth, she was the most shaken of everyone present. A timely knock broke the stillness. "Sir, I've brought what you asked for," the butler, Laurens, announced respectfully from outside the door. "Thank you." "Come in," Rezelian replied, turning to Colette with a reassuring smile. "Miss Colette, please don't dwell on what I just said. It's not exactly a proud chapter in the Heimlier family's history. The people of that time couldn't make sense of what our ancestor went through, and 3 centuries later, we know even less." "Yes, of course." Colette forced a faint smile. "I'm sorry, Mr. Rezelian. I lost my composure for a moment. And please rest assured, it won't repeat a word of what was said here today." Rezelian nodded approvingly, clearly pleased with her discretion. "Sir, here is the box," Laurens said, carefully placing an exquisite wooden chest on the table, handling it as if it were a fragile treasure. "Thank you, Laurens," Rezelian said, rising from his seat. He took an old-fashioned key from his pocket, walked to the box, and inserted it into the lock. With a crisp click, the lock opened, and the lid was gently lifted. "Miss Colette, please take a look," Rezelian said, his tone solemn. "This is the family heirloom left by our ancestor, lone sword Olibert, the very blade that was stained with the blood of countless rebels." All eyes turned to the box. Inside lay a sword, resting quietly. Even after centuries, its blade still gleamed with a cold, sharp light. It was the Heimlier family's treasured relic, the very weapon once worn by the lone sword. Colette found herself drawn to the sword's mysterious glow. She reached out, almost unconsciously, to touch the blade. But just as her fingertips were about to make contact, a surge of bloodthirsty intent flooded her mind. With a swift motion, Rezelian snapped the lid shut. "Miss Colette, please be careful," he warned, his voice taut. "This is no ordinary sword. It has been soaked in too much blood and carries a fierce, violent aura. Anyone outside the Heimlier family, or those lacking strong will suffer terrible consequences if they try to touch it." Colette snapped back to her senses and quickly withdrew her hand. "I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself at all just now." Rezelian let out a breath, his tense shoulders relaxing a bit. "No harm done, Miss Colette. I'm just glad you're all right. If my guest had come to harm under my roof, I'd never forgive myself. Please stand back a little and observe from a distance, Miss Colette. It's for your own safety," Rezelian said cautiously, carefully opening the ancient chest before him. "Thank you for the reminder," Colette replied, giving a slight bow before stepping back a few paces. She kept a safe distance from the chest, but could still clearly observe the treasures inside. Once Rezelian had fully opened the chest, Colette examined the family heirloom sword closely. Its blade shimmered with an ancient, mysterious light under the room's illumination. After a moment, she looked up, curiosity shining in her eyes. "Mr. Rezelian, was this sword left behind by Lord Urobet when he entrusted your family's second-generation ancestor to your care?" "No, that's not the case." Rezelian shook his head, catching Colette by surprise. He ran his fingers gently over the intricate patterns on the scabbard and explained, "This sword was actually left behind the first time our ancestor disappeared. Back then, it was entrusted to the emperor." I see Colette lowered her head in thought, frowning slightly. Then, as if something had dawned on her, she looked up and said, "Come to think of it, I've heard that this sword was originally a royal gift to Lord Urobet. If he already intended to leave at that time, returning the sword to the royal family would have made perfect sense." "That's right." Rezelian nodded in confirmation. "That's the story passed down in our family. The reason the sword eventually returned to our family is because the emperor believed that, since the sword had accompanied our ancestor when he saved the empire from the brink of collapse, it had become a symbol of the Heimlier family. It could only belong to us. So, when the second generation inherited everything, the emperor returned the sword to our family." "I understand now," Colette said, enlightened. After a long conversation, Colette's visit finally came to an end. Standing at the gates of the Heimlier estate, she bowed politely to her hosts. "Mr. Rezelian, madam, thank you both for taking the time today and indulging my rather selfish requests." "Not at all," Rezelian replied with a gentle smile. "I'm glad we didn't disappoint you, Miss Colette. Not in the least. In fact, I've gained so much from this visit, and I owe it all to your generosity in sharing your knowledge, Keelite said sincerely. Well then, he'll take my leave. Rezilian nodded lightly. Take care, Miss Keelite. Standing nearby, Lilia added with a warm smile. Miss Keelite, you're welcome at our home anytime. Safe travels, Teacher Keelite, another voice chimed in. As they watched Keelite depart, the gates of the Haler residence slowly closed. The family turned back toward the house. Along the way, Rezilian's youngest daughter, Hui Lim, followed closely behind her father, clearly hesitant and wanting to say something. What is it, my little Hui Lim? Rezilian noticed her unease and asked with a gentle smile. Is there something you'd like to say? Hui Lim stopped in her tracks, hesitated for a few seconds, then finally gathered her courage to ask the question that had been weighing on her mind. Father, are we really descendants of ancestor Urobet? Rezilian paused for a moment, then chuckled. That's a question I once asked your grandfather, too. Do you know how he answered? Hui Lim shook her head, curiosity written all over her face. Rezilian's expression grew solemn and earnest. Your grandfather told me that, before ancestor Urobet the lone sword left our second-generation ancestor, he said this. I have already failed. My child, in whose veins my blood flows, let this bloodline continue. Someday, the one this bloodline has truly been waiting for will surely appear. All right, that's all for today's magic class. You can all head home now. The moment Ms. Keelite finished speaking, the classroom erupted into noise as dozens of students began packing up their bags and preparing to leave. Oh, right, Xiaolime. Could you stay behind for a moment? In the crowd, a girl stopped in her tracks. Yes, Miss Keelite. Xiaolime turned and moved against the flow of students, following Miss Keelite toward the staff lounge. No one noticed that not far behind them, a pair of hostile eyes were fixed on Xiaolime's back. Ugh, it's Xiaolime again. Friend Bandon clenched her teeth so hard her knuckles turned white. Does everyone think she's so special? My magic isn't any worse than hers. She fumed inwardly. I've been studying magic since I was a child, and I know she never had a private tutor. So how can she keep up with me in all three disciplines? Something's not right here. Inside the lounge, Miss Keelite seemed much more at ease. She asked lazily, So, Xiaolime, are you getting comfortable with your wand? Yes, I've gotten completely used to it these days. That's good. Even though you can't bring your wand to school right now, make sure you keep practicing at home. Progress in magic only comes with constant effort. I understand, Miss Keelite. I won't slack off. Miss Keelite laughed. You're always so diligent, Xiaolime. Sometimes I wonder if there's anything left for me to teach you. Then she grew more serious. But don't neglect the basics. It's a disaster to be someone who can perform magic but doesn't actually understand it. She gave a brief overview of how important magical theory was, from alchemy to magical engineering, potion making to array studies. These fields were closely tied to everyday life. Even common items like the glowing stone lamps at home were applications of magical engineering and array theory. I understand. You'll make sure to study hard, Xiaolime replied earnestly. Hey, I was just making a casual suggestion. You don't have to take it so seriously, Miss Keelite said quickly, waving her hands when she saw how solemn Xiaolime looked. You're already working harder than most. Xiaolime was a bit puzzled. Compared to Simulus training, the workload in class felt almost effortless. After a few more words, and confirming Xiaolime was comfortable with her wand, Miss Keelite dismissed her. Leaving the school gates, Xiaolime strolled down the southern street. Unbeknownst to her, a figure with golden twin ponytails was sneaking after her at a distance. Humph. Today, they'll find out what you're hiding, Fran muttered, trailing after her. Perhaps it was because she felt safe in the town, or maybe the bustling crowd masked any unusual behavior. But Xiao Lim failed to notice the stalker following behind her. When Fran trailed Xiao Lim to a busy intersection, she noticed something odd. Xiao Lim didn't turn toward the southeast, which was the way home, but instead continued south down the street. Fran's eyes lit up, and a confident smirk appeared on her lips. Humph, Xiao Lim. Today you'll definitely uncover your secret. In reality, Xiao Lim did have another destination. Ever since she began training with Semilise, she would stop by the forest near the southern mines after school for practice before heading home. Over time, her family grew used to her coming home late, assuming she was just spending extra time with friends. To save time, Xiao Lim decided to take a shortcut through an old part of town. When Fran saw the area, she wrinkled her nose in disgust. What is this place? The streets ahead were cluttered and dirty, with only a few people around. At the corners, a handful of rough-looking men loitered, eyeing passers-by with suspicion. Fran hesitated, feeling an intense aversion to stepping into such a place. But as she watched Xiao Lim's figure disappear into the distance, she gritted her teeth. I've come this far, there's no way I'm giving up now. Fran had barely entered the neighborhood when she stepped right into a puddle of filthy water. Ugh, what is this? She groaned, staring at her soiled shoes and white socks, trying to wipe them clean on the ground. Suddenly, she remembered she was in the middle of tailing someone. Looking up, she caught a glimpse of Xiao Lim's back turning out of sight around the next corner. Panicked, Fran rushed after her. But as she rounded the corner, out of breath, she crashed straight into someone with a loud thud. She fell to the ground and looked up to see two burly thugs, one with a buzz cut, the other bald, glaring down at her menacingly. Well, look at this. We've got ourselves a real prize, boss. The one with the buzz cut exclaimed. Shut up, idiot. The bald one snapped, punching his companion before turning to Fran with a sinister grin. Hey, princess, shouldn't you apologize for bumping into us? Fran forced herself to stay calm as she stood up and brushed off her skirt. Fine, I apologize. Now can you let me through? I'm in a hurry. The two thugs ignored her completely, whispering to each other. Boss, she has to be from a noble family. We could get a good price for her. As she overheard their conversation, Fran finally realized what kind of trouble she'd stumbled into. A chill ran down her spine, but it was already too late. Sorry, I really have something urgent to take care of and can't stay to chat. Fran tried to break free in a panic, but her slender right wrist was tightly gripped by the bald thug. Hey, think you can just walk away after bumping into someone? That's pretty rude for a noble, don't you think? The bald man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Let us show you what real manners are. Yeah, the kind of manners you'll spend the rest of your life learning. The thug with the buzz cut chimed in, both of them eyeing Fran's petite figure with greedy looks. Wait, what are you trying to do? Let me go? Fran's voice trembled as she struggled desperately, but the hand holding her didn't budge. Suddenly, the buzz-cut thug lunged forward and roughly hoisted Fran onto his shoulder. You're coming with us. Wait, what are you doing? Put me down. Help, someone help me. Please. Fran's screams echoed down the street. Cover her mouth. The bald thug barked. The buzz-cut man set Fran down, wrapped one arm tightly around her waist, and clamped a hand over her mouth and nose. Fran struggled violently, her muffled cries barely audible as she fought for air. Idiot. Be careful, don't hurt her. If something happens, her price will drop. The bald thug snapped. The buzz-cut thug eased his grip a little, but that only made Fran fight harder. Damn brat, you're a handful. He grunted, tightening his hold again. The bald man glanced around warily. Although the passers-by ignored them, he clearly didn't want to linger. Enough talking. Let's go. Once we get her back to the hideout, we'll have plenty of ways to make her obey. Dragging the still struggling Fran, the two thugs quickly slipped into a nearby dark alley. Meanwhile, at the end of the street, Xiao Lim stopped in her tracks. I could have sworn I just heard someone calling for help, she murmured, glancing back at the now empty road, tilting her head thoughtfully. The cries had faded, but she trusted her instincts, honed by years of combat training. If I heard it, I should check it out, she decided, retracing her steps to the scene. She looked around carefully, searching for any clues. There were no signs of a struggle on the ground, but Xiao Lim noticed a suspicious figure huddled in the corner. Excuse me. My leg. My leg. The person suddenly wailed, waving a severed leg from Waknoshir. You broke my leg. You have to pay. Pay up. If someone who didn't know the situation happened to pass by, they might easily think that Xiao Lim had done something cruel to the man. But interestingly, when the so-called victim looked up and met Xiao Lim's gaze, his reaction was quite unexpected. With a sudden whoosh, the man who had been wailing on the ground and claiming his leg was broken suddenly regained full mobility. He sprang to his feet with surprising agility and bolted away without even glancing back, completely forgetting about his supposedly broken leg. Xiao Lim stood where she was, tilting her head as she watched this absurd scene unfold. Less than a minute later, the same victim, who had just run off so nimbly, was back on his knees in front of Xiao Lim, sobbing and pleading. It's not my fault. I was forced into this. I'm a victim too. I didn't ask about that. Xiao Lim interrupted him calmly. I just want to know if you saw a girl about my size around here recently? At her words, the man instantly changed demeanor. He quickly wiped away his tears, pulled a flask from his sleeve, and took a long swig to steady his nerves, which also explained the tears on his face. Realizing how awkward things had become, he hurriedly put the flask away and tried to compose himself. Yes, I did, he said, pointing toward the alley where Fran had been taken. Right at the entrance of that alley, two outsiders grabbed the girl and took her away. Outsiders? Where did they go? Xiao Lim pressed, her eyes fixed on the alley. That's a different price, the man blurted out before catching himself. Sorry, force of habit. They'll tell you where they went. This part of town was no stranger to Xiao Lim. She had taken shortcuts through here before to make it to training on time. Although the locals were unwelcoming at first, she stuck with it on Semili's advice. This is training too, Semilis had said. The dangers you'll face aren't just from outside. Sometimes what's inside is even worse. Think of it as early preparation. After many cordial exchanges, the residents' attitude toward Xiao Lim had changed significantly. No one was rude to her anymore. Even if someone slipped up, they would immediately apologize just like that man had, though Xiao Lim never felt it was necessary. But now, it seemed the locals treated people differently depending on who they were. They were respectful to Xiao Lim, but not to her classmates. Of course, maybe it was simply because her classmates were outsiders. After winding through several narrow turns in the alley, Xylem arrived in a cluttered district filled with old, run-down houses. The dilapidated buildings were packed tightly together, their uneven eaves casting mottled shadows across the ground. As she frowned and surveyed the tangled maze before her, a figure wrapped in a gray robe suddenly darted out from the shadows. Hey, you there, kiddo, you even know where you are? How dare you, The person shouted aggressively, but the moment they met Xylem's eyes, their expression changed as if they'd been struck by something. Without another word, they turned and fled. With a guide around, I guess I won't have to search on my own, Xylem murmured, a slight smile tugging at the corner of her lips as she watched the gray-robed figure scramble away in panic. Meanwhile, inside a windowless wooden shack in the same old housing district, an unsettling scene was unfolding. Let me go? Let me go? Fran's voice trembled with fear. Shut up and stay still, barked the thug with the buzz cut, roughly tying her up with a rope before throwing her down onto the hard wooden floor. Ow! Fran cried out, forcing herself to lift her head despite the pain. Anger flashed in her eyes. What do you want from me? Let me go? If my father finds out, you'll regret this. The two thugs burst into harsh laughter. Huh, this little girl is really naive. So, where's your oh-so-important father now? Before she could respond, the bald thug kicked her hard in the stomach. The sharp pain doubled her over, leaving her coughing and gasping. He squatted down, pressing her face to the floor with his rough hand. Listen up, princess. It's time you understood your situation. We're professional slave traders, though you know what that means. The buzz-cut thug leaned in with a sickening grin. It means you're about to be shipped far away and sold as someone else's slave. Don't count on anyone rescuing you. Not even the town guards dare set foot here. Tomorrow morning, you'll be packed in a crate and sent out of town. Better hope you fetch a good price. Silent tears slid down Fran's cheeks. Regret overwhelmed her. Why had she argued with Xylem? Why had she refused her family's escort? Why did she recklessly wander into a place like this? Terrifying possibilities flashed through her mind. Endless labor in the mines, being tortured as an experiment, or suffering even worse fates. No. Why is this happening to me? No. I won't. I'd rather die than become a slave. Fran's voice was thick with despair. Is anyone out there who can save me? In the darkness, a faint voice choked with sobs. No, I don't want this. The bald thug perked up, leaning in closer. Curled up in the corner, Fran's tears streamed down her cheeks. I don't want to be a slave. Someone, please save me. The two thugs burst into harsh laughter. Hasn't she realized her situation yet? The bald man grinned, enunciating every word. Listen up. There I absolutely none coming to save. Boom. Before he could finish, a thunderous crash echoed from the doorway. The old wooden door was struck by a massive force, crashing inward and splintering into pieces against the wall. Blinding sunlight instantly flooded the dark room. Looks like I'm not too late. The sudden brightness forced everyone to squint. As their eyes adjusted, they finally saw the figure standing in the doorway, a girl of 8 or 9, holding a wooden staff. It's not my fault. I didn't do anything. Not far outside, a guide wrapped in a gray cloak stammered, then turned and fled in panic. Who the hell are you? The bald thug stared at the girl, his expression tense. She was just a child, but every instinct screamed danger. Shulim? Fran's eyes widened in disbelief. But the thug with the buzz cut showed no friendly greed. Oh, it's just a kid? Looks about the same age as this one. Boss, this is a real catch. We're gonna make a fortune. Get back here, you idiot. The bald man yelled, but it was already too late. Enhance. As soon as she spoke, the girl's figure vanished. Look out. Flash. Their shouts overlapped. The buzz-cut thug barely glimpsed a blur from the corner of his eye before his world went black. His body flew through the air like a rag doll, smashing into the wooden wall several meters away and leaving a gaping hole. You bastard. The bald man roared, shouting an incantation of his own. Enhance. White light engulfed him as he charged at Shulim like a wild beast. Lighten. Shulim spoke the incantation in a flat voice. Just as the bald man was about to reach her, she nimbly pushed off with her toes, dodging his powerful strike. Another crash echoed through the room as the wall took a second hit, sunlight now fully driving away the shadows inside. Shulim tilted her head, eyeing the hole the bald man had just made. She raised her staff, ready to face him. Did I make a mistake? Maybe I should have met his attack heat-in. Boom. The wall suddenly exploded, sending debris flying as a massive gap appeared. A bald man wielding a huge axe strode in over the rubble, stepping through the nearly demolished wall. You little brat, you'll regret what you've done. He roared, his fury seemingly sparked by his fallen comrade, though in reality, he was trying to cover up his true intention to break free and retrieve his weapon. Xiao watched calmly, quietly taking mental notes. Lesson learned: I need to be even more cautious next time. She realized her experience in fighting other people was still lacking. If she'd been more seasoned, she might have noticed from his earlier wariness that this sudden rage was suspicious. What? You bastard. Now the bald man was truly furious. You think you can beat me with that lousy stick? He raised his giant axe and shot toward Xiao like an arrow, the blade whistling as it crashed down onto the floor. Boom. The wooden boards shattered, splinters flying everywhere. Even Fran, who was still collapsed on the ground, was nearly hit. Xiao dodged just in time, but when she saw Fran might be hurt, she immediately changed her tactics. Instead of keeping her distance, she closed in on the bald man in a flash. You. The man grew even angrier, swinging his axe down again and again, but every strike was effortlessly dodged by Xiao Lim's astonishing speed. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't land a single hit. How was she so fast? He was baffled. He had no idea that, in addition to using the same physical enhancements as him, Xiao Lim had also cast a second-tier wind spell called Featherlight, a spell so subtle in its casting that it was almost impossible to detect, greatly boosting her speed. Stop darting around. Just die already. The bald man howled, suddenly spinning his giant axe around himself at high speed, creating a deadly whirlwind. Xiao Lim narrowly leaned back, the blade slicing past her face by a hair's breadth. Without missing a beat, she pointed her left hand at him and quickly chanted an incantation. A blinding flash erupted. F. The bald man staggered back, eyes squeezed shut, wildly swinging his axe in defense. Damn it, she's got dual affinities. As he tried to regain his footing, he was met not with a close-range attack, but with a fireball hurtling straight at him. Boom. The fireball collided with the wildly swinging axe, resulting in a violent explosion that sent the bald man stumbling back several meters. Brilliant red flames burst before his eyes, and the searing heat scorched his exposed skin. Damn it, a triple-element mage? Panic flashed through the bald man's mind as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. For a warrior, letting a mage keep their distance was a fatal mistake. Ignoring his burns, he forced himself to grip the scorching axe, kicked off the ground, and quickly closed the gap between himself and Xylem. His axe cut through the air in wild, chaotic arcs, raining down blows on Xylem like a furious storm. But Xylem moved with agility, using her smaller frame and superior speed to weave effortlessly through the barrage. She darted like a butterfly between his strikes, dodging with perfect timing, while her wooden staff found every opportunity to strike the bald man's vital points with pinpoint accuracy. Crack! Another solid blow landed on his ribs. Thanks to his enhancements, the bald man could withstand Xylem's relentless attacks for a while, but as time passed, his movement slowed, and his breathing grew labored. At this rate, defeat was only a matter of time. Desperation filled him. Sweat soaked his clothes as his eyes darted around, searching for a way out. That's when his gaze fell on Fran, tied up in the corner. A sudden idea flashed through his mind. That's right. This one came to rescue that little noble. If he took her hostage, he could escape. Without hesitation, the bald man made his move. With a deafening roar, he swung his axe in a renewed frenzy, forcing Xylem to dodge and breaking her rhythm. Now, he seized the split-second opportunity and sprinted toward Fran, each step shaking the floor. As Fran grew closer, excitement flickered in his eyes. Almost there. If he could just grab her, he could use her as leverage, maybe even turn the tables. His outstretched hand was just inches from Fran, rough fingertips tingling with the taste of victory. In less than a second, he would have her in his grasp. But in that critical moment, a figure flashed into view so quickly it seemed almost unreal. The petite form appeared in front of him, crouched slightly, gripping her staff in her right hand. Calmly, she spoke 2 words. Hunt begin. A beastly roar filled the bald man's vision. He saw a monstrous creature looming over him, a massive claw descending toward him. 3 cold flashes sliced through the air, striking his neck, chest, and abdomen all at once. Boom. He was launched across the room faster than had moved all day, smashing through the last intact wooden wall. Debris and dust exploded everywhere as he crashed onto the street outside, instantly losing consciousness. The fight was over. What had once been a pitch-dark room was now open to the elements, with cracked walls and a ceiling creaking ominously, on the verge of collapse. Looks like it's coming down, Xylem muttered, glancing up at the ceiling as debris continued to fall. She quickly hurried to Fran's side. Stop. Xylem friend looked at her with tearful eyes, full of fear and relief. It's okay now, it's over. Let's talk outside, this place is about to fall in. Xylem conjured a small flame at her fingertips, carefully burning through the ropes, then helped Friend stagger out of the room. They had barely made it 10 steps outside when a thunderous crash erupted behind them. Boom. The building collapsed in a cloud of dust and splintered wood, sending debris flying in all directions. Stop. That was terrifying. I thought I was done for. Out of danger, Friend finally let go, breaking down completely as she sobbed and trembled. It's all right. You're safe now. The bad guys are gone. Xylem gently patted her back, trying to comfort her with a soft voice. Thank you, Xylem. The comfort only made Friend cry harder, tears and snot soaking into Xylem's clothes. She's really shaken up, Xylem thought, quickly guiding Fran away from the old district and handing her over to the city guards. When the guards realized that the daughter of Baron Bandon, who governed Mint Town, had nearly been kidnapped by slave traders, shock was written all over their faces. One of them immediately sounded the alarm, summoning reinforcements to sweep through the old district. The unconscious kidnappers were apprehended, and the entire area was thoroughly cleaned out. For a long time afterward, Xylem noticed that the old quarter was much quieter than before. Wow, so that's what happened. Semilist's eyes sparkled as she leaned forward, listening to Huirim's story with great interest. Haha, that girlfriend really is a handful, isn't she? I bet she won't be able to sleep for days after this. Semilist couldn't hide the glee on her face. Huirim glanced down at her torn sleeve and sighed helplessly. Probably. She was really shaken up. When I handed her over to the guards, she clung to my arm like everyone around her was out to kidnap her. She paused, then asked, by the way, Semilist, why haven't we had any combat training these past few days? You've just had me practicing old spells over and over. Semilist's expression grew more serious as she looked thoughtfully at Huirim. I suppose it's time to tell you. You've recovered enough. You're ready to move on to the next stage. The next stage? That's right, Huirim. You can start learning third-tier magic. The sudden news made Huirim's eyes go wide. Third tier? You mean my magical power has reached crank? Semilist nodded solemnly. Yes. You reached it a few days ago. I wanted to be sure, so I observed you for a while. Now I can confirm your magic has stabilized at the crank level. For a moment, Huirim felt dazed as her heart raced. She knew exactly what crank meant. This was the dividing line between a beginner and an elite. Among adventurers, it was a mark of reliability. In the military, it qualified someone to lead a squad. Even in Mint Town, only a handful of people, including her father Lyselian, had reached this level. I'm about to reach my father's level? Huirim murmured, finally realizing just how far she had come. Not so fast, Semilist said with a laugh. You still have a lot of training to do before you can match the seasoned crank veterans. Training? That's right. Lots and lots of training. Xylem took a deep breath, calming her excitement. She spoke in her usual steady tone. I know what I need to do next. Good, that's the spirit. Well done. Semilist lifted her delicate chin, her body slowly rising into the air as her wings glowed with soft green light. All right, then let's begin your third-tier magic training. Wait, Semilist. Xylem stared at the green radiance enveloping her, alarmed. What is this? What do you mean by take off? Haha, take off means exactly that we're going to fly. Ah, Xylem's scream echoed over the forest as she was whisked away. Moments later, a fierce windstorm suddenly descended on a mountain deep within the monster forest, startling the creatures on the slopes and sending them fleeing. Ah, Xylem crashed to the ground, pale and nauseous. That won't do, Xylem. You'll have to get used to flying on your own one day, you know. Acting like you're carsick just won't cut it. Semilist. You ugh dizzy and sick. Xylem couldn't finish her sentence, clamping her mouth shut and trying to steady herself. After a while, she finally recovered, glaring at Semilist in protest. That was way too sudden. You flew so fast. The wind made it impossible to keep my eyes open. All right. Don't be mad next time. I'll give you a heads up, Semilist replied, showing no sign of remorse. What? There's going to be a next time? Xylem's expression darkened. Anyway, let's not dwell on that. Semilist changed the subject. What do you think of this place? I searched for a jest no one will disturb us here. Only then did Xylem notice her surrounding zinless forest stretched in every direction. Semilist, where are we? We're deep inside the monster forest. Isn't this place extremely dangerous? Xylem exclaimed. She knew well the monster forest's reputation, a vast woodland spanning over 10 countries, named for the countless monsters living within. Even crank adventurers only dared to operate on the outskirts, while only Brank or higher ventured deeper. Xylem glanced at the relaxed Semilisno, the fairy queen, and suddenly the heart of the monster forest didn't seem so scary after all. It was just a forest, wasn't it? Semilist, why did you bring me here? Are we doing wilderness survival training, like Brother Chiga? Of course not. Third-tier magic is too conspicuous. Using it anywhere else would attract attention right away, Semilist explained. Besides, you'll find plenty of suitable opponents here. I see. Xylem's calm reaction took Semilist by surprise. Huh, that's all. Why are you the one surprised? Weren't you the one who brought me here? Xylem countered. Anyway, what's the first third-tier spell you'll be learning? Although Semilist still looked a little disappointed, she got down to business. All right, before we start, there are some things you need to know, Xylem. Third-tier magic stands out among all the ranks for its distinctive qualities. Not only does it boast an incredible variety and sheer number of spells, but its effects are also the most comprehensive. As Semilist explained, she tapped her finger in the air, as if counting the endless types of magic. Nearly every magical effect you can imagine can be found at the third tier, she said with a gentle smile, a spark of wisdom in her eyes. And, unlike the first and second tiers, you'll spend much longer at this stage than the previous two combined. Even if you don't reach B level for a long time, don't be discouraged. That's completely normal. After hearing this advice, Zulimo fell into brief contemplation. A moment later, she looked up, her gaze resolute. Don't worry, Semilist. I won't let that happen. Seeing you so confident, I almost feel like my words were unnecessary, Semilist replied with a cheerful laugh. Then she grew serious. All right, next, let's talk about the last key aspect of third-tier magic: composite magic. Composite magic? Noticing Zalima's slightly puzzled expression, Semilist was about to explain, but Zulimu shook her head. No, I know, she began, elaborating. Composite magic is a special form created by blending and mutating multiple attributes. Because it requires compatibility with several elements, users are rare and it's hardly ever seen. The most common are ice magic, which combines wind and water, and lightning magic, formed from wind and fire. These two are the most prevalent among multi-tribute mages. She went on. The rarest is natural magic, which needs all four elements wind, fire, water, and earth to work together. The entry barrier is so high it's nearly impossible. If not for records in ancient texts, this magic might have vanished from history entirely. In addition, Zulemu added, learning composite magic also has a high threshold. You have to be able to control at least two types of elemental essence at once, which demands considerable mental strength, typically at least a C level. Even though there are E and D level composite spells, the mage must personally reach C level to learn them. Semilise gave her a sly smile. Yeah, but for you, none of that should be an issue, right? I doubt there's any magic in this world you can't handle. With talent like yours, you can't let it go to waste. From today, in addition to the 7 elemental magics, you'll also start learning composite magic. Oh wow, suddenly there's so much more to study. Be prepared, Zulemu. Zulemu nodded firmly. I am. Excellent. Semilise clapped her hands. Let's officially begin third-tier magic lessons. Since we started with fire for both the first and second tiers, we'll do the same here. Let's go with Grand Fireball. Semilise shouted loudly as she thrust her right hand forward. Instantly, a blazing fireball appeared in her palm, erupting into a massive burst of flames that shot across the air toward the distant stone wall. With a thunderous boom, the wall crumbled, sending shards of stone flying everywhere. Despite its name, the fireball spell was clearly far more powerful and faster than it sounded. Well, what do you think? Semilise stood with her hands on her hips, chin raised, her face full of challenge. How am I supposed to answer that? Zulemu stared at her in confusion. What was that for, all of a sudden? Pretty impressive, right? Semilise turned, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh, I guess. Zulemu swallowed nervously, still staring at the shattered wall, clearly stunned by what she'd just seen. Impressive, isn't it? You'll have to reach this level someday, too. Semilise looked at her with hopeful anticipation. Zulema's smile froze. About that. Don't worry, I made sure to control my output. The power was about what a clever mage could manage, Semilise said with a gentle smile, completely unaware of Zulema's doubts. Zulemu stared at the collapsed wall for a moment, then glanced at Semilise, her thoughts racing. Is this what a great fireball is supposed to do? The books never described it as this powerful. Semilise, oblivious to her concerns, continued enthusiastically, watch closely, I'll show you exactly how I cast that spell. With a wave of her hand, a diagram of magical circuits appeared in the air. She began explaining the spell's incantation in detail, and Zulemu, fascinated by the knowledge, soon set her doubts aside and listened intently. Time passed quietly. Zulema's training in the depths of the monster forest became both tougher and more fulfilling. As Shed feared, Semula's training program did indeed include wilderness survival skills. In addition to magic practice, she learned how to set up camp, identify herbs, find edible foods, and recognize poisonous insects. Most importantly, she started encountering all kinds of strange simlial creatures and dangerous monsters. One day, Zulemu couldn't help but ask, why do we have to do all this training? You'll need these skills someday, Semilise replied, though her tone was a little evasive. Zulemu frowned slightly, puzzled. Someday? But what if I join some official organization and spend my days in a safe office, just reading reports? Wouldn't all this be pointless? You added too much of that herb. Semilise quickly interrupted, trying to change the subject. If you add too much, it'll have a completely different effect. Zulemu grew even more suspicious, but chose not to press further. She accepted it, albeit reluctantly, and continued with her daily training. Despite the many confusing aspects, Zulemu was making progress. For example, she was now completely comfortable with daily high-speed flights, no longer panicking as she had in the beginning. More importantly, her magic studies were advancing rapidly, very different from her earlier experience with Tier 2 spells. Back then, Semilise had focused mainly on increasing her magical power, only teaching Tier 2 spells once Zulemu reached D level. Now, however, magical growth was less important. Instead, Semilise emphasized learning as many spells and skills as possible. When Zulemu asked about this, Semilise explained, after reaching level, your magical power grows much more slowly. So don't worry too much about that. Focus on learning more spells and skills. It's better to gain knowledge than to waste time trying to increase your magic. Zulemu finally understood. Semilise had mentioned from the start that reaching level would be a long journey. She didn't argue, simply accepting the explanation. Even so, Tier 3 spells were draining and couldn't be practiced in large quantities, and learning compound magic didn't really shorten the time needed for practice. With so much to learn, the pressure steadily increased. Often, Zulemu would spend extra hours at home, practicing in her room to keep up with Semula's pace. Now, Zulema's days were packed from morning to night. She practiced swordsmanship first thing in the morning, rushed off to school, then hurried outside town after classes to train deep in the monster forest with Heimlier. In the evenings, she reviewed everything she had learned that day. With such a packed schedule, she barely noticed time passing. Only when she paused for a moment did she realize, to her surprise, just how many spells she had mastered. The ground split open. Boom. The earth trembled violently as a deep fissure suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. The class troll, who had been charging at Xiao Limu with a massive tree trunk in hand, was caught off guard and stepped right into the chasm. Its hulking body became wedged in the crack, pinned as if by the grip of the earth itself. Roar! The troll let out a thunderous roar, its body glowing with an ominous red light. Fueled by its raging strength, the edges of the fissure began to crumble and widen, sending shards of rock flying. It seemed only a matter of moments before the giant beast would break free from its restraints. Xiao Limu remained calm, steadily raising her staff and aiming it at the troll. She muttered a rapid incantation, magic gathering at the tip of her staff. Waves surged. With a crashing roar, a torrent of water cascaded down like a waterfall, slamming directly into the troll. The sudden onslaught only enraged the troll further. Instinctively, it opened its mouth to roar, playing right into Xiao Limu's hands. A rush of water poured into its gaping maw. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xiao Limu gripped her staff with both hands, channeling all her magical energy. She chanted another spell, her voice clear and unwavering. Freeze. In an instant, a wave of cold swept across the battlefield. The temperature plummeted, covering grass, flowers, and trees in a layer of frost. At the heart of the spell, the troll took the full brunt of the magic. Every part of its body soaked with water froze solid, its limbs locked in thick ice. Most devastating of all, the water in its mouth turned to ice, sealing off the roar it relied on to cast its amplifying magic. MMM. MMM. The troll let out a furious, muffled cry, but with the soil around the fissure now frozen as well, its situation became even more dire. Xiao Limu exhaled a cloud of white breath, took a moment to recover, and raised her staff once more. Spear of the Storm. After a relentless barrage of spells, the battle finally came to an end. The three-turtle troll, despite its formidable magic resistance and vitality, was ultimately defeated by Xiao Limu's repeated third-tier wind spell, Spear of the Storm. The hard-fought battle had drained most of her magic reserves. If she had only used second-tier spells, the fight might have dragged on until nightfall. Great job. As the battle ended, Heimlier appeared by Xiao Limu's side as usual. To take down a troll alone, you can definitely call yourself class now, Xiao Limu. Class, huh? Well, I suppose you could say that. Heimlier stood next to the fallen troll, a hint of disbelief in her eyes. She knew all too well that even crank adventurers wouldn't dare face a troll alone. Hunting one usually required a whole team. Well, that makes sense, she thought to herself. Most people only master one skill. Either they're good at dealing damage but fragile, or they can defend and control but lack real offensive power. Not everyone is as versatile as I am. But she quickly dismissed the thought. I can't let that make me arrogant. Thinking him as good as an entire team will only get me into trouble sooner or later. With that, Xylem lay down on the ground, gazing up at the clear sky. What's wrong? Are you hurt or just tired? Heimlier asked with concern. Do you want me to heal you? No, just let me lie here for a bit. All right, then take a rest. Seeing that Xylem was truly fine, Heimlier turned her attention to the troll's corpse. With a roar, a blazing golden pillar of fire instantly engulfed the troll, melting the ground into magma. Strangely, there was no heat at all, even at such close range, stark contrast to the scorching waves people usually felt from fire magic cast at a distance. Heimlier never ceases to amaze me, Xylem thought, shifting her gaze back to the sky and reflecting on what she had learned since mastering third-tier magic. In swordsmanship, she had already mastered the techniques of Hui Guang and Shoujian, and was beginning to grasp the third form, Yulan. Her magical progress was even more impressive, from first-tier spells like Chill, Spark, and Natural Aura, to second-tier spells such as Ice Arrow, Freeze, Thunder Orb, and Nature's Rhythm, all the way to the wide array of third-tier magic she now commanded. Her third-tier spells included single-target attacks, Grand Fireball, Water Cannon, Stone Spear, Storm Lance, Light Blast, Shadow Spear, Ice Thorn, Lightning Strike. Area attacks, Scorching Curtain, Tidal Roar, Earth's Grasp, Storm Impact, Radiant Flash, Shadow Eclipse. Control spells, Fire Brambles, Water Prison, Earth Fissure, Wind Cage, Ice Bind, Thunder Net. Defensive spells, Ring of Repulsion, Holy Barrier, Stand Firm, Ice Wall. Mobility spells, Water Leap, Wings of Wind, Shadow Step. Support spells, Purification, Healing, Battle Cry. She also possessed special abilities such as Water Breathing, Wind Messenger Bird, Shadow Eye, Icecraft, and Nature Manipulation. That's an incredible repertoire, Xylem thought to herself. But being able to learn so many spells isn't just thanks to Semula's careful guidance. The real key is the blessing of the 7 great elements. if she still had the same level of talent she did when she first began learning magic. Even with Semilise as her instructor, mastering 2 or 3 third-tier spells in the same amount of time would have been her limit. But now, to her own surprise, Zayulamu found that third-tier magic came to her as naturally as breathing. She felt no pressure at all during the learning process. It was even easier than when she first started with first-tier spells. Strength talent. Hushi murmured, tracing the patterns on her wand with her fingertips. This is a terrifying ability. I might not even hit a bottleneck until I reach a tier spells. She recalled something Semilise had once said, that even a single blessing could make someone a standout figure of their generation. Looking back now, Zayulamu realized that wasn't an exaggeration at all. The sun was already low in the sky, and the shadows in the forest were growing longer. Zayulamu stood up from the grass and gave her wand a gentle wave, casting a simple cleaning spell. Instantly, the dirt and fallen leaves clinging to her skirt and boots vanished. "Oh, are you getting ready to head back, Zayulamu?" Semilise noticed her movements and asked. Behind the elven mentor, the troll that had been helping with training had already slipped away, blending into the earth as if it had never been there. "Yeah, I guess so. It's about time to wrap up for today," Zayulamu replied, handing her wand to Semilise. Ever since she had gotten her wand, Zayulamu had developed the habit of leaving it with Semilise after training. It wasn't practical to bring it to school, and she didn't want to waste time going home to fetch it every day. Semilise took the wand and gave it a graceful wave, lifting Zayulamu into the air as they flew toward Mint Town. The cool evening breeze brushed against Zayulamu's cheeks, and she could see the town's lights beginning to flicker in the distance. "By the way, Zayulamu," Semilise spoke up as they flew, "you're more than proficient with third-tier spells now. Unless you start learning fourth-tier magic, further study at this level won't do much to improve your abilities. So, starting tomorrow, we'll pause these lessons for a while and spend more time on other kinds of training. What do you think?" "No problem. I trust Semilise arrangements," Zayam answered, her tone relaxed. "Haha, then it's settled." Semilise clapped her hands. "Get ready, there will be all kinds of battles ahead." Phew. The two figures streaked across the sky at incredible speed, like invisible currents of air, unnoticed by anything below. Only the birds flying high above occasionally sensed something rushing past, but when they looked around, there was nothing to see. Early morning, in the courtyard of the Harrell family, Zayam stood perfectly still, both hands gripping a wooden practice sword, eyes closed. Her breathing was calm and even, her whole being immersed in a special state of focus. Not far away, Lazilian stood with arms crossed, brow furrowed, watching his daughter intently, noting every subtle movement. In that moment, time seemed to pause in the courtyard. Even the breeze seemed to hold its breath, unwilling to disturb her concentration. Suddenly, Zayam's eyes snapped open, a sharp glint flashing in her gaze. At that exact moment, her hands moved. In what felt like slow motion, the wooden sword traced an intricate path around her, each swing precise and powerful. Gradually, the sword's arc formed an impenetrable barrier, as if sealing off the space around her. Lazilian watched every move, his heart caught in suspense. His eyes followed the sword's path, fingers unconsciously tightening. Bang! Just as the space was about to be fully enclosed by the sword's shadow, her movement faltered, a barely noticeable misstep. That tiny mistake set off a chain reaction, causing the rest of her moves to unravel. Zayam lost her balance and tumbled to the ground. Lazilian's heart fell with her, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. She was so close. Ugh, failed again. Zayam stared at the wooden sword in her hands, a dazed, defeated look on her face. "Don't be discouraged, Zayam." Lazilian walked over with a gentle smile, crouching beside her. "You were very close to succeeding. Sometimes, not rushing is the best way forward. Besides, your skills are already among the best in our family's history." Zayam paused, reflecting on his words. Had she been too impatient? Thinking back on her practice, maybe she had. After all, she had never received any special blessing in swordsmanship. It was nothing like her experience with magic. Perhaps because magic had come so easily, she had subconsciously expected the same with the sword, even though they were completely different disciplines. "I understand, father." Zayam stood up, brushing the dust from her clothes, her attitude respectful and receptive. Lazilian nodded in approval, then reminded her, "That's enough for today. You should get ready for school. Isn't today the half-term assessment? Do your best." The academy school year was divided into 2 semesters, with a short break in between. Unlike the nearly 2-month-long year-end holiday, the semester break lasted only about 10 days. "I will, father." Zayam bowed, set down her wooden sword, and headed back inside. She quickly washed up, wiping away the sweat from her morning practice, changed into clean clothes, and made her way to the dining room. "Good morning, mother." Zayam greeted her mother, who was already waiting at the table. Lilia had been up for a while, but she waited so they could eat together. "Come here, Zayam," she said with a warm smile. "The food is just the right temperature, best for your health." Zayam sat down across from Lilia and reached for her breakfast. "This house feels so quiet now," Lilia sighed as Zayam began to eat, her eyes drifting to the empty seats at the table. A few years ago, this time of day would have seen a whole table full of people eating here, but now it's just the two of us. If you ask me, Amon shouldn't have left home so early like his older brothers and sisters. They were all still so young, especially Amon, who always talked about becoming a famous swordsman. But once he left, we never heard from him again. At least the others are living safely somewhere. But with him, how can we not worry? He should have learned second-level reinforcement before setting out. That would have given him a better chance to protect himself. Like he used to complain, his talent for magic really wasn't great. He studied for years and could only manage basic, first-level non-elemental spells. But when it came to swordsmanship, he was a natural, which is why he was determined to make a name for himself with the sword. Still, as Mother always said, he shouldn't have left before mastering reinforcement. No matter how skilled you are with a sword, you need the physical ability to back it up. Against opponents of the same level, his sword skills might give him an edge, but against higher-level enemies, he wouldn't even be able to break through their defenses. Besides, the Heimlier sword arts aren't ordinary, they have a high bar for entry. To learn the final move, Ruale, you need at least third-level reinforcement with non-elemental magic. As for Amon's future, well, may the gods watch over him. This house feels so empty now. I almost want to have another child, Lilia complained. Zulemu kept her head down, quietly finishing her meal without responding. She understood her mother's feelings, but the reality was that in this world, most people, after completing 4 years at the preparatory school, would leave home around age 12 to find their own path. Some became apprentices, some went on to higher academies, and others joined the army as trainees. As for adventurers, those who left at 12 were still too young, they could only do odd jobs at that age. The Adventurers Guild did offer special support for young members, so there was less worry about them being mistreated. What Amon did was quite rare. All in all, the time between graduating from preparatory school and reaching adulthood was crucial for every and it shaped their entire future. Honestly, before Big Brother Chiga left home, the family struggled financially. Even as a trainee, the Knight Order offered a stipend, which finally eased things a bit. As for the other siblings who had left, the family still had to cover their school and living expenses since they weren't fully independent yet except for Amon. Mother, I'm finished, Zulemu said politely, putting down her utensils and wiping her mouth. You're done already, Zulemu? I'd better hurry up too, Lilia replied, quickening her pace as she ate. Zulemu stood up and left the table. Mother, I'm heading to school now. All right, be careful on your way. After saying goodbye, Zulemu straightened her clothes and set off for school. Zulemu. As soon as she reached the school gate, a figure rushed over and clung tightly to her arm. Good morning. Good morning, Fulan. Seeing Fulan hanging onto her arm, Zulemu felt a slight headache coming on. Ever since she had rescued Fulan from those kidnappers, Fulan had been attached to her everywhere she went. Fortunately, due to the recent kidnapping incident, the Bandon family now strictly forbids her from going anywhere alone after school. Every afternoon, a servant waits at the school gate, ready to escort Xiao Lim home as soon as she appears, which has saved her the trouble of figuring out how to avoid Fran every day. Xiao Lim, do you have any plans for the school break? Fran asked eagerly. Training, I guess. Xiao Lim replied, sounding a bit uncertain. What? That sounds so boring. Why don't you come over to my place instead? Fran immediately suggested, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Faced with Fran's newfound warmth, Xiao Lim was at a loss for how to respond. Semilise had never taught her how to handle this kind of situation. In fact, she found the old, aloof version of Fran much easier to deal with. Just then, a few sharp voices piped up from behind them. Wow, look at those two glued together again. Yeah, they stick to each other like leeches. Fran spun around, glaring angrily. Who is it? Who's talking nonsense behind our backs? The boys who had been making fun of them flinched at her fierce look. But soon, one of them shot back. What, calling us idiots? You're the real tag-along here. Excuse me. Fran was about to rush over and start a fight. Xiao Lim quickly grabbed her arm. Fran, don't do anything rash. Killing people is bad, at least not at school, or you'll get caught. The whole scene fell silent in an instant. Fran stared at Xiao Lim in shock. Wait, what? Kill them? Me? I just wanted to teach them a lesson. The boys turned pale with fear. Hold on. All we did was tease you a bit, and now we're gonna get killed? And what do you mean? At least not at school. Are you saying it's okay outside? Scary. These girls are terrifying. Just then, Ender stepped forward from the crowd to smooth things over. Ahem. Sorry, they're just joking around. Please don't take it to heart. The boys quickly started apologizing. Sorry, we were just joking. Please don't be mad. I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. Fran looked from the panicked boys to Xiao Lim, who seemed completely calm, and was momentarily speechless. Wait, did I ever say I was going to kill them? Why does everyone act like I'm some kind of dangerous criminal? All right, just don't let it happen again. Fran huffed, then turned to Ander. Ander, you sure like to meddle in other people's business. This has nothing to do with you, but you still help those guys out. Ander just shook his head with a smile. Well, we know each other, so I figured I'd help out. Anyway, class is about to start. In the magic classroom, Miss Keylight looked around at the students with a cheerful smile. Does everyone know what day it is today? We do. The class answered, some confidently, others nervously. Since everyone's so enthusiastic, let's begin the final exam. A collective groan echoed through the room, but the final exam went ahead as scheduled. First up was the magic theory test, held in the classroom just like any other academic subject. Once all the written exams were over, it was time for the practical test, which would assess how much the students had learned about magic. Out of nowhere, Heimlier brought over a table and set it up properly on the playground, where a circle had already been drawn on the ground. All right, everyone, please come forward one by one according to the order you drew lots. They'll be scoring you based on your performance. Heimlier stood behind the table, holding a score sheet, and announced with a gentle smile. Soon, the first studenta girl stepped forward and stood inside the circle. Her hands trembled slightly, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead. She was clearly nervous. She took a deep breath and tried to cast the spell she'd been practicing for half a year, but after several attempts, nothing happened. Don't be nervous. Just do it the way you usually do. Heimlier encouraged her softly, her smile reassuring. The girl seemed to relax a little after hearing this. She took another deep breath and tried twice more. Closing her eyes, she focused and quietly chanted, "Gentle breeze." The moment she finished, a cool breeze flowed from her palms, brushing across everyone's faces. I did it. I really did it. The girl's eyes widened in delight. She covered her mouth with her hands, barely able to contain her excitement. Heimlier nodded with a smile and jotted something down on the score sheet. Very good. Well done. You can step down now. Next student, please. Thank you, Teacher Heimlier. The girl ran off the field, flashing a victory sign at her classmates. Her success gave the following students a boost of confidence. As the next few took their turns, some were still nervous, but most managed to cast their spells. Some summoned a faint flame, others conjured small balls of water, and a few made pebbles on the ground float into the air. Not everyone succeeded, though. Some students, even though they were sweating and fully focused, still couldn't cast any magic. But Heimlier didn't automatically fail those students. She watched closely as they attempted the gestures, listened to their pronunciation, and observed the flow of their magical energy. Then, she gave them scores based on their efforts and offered encouragement. If you can channel magic, learning the spells is just a matter of time, Heimlier told one disappointed student, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Keep working hard next semester. Finally, Heimlier stood in front of the table to announce the rankings. As expected, Xylem, Falon, and Andy took the top 3 spots. No one was surprised. When the 3 received their awards together, the other students looked on with envy. After all, their magical progress was far ahead of everyone else. There was one surprise, though. Falon didn't come in second. Instead, Andy surpassed her, pushing her to 3rd place. When Falon accepted her certificate, her lips twitched in frustration. She was clearly unhappy with the result. Given that she had started learning magic earlier and had a private tutor, it made sense she couldn't beat a multi-talented mage like Xylem. But losing to Andy, who was from a regular family, seemed a bit much. Regardless of what others thought, Xylem wasn't surprised at all. Standing in 1st place, she glanced at Andy and Falon. Andy's educational opportunities were nowhere near Fulan's, but both his parents were adventurers. Even before learning magic, had probably already experienced real combat thanks to them. As Heimlier had said before, magic is ultimately about practical use. Practicing spells over and over in a safe environment might make you quick and proficient, but that's just an illusion. Real mastery means being able to use magic steadily in all sorts of situations. Fighting people or monsters with magic is what turns that illusion of skill into true ability. Clearly, Falon hadn't gone through that process, so Xylem had no doubt that in a real magical duel, Falon would lose to Andy. Heimlier must have realized this too, which is why Andy scored higher. Well then, everyone, see you next semester. And don't be discouraged if you couldn't cast a spell. There's always next term to improve. Heimlier waved and dismissed the class, her face kind and encouraging. The schoolyard immediately became lively again. Students packed up their things and gathered in groups, chatting about their holiday plans. Many crowded around Andy, eager to hear his secrets. Andy, how did you improve so fast? Do you have any tips? A small boy squeezed up to Andy, eyes shining with curiosity. Others gathered around as well, looking at Andy expectantly. At first, Andy's magic hadn't been as good as Fulan's, but now had surpassed her. So everyone assumed he must have some special method, especially those who still hadn't learned magic yet. To be honest, I don't really have any tricks, Andy said, scratching his head awkwardly, but still sharing his experience. My parents just took me along to fight some monsters, and I gradually got better at magic. For real? You've already fought monsters? That's amazing. A girl exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth. I've never even seen a monster. What are they like? Andy, what kind of monsters have you beaten? Tell us about it. More and more students crowded around, peppering him with questions. Well, it's not as impressive as you think, just some magic spiders, goblins, and slimes, Andy replied sheepishly, then started telling his classmates about his adventures. The classroom noise gradually faded into the background. Just as Xylem was about to leave the school gate, Heimlier called out to her. Miss Keylight, is there something you need? It's nothing serious, Keylight replied with a smile. Xylem, don't you have a wand? I was wondering if you could bring it to class next semester. Xylem was a little surprised, but quickly nodded. All right, I understand. He'll bring it next semester. Keylight nodded with satisfaction. Most of the students have already grasped the basics of magic. Their confidence is less likely to be shaken now, and some may even start to get a little overconfident. If you can set an example for them, others will have a clearer goal to work toward, and ITLL boost everyone's enthusiasm for learning. I understand, Miss Keylight. He'll be sure to bring my wand. After saying goodbye to Keylight, Xylem left the school building and saw someone waving excitedly at her near the entrance. Xylem. It was Fran. Fran? What's up? Xylem walked over and asked. Fran's eyes sparkled with excitement. I was just thinking, even though you can't come over to my place because of your training, I can visit you instead. I don't have to train all the time anyway. What do you think? Xylem hesitated for a moment, then said softly, wouldn't it be better if you spent some time practicing magic too? Fran paused, looking a little reluctant, but then she grinned. All right, it's settled. He'll come over tomorrow for sure. She glanced back at the anxious Bandon family butler waiting behind her, her smile growing even brighter. See you tomorrow, Xylem. She waved and got into the car with the butler. Watching her leave, Xylem murmured, yeah, see you tomorrow. That is, if you actually manage to get out of your house. The rest of the break brought a new set of training challenges for Xylem. With no classes to attend, she could devote much more time to sword practice each day. However, Rezelian didn't force her to stick to a strict schedule, so after her morning training, Xylem would usually head to the monster forest for lessons with Semilise. During the break, Semilise no longer simply had monsters fight Xylem directly. Instead, she would release a monster somewhere in the forest, then fly Xylem to that area. Xylem's task was to locate the monster first, then figure out how to defeat it. This approach made things more difficult, but it was also more realistic, and Xylem was eager to take on the challenge. The survival skills she had learned before, like potion making and identifying special plants, all came in handy now. The only issue was that searching for monsters in the forest wasn't as easy as she had imagined. Sometimes she couldn't find a target at all, or she had run into other creatures along the way. Occasionally, the monsters were just local residents of the area, which meant she had to fight opponents who knew the terrain far better than she did, forcing her to retreat. Even so, Xylem learned something valuable from every failure. She was able to stay calm in the face of setbacks and gradually figured out how to handle tough situations in battle. Just like that, the not a short semester break passed by in a flurry of intense training. On the first morning of the new term, the campus was bustling with students. Before Xylemu could even steady herself, a flash of gold rushed toward her. It was Fulan, her eyes brimming with tears as she threw her arms around Xylemu's arm. Wow, I finally get to see you, Xylemu. Fulan complained between sobs. Father was so unfair, wouldn't let me leave the house the entire break. I don't ever want to talk to him again. I'm sorry, Xylemu. I didn't mean to stand you up. Seeing how pitiful Fulan looked, Xylemu gently patted her on the shoulder. It's okay, it's okay. Mr. Bandon probably just did that because he's worried about your magic, right? Xylemu comforted her. If your magic gets stronger, he won't have any reason to keep you at home anymore. Fulan's eyes lit up instantly. Really? If I become stronger, Father won't ground me again. Of course, at least I think so. Great. I'm going to become an amazing mage and make Father see me in a whole new light. Fulan was fired up again, her earlier frustration completely forgotten. Then she noticed something behind Xylemu. Hey, Xylemu, is that a magic wand on your back? It was a wooden staff with a semicircular top. Xylemu brightened up and proudly showed it off. That's right. This is my wand. It may look simple, but it works perfectly with any magic I use. Wow, isn't that the kind of wand only second-tier mages and above can use? Fulan suddenly remembered the time Xylemu had used second-tier magic to save her, and asked excitedly, can I touch it? Without hesitation, Xylemu handed her the wand. Fulan stroked it carefully, her eyes shining with admiration. This is so cool. It really feels like a real magic wand. What's it made of? It's crafted from the trunk of a mist swamp treanta, very rare material. It boosts all types of magic equally, which is perfect for a multi-element mage like me. Mist swamp treant, Fulan exclaimed, raising the wand in excitement. That name is awesome. I've made up my mind I'm going to get one just like it. Weren't you just saying you'd never talk to your father again? Xylemu couldn't help but laugh. In the classroom, Xylemu's wand immediately became the center of attention. The students whispered among themselves, Xylemu is already a second-tier mage? That's a level even most graduates never reach. The appearance of the wand stirred up quite a commotion in the otherwise peaceful school. Those students who had once excelled in their magical studies now unconsciously lowered their voices. They still remembered how stunned they had been when they first saw Xylemu and the other two mastering magic ahead of everyone else. But after learning their own first-tier spells, many had started to feel secretly proud. If I can cast magic too, why should I think they're better than me? Maybe it won't be long before I catch up, or even surpass them. Now, however, Those arrogant thoughts were completely dispelled. The gap between second-tier and first-tier magic was far deeper than they had imagined. Even for those students who had taken half a year just to get started with first-tier magic, keeping up the same pace would still require 4 or 5 years of hard work to even approach the threshold of second-tier spells, assuming they had enough talent and the right conditions. The reality was even harsher. Colette and the other teachers understood all too well that, out of the entire class, it was likely that only Zeulamu, Falon, and Andy would reach the second tier before graduation. Fire barrier. With a roar, a wall of blazing flames erupted out of thin air, separating Zeulamu from the rest of the people on the field. The students around craned their necks, staring in awe at this impressive display. Wow, so this is second-tier magic? It's 100 times more powerful than my ignition spell. Someone exclaimed from the crowd. As the flames faded, Colette quickly called for order. All right, everyone, please quiet down. She turned to Zeulamu. Thank you for your demonstration. You can return to your place now. Zeulamu rejoined the group, but many eyes still followed her, and whispers rippled through the crowd. How did she do that? She's already using second-tier magic after such a short time. Yeah, I'm still struggling with the basics of first-tier spells. You're doing better than May can't even cast a first-tier spell yet. While Zeulamu remained calm in the face of the praise and envy, Falon beside her lifted her chin proudly, as if basking in reflected glory. Humph. You have no idea how amazing Zeulamu really is. What does Zeulamu's skill have to do with you? Don't act so smug, someone grumbled. What did you say? Falon glared back angrily. Falon, do you have something to say? Colette's voice interrupted at just the right moment. Sorry, Miss Colette, Falon muttered, bowing her head in embarrassment, though she couldn't resist shooting another angry look at the speaker. Once the class had settled down, Colette continued her explanation. What you just witnessed was a second-tier fire spell, Fire Barrier. This magic can be used for defense and can also harm opponents. Although it's only a second-tier spell, it's incredibly practical. Even third-tier mages use it regularly. And more importantly, it was cast by one of your classmates. That means these powerful spells, which might seem out of reach, aren't actually that far away. If you keep working hard, each of you has the chance to master impressive and powerful magic like this. Would you like to give it a try? Yes. The students shouted in unison. Out on the playground, the students responded in unison. The envy and feelings of inadequacy they once felt toward Xylem quickly transformed into a surge of motivation, thanks to Ms. Keelight's brief, yet powerful encouragement. Excellent. I'm truly delighted to see such enthusiasm from all of you, Ms. Keelight announced with a smile. Now, let's begin our lessons for the new semester. There were noticeable changes in the curriculum this term. While the practical magic sessions remained largely the same, the amount and depth of theoretical magic knowledge increased significantly. This adjustment made sense after all. For preparatory school students, advanced practical magic could be too challenging, but learning theory posed no such barrier, even for the youngest students. Still, the shift left many students struggling in the days that followed. Ms. Keelight, how did I do this time? Xylem asked after finishing her spell. Because her magical abilities were far ahead of her classmates, Ms. Keelight provided her with individual guidance. Ms. Keelight paused to consider before replying. Xylem, has your family hired a private magic tutor? Honestly, your grasp of magic is astonishing. I haven't seen you make any of the typical beginner's mistakes. Without excellent instruction, that's almost impossible. Xylem was momentarily at a loss for words. But Ms. Keelight quickly drew her own conclusion. Of course, considering you're a descendant of the great figure from the Heimlier family, it's only natural you'd have access to such expert teachers. Although Ms. Keelight's assumption spared Xylem from answering, the teacher's unquestioning trust in her family left her feeling a little uneasy. But Ms. Keelight continued, it seems your tutor, while highly skilled in magic, might not fully understand the needs of magic users themselves. Perhaps they haven't had formal teacher training? What do you mean? Xylem asked in confusion. Ms. Keelight patiently explained, when you recite spells, you imitate someone else's pronunciation too closely. But my spells still work, don't they? Ms. Keelight shook her head. That's a common misconception. Differences in pronunciation usually don't prevent a spell from working, but they do affect your casting speed, mana efficiency, and the overall effect of the magic. Everyone has their own natural way of speaking. That's the result of your body and magical circuits working together. This is why the same spell can have different results for different people. If you don't find the pronunciation that suits you best, your magic will always be somewhat limited. Ms. Keelight thought for a moment and offered a vivid analogy. It's like wearing shoes. Everyone has a size that fits them best. You can walk in shoes that aren't your size, but they'll never be as comfortable as a perfect fit. Right now, you're wearing someone else's shoes. They work, but they're not the best for you. After listening to Colette's explanation, Xiaolime suddenly understood and realized what the real issue was. Semilise had a natural ability to cast spells without incantations, but Xiaolime had been blindly imitating Semile's pronunciation habits, overlooking the fact that everyone should have their own unique way of pronouncing spells. So what should I do next, Teacher Colette? Xiaolime asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Colette gave her a gentle smile and reassured her softly. Don't worry, Xiaolime. Finding your own pronunciation is actually quite simple because it's already engraved within you. Let me help you. Under Colette's guidance, Xiaolime began practicing to correct her spellcasting. At first, she felt awkward and clumsy. Something feels off. My magic is slower than before. Am I slipping back into my old habits? Xiaolime asked, confused. Don't rush, Colette encouraged patiently. Clear your mind and trust your instincts completely. Gradually, Xiaolime started to regain her rhythm. Colette nodded in satisfaction. Much better. You're almost there, keep it up. With Colette's careful guidance, Xiaolime soon discovered her own natural pace for spellcasting. This experience taught her an important lesson. Even the most talented people can overlook things, and there is always something to learn from others. From then on, in addition to her daily training with Semilise, Xiaolime gained another magical mentor. Although she and Colette were both third-tier mages, Colette had received systematic training from an advanced academy of magic, giving her a much deeper understanding of magic than Xiaolime currently possessed. Details that seem trivial to Xiaolime or even to Semiliskold have significant consequences in human society, and Colette was able to guide Xiaolime in these crucial areas. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The third year at the preparatory school had come to an end, and Xylem was now on summer break, celebrating her 10th birthday. Not long after her birthday, she made her way to the forest outside town, just as she always did. By the lake where they had first met, Xylem found Semilise standing alone at the water's edge, staring at the calm surface, lost in thought. She seemed so absorbed that she didn't even notice Xylem's arrival. Semilise, what are you looking at? Xylem asked softly. Semilise finally turned around, forcing a faint smile. Oh, Xylem, you're here. Yeah, I'm here. So, what kind of training? Xylem started, but then she noticed something was off about Semilise's expression. Semilise? Is something wrong? You don't seem like yourself today. Me? Not myself. Semilise's eyes flickered, then she shook her head quickly. Haha, no, you must be imagining things. Anyway, training. Right, training. Semilise quickly changed the subject, but Xylem could still sense that something was bothering her. Just then, Semilise's expression grew serious. Her brows furrowed, and her tone became somber. Xylem, today's training will be a little different. I want you to be prepared. Though puzzled, Xylem nodded. Semilise then led her deeper into the monster forest, but unlike usual, Semilise was silent the entire way, her face tense and unreadable. We're here. Before long, Semilise landed with Xylem on top of a mountain in the forest. Xylem glanced around, sensing that the environment was different from their usual training grounds. Semilise, this isn't the heart of the monster forest, is it? After so much flight training, Xylem could accurately judge travel times, and this flight had been much shorter than usual. Semilise replied expressionlessly, you're right. This isn't the deep forest. It's more of a middle area, near the edge. So what are we doing here? Look over there. Instead of answering directly, Semilise pointed down the mountainside. Following her gaze, Xylem saw wisps of smoke rising in the distance. Beneath the smoke, a clearing had been carved out of the forest where trees once stood. There were now rows of rough, makeshift houses. Around these crude structures, groups of green-skinned humanoids bustled about. That's a goblin tribe. Xylem immediately recognized them as one of the most infamous and weakest types of monsters, goblins. Of course, goblins were notorious not only for their weakness, but also for their infamy. As the most common foot soldiers in the Demon King's army throughout history, goblins had become synonymous with the Demon King's minions and embodied humanity's fear of the Demon King's power. In every book or record describing the terror of the Demon King, goblins always made an appearance. Greedy, cunning, with sharp teeth that could easily bite through bone, long and pointed fingernails, and cold, merciless eyes that seemed to hate all living things. What made them even more dangerous, though, was that goblins didn't always stay at the bottom. They were among the few monsters capable of evolving, and even at their weakest, they were already highly intelligent. The most common or rank goblins have a clear evolutionary path. They either evolve into the larger rank hobgoblins, or they master magic and become goblin mages. As their strength increases, some individuals rise to become goblin lords, then advance further to goblin generals who command armies, and ultimately reach the pinnacle as goblin kings. Some scholars have put forward a bold hypothesis. Goblins may not be simple monsters, but rather a degraded branch of a lesser demon race. The reasoning is straightforward. When goblins reach their highest evolutionary stage, their power rivals that of ordinary demons. Semilise, are you saying? Xiam Lim stood atop the hill, gazing down at the massive goblin settlement below. Hundreds of goblins were gathered amidst a dense cluster of tents. That's right. This is your target for today, Semilise replied, her eyes fixed on Xiam Elim. Her tone was calm, but left no room for argument. Listen carefully. You have to wipe out these minions of the Demon Lord. You can use any means or strategy you want, but I won't be watching from the sidelines. I've placed a mark on the goblin chieftain. He'll only know what happens when it dies. That means, even if you're in danger, no one will come to your rescue. Until that mark is triggered, I won't intervene. As long as these goblins remain, you'll be trapped in this dangerous forest. Your only way out is to eliminate them completely. Xiam Lim was silent for a moment, then replied calmly, understood. With that, she took the magic staff from her back and headed down toward the goblin settlement. They'll wipe them out completely. Ga? Gejai? Geru? Ga? Hiding behind a thick tree trunk, Xiam Lim could already hear the goblin sentries calling out alarms. She carefully studied the ground. Messy footprints and drag marks were everywhere, indicating the goblins frequently patrolled around their camp. This also meant there were likely several goblin patrols roaming the woods behind her right now. Through the dense undergrowth, she could see several goblin guards patrolling outside the crude wooden palisade, clad in rough armor and armed with wooden bows and stone arrows. Xiam Lim found the presence of these ranged attackers made things much more complicated. With so many melee goblins charging, archers attacking from a distance, and the possibility of mages or a crank goblin lord overseeing the camp, even a fully equipped crank adventurer party could be wiped out here. A frontal assault was clearly out of the question. She needed to find a way to weaken the enemy first, all while carefully managing her own magical reserves. One misstep could spell disaster. Having settled on a general approach, Xiam Lim decided to gather more information before drawing up a detailed plan. She began casting spells. First, a Tier 1 nature spell, Natural Presence, to blend her aura with the environment. Then a Tier 2 nature spell, Rhythm of the Wild, making her seem like a part of the forest itself. Finally, a Tier 2 dark spell, Concealment, to erase her presence completely. Although each of these low-tier spells was weaker than a Tier 3 spell, they consumed less energy and could be maintained for longer periods. In combination, especially with the synergy from the 4 natural elements, their effects were nearly on par with a Tier 3 spell. With her preparations complete, Xiam Lim didn't rush into the camp. Instead, she decided to probe the outskirts first. Soon, she spotted a goblin patrol making its rounds. Xiam Lim slowed his breathing to an absolute minimum, standing silently by the path where the goblin patrol was passing. Several green-skinned goblins, wielding crude wooden clubs and wearing skirts made of grass, marched past him at just an arm's length away, completely unaware of his presence. As the patrol moved farther down the road, Xiam Lim chose not to attack. He realized that weakening the goblins' forces wasn't the top priority right now, especially since he still didn't fully understand how their alert system worked. Acting rashly would only put them further on guard. Even though he was so close to them without being noticed, Xiam Lim paused to think. He turned to look toward the direction of the goblin village and began planning his next move. Suddenly, there was a sharp clang. Immediately after, a low, puzzled voice called out, Geru? What's going on? One of the green goblins turned around, staring in confusion at a wooden rack that had toppled over. It stood frozen, its face full of bewilderment. At that moment, a large goblin strode over, barking angrily, Geru, Geru, Gerlu. The green goblin stammered, it wasn't me, I swear. The rack just fell over on its own. I was just checking it. The rack fell over by itself? The big goblin frowned, clearly skeptical. Yes, that's right. The green goblin nodded frantically, trying to explain. Unmoved, the big goblin let out a cold snort. Do you think I'm stupid? Before the words had even faded, he swung a heavy fist down on the green goblin's head, knocking it hard to the ground. Then, with a furious roar, he added, the rack isn't alive, how could it move by itself? Are you trying to slack off? Next time, it'll break your legs. The green goblin knelt on the ground, clutching its head and trembling, too scared to fight back. Only after the big goblin's anger had cooled and he walked away did the green goblin slowly get up, rubbing its bruised head and glaring furiously at the fallen rack. Grabbing a wooden club, it started smashing the rack with all its strength. Ga, 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 it growled through clenched teeth. It's you. You're the problem. They'll teach you to move around. The rack splintered into pieces under the assault, with chips flying everywhere. One splinter bounced into the shadows of a corner, and just as it was about to hit the wall, it was suddenly bounced back by some invisible force and flew into the air again. Ga? The green goblin stared, dumbfounded at the corner. Cautiously, it lifted its club and crept over to where the wood chip had bounced back. It poked the air with the club, but felt nothing. Ga? It muttered, scratching its head in confusion, thinking it must have imagined it. Still puzzled, the green goblin half-heartedly waved its club and turned to go back on duty. But just as it turned around, a powerful sense of oppression suddenly swept over it. Looking up quickly, it found a tall figure standing right in front of it. The green goblin's gaze slowly traveled upward until it met a pair of cold, indifferent eyes, leaving it utterly speechless. Ga! It choked out a terrified growl. At that moment, the big goblin lunged forward, grabbing it by the neck and lifting it clean off the ground. Ga! By then, Xiam Lim was already far from the scene, finally able to breathe easy. Thankfully, he hadn't been discovered. There was indeed a fatal flaw with concealment magic. Once someone paid special attention, it became nearly impossible to use it again effectively. After all, Concealment doesn't mean true invisibility, it simply blurs the figure, making it best suited for dim environments. Although two nature-based spells helped, making the concealment feel as if she were always shrouded in darkness. If she drew attention to herself, even the dullest goblin would realize that a moving shadow was suspicious. Holding her breath, Xiao Lim carefully scanned her surroundings and quickly locked her gaze onto a particularly conspicuous building. She moved lightly, approaching the gate made of thick tree branches. Creak. The gate slowly swung open under some invisible force, then closed again on its own. The goblin guard outside cocked its head, curiously peeking inside. Finding nothing unusual, it scratched its head, muttered in confusion, and returned to its post completely unaware that a dangerous intruder had already slipped into the tribe's most important location. Inside, Xiao Lim swiftly surveyed the largest building in the settlement. The walls were lined with dried animal carcasses, and the floor was piled with all kinds of oddly shaped wild fruits. On her way here, she had already mapped out the goblins' patrol routes and combat strength, and it was worse than she had expected. Not only were there a large number of armed archers, but there were also more than one goblin mage. The most concerning part, however, was the unusually high number of hobgoblins. Out of about 130 goblins, more than 30 were hobgoblins. Normally, the ratio of hobgoblins to regular green-skinned goblins in a tribe like this should be around 1 to 10. Such an abnormality could only be due to the influence of the Goblin Lord. It's very likely that the Goblin Lord here has already undergone an advancement and reached C rank, Xiao Lim speculated silently. If that was the case, normally the Adventurers Guild would need to assemble 4, 5, or even more crank teams to have a chance at wiping out this tribe. The only information Xiao Lim still lacked was about the Goblin Lord. She had thought the largest building would be where the Lord stayed, but it turned out to be just a food storage area. Still, as she eyed the stockpiled food, a glint appeared in her ISA plan gradually took shape in her mind. Over an hour later, a rough horn sounded throughout the goblin tribe. Gaga, Gallo, Gaji. A group of goblins filed into the food storage area. Under the watchful eyes of two hobgoblins, the lowest-ranked green-skinned goblins began carrying food outside. Ga. One of the hobgoblins at the door impatiently kicked a slow-moving goblin, causing half a dried horned rabbit to fall from its arms. The green-skinned goblin bent down, intending to pick it up. Ga. A fierce roar sent it fleeing in terror, not daring to look back at the dropped food. The supervising hobgoblin glanced around furtively and, seeing the other hobgoblin focused on the inside, shuffled closer to the fallen horned rabbit. Making sure no one was watching, it quickly snatched up the food, tucked it into its hands, and glanced nervously toward the house. Satisfied it hadn't been caught, it eagerly opened its mouth and took a big bite out of the dried rabbit. Ga? As it chewed, the hobgoblin's expression grew puzzled. It frowned at the food, sensing something off but unable to pinpoint what. Just then, the other hobgoblin noticed something amiss and turned to look. The first hobgoblin hastily hid the half-eaten rabbit behind its back, narrowly avoiding the embarrassment of being caught snacking. In its panic, it completely forgot its earlier suspicion about the food. The goblins carried the food to the central clearing of the tribe, where a roaring bonfire blazed and several steaming cauldrons were set up. As the food was tossed into the pots or placed on grills, a strange aroma began to fill the air. Ga, ga, ga. Led by several goblin mages, over 100 goblins gathered around the food, chanting in unison as if performing some kind of ritual. Gaho. With a thunderous roar, a huge goblin strode out from a distant building. Clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive stone axe as tall as an ordinary goblin, it radiated an intimidating presence. The Goblin Lord had finally appeared. After the Goblin Lord appeared, several green-skinned goblins hurriedly lifted a crude, oversized wooden chair, awkwardly dragging it to the center of the clearing. The Goblin Lord shot an impatient glare at the slow-moving goblins and kicked one of them aside before dropping heavily onto his special seat. Grah! The Lord roared, pointing roughly at the food roasting over the campfire. The goblin scrambled to bring over a huge, half-cooked piece of meat. Licking his lips, drool flying everywhere and splattering the attendants, the Lord grabbed the steaming meat with both hands and tore into it, tossing his stone axe carelessly beside the chair. Crunch! Crunch! His sharp teeth made quick work of bone and flesh. In less than half a minute, he devoured a portion of meat equal to the size of 3 goblins. 2 goblins were already waiting nearby, holding a basin-sized bowl filled with hearty soup, chunks of meat, and fruit floating on top. Gulp! 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 With just 3 swallows, the Lord finished the entire bowl of soup. Smacking his lips and patting his bulging belly in satisfaction, he finally signaled to the rest of the goblins that they could eat. The goblin crowd erupted instantly, rushing toward the food in a chaotic frenzy. Some lost teeth, others were trampled underfoot, but the strict hierarchy remained. The goblin mages ate first, enjoying the best food, while the larger goblins waited impatiently behind them. Only after the mages had their fill did the big goblins surge forward, scrambling madly for whatever remained. Finally, It was the turn of the most numerous green-skinned goblins. They fought fiercely over even a bone with scraps of meat, bashing each other bloody in the process. The higher-ranking goblins watched the brawl with amusement, especially the Lord, who laughed heartily at the spectacle. Suddenly, a piercing shriek shattered the lively scene. All the goblins turned in fear toward the sound and saw a big goblin collapsed on the ground, clutching its stomach and groaning in pain. The Lord, clearly annoyed by the disturbance, barked out a harsh command for silence. Yet the suffering goblin continued to wail, driving the Lord into a rage. With an enraged roar, the Lord bellowed at the top of his lungs. It suddenly stood up, grabbed an axe, and let out a furious roar. The entire tribe fell silent at once. The green-skinned goblins who had been fighting over food froze in fear, quickly crouching down, not daring to make a sound. Thud, thud, thud. The goblin lord strode forward, axe in hand, his heavy footsteps echoing through the camp. On the way, he impatiently kicked aside a small goblin that had stood too close. The goblins who had been gathered around the big goblin quickly scattered, not daring to stay near. The Lord stopped beside the big goblin, who was curled up on the ground clutching its stomach. A flicker of confusion crossed the Lord's eyes, but he ignored the creature's pain and barked a harsh command at it. The big goblin trembled, stretching out a hand to point at the cauldron not far away, then at its own stomach, groaning in pain as it tried to explain. But the goblin lord only frowned deeper, clearly not understanding, and his anger grew. To the Lord, anything he couldn't understand wasn't worth thinking about. With a sudden kick, he sent the big goblin flying, then turned to roar at several other large goblins. They hurried over, picked up the unconscious big goblin, and dragged it off to lock it in a nearby hut. As they left, the Lord's temper cooled slightly, but he had already lost interest in the situation. He turned and headed for his own quarters, but as he glanced at the green-skinned goblins still lingering by the cauldron, he let out another furious roar. The green-skinned goblins shrank back, eyeing the remaining food longingly but not daring to approach. When the Lord roared even louder, the goblins scattered in all directions, fleeing to their own corners. As they ran, many shot resentful looks at the big goblin who had been locked up, blaming it for the disaster. With barely any food to go around on a normal day, and now with the Lord's outburst, their anger and frustration grew. If the big goblin hadn't gotten sick, they might have at least gotten something to eat today. After the goblins dispersed, a sigh drifted down from a large tree outside the tribe. As expected, plans never keep up with changes. Zayulamu had originally hoped to poison or incapacitate the goblins outright, making them unable to resist, but there weren't any suitable poisonous herbs nearby. Fortunately, she had managed to find an herb that would upset their stomachs, which seemed to work well enough on goblins. To mask the herb's pungent smell, she had mixed it with several other herbs, crushed them all together, and then smeared the juice onto the goblins' stored food. When she saw the goblins suddenly gather to eat, especially once they began to cook the food into a soup, she was secretly delighted. This particular herb was even more effective in water, and heating it would lessen the taste. Watching the green-skinned goblins happily eating by the cauldron, Zayulamu felt that everything was going according to her plan, even if the results were a little unexpected. However, no one expected that a goblin had secretly eaten the food ahead of time, causing the effects of the poison to appear earlier in him than in the others. Fortunately, the goblin lord wasn't exactly the brightest, so he didn't suspect that this was a deliberate poisoning plot. Ironically, it was the chaos caused by this early affected goblin that disrupted the original plan, resulting in at least half of the green-skinned goblins missing out on the poisoned food. The situation suddenly became much more complicated. With the higher-ranking goblins falling first, no one could say for sure whether the lower-ranking goblins would be able to take control. All anyone could do was watch and wait to see which way things would turn. The meal times in the goblin tribe always depended on when the Lord woke up, and since it was still broad daylight, the green-skinned goblins hadn't eaten yet. Still, their daily work was not reduced in the slightest. At the angry shouts of a few big goblins, a group of listless greenskins, heads down and dragging rough wooden clubs, lazily shuffled outside to start their hunting duties. Suddenly, one of the big goblins who had been scolding the others stopped short, his face turning pale. He clutched his stomach in pain and collapsed to the ground, rolling and writhing in agony. His cries were filled with both pain and terror as he twisted on the ground like a worm. The other goblins stared at the scene in shock, not knowing what to do. A few of them hesitated, as if this scene seemed familiar, but before they could say anything, it was already too late. A second big goblin suddenly grabbed his stomach, his face contorted, and then he dropped to his knees. A third, a fourth, one after another, the big goblins collapsed as if the pain was contagious. Their wails and screams echoed through the entire camp, and in just a few moments, the ground was littered with goblins curled up and writhing, the situation spiraling out of control almost instantly. Just then, the goblin lord, who was about to go back to bed for a nap, was infuriated by the commotion outside. He kicked open the wooden door and stormed out, gripping his heavy stone axe. But when he saw the chaos goblins rolling on the ground, and howling in pain froze in disbelief. Huh. The Goblin Lord froze for a full 3 seconds before finally reacting. Grah! A thunderous roar erupted from its thick throat. The dozens of green-skinned goblins inside the camp, who had been confused and at a loss, instantly snapped to attention. Like a fuse being lit, they sprang into action, some grabbing rough wooden clubs, others clutching sharp stone spears, and a few picking up crude bows and arrows. Several nimble goblins quickly climbed the rickety watchtower and blew the horn with all their might. A long, mournful horn call echoed through the forest, acting as an invisible summons. One by one, the goblins lucky enough to avoid the poison gathered before their lord, weapons in hand and eyes blazing with frenzied determination. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Xiao Lim kept her eyes fixed on the Goblin Lord, her brow furrowing. The poison didn't work, she thought to herself. Could it be that this Goblin Lord is so strong that the poison can't harm it at all? As the one who ate the most in the tribe, the Goblin Lord naturally ingested the largest dose of poison. Yet, while the other goblins writhed on the ground clutching their stomachs in agony, the Lord showed no sign of being affected. For a moment, Xiao Lim couldn't tell whether the poison was effective or not. I can't afford to leave this to chance, Xiao Lim thought, her gaze sharpening. The window of opportunity is brief, but I'm confident enough to take the risk now. At this moment, the goblins were still scattered and disorganized. If she waited for them to form up, and the Goblin Lord really was immune to the poison, her chances of victory would plummet. With her mind made up, Xiao Lim hesitated no longer. She gripped her treant staff tightly and moved lightly toward the goblins. The concealing spells around her faded like mist, and her lips began to move as she chanted ancient incantations. Strengthen. A faint white light shimmered on her body, and a surge of warmth flowed into her muscles. Lighten. Her steps became instantly lighter, as if she were walking on air. Fortify. A visible layer of white light clung to her skin, forming an invisible shield. Battle cry. A wave of searing red light burst from within her, overpowering the glow of the white shield. The Goblin Lord looked around at the raggedly assembled goblins, a hint of confusion flickering in its eyes before morphing into uncontrollable rage. It realized that among the goblins still standing, not a single high-ranking goblin remained. What infuriated it even more was that the goblin mages, those who enjoyed privileges second only to the Lord itself, were nowhere to be seen. Grah! The Goblin Lord roared at the sky in fury, thick arms flailing as if it wanted to tear those deserter goblin mages limb from limb. But the mages could hardly be blamed. As high-level goblins, they had specialized in magic and intelligence, leaving their bodies frailsome, even weaker than the lowest green-skinned goblins. Each mage had a private dwelling, and aside from the Lord, no one dared to disturb them. Because of this, when the poison first took effect on them, knocking them out cold, not a single goblin noticed what had happened. At that moment, a strange voice echoed through the tribe, steadily drawing nearer. The goblins turned to look toward the source of the sound, and saw a petite human woman approaching, gripping a wand tightly in her hand, and murmuring incantations as she walked. Suddenly, she raised her wand and called out in a low voice. Wave surge. Boom. A massive wave erupted out of thin air, surging forward and crashing into the goblins who were rushing in with their bows. In an instant, the wave engulfed them, scattering bodies and tossing them like driftwood in a stormy sea. The sudden turn of events left the goblins stunned, exchanging bewildered glances, unable to react. Gah! But then, the Goblin Lord's furious roar ripped through the air, snapping the green-skinned goblins back to their senses. With a howl of rage, they raised crude wooden clubs and stone-tipped spears, charging straight at Zayulamu. Yet Zayulamu didn't stop moving. Her gaze was sharp and unwavering, fixed on the most threatening ranged attackers. Stepping forward with steady determination, she deftly dodged the melee goblins' attacks, aided by the buffs she had cast earlier. She quickly targeted the archers scattered by the wave, pointed her wand, and chanted another spell under her breath. Lightning strike. Crack! A bolt of lightning shot down, striking the center of the goblin archers. Electricity surged outward in a flash, hitting those who hadn't even had time to react. With screams ringing out, the goblins dropped like stunned fish, bodies charred and smoking, their pained cries signaling the end. Gah! The Goblin Lord's fury reached its peak. Its eyes glowed red as it swung a massive stone axe, smashing it into the ground and leaving a deep crater. With another roar, it charged at Zayulamu, trampling and scattering any goblins in its way. But Zayulamu had no intention of meeting it head-on. She quickly shifted her position and cast a new spell. Her wand pointed to the ground, which split open as blazing flames surged upward, forming a towering wall of fire. The searing heat engulfed the leading goblins, their screams echoing as their bodies turned black and brittle in the flames. The Goblin Lord skidded to a halt just before the fiery barrier, the flames illuminating its furious face and bloodshot eyes. With a thunderous bellow, it sent shockwaves rippling through the air, causing the wall of fire to shudder and twist. Then, Gripping its stone axe in both hands, the Lord raised it high and hurled it with all its might. Whoosh! The axe sliced through the air, whipping up a violent gale that blew the wall of fire apart. But as the flames dispersed, the space beyond was empty. Zeulamu had vanished. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from the right, "Windblade." The Goblin Lord spun around and saw Zeulamu still standing there, rapidly casting yet another spell. Her magic, sharp as blades of wind, swept through the remaining goblin archers, cutting them down one after another. A gleaming jet of water shot through the air, piercing the chest of the archer on the watchtower just as he was about to fire. Xiao Lim moved with lightning speed, twisting to the side at the very same moment a thick wooden club whooshed past, brushing the edge of her robe. Gripping her treant staff tightly, she swept it in a graceful arc, knocking the enemy's legs out from under him with fluid precision. Suddenly, a stone spear came hurtling toward her. Reacting instantly, Xiao Lim grabbed the shaft, yanked it forward, and kicked the goblin, who had lunged ahead with the force of his own attack. With a dull thud, the spear was torn from the goblin's grasp. She spun her wrist, reversing the spear's direction, and drove it straight into her foe's vital spot without hesitation. With a guttural cry, the goblin coughed up blood and collapsed. The fight was far from over. Xiao Lim swiftly pulled the bloodied spear free and turned to strike at the goblin she had knocked down earlier. Another harsh cry rang out as the second goblin fell. Suddenly, a stone arrow whipped past her ear, slicing off a strand of hair. She instantly shifted into combat mode, her gaze locking onto a new archer emerging in the distance. Boom! A blazing fireball hit the watchtower deadened, and with a roar of flames, two goblins tumbled from the top, engulfed in fire. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted behind her, sending a wave of dread crashing over her. Xiao Lim's eyes widened in alarm, and she instinctively cast a spell. With a thunderous rumble, a sturdy stone wall rose up from the ground only to be shattered almost immediately. A massive wooden stake smashed through the stone, barreling straight toward her. Boom! A massive cloud of dust suddenly erupted in the center of the goblin settlement, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. The goblin lord's thick, muscular arms tensed as he grabbed a hefty wooden beam torn from a nearby collapsed hut and hurled it forcefully in the same direction. The beam sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Then came a third and a fourth, each throw more frenzied than the last, until there was nothing left to toss. Only then did the goblin lord pause, breathing heavily. Since the first log had crashed down on Xylem's position, an eerie silence had fallen over that area. Dense smoke now blanketed the battlefield. The goblin lord squinted his bloodshot eyes, sniffing the air, searching for any trace of his foe. A cruel grin slowly spread across his face, revealing a row of jagged, yellow teeth. But just as he believed victory was within his grasp, a blazing fireball shot unexpectedly from a completely different direction, striking a goblin archer who had climbed to a rooftop. The unfortunate creature let out a shrill scream as flames engulfed its body, and it tumbled from the roof. Fire quickly spread across the dry branches and straw, and in moments, the entire building was swallowed by a raging inferno. The attack was only beginning. Fireballs rained down from unpredictable corners, each one catching the goblins off guard. One after another, the archers fell, their screams lost in the roar of the spreading flames. The fire seemed almost alive as it swept through the settlement. Many goblins, crippled by poison and writhing in pain, could do nothing but watch in despair as the deadly blaze crept ever closer. The goblin lord watched, his eyes so bloodshot they seemed ready to bleed. With a thunderous roar, he charged toward the source of the fireballs. Each step shook the ground, crushing everything in his path. Goblins, burning huts, and even untouched buildings were all reduced to rubble beneath his feet. One thought filled his mind: destroy the enemy. Xylem, however, had no intention of facing the beast heathen. Enhanced by various magical buffs, she darted nimbly through the village, always keeping a safe distance from the goblin lord. Like a reaper moving through smoke and flame, she swept her wand and cut down every goblin she encountered. Only after the last goblin archer fell, wreathed in flames, did Xylem finally stop. Facing the massive goblin lord, she calmly leveled her wand at him. Now it's your turn. Her voice was cold and resolute. Surprisingly, when Xylem paused, the goblin lord didn't attack right away. Instead, he slowly looked around at what was left of his tribe, once a powerful settlement, now reduced to ruin. Flames consumed the remaining buildings, thick smoke blotting out the sky. His once mighty army had been reduced to just a few trembling goblins clutching wooden clubs, cowering in the shadows. A foul, steaming breath snorted from the goblin lord's wide nostrils, mingling with the swirling smoke. Then both Xylem and the goblin lord moved at the same time. With a deafening swing, the goblin lord's massive stone axe smashed down where Xylem had just been standing, shattering the ground and leaving a deep crater. But Xylem had already leapt high into the air, using the sunlight as cover, and unleashed a powerful spell as she descended upon the goblin lord. A string of arcane words filled the air, followed by grand fireball. Boom. The spell exploded against the Goblin Lord, sending him crashing backward from the force of the blast. Just as he was about to hit the ground, the Goblin Lord reacted with astonishing speed, swinging his axe behind him and using it to halt his fall. With a furious roar, he forced the flames burning on his face to extinguish through sheer willpower. Though his face was twisted with severe burns, he seemed unfazed by the pain. Consumed by hatred, he hefted his giant axe once more and charged at Xylem. At the tip of Lim's wand, a brilliant light of condensed magic flared, blue-white energy flickering as she prepared to cast her next spell. Just then, the Goblin Lord suddenly shuddered. Its massive body froze in an attacking stance, thick muscles twitching uncontrollably. A flicker of confusion flashed in Lim's eyes. She quickly noticed the same Goblin Lord, who had previously taken a fireball to the face, now clutching its stomach with both hands, its face twisted in pain as it slowly collapsed. Its gray-green skin was turning an unhealthy shade of purplish-blue. So it wasn't immune to poison, the effect was just delayed, Lim murmured, letting the magic she had been gathering in her hand fade away. She watched the Goblin Lord closely. Despite its agony, it glared at her with hatred, its face contorted as if suffering from constipation. The sight left Lim momentarily dazed. Is that it? Well, Semilise did say any method was fine, so I guess this counts as a pass? She wondered aloud. Whatever. I'd better wait until Semilise comes back before doing anything else. With that, Lim raised her wand again, aiming it at the now helpless Goblin Lord. The glow at the wand's tip illuminated the creature's ugly face, finally sparking real fear in its eyes. Gritting its teeth against the pain in its gut, it shakily lifted its stone axe, making a desperate attempt to attack her one last time. Deluxe Fireball. Boom. Another massive fireball shot straight at the Goblin Lord, a streak of orange flame slicing through the air. The blast sent the Goblin Lord flying backward, its bulky body tracing an arc before crashing to the ground. With a heavy thud, it landed hard, another charred mark scorched onto its skin. But compared to its huge frame, the wound was little more than a scratch. Lim frowned, sensing trouble. The creature's armor had provided some protection, but its real strength lay in its incredible vitality. Even a class spell barely phased it. Without a doubt, this Goblin Lord had reached sea level. Good thing the poison worked, or the outcome would be uncertain, she thought with relief. The Goblin Lord struggled to get up and fight back, its thick limbs flailing on the ground, but Lim wasn't about to give it another chance. Lightning strike. Crack. A blinding bolt of lightning shot down from the sky, striking the Goblin Lord directly. Electricity danced across its body, lighting up the area around it. Grah. The Goblin Lord let out a shrill, anguished scream. The paralyzing effect of the lightning made it even harder for it to move, its muscles spasming uncontrollably. It was clear now that attacks able to penetrate its body were far more effective against such tough-skinned foes. The electricity bypassed its thick hide and struck it from within. Grail. Realizing it couldn't escape, the Goblin Lord threw back its head and let out a desperate roar, its voice echoing through the valley. Garu. Ga. Ga. The remaining goblins, already demoralized after seeing their leader blasted away by a fireball, hesitated at the Lord's call for help. None dared to step forward, their beady eyes filled with fear as they shuffled in place. Grail. The Goblin Lord cried out again for aid. Boom. A fireball exploded directly in the Goblin Lord's mouth, flames shooting out from between its jaws. You're too noisy. Why don't you keep quiet? Lim said calmly. The Goblin Lord clutched its mouth, whimpering in pain as dark red blood oozed through its thick fingers. Though it could no longer roar, the goblins finally began to move under their leader's furious and urgent command. Their instinct to obey outweighed their fear. Ga. Garu. Ga. The little goblins raised their crude weapons and charged at Lim with shrill battle cries. Watching the green-skinned goblins rush at her with weapons raised, Lim sighed inwardly at the trouble ahead. She aimed her wand at them, the tip once again glowing with dangerous light. Earth's grasp. As the incantation rang out, the earth suddenly came alive. The ground churned like liquid stirred by an invisible giant hand, instantly coalescing into a massive palm of dirt and stone, powerful enough to crush anything in its path. With a deafening roar, the giant hand slammed down, engulfing 7 or 8 goblins at the front. They barely had time to react, only managing a few strangled cries before they were mercilessly pressed into the soil. The goblins further back watched their companions' fate in horror. Whatever courage they'd managed to muster crumbled in an instant. The smarter ones turned and fled without hesitation, while the rest stood frozen in place, too terrified to take another step forward. One after another. What a nuisance. I'd better deal with you all first. Xylem assessed the battlefield calmly. Right now, the Goblin Lord was moving sluggishly and posed less of a threat than these nimble lesser goblins. What concerned her most was the possibility that one of them might grab a bow and fire a sneak attack. Things could get tricky fast. Windblade. Stone shot. Water arrow. One after another, Xylem unleashed spells, mercilessly pursuing the hesitant goblins. The sheer force of her magic shattered any remaining will to fight the green-skinned creatures scattered like startled birds. In the blink of an eye, the number of lesser goblins in sight dwindled, leaving only a few corpses and chaotic footprints behind. Still, Xylem knew the battle was far from over. Some cunning goblins were surely hiding, waiting for the right moment to strike. After a brief pause, a bold idea flashed through her mind. Maybe I should just burn down the entire tribe? A sudden idea flashed through Xylem's mind as he glanced out of the corner of his eye toward where the Goblin Lord had been moments ago. Now, that spot was empty, but Xylem had been keeping track of the Goblin Lord's movements and knew he was hiding somewhere nearby. All right, it's time to act. Raising his staff, Xylem prepared to send the hidden Goblin Lord, the paralyzed goblins scattered on the ground, and the entire tribe straight to the underworld. A woo! An unexpected howl pierced the silence, echoing long and sharp from deep within the forest. Xylem paused in surprise and looked ahead. From the endless stretch of trees, a second, closer howl rang out. Soon, a chorus of howls filled the air as more and more wolves rapidly closed in, seemingly converging from all directions. Shadows darted through the underbrush outside the tribe, and the terrified screams of goblins rang out. A few goblins who had already fled into the woods now rushed back toward the tribe in panic, constantly glancing over their shoulders, terrified of what might be chasing them. Their fears proved justified. Wolf shadows, swift and relentless, burst from the trees, quickly overtaking the fleeing goblins and snapping their necks with brutal efficiency. In that instant, Xylem finally got a clear look at their pursuers. They were wolves with single horns on their heads and gray fur. Horned wolves? Xylem recognized these creatures E-class wolf-type monsters known as horned wolves. But for mere E-class horned wolves to attack a tribe guarded by a goblin lord? Even if the scent of blood had drawn them in, Xylem dared not let his guard down. Though these wolves were only E-class, their numbers and coordinated movements filled him with an increasing sense of danger. As the horned wolves grew more restless, it was clear they sensed the tribe was defenseless. The few that had first broken from the woods now seemed barely able to contain themselves. Despite the lingering presence of the Goblin Lord and other powerful goblins, the horned wolves continued to circle the outskirts, pacing anxiously as they waited. A woo! At last, the lead horned wolf let out a long howl, and a chorus of howls answered from all directions. More and more dark shapes emerged at the forest's edge, gradually encircling the entire tribe. With the arrival of the pack, the wolves didn't attack immediately. Instead, they darted through the trees around the tribe, moving swiftly and silently. Xylem glanced around, feeling a growing sense of unease. The wolves had completely surrounded the tribe. They hadn't launched an assault yet, but they had taken control of the terrain. Even though the trees and shadows obscured his view, Xylem could sense the wolves' sharp gazes fixed on him from the darkness, watching and waiting. What are they waiting for? The strange atmosphere made Xylem's heart race. He thought to himself in a low voice. If the horned wolves had been too afraid to approach before, that would have made sense. But now, with the pack having closed the circle and still not making a move, things were getting truly bizarre. And the number of wolves far surpassed Xylem's expectations. He had already counted over 100 just from the noises Head picked up, but that was only what he could sense. More horned wolves were emerging from the depths of the forest with every passing moment. In such a dangerous monster-infested forest, it was impossible for a simple pack of rank horned wolves to gather in such overwhelming numbers. Xiao Limu frowned slightly, a sense of foreboding rising in her chest. Suddenly, a thunderous howl echoed from deep within the forest. Even from a distance, the sound made the air tremble violently. Xiao Limu felt a chill run down her spine. No, that sound could it be? Before she could finish her thought, the wolves surrounding the tribe sprang into action. They surged out from the trees, revealing their true forms under the moonlight. Agile, errank black-backed wolves, drank terror wolves with menacing fangs, swift errank grass wolves, and drank spike-tailed wolves whose tails glinted dangerously. These different kinds of wolves moved in perfect coordination, tightening their encirclement around the goblin tribe. It finally dawned on Xiao Limu this wasn't merely a horned wolf pack, but a mixed group made up of several wolf species. Such a phenomenon was incredibly rare. Normally, even different packs of the same species struggled to coexist peacefully, let alone entirely different species, which would usually fight to the death on sight. Yet here, these wolves not only coexisted, but also worked together with clear tactical cooperation. Her right hand, gripping her staff, was slightly pale, but Xiao Limu's expression grew even calmer. She recalled a rumor. There was a type of natural-born wolf king, a creature whose innate command could unite different wolf packs under its rule, forming powerful armies and even triggering wolf disasters. And she happened to know of such a king among the wolves. Suddenly, heavy breathing echoed from the woods all around, accompanied by footsteps so powerful they made the ground tremble. Hundreds of wolves howled in unison, as if welcoming their king. The footsteps stopped abruptly at the edge of the forest. Under the shadowy trees, two massive, fire-like eyes floated high above, exhaling white mist that glowed in the moonlight. Instantly, the previously rowdy wolf pack fell silent, waiting for the king's command. After a roar that shook the entire forest, a huge black shadow leapt out and landed in front of the goblin tribe with a single bound. Xiao Limu looked up and finally saw the true form of the king, its body as large as a house, yet with the appearance of an ordinary wolf, except for those eyes, which shone with a terrifying, intelligent light. The forest direwolf. This name, both familiar and fearsome, was the very legendary king among wolves that Xiao Limu had heard of. This name was one Xiaolin had heard from her father for as long as she could remember. Whenever Lyzelian boasted about his past achievements, this topic would inevitably come up. But why did Lyzelian value his encounter with the forest direwolf so much? Was it because he had so few monster-slaying feats to his name? Quite the opposite. Lyzelian had faced class monsters countless times, served in the Knights, and later took on public security duties, all of which involved no shortage of dangerous creatures. So, was it because the forest direwolf was exceptionally dangerous or carried a huge bounty? Again, the answer was no. In reality, quests to hunt forest direwolves were extremely rare, almost non-existent. The reason was simple. Forest direwolves weren't monsters, but native creatures of Heimlier. Unless these direwolves posed a direct threat to human settlements, ordinary people would never seek them out. So what made Lyzelian treasure that unexpected encounter so much? The key was that the forest direwolf stood at the very peak of class creatures. Whether compared to other native beasts, monsters, or even those mutated by demonic miasma, nothing matched the might of the forest direwolf. They might be ranked alongside other class beings, but few, if any, could surpass them. These creatures had a remarkably ancient lineage. Traces of them could still be found in old ruins, and their images were recorded in ancient texts. From these records, it was clear that the forest direwolf was not always known by its current name. Its original name was lost to the ages. In time, people, relying on faded memories, began to call them the great wolves from the forest, and the name gradually stuck. Unlike ordinary wolves, forest direwolves were solitary by nature. They didn't travel in packs. Once they left their birthplace, they never associated with their own kind again. Moreover, forest direwolves seemed born to wander, often roaming far and wide. This earned them the title Wolves of the Road, and many bards and traveling merchants regarded them as objects of reverence. What was even more remarkable was their intelligence. Legends said they could understand human speech, and their personalities varied dramatically. Some were curious and gentle, some cold and aloof, and a few even friendly toward humans, though most were wary or openly hostile. Each forest direwolf had a unique temperament, a trait rarely seen in other animals of Heimlier. The forest direwolf standing before Xiaolin needed only a brief moment of eye contact for her to sense its distinctive nature in its proud, indifferent gaze. As expected, this forest direwolf seemed utterly unconcerned by the situation at hand. Its eyes swept over the goblin tribe, quickly taking stock of the scene before settling on the lone human Xiaolin herself. Its gaze remained haughty, even dismissive, and rather than attacking immediately, it lifted its head and let out a deep, resonant howl. A whoa! The howl was like a command, instantly rallying the surrounding wolves. Hundreds of them surged toward the goblin tribe, while the forest direwolf remained motionless, tall and imposing. It stood like a king, surveying its loyal followers as they charged into battle for it, unflinching and resolute. The wolves' loyalty was absolute. They would obey their king's command without hesitation, even at the risk of their lives. At that moment, Xiaolin understood. The forest direwolf before her was truly a creature unlike any other. The fallen goblins were instantly overwhelmed by disaster. The wolf pack surged forward like a tide, their fangs closing around throats as blood sprayed everywhere. A few goblins, dragging their battered bodies, tried to crawl toward the house, but they were quickly overtaken and met the same fate. This massive pack, led by a giant dire wolf from the forest, was clearly not passing through by chance. Their coordinated movements made it obvious that they already considered this area part of their territory, and the goblin tribe had likely always been their target. But this time, Xiaolin had gotten there first. Naturally, the wolves felt no gratitude for this. Instead, they fixed their gaze on this new prey. Several wolves lunged at Xiaolin, attacking without hesitation. Unlike their leader, these ordinary wolves lacked intelligence and judged threats by size and weapons alaniso to them. Xiaolin was just a human child holding a wooden staff. Fire barrier. A sudden wall of flames caught the charging wolves off guard. They crashed into the fire, instantly ignited, and rolled on the ground in agony. For these fur-covered creatures, fire was a deadly enemy. After a few desperate rolls, their struggles faded away. Witnessing this, the rest of the wolf pack grew tense, the previously confident atmosphere of the hunt vanishing in an instant. Their assessment of Xiaolin's threat level rose sharply. A whoa! The dire wolf, apparently displeased with its underlings' recklessness or perhaps having noticed something about Xiao Lim's abilities, began to direct the pack. Several commanding howls echoed through the forest, and dozens of wolves moved in to surround Xiao Lim from all sides. Ring of repulsion. With a thunderous roar, a circle of fire burst outward from Xiao Lim, driving the wolves back in an instant. The ones in front were set ablaze, their anguished screams rising into the air. But under the dire wolf's command, the pack quickly regrouped and prepared for another assault. Just as Xiao Lim was about to use the same spell again, a barrage of sharp whistling sounds came from every direction. It was the spike-tailed wolves, hidden behind the main pack, whipping their tails to launch volleys of deadly spikes. Xiao Lim had to abandon her spellcasting and focus on dodging the arrow-like projectiles. But there were simply too many. Even with a third-tier neutral magic barrier, she ended up with multiple bloody scratches and her clothes were shredded. Wind barrier. Fighting through the pain, Xiao Lim summoned a green shield of wind. The incoming spikes bounced harmlessly off the dense barrier. But a new threat was already upon her. A group of much larger, thick-skinned dire wolves charged in front, their monstrous heads dominating their bodies and striking fear into the heart. Earth wall. Panicked, Xiao Lim cast an earth spell, raising a circle of stone walls around herself. The dire wolves slammed into the barrier with thunderous crashes. When they couldn't find an opening after circling the wall, they began bashing it repeatedly with their massive heads like battering rams. The stone wall trembled and cracked, but for now, it held firm. Seeing that the stone barrier wouldn't last much longer, Zayulamu quickly considered her options. The dense pack of wolves and the massive forest dire wolf in front of her made the situation extremely dire. She knew that dragging things out would only put her at a greater disadvantage. A decision flashed through her mind. Zayulamu immediately raised her wand and began chanting a familiar spell. Wings of the wind. In an instant, emerald light burst from her back, and a whirlwind rose from beneath her feet, gently lifting her into the air. But just as she left the ground, a swarm of spike-tailed wolves shot toward her like arrows. Prepared for this, Zayulamu kept the wind barrier up, even though maintaining it drained her magical energy. A sharp howl pierced the air as several huge terror wolves leapt up, trying to drag her down. But Zayulamu had already risen beyond their reach, their claws swiping uselessly at empty air. Looking down at the dense wolf pack below, Zayulamu raised her wand and said coldly, "Consider this payback." She then unleashed an earth spell, Hand of the Earth. With a thunderous rumble, the ground heaved as a massive hand of earth surged upward, slamming down on the wolves. Shrill howls rang out as many of them were swallowed by the earth in an instant. The surviving wolves scattered in panic, scrambling to distance themselves from the terrifying earthen hand. Zayulamu's gaze swept over the fleeing wolves and landed on the forest direwolf in the distance. Just then, she noticed a large figure hiding in the ruins of a half-collapsed house site was the Goblin Lord. An idea struck her. If she could defeat the leader, Semilise would return, and the crisis would be resolved. But she quickly remembered the task Semilise had set for her today. Wasn't this all meant to test her ability to handle crises on her own? The wolf attack was unexpected, but if she took this opportunity to eliminate the Goblin Lord, she would technically complete the task, but in truth, it would be a failure. "I'll let you live a little longer," Zayulamu said, lowering her wand from the Goblin Lord. She knew the vicious wolves wouldn't spare him. Although she wasn't the one to finish him off, the destruction of the Goblin tribe was ultimately caused by her actions, and she hadn't called for help. In that sense, Semilice's task was still fulfilled. Although she felt reluctant to retreat, Zayulamu understood that knowing when to withdraw was itself a vital skill in crisis management. Being able to make the right call and escape safely in a dangerous situation was no small feat. "At least wolves can't fly," she murmured, her figure tracing a graceful arc through the air. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Xiao Lim soared higher, preparing to escape, several razor-sharp wind blades broke through her wind barrier. One struck her wind wings directly, shattering them in an instant. Deprived of her ability to fly, Xiao Lim plummeted from the sky. At the last critical moment, she shouted, "Water leap." With a rush, a fountain of water appeared out of thin air, gently catching her. Thankfully, she had maintained her lightness spell to slow her fall, sparing herself from serious injury. After dispelling the water leap spell, Xiao Lim gripped her druid staff tightly, her heart still pounding. Semilise was right, overcoming a crisis is easy, but escaping from one is nearly impossible. She looked up toward the direction the wind blades had come from. Her pupils narrowing suddenly, several wolves with ankles glowing green were watching her intently. Drank wind wolves. Their howls echoed at close range. Without hesitation, Xiao Lim raised her staff and chanted, "Blazing curtain." With a roar, a massive wall of fire surged up in the midst of the goblin tribe. The wolves cautiously tested the fiery barrier, their sharp claws lashing through the flames only to be charred and fall to the ground. With the wind wolves present, escaping by air was out of the question. Shadow stealth? That wouldn't work either. There wasn't enough time to hide in the shadows. Standing within the fire curtain, Xiao Lim gripped her staff with both hands, her expression calm despite the relentless howling. Boom! Wind blades battered the wall of fire, blasting holes open. Through the gaps, the wolves' blood-red eyes glared menacingly. One dire wolf seized its chance and charged through a breach, but was instantly impaled by a sudden spike of stone. At the same time, the firewall faded away. As the wolves hesitated, Xiao Lim dashed toward them, chanting, "Water cannon." A massive jet of water swept out, smashing wolves and sending their broken bodies mixing with the flow, staining the ground red. She quickly sprinted through the blood-soaked field, but the wolves had already surrounded her on 3 sides. A dire wolf closed in behind her, while packs moved in from both flanks, and more wolves charged Hedon. As she ran, she began casting another spell, Storm Surge. Boom! A shockwave erupted from Xiao Lim, sweeping outward in all directions. Dozens of wolves were flung into the air, some falling with grievous injuries, others dying instantly. The dire wolves, built for strength, suffered only minor wounds. The ring of repulsion packed more power, but she needed speed, and the instant cast Storm Surge was the better choice. Though the attack hadn't wiped out the wolf pack, it at least bought her a brief reprieve from the immediate danger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The familiar sounds came from all directions. This time, Zayulamu was ready. She knew that once the melee wolves had pulled back, those capable of attacking from a distance would seize the opportunity. Wind barrier. Zayulamu's hands flashed through a series of gestures, and a vivid green magic circle flared around her. A translucent shield of wind sprang up just in time, deflecting the sharp projectiles from the wolf pack with a harsh screech as they bounced away. She didn't wait for the wolves to surround her again. Maintaining the wind barrier, Zayulamu dashed in her chosen direction. Her boots left a trail of hurried prints in the soft forest floor, the wind shield trailing behind her like a wisp of fine gauze. Swish, swish, swish. The air suddenly split with a flurry of blue wind blades, slicing towards Zayulamu from every angle. As the silver-gray form of the wind wolf flashed at the edge of her vision, she reacted instantly. Stonewall. She dismissed the wind barrier without hesitation, crossing her hands at her chest as brown light gleamed at her fingertips. Solid stone walls erupted from the ground, and the incoming wind blades shattered with a series of metallic cracks as they struck the rock. Stonewall. Stonewall. Stone Zayulamu kept casting, raising wall after wall at precise intervals. She darted nimbly between these barriers, using them as cover to inch closer to her target. A woo! The roar of the forest dire wolf shook the woods, heavy with impatience and rage. Watching its pack struggle to bring down this human mage, its howl grew sharper and more commanding. With a new order, the wolves abandoned their cautious tactics, a murderous intent spreading like a tangible force. A woo! Howl! Howl! The forest exploded with wolf cries. At that moment, every wolf, whether the lowly horned wolves and grass wolves, or the stinger wolves and wind wolves that had stayed back, dropped all pretense of caution and charged straight at her. Dozens of green eyes locked onto Zayulamu, claws gouging deep furrows in the earth as the pack surged forward like a gray tidal wave. Water cannon. Zayulamu thrust her right hand forward, sending a high-pressure jet of water blasting out. The wolves at the front were torn apart, their bodies hurled back in a spray of blood and flesh. Earth spikes. Her left hand slammed down, and the ground trembled as countless sharp stone spikes erupted, impaling many of the wolves. Blood streamed down the jagged rocks. Gale burst. Spreading her arms wide, Zayulamu unleashed a violent gust that swept the wolves off their feet, slamming them into trees with heavy thuds. Magic poured from her like a broken dam. Sweat soaked her robes, her breath coming fast and ragged. But she couldn't stop. With the wolves in a frenzy, even a moment's pause would mean being torn apart. Zayulamu knew all too well that if this kept up, she wouldn't last much longer. Even if the wolves didn't kill her outright, her magic would soon be exhausted, leaving her with the same fate. It was a desperate situation, but there was still a sliver of hope. Her gaze fixed on a hidden corner not far ahead, her real target, the Goblin Lord. During the chaos, the wolves had also noticed the hulking figure of the Goblin Lord. Intimidated by its size and aura, they'd hesitated at first, testing the waters. The Goblin Lord tried to ward them off with its massive stone axe, but already weakened by poison, it couldn't keep up the bluff for long. Soon enough, the wolves saw through its condition. The wolves gathered around excitedly, their sharp fangs bared and saliva dripping from their mouths, as if they could already taste a delicious feast. At that moment, however, Xiao Lim stood her ground and fought back without hesitation. This unexpected resistance forced the forest dire wolf to change its strategy, lowering the priority of the Goblin Lord for now and deciding to deal with this troublesome threat first. Yet, the forest dire wolf, who had always maintained command, suddenly felt uneasy. Its piercing eyes were fixed on Xiao Lim, filled with confusion. By all rights, someone facing such overwhelming odds should be showing signs of despair, but Xiao Lim's gaze remained unwavering, as if she was certain of victory. The forest direwolf's anxiety quickly spread to its guards, who began scanning their surroundings warily, trying to identify the hidden danger that had unsettled their king. Just then, a tremendous explosion shattered the tense atmosphere. Lim unleashed a powerful fireball that struck the Goblin Lord's hiding place with perfect accuracy, blowing the dilapidated hut to pieces. The Goblin Lord stared in terror at Lim, who was pointing her wand directly at him, then glanced back at the dense pack of wolves behind him. Panic overtook him, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. The tip of Lim's wand glowed once more, and without hesitation, she launched another attack. The forest direwolf suddenly stood up, its expression turning grave. Although it couldn't fully grasp her intentions, it sensed that something dangerous was afoot. Without a second thought, it abandoned the idea of splitting its attention to hunt another prey. Storm Spear. The third-tier spell shot forward, aiming straight for the Goblin Lord's vital point. In a panic, he raised both hands to shield himself. Although he managed to survive, the magic pierced through his hands, and he let out a blood-curdling scream of pain. Lim frowned slightly. This stubborn foe was proving much more difficult than she had expected. Just as she was preparing her next strike, the forest direwolf let out a long, resounding howl that echoed through the woods. The wolf pack hesitated for a moment, then obeyed the command without question. One direwolf threw itself in the path of the second storm spear, sacrificing its life to shield the Goblin Lord from a fatal blow. Lim's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly turned her gaze to the forest direwolf. The mocking gleam in its beastly eyes had replaced any trace of unease. The wolf pack split into two groups. One tightly guarded the Goblin Lord, while the other launched a fierce assault on Lim. The battle became extraordinarily difficult. Lim's magic and stamina were rapidly depleting. Every time she tried to strike down the Goblin Lord, the wolves would block her with desperate determination. When she shifted her focus to the wolf pack, they would pull back, leaving only a handful to harass her. She quickly realized she had fallen into the wolves' specialty, a war of attrition. In this critical moment, Lim's mind raced, searching for a breakthrough even as her body was covered in wounds from the wolves' relentless attacks. Aerial assault? Impossible. The wolves would never give her the chance. Retreat? Out of the question. Defeating this elite pack led by a king in a frontal assault? The gap in strength was simply too great. Then, a sudden thought flashed through her mind. Wolf King. Amid the chaos of the battlefield, Lim's gaze locked onto the massive forest direwolf in the distance. The enormous beast stood tall, its golden eyes glinting with disdain, as if it could already see Lim's defeat. This is my breakthrough, a bold thought flashed through her mind. To most, the idea would be sheer madness taking on a forest direwolf at the peak of crank. But at this moment, given the choice between the wolf pack and the giant wolf, Lim didn't hesitate to go for the latter. She steadied her breathing, quickly scanning the battlefield. The wolf pack, caught up in the thrill of the hunt, had clearly let their guard down. Seizing the opportunity, her fingertips sparked with magical energy as she unleashed a blazing fireball. The wolves guarding the Goblin Lord relaxed the moment they realized the spell was aimed elsewhere. But a split second later, a thunderous roar shattered the silence of the forest. A whoa! Every eye turned to the source of the sound. The proud leader of the wolf pack now looked utterly wretched, a large patch of its fur blackened and singed. The unexpected fireball, combined with the direwolf's weakness to fire, left it in far worse shape than the Goblin Lord had been after taking a hit. What's wrong? Mad about it, Baldy? Lim called out with a mocking smile. And you still call yourself the Wolf King? Can't even dodge a fireball. Maybe you just got the job because you're loud, huh? Pathetic. Baldy. Trash. Even a mutt would do a better job. The forest direwolf was beside itself with rage. As an intelligent creature, it understood every word of Lim's taunts, and the fact that it couldn't retort only made it angrier. Fury clouded its mind, and with a deafening roar, it charged at her like an arrow loosed from a bow. Watching the furious direwolf barreling toward her, Lim's lips curled into a slight smile. Shed copied Fran's style of provocation, and it was working better than Shed hoped. As the direwolf closed in, Lim immediately began chanting a spell. Awo, awo. As the Wolf King charged forward, the entire pack was instantly whipped into a frenzy. They followed the forest direwolf's lead, weaving through the trees, surging together like a raging torrent until they gathered behind their leader. Wherever the Wolf King passed, the rest of the wolves quickly joined in, their momentum unstoppable. The forest direwolf let out a low growl and launched itself into the air, its massive jaws opening wide enough to swallow a grown man whole, as if it meant to devour everything in its path. At that moment, Lim began her spell. Stone Spear. With her incantation, a huge spear of rock shot up from the ground, aiming straight for the direwolf's gaping maw. Lim thought she could pierce its throat, but to her surprise, the wolf twisted in midair, snapping its jaws shut and crushing the stone spear to pieces. Before Lim could catch her breath, the direwolf pushed off the ground with its powerful limbs, leaping at her with claws gleaming like cold steel. Water Leap. Lim cast another spell in haste, sending a surge of water beneath her feet that propelled her backward just in time. The dire wolf slammed into the spot where she had just stood, shaking the earth with its impact. The giant wolf spat out the shattered stone and fixed its dead, star-like eyes on Xiam Lim, refusing to let her out of its sight. Howls erupted all around as the wolf pack surged past the dire wolf, attacking from every direction, as if determined to tear her apart. Ring of repulsion. Reacting swiftly, Xiam Lim chanted another spell, unleashing a massive ring of fire that radiated out from her. The flames engulfed several wolves nearby, burning and blasting 7 or 8 of them away in an instant. But as the fire ring expanded, the forest dire wolf lunged forward, its huge jaws biting into the flames with a deafening roar. Bang! The ring was torn open where the wolf bit down. The flames shuddered violently, and then began to collapse. The dire wolf spat out a cloud of white smoke, its muzzle singed, clearly affected but undeterred. With a disdainful growl, it sprang forward again. This time, it didn't open its jaws but lunged straight for Xiam Lim, claws slashing so quickly they left only afterimages in the air. Stonewall. Seeing danger closing in, Xiam Lim hastily conjured a thick stone barrier in front of her. But under the dire wolf's tremendous strength, the wall shattered instantly. The massive claw, thicker than her entire body, crashed into her. Thud! Xiam Lim was sent flying, smashing through 2 wooden goblin huts before finally coming to a stop. She coughed violently, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Using her staff for support, she struggled to her feet, wiped the blood away, and glanced at the fading white glow around her. This was the hardest blow she had taken all day. She surveyed her surroundings, not daring to relax for an instant. With only about a third of her magic left, she knew she had to conserve her energy. The final battle was at hand. She needed to finish this quickly. Xiam Lim's eyes grew cold with resolve. Taking a deep breath, she began casting a powerful spell. As her words echoed, a wave of frigid air swept out, and in an instant, a massive greatsword of ice materialized before her, plunging into the ground. Tier 3 Ice Magic Weapon Construct. Relaxing her grip on her staff, she slung it onto her back, inhaled deeply, and wrapped both hands around the hilt of the ice greatsword. Empowered by her magic and battle cry, she pulled the huge sword free without effort. Her gaze was steady, the icy blade in her hands gleaming with cold light. If you like close combat so much, let's settle this up close. The wolf pack crept closer to the house, where Xiaolimu had flown. Several second-tier wolves growled menacingly through the gaping hole in the wall, while the rest quickly surrounded the building. Just as the wolves prepared to charge in, a figure inside the house stirred. Huosha frigid greatsword sliced through the air, instantly piercing the body of a dire wolf. Blood spattered as Xiaolimu shot out from the house like an arrow, her sword gleaming coldly under the moonlight. The wolves howled in unison as their prey appeared, surging forward in a frenzy. Instead of retreating, Xiaolimu charged to meet them heat. Clang! She swept aside incoming spikes with her ice blade, shattering the wind blades that flew at her. The dire wolf's tough skulls were no match for her sword, splitting apart as easily as paper. As the battle wore on, the once crystal-clear sword became stained with blood, crimson rivulets running down its blade. Suddenly, a massive shadow descended from above. The forest dire wolf was launching another attack. Think you'll succeed a second time? Xiaolimu's eyes flashed with resolve. Rather than dodging, she leapt high to meet the beast heat. Return light. Man and wolf crossed paths in midair like 2 bolts of lightning. The dire wolf's claws raked a bloody gash across Xiaolimu, but for the first time, the beast's snowy fur was streaked with red. Blood dripped from its coat as it stared in disbelief at its wound. It had been a long time since it was last injured. Xiaolimu landed, barely steadying herself before the wolves swarmed in. Forced to defend herself hastily, she struggled against their numbers and Hitandran tactics. Each wolf attacked once and then retreated, letting the next take its place, so she was always facing fresh enemies. No matter how many wounds she inflicted, it didn't turn the tide, while her own injuries began to slow her down and sap her strength. At that moment, the forest dire wolf lunged again, eyes blazing red, its pain fueling its rage. Bang! Its claws struck with even greater speed and force than before. Xiaolimu blocked with her ice sword, avoiding a direct hit, but the impact sent her flying, and her sword shattered into fragments. Ice weapon creation. Even as she tumbled through the air, Xiaolimu's will remained unbroken. A new ice greatsword formed in her hands, as relentless as the wolves themselves. As long as she had even a sliver of magic left, her weapon would never fail her. With a sweep of her blade, she struck down several wolves waiting with bared fangs, using their bodies to cushion her landing. But she had barely regained her footing when the forest dire wolf's deafening roar signaled another charge. Xiaolimu glanced up at the oncoming beast, gripped her sword with both hands, and raised it before her chest. She let out a long breath, closing her eyes and relaxing completely. The gale from the charging wolf whipped her hair. As she opened her eyes, her body sprang into motion. If time could slow, One would see her swing her sword 3 times at a speed even the forest direwolf couldn't track. The wolf bellowed in fury. The raised claws froze midair as the giant forest wolf stared ahead in shock. In front of Zayulamu, it felt as if another fearsome beast, equal in strength, was roaring back at it, even slashing out with razor-sharp claws of its own. A chilling sound of claws tearing through fur rang out, and 3 crimson gashes instantly appeared on the giant wolf's body. The wounds were so deep, they seemed as if another king of beasts had left them. The giant wolf glanced down in disbelief, examining its injuries, then looked up at Zayulamu, its eyes full of confusion. The entire wolf pack suddenly halted, pacing anxiously in place. The 3 sword strikes Zayulamu had just delivered sent the unmistakable aura of another king through the air. Without a command from their leader, none of the wolves dared challenge this unexpected and formidable opponent. If you want to prove you're the true king of the wolves, do it in an unknown duel, Zayulamu declared loudly. The wolves couldn't understand her words, but her challenging stance said it all. The furious pack bared their teeth, itching to tear apart this human who dared defy their king. A thunderous roar shook the forest, and the wolves immediately fell silent. Confused, they looked to their leader, who howled at the sky, but they had no choice but to obey. The pack slowly retreated, forming a ring at the edge of the goblin tribe's camp, enclosing the 2 combatants at the center. Zayulamu and the giant wolf locked eyes, neither making a move. The arrogance and rage in the wolf's gaze had faded, replaced by an unyielding will to fight. Zayulamu exhaled deeply, gripping her ice greatsword tightly and settling into a battle stance. In the next instant, the 2 figures burst into action. Without warning, the large and small forms crossed paths midair, leaving only fleeting afterimages behind. The clang of ice meeting claw echoed, sending sparks flying. Zayulamu displayed a strength and speed that belied her petite frame, matching the giant wolf blow for blow. The massive wolf, in turn, pursued her with astonishing agility. Fur, shards of ice, and drops of blood flew from the heart of the battle, wordlessly telling the tale of this fierce contest. Every wolf watched the duel intently. This was no simple fight, it was a struggle that would decide the fate of the whole pack. With a bang, Zayulamu used the force of a blow to forge a new ice sword midair. The giant wolf seized its chance, lying in wait at her landing spot, ready to strike. But its plan failed. Suddenly, a ring of eerie sword shadows materialized around Zayulamu, as if they were extensions of her own body. Her movements became even harder to predict, and her attacks grew more powerful. She effortlessly dodged the wolf's claws and fangs, leaving fresh wounds on its limbs and at the corners of its mouth. Finally, she leapt onto the wolf's forehead, slashing a deep gash before landing lightly on the ground. Blood streamed down from the wolf's forehead, staining its right eye red. It glared at Zayulamu, baring its sharp, white teeth, then suddenly opened its massive jaws and began to inhale deeply. Zayulamu frowned, sensing something was wrong. The wolf's strange behavior put her on high alert. A moment later, she understood why. A deafening roar exploded from the giant wolf's mouth, shaking the air and the earth itself. Worst of all, the magic within Zayulamu's body suddenly spun out of control. Damn it, it has a move like that. To reach the pinnacle of Class C creatures, sheer physical strength alone is never enough. The forest dire wolf, in addition to its formidable magical resistance, possesses a unique magical attack. It can channel its internal mana into its throat and unleash a thunderous roar that disrupts its opponent's magic. Even magical beings specialized in countering physical attacks struggle to withstand this roar, which can directly cause their mana to spiral out of control. Zayulamu instantly felt her mana being torn apart by the force of the howl, every spell she maintained breaking down in an instant. Stripped of her enhancements, she reverted to her ordinary human form, her body feeling as if it was about to be ripped apart by the terrifying sound. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she drew her wand from behind and drove it into the ground, gripping it tightly. She had barely begun to cast a spell when the chaotic surge of mana inside her sent her into a fit of violent coughing. Refusing to yield, Xylem pressed on, ignoring the backlash from her magic. After several failed attempts, she finally managed to recite the incantation in full. A brilliant white light instantly enveloped Xylem, and the wild surge of mana vanished. This third-tier light spell, known as Divine Barrier, couldn't block physical attacks, but it offered powerful protection against curses and negative effects. If she had known earlier that the forest direwolf could unleash such an attack, she would have cast this protective barrier at the very start, and her injuries wouldn't have worsened as they had. The forest direwolf, still caught up in its relentless howling, failed to notice the shift in the battle. Xylem seized the opportunity, casting a series of buff spells in quick succession: Empower, Lightfoot, Fortify, Battle Cry. She finished with Ice Armament, restoring herself to peak condition in a matter of moments. When the forest direwolf finally ceased its roar and looked at Xylem, panting heavily, it was stunned to see her still standing unscathed. This was unlike anything it had experienced before. Such a prolonged howl usually left any opponent incapacitated. While the beast hesitated, Xylem had already regained her composure, her eyes alight with fighting spirit. "My turn," she declared, as the small figure charged toward it at high speed. A flicker of panic flashed in the eyes of the forest direwolf, but it quickly regained its composure, refusing to believe that its tried-and-true tactics could fail. Once again, it opened its massive jaws, drawing in a deep breath, preparing to unleash its powerful roar. "Think you can try that again?" Xiao Lim let out a cold laugh, her eyes glinting. In a sharp voice, she shouted, "Water cannon." A massive column of water materialized out of thin air, shooting straight into the direwolf's gaping maw. The torrent flooded its throat, choking off its breath and abruptly cutting its roar short, leaving only violent coughing in its wake. Seizing the moment, Xiao Lim didn't hesitate. She raised her staff and called out, "Lightning strike." A bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, striking the direwolf instantly. Normally, such an attack wouldn't have posed a lethal threat, but now, with its fur drenched and wounds bleeding, the electric current found easy passage. The surge tore mercilessly through its body. The direwolf howled in agony, its body nearly torn apart. As the smell of scorched fur filled the air, Xiao Lim pressed her attack. Before the beast could recover, her ice sword sliced through the air, leaving a deep, bloody gash along the wolf's side. The chill of the blade mingled with the scent of blood, spreading through the battlefield. The direwolf struggled to its feet, trembling. Its head spun, and its limbs, still stiff from the shock, barely obeyed. It forced its eyes open, trying to focus on Xiao Lim, but its vision was blurred and its steps faltered. Desperate, it summoned its rage, hoping to break free from this nightmare, and let out a piercing roar. "Wave surge." With another command, Xiao Lim unleashed her magic. A massive wave crashed over the dire wolf, engulfing it completely. Soaked and battered, the beast could no longer fight back. As it tried to drag itself up and flee, a frigid wind swept over it. Freeze! An icy gust blasted across the clearing, instantly encasing the dire wolf in a sheath of ice. Its wet fur froze solid, immobilizing it completely. Its eyes trembled from the intense cold, filling with despair. It looked up at Xiao Lim, who now leapt high above, sunlight glinting off her ice sword as it descended toward the wolf's throat like a death sentence. This time, the dire wolf's primal instincts erupted. Consumed by pain and fury, it lost all reason, lashing out with fangs and claws in a final, wild attack. But Xiao Lim stood her ground, meeting its charge heat-in. Her blade flashed, cutting through the wolf's assault, as shards of ice and blood mingled at the center of the battleground. As dusk tinged the sky with gold, the long battle finally drew to a close. Xiao Lim's cold blade pierced the direwolf's throat, driving straight through its body. Hot blood spurted out, mingling with the ice and melting part of the sword. Blood gurgled from the wound as the direwolf's strength ebbed away, its body collapsing to the ground. Its eyes remained fixed on Xiao Lim, as if acknowledging its defeat, before finally closing for good. Xiao Lim stood silently atop its head, her ice sword driven into the earth, her body drained and her gaze hollow. The forest was utterly still. The rest of the wolf pack watched in silence. Not a sound was heard. Not a single wolf dared to make a move. Then, the first wolf slowly got to its feet and turned toward the depths of the forest. One by one, the others followed, each turning away in quiet surrender, accepting Xiao Lim's victory and the downfall of their pack. Crows shrieked overhead, their cries echoing through the air. Xiao Lim jolted awake from her daze, the light returning to her eyes. She leapt down to the ground, scanning her surroundings warily. The goblin encampment was still and silent, with only the crows' calls breaking the quiet. No wolves remained. Were it not for the scattered wolf corpses, no one would have believed what had just transpired. She stood in silence for a moment, her gaze deep as she looked into the shadowy forest ahead. Finally, she turned and walked forward. As she passed the corpse of the dire wolf, she paused briefly, glancing down at its lifeless form, then pressed on without hesitation. "Did you do all this by yourself?" Semilise gazed at the devastated battlefield before her, the shattered ruins hinting at the brutality of the battle that had taken place. Xylem didn't answer. She simply nodded in silence. "Why didn't you call me back? You had the chance, didn't you? Why didn't you ask me to come back?" Semilise's voice trembled with urgency and anger. Xylem opened her mouth, but in the end, said nothing. She lowered her head and fell silent. She knew she couldn't blame him for this. Semilise was at a loss for words, her chest tightening with a heavy feeling. She slowly bowed her head, her expression turning more desolate than ever. She understood now Xylem hadn't called her back for the sake of her safety. "How am I supposed to feel at ease when you end up like this?" Semilise's voice was tinged with pain. These were wolves led by the great forest wolf. Xylem bowed her head, her body trembling slightly. "I'm sorry." But suddenly, Semilise broke into a smile, shattering the heavy atmosphere. "I'm just glad you're alive, Xylem." Xylem looked up, meeting Semilise's clear green eyes. A strange emotion surged in her chest, making her feel a little sad. Say Semilis. Her voice was choked with emotion. All right, that's enough. Semilis burst out laughing. To think you managed to take down a wolf pack led by the great forest wolf all on your own. Xylem, you've grown so much more than I expected. She walked over and gave Xylem a pat on the shoulder. Honestly, I thought I'd have to use some magic to fool your family, so you'd have a few days to deal with this, but you wrapped everything up in half a day. I'm honestly amazed. Semilis gestured animatedly as she spoke, her excitement lightening the mood. Well, it looks like you won't have to sleep in the forest tonight after all. You'll be back in your own comfy bed. We shouldn't waste any time, let's hurry back. You might even make it for dinner. Oh, and before we go, there's no way I'm letting you go home looking like this. She glanced over Xylem, taking in her battered appearance covered in wounds, clothes torn and filthy, looking like a beggar off the streets. A gentle shower of green light sparkled over Xylem, instantly washing away all the dirt, healing her wounds, and even restoring her tattered clothes. In fact, her outfit looked even more refined than before, as if it had been completely renewed. There we go. The beautiful Xylem is back. Semilis nodded in satisfaction, then grabbed Xylem by the arm, lifting her into the air. And I can't leave this place like this, either. She glanced down at the devastated goblin camp below and casually cast a spell. Fireball, she murmured. Xylem watched as a massive fireball shot from Semilis' hand, streaking toward the goblin settlement. Boom! A blinding flash burst forth like a miniature sun. Not only was the goblin camp obliterated, but several kilometers of forest around it were reduced to ashes. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning. That was a fireball. Xylem stared in shock, her mouth agape in disbelief. As she stood there stunned, a fiery meteor shot from the blaze, streaking across the sky and vanishing into the distance. In the forests outside Mint Town, a crimson meteor fell from the sky, landing quietly beside an unremarkable little lake. Xylem looked around, noticing that Semilis hadn't taken her straight to the edge of the forest as usual. Instead, they had stopped by this tranquil lakeside. A heavy silence hung between them, as if there was much to say but no words to express it. Finally, Semilis broke the quiet, her lips curling into a soft smile. What's wrong, Xylem? Aren't you going home? But Xylem cut her off, raising her head and gazing into those emerald green eyes, getting lost in them. Are you leaving? Semilis' smile froze, slowly fading away, replaced by a quiet sadness. She lowered her head, her eyes losing some of their light. You noticed, huh? After all, I've been with Semilis for quite a while now. Has it really been that long? It's only been 3 years. 3 years is already a significant amount of time for humans, isn't it? Is that so? It's been 3 years, Semilis replied softly, a gentle light flickering in her eyes. Semilis, will you come back? Lim's voice trembled slightly, as if she were asking herself as much as she was asking the person she cared about most. Semilis lifted her head and met Lim's gaze. Slowly, she reached out and pulled her into a gentle embrace, her fingers softly running through Lim's hair. Lim, do you remember you once said my eyes were beautiful? She whispered, her voice as warm as a summer breeze. But to me, your eyes are the most beautiful I've seen in all these millennia. She smiled at Lim, her eyes filled with longing and affection. So, try not to miss me too much, okay? A sharp, invisible pain pierced Lim's heart, almost unbearable. She struggled to hold back her emotions, remaining silent for a long time. At last, she managed a quiet, steady reply. They'll think of you from time to time. Semilis gave her a gentle smile, letting go and kneeling down to softly caress her cheek. My Lim is so strong. That puts my mind at ease. Lim nodded deeply, her expression solemn and resolute. I'll never let you down, Semilis. So go back to the celestial realm without worry, and just wait to hear the legends I'll create. Semilis' smile grew even brighter. They'll be waiting for news of Lim's fame to spread throughout the celestial realm. Lim nodded firmly, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. At that moment, an intricate, mysterious magic circle quietly formed beneath Semilis' feet. That familiar yet slightly strange light enveloped her once again. Goodbye. Goodbye, Semilis. Lim's voice was heavy with indescribable loss and sorrow. Semilis and the magic circle became a brilliant beam of light, shooting up toward the sky and gradually disappearing from view. Lim's raised right hand lingered in the air as she stared for a long time at the empty space where Semilis had vanished. With Semilis gone, the silence was filled with an unspeakable loneliness. Semilis. She whispered softly, but there was no reply. Celestial realm, Taranxian. Light shimmered as a figure appeared, standing out starkly in the endless white expanse. The moment she returned to the celestial realm, the smile faded from Semilis' face, as if the pressure in the air had stolen it away. She dropped to her knees, clutching her head, overcome by a wave of deep pain. I really wish I could have stayed by your side a little longer, she murmured, her voice choked with emotion. Semilis, you're back? A familiar voice called from above. Semilise looked up abruptly, rubbing the corners of her eyes. Seeing the mother goddess of the celestial realm appear in the air, she quickly stood and respectfully replied, "Yes, mother goddess, I've returned. Back so soon. Did something happen in the mortal world?" Tria's voice carried a hint of concern, then turned urgent. "Wait, what happened to your body? You look completely drained. Don't tell me you bestowed your blessing on more than one person?" Semilise lowered her head in silence, a dull ache in her heart, but she pleaded sincerely, "Mother goddess, please, could I have a little more time? Not centuries, just 100 years. Please, let me wait 100 more years before I enter my slumber." Tria's tone instantly grew stern. "Child, don't you understand your own condition? In your current state, even a minute's delay could cause your essence to collapse. Are you trying to destroy yourself?" Despair flickered in Semilise's eyes, but she pressed on, "Mother goddess, please, I only need a little more time. Let me sleep after that." "No, I can't allow it." Tria's voice turned cold. "You must enter your slumber immediately, or the consequences will be disastrous." "Mother goddess." Semilise's voice broke, edged with tears, unable to accept the harsh reality. "Whatever it is, it can wait until you wake up. No, this time the slumber will last too long. I'll definitely miss it. I once promised her that I would protect her future in Talaxian. I came back here to stop things from getting worse. So even if this request sounds a bit selfish, Mother Goddess, please help me. All I ask is that things don't fall apart any further." Tria fell silent. In tens of thousands of years, Semilise had never pleaded with her so earnestly. That always strong goddess, even in her darkest hours, had carried her burdens alone. With a sigh, Tria finally spoke. "Tell me, what exactly happened? Since you've asked me like this, of course I'll help you. But even if I intervene, given your current condition, you'll still need to sleep for 10 months at a time, only waking briefly for 3 days. Are you willing to accept that price?" I am." Semilise hesitated only for a moment, then nodded resolutely. Even if she could only be awake for 3 days a year, as long as she could wake up intermittently like this, she wouldn't miss that child's growth. She then recounted everything that had happened in the mortal realm to Tria in detail from beginning to end, including the human girl who had moved her so deeply, a girl with an unprecedented aptitude for all attributes. Once she finished, Semilise closed her eyes without hesitation, entering her long slumber. After she departed, the endless white space echoed with a low, murmured voice. A human girl with all attribute aptitude and a descendant of that person. Could it be? The voice abruptly stopped. Its owner left, and the white space returned to silence. The mortal realm. That day, when Xiao Lim returned home, it was already late. On the surface, she seemed as calm as ever, but her parents, the Rezelian couple, keenly sensed the unease hidden in her heart. They tried several times to talk to their daughter, hoping to comfort her, but found no way in. Even asking her friend Fran in private yielded no answers. Her daily routine seemed unchanged: sword practice and reading in the morning, going out in the afternoon, returning only at dusk. But this normalcy only made them more uneasy. They could feel more clearly each day that the invisible wound in their daughter's heart was quietly deepening every time she came home. A month passed. Once again, she found herself by the quiet lake. Exhausted of magic, sweat beading on her forehead, Xiao Lim lay back on the large stone where she had first met Semilise, gazing up at the sky. "Talaxian, where is it really? Semilise, can you see this place from the heavens?" She murmured softly. The wind rustled through the trees, leaves whispering all around her. Everything was still. After a long while, Xiao Lim spoke again, almost to herself. "I did something wrong." Her voice was barely above a whisper, almost carried away by the wind. "If Semilise saw me now, would she be disappointed? She told me I was strong when we parted." She slowly sat up, staring at the calm surface of the lake. But now, all she did was come here day after day, trapping herself in endless practice until her magic ran dry and she had no strength left. That stubborn persistence felt more like an escape than true strength. Is this really worthy of the promise I once made? She lowered her head in thought, fingers clenched tightly on her knees, knuckles white. But then, in the next moment, she suddenly looked up, a long-lost brightness flickering in her eyes. "No, I can't go on like this. Semilise hasn't truly left. Maybe right now she's watching me from the heavens. I can't let her down." Determination flared in her gaze. The spirit that had been dulled for a whole month finally returned. She stood up, resolve in her eyes, and without hesitation set off down the road toward Mint Town. She would still come to this place often in the future, wouldn't she? But from now on, everything had changed. Even without Semilise by her side, Xiao Lim had made up her mind to keep training on her own. An indescribable determination ignited within her. When she returned home, Rezelian and Lilia were waiting at the door, staring at her in surprise. At first glance, Xiao Lim didn't seem any different. But there was something about her that had clearly changed, as if a knot in her heart had finally been untied. "I'm sorry, father, mother, for making you worry this past month." Xiao Lim apologized softly, avoiding their searching gazes. She could sense they had already noticed the subtle change in her. Rezelian and Lilia exchanged a smile, the cloud that had weighed on their hearts slowly lifting. Lilia comforted her with a gentle smile. It's all right. We may not know exactly what happened, but as long as you're back on your feet, that's all that matters. Yes, Rezelian agreed, his tone light and cheerful. Lilia, I suddenly feel like today is a wonderful day. Why don't we celebrate? How about having Horbai Viro's grilled ribs for dinner tonight? Really? Before Lilia could respond, Xiao Lim's eyes lit up, looking at her mother with anticipation. All right, all right. It's settled then, Lilia said with a resigned but bright smile. Yay, grilled ribs. Xiao Lim cheered, and the warmth immediately returned to their home. Lawrence, bring out the grill. Rezelian called out to the butler excitedly. Yes, sir. Mrs. Yeager, can you get the ribs from the kitchen and set the table? Of course, sir. He'll take care of it right away. Jessica, it's barbecue night. We're counting on you. Leave it to me. The atmosphere grew lively as dinner preparations got underway, and Xiao Lim's life finally began to return to normal. Although her mentor Semilise could no longer be with her, she understood that the journey of the seventh, which was only just beginning. Interlude. This was the day before Semilise gave her final task. Watching Xiao Lim wave goodbye, she whispered, see you tomorrow. Yet, behind her, a string of text quietly appeared in Semilis's eyes. Xiao Lim Haerel. Race, human, female. Age, 10. Life, Sinu. Magic power, C. Magic aptitude, C. Fire affinity, Srank, blessed by the fairy king of fire. Water affinity, Srank, blessed by the fairy king of water. Earth affinity, Srank, blessed by the fairy king of earth. Wind affinity, Srank, blessed by the fairy king of wind. Light affinity, Srank, blessed by the fairy king of light. Dark affinity, Srank, blessed by the fairy king of darkness. Non-elemental affinity, Srank, blessed by the fairy king of non-elemental magic. Haha, that's truly impressive. At only 10 years old, she's almost reached rank? Even in the history books, that would make her a prodigy. Semilise smiled in satisfaction. Of course, she wouldn't have come this far without my guidance. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her chest, draining the color from her face. Her body trembled, her eyes flashing with pain. Was she running out of time? She had never considered this before, but only now did she realize just how great a toll the 7 blessings had taken. Her fairy origin was on the verge of collapse. She hadn't expected it to cause such harm to herself, but now, there was no turning back. If she could return to the heavens in time and rest, her origin might slowly recover. She could have avoided all this trouble at most. She would have missed out on a vacation. But when she looked into Xiao Lim's eyes, a feeling she couldn't put into words welled up inside her, a reluctance to leave right away, a desire to stay just a little longer. Just a few more days. They'll go after Xiao Lim reaches rank. This child learned so quickly. Semilise smiled wryly. All right, they'll wait a little longer. After all, she's a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Time seemed to stand still as Semilise gazed at the girl who was rapidly approaching Brank, a sense of pride welling up in her heart. She knew she didn't have the strength to stay much longer, but before she left, she wanted to see Xiao Lim become truly independent. I'm sorry, Xiao Lim. At the very least, before I go, I want to witness your true growth. Xylem was now in her 4th year at the preparatory school, the final year of the program. The classroom buzzed with the lively energy unique to a new semester. Students gathered in small groups, chatting excitedly about a surprising topic. The school was about to introduce a brand new course. Xylem, have you heard about the new class? Fran squeezed past Xylem's neighbor with a look of excitement, unceremoniously claiming the seat next to her. The displaced student could only sigh and move to Fran's former spot. Xylem glanced at her overly affectionate and handsome friend and nodded. Her father, Lyselian, had mentioned the news a few days ago. All the preparatory schools would soon offer practical combat courses, and the final grades would be officially recorded. That's right, but it's not an order from the Empire. Fran lowered her voice, her expression turning secretive. As the daughter of Baron Bandon, a close confidant of Count Lester's influential faction, she was privy to even more detailed information than the Harrell family. It's actually a directive jointly issued by the Church of the Seven, the Adventurers Guild, and various nations of different races, Fran explained. Their goal is to prepare young people for an imminent invasion by the Demon King, so they'll be ready to fight on the front lines. That's certainly an efficient approach, Xylem mused. Given the Demon King's pattern of invading every 400 years, the students trained now will be at their peak when the time comes. Exactly. Fran nodded enthusiastically. But according to my father, this proposal was actually brought up 10 years ago. Many countries were worried that arming the public too soon might threaten their rule, so they kept delaying the decision. It's amazing they could drag their feet for so long on something that's literally a matter of life and death, Xylem remarked dryly. It's not like the Demon King is guaranteed to show up on schedule. Fran laughed. Even the most stubborn conservatives are panicking now. If they keep opposing the plan, they're just putting their own lives at risk. That's why the proposal finally passed so quickly this year. The bell suddenly rang, and the teacher appeared at the door. Everyone, please return to your seats. Class is about to begin. The noisy classroom fell silent as the students hurried back to their places. But Fran didn't budge, clearly intending to claim the neighboring seat for the foreseeable future. Everyone, I'm sure many of you have already heard about the practical combat classes, right? Standing at the front of the classroom, Colette, with her short red hair and wand in hand, scanned the room with a cheerful smile. Her tone was light and easy, as if everything was perfectly under control. Well then, let me introduce your new practical combat instructor, Mr. Kinon. Give him a warm welcome. As soon as she finished speaking, the classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause. Amid the clapping, a tall, broad-shouldered man with messy black hair strode into the room. His sharp gaze swept over the students before he gave a slight smile and spoke in a deep, commanding voice. Hello, everyone. My name is Kinon. I'm a retired officer from the Imperial Army, rank class, and I'll be your practical combat instructor for the coming year. He paused, his smile fading as his tone shifted to one of stern seriousness. Since this is our first meeting, I'm being a little gentle with you all. But, suddenly, his eyes turned cold and fierce, like a brewing storm. His next words were harsh and unforgiving. Listen up and remember this well, this is the first and last time you'll ever see me smile. The smile vanished completely, leaving his face as sharp and unyielding as steel. His voice grew icy, carrying the authority of a drill sergeant. He'll make sure you learn what real combat means through pain and hard work. This isn't a game, and it's definitely not child's play. If any of you are the type to wet your pants or call for your mother at the sight of a single greenskin goblin, you can leave my class right now. The room fell silent in an instant, the weight of his presence pressing down so heavily that it was hard to breathe. A few timid students glanced at Colette with tearful eyes, silently begging for help. But Colette just kept smiling, seemingly unconcerned and refusing to even acknowledge their desperate looks. Hunong scanned the class with a cold gaze. Though he felt a twinge of disappointment, he was also secretly satisfied. This was exactly how his own instructors had treated him when he first joined the army. It was a tradition in the Imperial Army to forge capable soldiers through intimidation and tough love. These kids might just be ordinary students, but in a world overshadowed by the Demon King, there's no such thing as an average civilian. Only warriors survive, Qinong thought to himself. It was a harsh perspective, but he knew that only those prepared to fight monsters at any moment stood a chance of making it through alive. Glancing around again, he sensed the tension in the room easing just a bit, so his tone softened slightly. Most of you did better than I expected, but it looks like we've got a few troublemakers here. That's going to be a headache. Most students had already dropped their fearful expressions, but a few remained unfazed. One girl, clearly from a noble family, looked up at him with a defiant tilt of her chin, her eyes full of challenge. Noble attitude, huh? Well, see how long that lasts once I put you through your paces, Qinong thought with a cold smile. He then noticed a young boy whose eyes sparkled with excitement and a hint of rebellion. Qinong nodded approvingly to himself. Not Bod's got potential. But the one who stood out most was a particular girl. Since she had entered the classroom, her expression, her eyes, even her breathing had been absolutely calm, like still water. Something about her unnerved Qinong, a subtle sense of danger he couldn't quite place. For a moment, he was reminded of the cold, ruthless commander had once seen face down countless monsters on the battlefield. He couldn't help but chuckle quietly to himself. Huh, as if, I must really be getting soft in retirement to let myself get spooked like this. After another quick look around, Qinong decided the atmosphere was just right and continued. Of course, there's no need to be too frightened. Over the next year, as a former Imperial officer, he'll personally teach you real skills, no shortcuts, no nonsense. Just imagine it. A year from now, wielding your swords with confidence, crushing goblins and other monsters underfoot. Though his words were a bit dramatic, they had an unexpected effect. Several students had always dreamed of becoming heroes lit up with excitement, as if they could suddenly see a bright future ahead. The dark mood that had settled over the room was swept away, replaced by a wave of enthusiasm and determination. Mr. Qianon, are you really going to teach us real skills, the kind that will let us defeat monsters? A boy stood up, his voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. Qianon glanced around the classroom, a barely perceptible look of satisfaction on his face. One more thing from now on, address me as instructor. He paused, a sharp glint in his eyes. Understood, instructor. Good. Qianon nodded approvingly, his tone growing more resolute. To answer your question, as your instructor, I would never deceive you. If I wasn't here to teach you real skills, there'd be no point in running this practical course at all. The students, hearing such a confident reply, became even more excited, the atmosphere in the room heating up. But just then, a student sitting in the corner spoke up quietly, a hint of hesitation in their voice. Instructor Qianon, does this mean we'll all have to go to the front lines and fight the Demon King's army one day? The classroom fell instantly silent, fear etched on nearly every face. No matter how many monsters they might defeat, the thought of facing the Demon King's army was terrifying, a calamity capable of destroying the entire world. Qinon's expression turned serious, his brow furrowed. He let out a deep sigh, then spoke gravely. Unfortunately, even if you want to go to the front lines, you might not have the chance. The skills I'm teaching you now are so that, if the ones who protect you can't do so anymore, you'll have the power to protect yourselves. Hunan's words struck the students like thunder. Some felt a sense of relief, but others were left frustrated and dissatisfied. The terror of the Demon King's army was undeniable, but not even having the chance to fight left them feeling helpless. At that moment, a tall boy stood up, his voice firm and unwavering. Instructor Hunan, one day you'll join the alliance that defeats the Demon King. The classroom erupted in a low buzz of conversation, all eyes turning in shock to the boy. Hunan's eyes flashed with pride, a faint smile on his lips. Excellent. What's your name, young man? Sir, my name is Andy. The boy replied, biting his lip, his voice full of determination. Andy, is it? He'll remember you. Sit down. Hunan nodded, approval in his gaze. I hope that one day, we'll see you fighting alongside me on the front lines. Yes, instructor. Andy replied solemnly, returning to his seat. Now, countless eyes were drawn to him, some filled with envy, others with admiration, and a few with shame or unease. No matter what, the academy's practical training continued in full swing. Whistle, whistle. Shrill whistles sounded from the edge of the field, the air thick with the scent of sweat and earth. Faster at the back. What do you think those 2 legs are for? Hunan stood to the side, his voice stern. 3 more laps. Pick up the pace. The last 3 to finish get 3 extra laps. No, please. You've got the energy to complain? Make it 5 extra laps. With each blast of the whistle, dozens of exhausted boys and girls nearly collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Hunan, the cause of their misery, stood calmly with his hands behind his back, a blade of grass between his teeth, watching the students coldly. Look at you. What a sorry sight. Even slimes could crawl faster. Do you want to end up as fertilizer for slimes? But, instructor, 15 kilos is too heavy. One student protested. Too heavy? Hunan raised an eyebrow, a flash of anger in his eyes before he snorted dismissively. Humph. Training remained as grueling as ever, but under Hunan's pressure, the students pushed themselves harder, forging their resolve. Though the thought of facing the Demon King's army still filled them with fear, deep inside, a determination not to give up was beginning to take root. He spat out the chewed grass stem onto the ground. Who just said that? Step forward. Hunan's voice thundered across the training field like a clap of lightning. The students instantly fell silent, exchanging nervous glances. After a brief pause, a boy lowered his head, dragging his feet reluctantly as he stepped out from the line. Reporting, instructor, it was me. The boy mumbled, barely audible. Hunan advanced slowly, exuding authority, until his chest was almost pressed against the boy's face. He looked down at the student who dared to complain, each word sharp and biting. Only 15 kilos of weight, and you think that's heavy? Under the instructor's intense presence, the boy broke out in a cold sweat. His legs trembled and his Adam's apple bobbed, but he couldn't get a word out. 15 kilos. Hunan suddenly spun around, striding away from the boy and pacing back and forth in front of the formation. His boots thudded against the ground as his gaze swept over every student, sharp as a blade. Just 15 kilos and you're already at your limit? He stopped abruptly, pointing at the group, frustration clear on his face. What if you had to carry a sword, a wand, and wear armor? Would you just give up on walking altogether? The boys and girls all stared at the ground, not daring to make a sound. The unfortunate student who had spoken out remained standing at the front, serving as a clear warning to the rest. Hunan seemed satisfied with their reaction, scanning the group. But when his eyes landed on one particular student, his satisfaction abruptly vanished. This one ran 10 laps with 15 kilos and isn't even breathing hard. He was looking at Xylem. Surrounded by classmates drenched in sweat and gasping for air, she stood out, her face dry, breathing steady, as if she hadn't moved at all. But everyone else was too exhausted to notice anyone else's condition. Hunan cleared his throat and turned in another direction. Ander. Yes, instructor. Ander immediately straightened up and stepped out from the line. The others made way for him automatically. This had become a common sight since the physical training had started. Accustomed to working out with his parents, Ander was far more fit than his peers. Now he was only slightly out of breath, with a light sheen of sweat on his forehead. Put on 20 kilos and run 2 laps. Show them whether 15 kilos is really that heavy. Yes, instructor. Without hesitation, Ander grabbed an extra 5-kilo weight, bringing the total to 20 kilos. He adjusted the straps on his shoulders and started running around the field. Hunan faced the others and launched into a heated lecture. Look at you all. He's your Ajif, he can do it. Why can't you? You're just lazy and not working hard enough. What do you think you are, dragons? Eat, sleep, and expect to get stronger on your own? You're a human. If you put in just a little more effort each day, you'd make big progress over a year. But because you don't try hard enough, you're stuck in the same place. Instructor, I'm done. Hunan's speech was interrupted. Ander had already completed his 2 laps. He was breathing heavier now, sweat beading on his forehead, but he still looked much better than the other students. Good job. Hunan nodded approvingly, then asked, tell everyone, is 20 kilos heavy? Ander hesitated, glancing at his classmates' expectant faces. After a moment, he replied, "Instructor, I think it depends on the person. For me, it's not too heavy, but..." "You all heard him. He said it's not heavy." Hyunong cut Ander off without hesitation, his voice booming across the field. Ander opened his mouth, but thought better of saying anything more. The students exchanged glances, some hung their heads, others clenched their teeth in frustration. "Ander, fall back in line." "Yes." Ander nodded and quickly returned to his spot. Hyunong turned to the boy who had been standing at the front. "And you get back to your place." The boy looked as if had been granted a pardon, almost running back to the line, head down, avoiding everyone's eyes, terrified of catching a look of blame from his classmates. As everyone returned to their places, Hyunong cleared his throat, his cold expression unchanged. He swept his gaze over the group, his voice low and stern. "You all saw what just happened, right? 20 kilos of weight, others carried it without a single complaint. Why are you calling 15 kilos too heavy? They even ran 2 more laps than you." He paused, then suddenly raised his voice. "From now on, if anyone dares to complain about the weight, every complaint means an extra 5 kilos. Is that clear?" He looked around at everyone, his tone icy. "Did you hear me? Is that clear?" "Yes, sir." "Good. Dismissed." "Oh, and those who fell behind or didn't finish all 5 laps don't think you can get off that easily." "Eh?" One student exclaimed in confusion. What? Got a problem? Anyone who has a problem can run 10 laps. Ugh, it hurts. My muscles are killing me." Enlightenment Day at the Hyrule household. Fran collapsed onto the sofa, stretching out her tired body, her face twisted in pain. "Seriously, that drill sergeant is a monster," she grumbled, massaging her aching muscles. "Yesterday, I just fell a little behind and tripped. That guy gave me this dark look and asked if I was trying to crawl like a worm, and then made me run 5 laps with added weight as punishment." Her voice was full of frustration and resentment. Hulam couldn't help but laugh, turning to look at Fran. "Judging by the way you look, I feel like there's more to it than that," she said, sitting down next to Fran. "I really am trying my best. But you always make it look so easy. It's almost unfair," Fran muttered, her eyes glinting. "Hulam, you're physically strong, right? And your magic is even better." Hulam shrugged, her expression calm. "It's nothing special. I just train regularly, and after a while, you get used to it." "Train regularly? Just how hard do you work?" Fran pressed, unable to hold back. "I'm doing my best too, so why can't I catch up with you?" Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she remembered something. "Come to think of it, Hulam, you've never been punished by that drill sergeant, have you?" "Have I?" Hulam frowned slightly, as if trying to recall. "Maybe, but honestly, I never really feel that tired." She shrugged again. "I'm just used to it. No matter how much weight they add, it doesn't really bother me." "Wow, I'm so jealous." Fran nodded vigorously. "You never look like you're suffering at all, and you barely even sweat after running." Hulam smiled, saying nothing. The truth was, she had long since gotten used to this kind of brutal training. Her usual workouts were far more intense, so these weighted runs felt like nothing to her. "Oh, by the way, what do you think about the combat squads?" Fran suddenly changed the subject. "Combat squads?" Hulam asked, puzzled. "Aren't we supposed to be assigned by drawing lots?" "There are 2 components to the practical course assessment. The first is an individual combat test, which is self-explanatory. The second is a team-based battle group assignment, mainly designed to evaluate teamwork and organizational skills. Both scores are weighted and contribute to the final grade for the practical course, which will be recorded in the student's file." Instructor Kunong didn't mince words. She said today's students are physically too weak, and that simply dividing them into groups for practice is pointless. It would be better to focus on physical conditioning first. And so, a grueling 3-month boot camp began. But this is where the problem started. Fran grabbed Xylem's arm, sounding a bit anxious. "I really want to be in your group, Xylem. Is there anything we can do about it? You know I'm not the one drawing lots." "What can I do?" Xylem replied helplessly. "If it's left to chance, I might not be in your group. And if I end up with that guy Ander, I'll lose my mind." Fran grew more frustrated as she spoke, her eyes flashing with irritation. The mention of Ander made Fran's expression darken. Because the instructor favored Ander, he was always chosen to participate in combat demonstrations, and he consistently outperformed everyone else. Over time, the whole class had started seeing Ander as the strongest, and nearly every day, a crowd gathered around him. Everyone wanted to be on his team, regardless of gender. Fran found this incredibly annoying. Who does Ander think he is? Xylem is clearly the strongest. Are these people blind? Despite Xylem's undisputed top scores in magic, everyone still believed that magic grades didn't matter in real combat, which made Fran furious. What's he so smug about? And that drill instructor, doesn't he see that Xylem is actually the best? Fran grew more and more upset. "Hey, Xylem, when it's time for the team battle, let's show Ander what we're made of, okay?" Xylem looked at Fran's earnest expression and replied slowly, "Fran, I really don't care about any of this, and I don't see any point in trying to get back at Ander. Besides, if you're so determined to go up against him, what if the draw puts you on the same team?" "Oh, Xylem, you're just too easygoing. You're way better than any of them." Fran sighed, looking thoughtful. You're right, though. I can't let that happen. Looks like I'll have to work something out with the teachers. Don't do anything like that, Xylem warned, immediately on guard. Don't try to use your connections or anything. It's not what you think. I just want to talk to the teachers and see if they'll reconsider the teams. I mean, if it's about teamwork, it makes sense to pair up people who already know each other, right? Fran explained. Xylem was briefly taken aback, then nodded in agreement. That actually makes sense. If I were in your shoes, I might try the same thing. But remember, once you're on the battlefield, you won't get to choose your teammates. Though Xylem didn't object directly, she still gave Fran a warning, but I guess it doesn't hurt to try. Fran grinned triumphantly. Of course. Before she could finish, Xylem reached out and poked Fran right on her exposed thigh. Ouch. Xiao Lim. This is amazing. Fran squealed with excitement as she threw her arms around Xiao Lim, her face glowing with uncontainable joy. We're in the same group. Yeah. Xiao Lim replied, awkwardly trying to push Fran's face away as she got uncomfortably close. I guess we got pretty lucky. Despite Fran's repeated attempts to convince the teachers to change the group assignments, the grouping rules were set by all the preparatory schools and couldn't be altered for a single student's request. Ending up in the same group as Xiao Lim was purely a matter of chance. Huh. Fran's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is perfect, Xiao Lim. When the assessment comes, let's show everyone what we're made of and knock those idiots out of the competition. Just as Fran was caught up in her daydreams, a boy's voice cut in. There you are. Xiao Lim. Fran, I'm looking forward to working with you both. Fran's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a look of obvious annoyance. TCH. She clicked her tongue loudly. Who wants to work with you? Get lost. Don't show up in front of me. Huh. An's smile froze as confusion took over his expression. I'm sorry, Fran. Did I do something wrong? I don't care. Why should I talk to you? You just annoy me. Fran huffed, flipping her hair as she stormed off. Andy stared after her, bewildered, then turned to Xiao Lim. Did I offend Fran somehow? Could you tell me what I did so I can apologize? No, you didn't do anything wrong, Xiao Lim explained. Let's just say she's in a bad mood lately. I see. Andy still looked doubtful, but didn't press the issue. Since Fran stepped away, why don't we discuss the team arrangements? Should we call over the other two members? Sure, Xiao Lim agreed. The practical course used 5-person teams. The irony was that while Fran got her wish to be grouped with Xiao Lim, the last person she wanted to see also ended up on their team. The random draw was meant to be fair, but with the 3 strongest students in one group, the rest of the class erupted in protest. How is this any different from fixing the results? There must be something fishy going on to the draw again. However, teacher Qunong rejected all objections without hesitation. The draw had been witnessed by him and other teachers, making cheating impossible. In his view, such an uneven matchup would actually be valuable, just like the alliance against the Demon King's army was never a fair fight. It would give these naive students a taste of what overwhelming power really felt like. And so, the members of the battle group were officially decided. Once the combat team was finalized, Qunong immediately shifted their training focus, moving away from intensive physical drills and toward lessons on marching techniques and basic combat knowledge. How's it looking, Xiam? Fran asked quietly, glancing up from the bushes beneath the tree. Hidden among the shadows high in the branches, Xiam was carefully scanning the surroundings. Give me a moment, she replied in a low voice. A few minutes later, a figure slid down silently from the tree, landing so lightly that she barely made a sound. Her impressive agility drew silent admiration from her teammates. Xiam, what did you find? Andy asked right away. Xiam looked around at her 4 teammates, Fran, Andy, Klein, and the quiet Nia. Once she was sure everyone was present, she spoke in a low, serious tone. It's not looking good. If I'm right, at least 4 teams have joined forces. They're clearly targeting us. What? That's so unfair. Klein protested immediately. Nia, looking more anxious by the second, whispered, well, what should we do? We're not going to lose, are we? Shed thought joining a strong team would guarantee a high grade in the practical course, but she hadn't expected the other groups to use such a tactic. Calm down. Don't panic, Andy said, trying to reassure them. He quickly analyzed the situation. When facing opponents they can't beat alone, it's natural for weaker teams to join forces and try to win with numbers. So what do we do now? Are we really supposed to take on all of them at once? Klein asked nervously, glancing at Xiam for some guidance. Xiam shook her head. That should be our last resort. We need to avoid a heated clash with their main force. Our team has some of the top students in class, but the gap isn't big enough for us to take on so many at once. At the words "the gap isn't big," Fran's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly masked it. The others didn't notice. But there are so many of them, Klein said, his anxiety growing. If they search everywhere, won't they find our flag pretty quickly? According to the rules, once a team's flag, their symbol of survival, was set, it couldn't be moved without forfeiting the match. To win, they had to protect their own flag while finding and capturing the flags of all the other teams. Don't worry, Xiam replied calmly. The forest beneath the abandoned mine is huge. It won't be easy for them to find us. We still have plenty of time. Xiam, You've already got a plan, don't you? Why not just tell us? Fran, growing impatient with the team's uncertainty, pressed her for an answer. Zion glanced at Fran. She had always found Fran's confidence in her a little odd, but right now, she did have a plan. As soon as she spoke, the whole team turned their attention to her, waiting for her next move. Well, all right, let me share my thoughts, Sialem said as she swiftly snapped off a slender branch. She crouched down and began sketching on the soft earth. Her movements were quick and precise, and in no time, she had outlined a simple yet clear map of the terrain. This is our camp, she said, drawing a circle on the ground. With a few smooth strokes, she added the surrounding mountains, forests, and the winding river. Then, she marked several triangles in different spots. These are where the other teams have set up their camps. Sialem's finger paused over a cluster of triangles. See this area? The camps of the allied teams are all grouped together. It's obvious they formed an alliance even before the competition began. The four of them stared at the rough map, stunned by the amount of information it contained. Nia was the first to break the silence, her eyes shining with admiration. That's amazing. Sialem, you actually figured out where everyone is so quickly. Fran lifted her chin proudly. Of course. After all, Sialem is with me. Although Ander and Klein didn't speak, their astonishment was clear. They had thought Sialem had simply spotted some groups from the trees, but it was now evident that she had uncovered much more. She had mapped out every team's location, their camps, and even their alliances. Sensing their surprise, Sialem smiled. It's not as impressive as it sounds. Honestly, they didn't do much to hide their tracks. Plus, the tree I chose has a great vantage point. I could see almost the entire area from there. That's still incredible, Klein said, shaking his head. Even if you saw people moving around, it's not easy to remember all the positions so accurately. Ander studied the map closely, then looked up. So, Sialem, what should we do next? Sialem thought for a moment, then drew a semicircle on the map. Since they're bound to come looking for us sooner or later, why don't we set a trap? We can build a fake camp here and make sure they spot it. This spot is about the same distance from the other camps. If we stir up enough confusion, they might think they're under attack and could end up fighting each other. That's brilliant, Klein exclaimed, suddenly understanding. But, Ander added, what kind of evidence would convince them that it's really our camp? Sialem nodded at the importance of the question, then pointed to the triangle closest to their own camp. So, we need to take this place as quickly as possible. Sialem's voice was firm and clear. She quickly analyzed the situation. According to the rules, once a flag is taken, that team is disqualified. But nothing says other teams can't use the captured flag. If we get this flag, we can set up a fake camp here. The group exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. In that case, let me assign the roles. Zayulamu looked around at everyone and began to lay out the plan. Falan, you might not have the stamina for a long chase, but you're strong. You'll guard the Real camp. Andy, as our main fighter, you'll stay by the flag. Your presence will make the camp look legitimate. Klein and Naya, you two are responsible for drawing the attention of the allied and scattered teams. Don't engage directly, just lure them to the fake camp and here. After explaining the plan, Zayulamu checked again. Any questions? Everyone shook their heads, showing they were on board. Andy immediately pulled out a folded piece of grass paper and quickly sketched the map from the ground. No time to waste, let's move. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, a boy and a girl anxiously stood guard by a small flag. Do you think any monsters will suddenly show up? The girl asked nervously. I don't think so, the boy replied, trying to sound brave. This place is pretty safe, right? Plus, the teachers are watching from the mountaintop, and there are 2 crank experts here. But I heard there were unknown monsters here a couple of years ago. Don't say stuff like that. The boy shivered. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the bushes behind them. Ah! Both of them screamed and ran, completely forgetting about the flag they were supposed to guard. Andy poked his head out from behind the bushes, looking confused as he turned to his teammates. Am I really that scary? The others shook their heads, equally puzzled. Doesn't matter. We've got the flag, Zayulamu said briskly, pulling the flag from the ground. That was easier than I expected. Didn't even have to fight. Let's go. We're on a tight schedule, Zayulamu reminded, and Klein quickly followed. At the same time, somewhere else in the forest, a dozen students were moving cautiously in formation. This scene did not escape the teachers watching from the mountaintop. Forming alliances is a smart move, Colette commented with a smile. Humph. Kyunong crossed his arms and replied coldly. Weaklings always cling together, hoping someone else will save them. They can't even spot a trap. That bunch is just a ragtag group. Haha, that's harsh. But honestly, these kids are in for some trouble, Colette said with a grin. In the jungle, stop. The scout suddenly raised his arm, signaling for the team behind to halt immediately. What is it? Someone in the middle of the group asked in a low voice. There's someone up ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, the bushes ahead shook violently, and a boy burst into view, barging in without a care. The boy froze, staring wide-eyed at the dozen or so people who had suddenly appeared before him, as if his mind had gone blank. After a long moment, he snapped back to reality and shouted dramatically, "Oh no! Run!" With that, he turned and sprinted away. That's Klein from Anders' group. Their camp must be nearby. The temporary leader recognized him at once. Everyone after him. Remember, the plan didn't get into a fight when you find the camp. All of us rush in together and go for the flag. No matter how strong they can't stop all of us at once. As long as one of us grabs the flag, the victory is ours. The team gave chase, but their speed was slowed by a few members who were running out of stamina. Fortunately, Klein's voice was so loud that there was no risk of losing track of him. Help! Klein shouted as he ran, his voice comically exaggerated. You're cheating. I'm going to report you. Wait. I'm sorry, stop chasing me. Hearing his over-the-top yelling, the temporary leader frowned, sensing that something was off. But before he could figure it out, Klein's tone suddenly changed. Help! Ander, save me. The enemy's coming. That cry instantly boosted the pursuers' morale, and they picked up the pace. Soon, they spotted Ander standing in the camp. Though Ander was inwardly rolling his eyes at Klein's dramatic performance, he quickly played along. What? Where's the enemy? Right behind me. Klein, panting, ran to Ander's side. Ander barely had time to look back before the chasing group surged forward. What? Are you all teaming up? He shouted, pretending to be shocked. Ha ha, it really is their camp. The temporary leader's earlier doubts vanished. Everyone, stick to the plan, let's go. The group of a dozen rushed past Ander, heading straight for the heart of the camp. Come on, I won't let you get away with this. Ander yelled, giving chase, but it was clear the attackers had no intention of fighting him. Haha, who wants to fight you? We're here for the flag. What? No way. Klein, hurry. Protect the flag. Huh? Alright, you're not getting our flag. Klein dove onto the flag, covering it with his body, which only made the others more determined to snatch it away. Several people were violently tugging at Klein's clothes, but he clung tightly to the flag in his hands, refusing to let go. Unless you step over my dead body, you'll never lay a hand on this flag. Well done, Klein. Anders' voice came from behind. Hold on, I'll take care of them in a second. No sooner had Klein finished his bold declaration than he suddenly felt himself being lifted off the ground. Huh. He turned his head and saw that the group had picked him up, and one of them sneered, yanking the flag out of the ground. No. A flash of despair crossed Anders' eyes as he shouted in anger. But that cry only marked the enemy's victory. Sorry, Ander, you guys are just too strong. This was our only option. You only have yourselves to blame for being careless, the man taunted, grinning at Ander. Ander lowered his head in silence, his expression grave as he stared at the other team. I lost, he said quietly. He turned to Klein. Let's go. Oh, okay. Klein felt a bit awkward. Although he had been trying to trick the others just moments before, he couldn't quite hide his sense of defeat now. He followed along helplessly. As Ander and Klein walked away with composure, the group of a dozen or so looked surprised, but quickly erupted into cheers. We did it. We beat Anders' team. Let's go. Well, wipe out the rest, and take the top spots. Waving their flag, they charged toward their next target. Once they were out of sight, Klein couldn't help but laugh, his voice echoing through the empty forest. Huh, those guys totally fell for it. I bet they're dreaming of victory right now. Ander smiled slightly as well. Let's go. The mission's done. How's Salem doing? If needed, we can go help out. Soon, they reached their rendezvous point. Ander, you're here. Nia had been waiting for them and greeted them with a smile. Nia, you're back so soon. Did you finish your task already? Klein asked in surprise. Yeah, I've led a few teams nearby. They should be running into each other about now, Nia replied softly. Ander considered this and nodded. In that case, we can get ready for a sneak attack. Once Salem's back, we'll move. Just as he finished speaking, a rush of wind came from above, and Salem dropped swiftly from the treetops, landing steadily in front of them. Awesome. You're like a ghost, Salem. Klein exclaimed. Ander looked to Salem and asked, did you take care of their camp? Yeah, it's done, Salem nodded, casually pulling a pile of flags from behind her and tossing them to the ground. They're all here. Klein's eyes widened as he stared at the flags in shock. Wow, you took down that many by yourself? Wait, Salem, isn't this a bit too many? He asked, pointing at the pile, a little skeptical. Salem tilted her head. No, that's right. They're all here. At that moment, a booming noise echoed from the sky. Flames exploded upward, lighting up the entire forest. Everyone froze, looking up in disbelief. The previously jubilant joint team was especially stunned. It's over? They asked each other in confusion. But we haven't captured all the flags yet. Salem, did you really take all the flags? Yep, Salem replied simply and confidently. The group gasped. Wait, did you really pull every team's flag? Salem glanced at them, puzzled. Yes, the signal for the end of the test has gone up. Why don't you believe me? Suddenly, they understood Salem had already gathered all the flags from every team while there was still plenty of time left. Too slow. You're moving like a snail. Are you just waiting for the enemy to walk right up and let you chop them down? On the training field, Instructor Cunong's shouts echoed nonstop. You can't even hold your sword steady. Where are you looking? Stop using that clumsy magic of yours. You know your own skill level. Are you trying to tickle the enemy? The students who had just been scolded stood off to the side, heads hung low, weighed down by both bruised egos and real bruises. Those still waiting their turn were even more anxious, barely daring to breathe. This unknown combat training had gone on for more than half a year, and with the final evaluation approaching, Hunong decided to put everyone's progress to the test. Dozens of students lined up, each facing this very physical challenge one after another. At that moment, a blonde girl with twin ponytails stepped forward. Unlike the others, she looked calm and confident, holding an ornate staff topped with a green magic crystal. "Instructor, please guide me." Fran stood tall and pointed her staff at Hunong without hesitation. Hunong narrowed his eyes, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Oh, I'll be sure to give you some guidance." Before he even finished speaking, Hunong became a blur. Fran's vision darkened for a moment, and before she could react, a shadow loomed over her. "Ah!" Fran panicked and tried to cast a spell. Wind. Too slow. Thud. The wooden training sword struck her staff hard, sending Fran flying. She tumbled across the ground several times before coming to a stop. Dazed, she struggled to her feet and protested angrily. "How can you just attack me out of nowhere?" "Humph," Hunong snorted. "Try saying that on the battlefield. Look at you. No sense of danger at all." Gritting her teeth, Fran raised her staff and began chanting. But Hunong was already on her in a flash, and she froze, the spell dying on her lips. Thud. The wooden sword tapped her on the head. "Ouch." Fran clutched her head, eyes brimming with tears. Hunong sheathed his sword and criticized her mercilessly. "That was pathetic. Since when does a mage just stand still to cast a spell? The moment the enemy gets close, you panic so much you can't even use magic. A real mage could finish their incantation even with a sword through their heart. You're the worst student I've ever had. Not acceptable. Go stand with the others." Fran pouted and stomped over to join the students who had already been tested. They wanted to sneak a glance at her, but Hunong's next shout made them quickly lower their heads. Next, after several more rounds, Andy stepped up, wooden sword in hand, taking a textbook stance. "Instructor Hunong, please guide me." "Good form." Hunong nodded in approval, then raised his sword, ready for the next match. "I just don't know if it's all for show." Before Hunong could finish his sentence, his wooden sword was already slicing through the air, just as it had when he faced Fran. Clang. With a crisp sound, Ender was forced to slide back several steps. He gripped his sword with both hands and barely managed to block the powerful strike overhead. "Oh, not bad. You're the first one today to take a hit from me." Hunong's eyes flashed with approval, but then he changed his tone. "But how many more can you handle?" Even before he finished speaking, his wooden sword came at Ander again in a flurry, as relentless as a storm. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sounds echoed as Ander did his best to defend against the instructor's onslaught. He kept stepping back, struggling just to parry the blows, let alone counterattack. The students on the sidelines were fired up. "Amazing. Ander can actually hold his own against the instructor for so many moves. None of us could even last one. Yeah, Ander must be the strongest among us. Maybe he'll really join the Allied forces and fight on the front lines. Our little town might finally produce someone famous." These comments reached Fran, making her even more frustrated. "Ander, Ander, Ander. That's all anyone talks about. So annoying. Who does he think he is? If I hadn't let my guard down, there's no way I would have lost. And if Xylem used her real skills, not even 10 Anders could beat her." Clang. A sharp sound cut off Fran's complaints. Ander had been thrown hard to the ground, his wooden sword flying from his hands. "You have a solid foundation," Hunong acknowledged first, then his tone turned stern. "But you still lack a sense of danger. You completely missed the change in the ground just now, otherwise you could have lasted a few more rounds. Remember, in battle, you must pay attention not only to your opponent, but also to your surroundings. The key to victory is often hidden right nearby." "Yes, Instructor Hunong, I understand," Ander replied respectfully. "Good. Step aside now. Next. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Look at the time." The tests continued. Aside from Ander, everyone else was still defeated in a single move. Soon, only one person remained in line. "Instructor Hunong, please guide me." Xylem stepped calmly into the arena. Hunong noticed that the star of the magic classes wasn't holding her wand, but had chosen a wooden sword instead. "You're not using your wand." "Instructor, either is fine for me," Xylem replied coolly. "If you want to use swordsmanship, suit yourself." Hunong wasn't surprised, since Xylem had no attribute aptitude. "All right, get ready, I'm going to." Before he could finish, Hunong tried to pull the same trick as before and launch a surprise attack. But the moment he lifted his foot, an overwhelming sense of pressure crushed down on him. Cold sweat soaked his back, and he froze in place. It felt just like facing a deadly beast again. What is this? If I move forward, I'll die? Years of battle instinct screamed at him, "Run." "Instructor Hunong? Are you all right?" The seemingly harmless girl in front of him asked softly. Her gentle voice only made his heart pound harder. Thump, thump, thump. He couldn't even utter a word. When Xylem tried to step closer to check on him, Hunong could barely breathe. Just then, a voice called out from the edge of the training ground. "Instructor Hunong." Whoosh. The terrifying pressure vanished in an instant. "Mr. Hunong, sorry to interrupt your class, but there's something we need to take care of together. The other party is already waiting for us in the lounge. Could you come with me? Colette said with a smile, but as she noticed the unusual look on Qunong's face, her smile slowly faded into confusion. Mr. Qunong, are you alright? Is something wrong? Oh, it's nothing, Qunong replied, shaking his head as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Thank you, Miss Colette. Thanks for coming to let me know in person. Haha, don't mention it, Mr. Qunong, we're colleagues. After all, Colette waved her hand casually. They'll head over first. Please join us once you've finished up here. Sure, it'll be right there. Qunong managed a strained smile, though his face was noticeably pale. Once Colette's figure disappeared through the doorway, Qunong took a deep breath and turned to face the students. His voice trembled slightly, unlike his usual tone. As Ms. Colette just said, that's all for today's lesson. Take some time to reflect on your performance when you get back. Don't wait until the final assessment to shape up. His gaze swept across the classroom, finally settling on Sayulum. And as for you, Qunong glanced at her, forcing the words out through clenched teeth. It'll just count you as having passed. That's it. Class dismissed. With that, Qunong nearly bolted from the room, heading quickly toward the lounge. As soon as he reached an empty hallway corner, his legs gave way and he almost collapsed. He leaned against the wall, gasping for air like someone who had just been rescued from drowning. That girl is a monster, Qunong muttered to himself, eyes filled with fear. Back in the classroom, Sayulum stood still, watching Qunong's hurried departure with her head tilted in puzzlement. That's odd, she murmured, sensing something was off but having no idea why. Did he get poisoned or something? In truth, Sayulum was completely unaware that the reason for Qunong's reaction was her own presence. Having defeated countless powerful monsters, she carried an invisible aura of menace. Over the past year, this aura allowed her to avoid being bothered by weaker creatures as she trained in the monster forest, while also attracting challenges from stronger ones. But with her limited understanding of the forest's ecology, Sayulum simply assumed that area was home to especially powerful monsters. At school, with no enemies around, she was always relaxed and never intentionally released any killing intent, so her aura remained dormant and unnoticed. But today, facing Kananga's seasoned crank veteran and her first time up against a human of that level, she unconsciously switched into battle mode. Her eyes sharpened, and the aura she usually kept hidden erupted all at once. As a result, Sayulum never realized she was the cause of Qunong's distress. On the contrary, she even felt disappointed that she hadn't gotten a real fight against a crank opponent. Before she knew it, the day of the individual combat assessment arrived. A makeshift judge's stand had been set up at the edge of the field. Qunong stood at the front, announcing the rules in a loud, clear voice. You all know the rules by now. In the first round, you'll fight according to your draw numbers. Winners advance, losers are out, until we have a champion. Remember, stop when your opponent yields. If anyone keeps attacking after the other surrenders, you'll be disqualified on the spot. Leaving the arena also counts as a loss. He looked around to make sure everyone understood, then declared, all right, let's get started. At his signal, the students armed with training weapons began their matches, and the field was soon filled with the sounds of clashing weapons and the shouts of excited students. Qunong finished speaking and strode back to the judge's table, plopping down in his seat. With his arms crossed and a stern expression, he watched the competition intently, ready to disqualify any contestant who broke the rules. The other teachers, who had been called in as temporary judges, were much more relaxed and had already started chatting among themselves. I never expected to see something like this at a preparatory school, one teacher remarked, watching the students duel with twin swords on the field. Seeing these kids reminds me of my own youth. It's true, another teacher agreed. But times have changed. All we old folks can do now is place our hopes in them. Soon, their conversation turned to predictions about the outcome of the competition. Some favored Andy, praising his strong reputation among the students, while others supported Xylem, highlighting her impressive magical talent and status as a second-tier mage. In the midst of the debate, someone turned to Colette, the magic teacher, for her opinion. Me? Colette thought for a moment. I think Xylem has the best chance. Just as the teachers were about to continue their discussion, they remembered to ask Qunong, the combat instructor, for his thoughts. At that moment, Qunong was closely observing the field, his gaze shifting between Andy and Xylem, who had both already won their matches. When his eyes landed on Xylem, she suddenly turned around and met his gaze. Flustered, Qunong quickly looked away, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. She noticed me? So that really wasn't just my imagination that day, he thought anxiously. The other teachers called his name several times before Qunong snapped out of his thoughts. When asked who he thought would win, he paused for a moment before declaring firmly, Xylem. The competition progressed quickly. Because there were clear gaps in strength among the contestants, and most lacked the stamina for prolonged fights, the top four were decided in no time. As expected, Xylem, Andy, and Fran made it to the semifinals. As the only second-tier mages in the class, their abilities far surpassed those of the other participants. The fourth-place contestant seemed perfectly satisfied with his result. Facing Xylem, He raised his hand in surrender before the referee even signaled the start, turning and leaving the field without hesitation. For him, making it into the top four was already the best outcome, and there was no point in struggling against an opponent like Xylem. Xylem paused for a moment, quietly putting away the weapon she had just drawn before turning and leaving the dueling arena. Next up were Fulan and Andy. Unlike the previous match, which ended before it even began, this one was charged with tension, especially due to the fiery aura Fulan brought to the field. Fulan, let's see what you've got. Andy raised his sword, his tone full of challenge. Humph. I'm going to teach you a lesson, get ready to kneel. Fulan sneered, launching a surprise attack without hesitation. It was a new move Shed only learned from their instructor a few days ago. A green blade of wind shot toward Andy at incredible speed, the air splitting with a sharp, piercing sound. Both the students and teachers watching turned pale. This was no harmless sparring. One wrong move, and someone could get seriously hurt. Mr. Qunong, this isn't okay. Stop them quickly. A teacher called out anxiously. But Mr. Qunong just glanced over, looking genuinely puzzled. Stop them? Why? I'm pretty sure when we started this course a year ago, I made it clear this was a combat class. What? Mr. Qunong. The teacher, now even more anxious, turned to Ms. Keylight for support. Ms. Keylight, please talk to Mr. Qunong. We can't have anyone getting hurt at our school. Keylight, enjoying the spectacle, blinked and smiled lightly. I think Mr. Qunong's right. This is a real combat class, after all. If you don't use magic, it doesn't count as real combat. Ms. Keylight, you two. The teacher could only sigh, his voice filled with worry. Don't worry, Keylight said cheerfully. If things get out of hand, we'll step in. Nothing bad will happen. Meanwhile, the fight between Fulan and Andy showed no sign of stopping. As the wind blade hurtled toward him, Andy dove to the ground and rolled aside, barely dodging the deadly attack. The razor-sharp wind just grazed his scalp. Getting to his feet, he shot Fulan a nervous look. Were you trying to kill me just now? TCH, you're still standing, aren't you? If you hadn't dodged, maybe I would have sent you to the afterlife. Fulan retorted coldly, her gaze never leaving Andy. Andy grinned. Fair point. This is a real fight, after all. Guess I was being naive. His eyes hardened with determination. Time for me to get serious too. Bring it on. The battle was about to escalate, but because of the competition rules, neither could use their actual weapons. Fulan simply treated her training sword like her regular magic staff, wielding it with ease and skill. Windblade, she called out again, summoning another razor-sharp gust. The blade sliced through the air with a chilling sound. Don't think you can get me twice. Andy shot back, firing a fireball in return. The two spells collided in a blinding explosion. The blast echoed through the arena, flames and smoke engulfing both fighters. Taking advantage of the chaos, Andy quickly closed the distance between them. He knew he might not win in a pure magic duel, but in close combat, he had the upper hand. Even 10 Fulans wouldn't stand a chance against him. But Fulan wasn't foolish. Shed already anticipated this, and, as soon as their sight lines were blocked, began chanting her next spell, ready to strike the moment Andy reappeared. Huh, to your right. Fulan's eyes glinted with cunning as she coldly intoned, Windblade. Ander appeared on Fran's right side, rapidly closing the distance. She immediately unleashed the spell Shed been preparing. I've been waiting for you, Fireball. Fran thrust her hands forward, her fingertips glowing with a dangerous red light. But Ander wasn't caught off guard. Anticipating this, he flipped his wrist, preparing his own fireball. Boom. Fireball and wind blade collided midair, erupting in a blinding flash. This time, since they were so close, both were caught in the blast. Flames singed the edges of their clothes, and the heat whipped their hair. The sight made the watching students and many teachers break out in a cold sweat. One student anxiously grabbed a teacher's sleeve. Miss Colite, are you sure we shouldn't stop them? No need, don't worry, I'll be fine. Colite replied cheerfully, tapping her chin with a finger, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The other teachers, however, could only wonder what part of this situation was supposed to be reassuring. The moment Ander cast his fireball, Fran realized things had taken a turn for the worse. She immediately dashed along the edge of the arena, kicking up clouds of dust as she tried to keep her distance, all while hurriedly chanting a new spell. Don't even think about running, came a voice from behind. Fran glanced back and saw Ander pushing through the lingering flames, sweat and soot on his face, but determination in his eyes. What? How are you? Oh no. Her shock broke her concentration, and the magic she'd been preparing fizzled out instantly. Frustrated, she tried to start chanting again, but that brief hesitation cost her the match. Wind barrier. Fran shouted. Too slow. Just as Fran's magic was about to activate, Ander caught up, sweeping his wooden sword in a wide arc. The blade whistled through the air, knocking Fran to the ground and disrupting her spell. Ander let out a relieved sigh, chest heaving, then pointed his wooden sword at Fran's neck. I win. For a moment, the field went silent. Then the students erupted in cheers. Amazing. That was awesome. They're both so strong. Ander really did it. Go Ander, take first place. As the crowd cheered, Cunon stood up and announced, Ander is the winner of this round. Hearing the applause, Ander scratched his head awkwardly, then offered a hand to the fallen Fran. Sorry, I might have gone a little overboard. Are you all right? Fran glanced at his outstretched hand and snorted. Humph. She slapped his hand away, got up on her own, and brushed the dust off her clothes. I don't need your concern. I lost because I let my guard down this time, but I'll win next time. With that, she stormed off in a huff. Ander could only smile helplessly as he watched her go. After a short break, it was time for the final match, Ander versus Zulimo. Unlike Fran, Zulimo simply stood there quietly with her sword, showing no intention of launching a sneak attack. Her stance seemed casual, but Ander couldn't spot a single opening. His expression grew more serious. Zulimo, I think this is our first real match, isn't it? Zulimo nodded, her hair swaying gently. That's right. Everyone says I'm the strongest, but I know you're not nearly as simple as you look, are you? Zulimo didn't answer, just watched him calmly. Ander didn't mind. He slowly raised his sword, ready to attack. Sorry, but I'm going to give it my all. I hope you do the same. I don't want to be known as the strongest in name only. If you insist, I suppose I can do that. Zulimo tilted her head, agreeing without much enthusiasm. Here I come. As soon as she finished speaking, Ander launched a fierce attack. He closed the distance in a flash, body low as he swung upward. But Zulimo only turned her head slightly, glancing at him. In an instant, she vanished from his sight. Startled, Ander rolled forward, twisting as he unleashed the fireball spell head prepared behind him. Fireball. But boom. The fireball exploded barely a meter away, sending Ander flying with the force of the blast. Is it already over? Came a calm voice from above. Covered in dust and ash, Ander looked up to see a girl standing over him, gazing down with her wooden sword pointed at his neck just as he had done to Fran before. Ander stared blankly at his opponent, his eyes unfocused. In that moment, it struck him like lightning finally realized just how narrow-minded he and his classmates had been. Their limited perspective meant they had no idea what their peers were truly capable of. After being praised by those around him for so long, arrogance had crept in without his notice, and now he was paying the price he hadn't even managed to catch a single move before his crushing defeat. The gap between them was beyond anything he could describe. I lost, Ander said hoarsely, his shoulders trembling with disappointment. His once proud confidence had been utterly shattered, broken into countless pieces like glass. The field was silent. Everyone stared at the scene in the center of the playground, stunned. They had expected a fight even more intense than the last, but in the blink of an eye before anyone even realized what was happening, Ander was already on the ground, with Sayalim's sword pointed precisely at his vital point. For the final round, Sayalim is the winner. I declare the practical assessment officially over. To everyone's surprise, Qunong was the first to stand up, breaking the tense silence. His expression was unusually calm, as if this outcome was entirely expected. Even Keelite couldn't help but admire his composure. A seasoned soldier, indeed, Keelite thought. Even though she knew far more about Sayalim's abilities than the others, she was still shocked by how decisively the fight had ended. The other teachers finally snapped out of their daze. So that's what Mr. Qunong meant by obvious. Mr. Qunong, you could have told us about this sooner. We were arguing like fools just now. Hey, speak for yourselves, don't lump everyone in with you. I knew from the start that Sayalim would win. Oh please, you were just guessing. Don't get so smug. While the teachers started bickering, the students erupted into chaos. No way. Did I just imagine that? You didn't, because I saw it too. Can someone please explain what just happened? How did Ander lose in the time it took me to blink? That's not the real issue. It's Sayalim. What's up with her? She's way too strong. That was a total wipeout. I can't believe I never realized she was this powerful. Hearing the commotion around her, Fran lifted her chin, visibly proud. Humph. Bunch of idiots. Didn't I tell you all along? Sayalim is the strongest, believe me now? Oh, get over yourself. Even Ander could beat you. What did you say? Windblade. Whoa, are you crazy? With Fran losing her temper, the student crowd quickly descended into chaos, and all order vanished. It wasn't until Qunong stepped in forcefully that things finally calmed down. And so, the practical assessment ended with Sayalim's jaw-dropping victory. Not only did she take first place in the individual competition, but her team also won first in the group battle, making her the overall top student. In every other subject, whether it was magic classes or general courses, Sayalim ranked first as well. In the end, she single-handedly claimed the highest honors in every path at the preparatory academy. At the same time, with the conclusion of the practical assessment, it also marked the end of the 4-year preparatory school life for this group of students, including Xiaolim. Ms. Keelite, is there something you wanted to see me about? Xiaolim stood at the door of the teacher's office, her face expressionless. As graduation approached, there were hardly any formal classes for the seniors, so most students only came to school during the day to discuss their future plans with friends. Keelite glanced up at the student whose expression had remained unchanged over the past 2 years. With a slight smile, she stretched lazily. Xiaolim, I can't believe it's already been 2 years since we met. In the blink of an eye, you're about to leave, and honestly, I'm going to miss you. If you're feeling lonely, maybe you should hurry up and find a boyfriend or something, Xiaolim thought to herself. So, Xiaolim, have you thought about what you're going to do in the future? Colite suddenly asked, her tone turning serious. Xiao Lim met her teacher's gaze and, after a moment of thought, replied, train, grow stronger, and become the best in the world. Colite's smile froze, and she was momentarily at a loss for words. I mean, maybe not such a distant goal. What about something more immediate? What are your plans after graduation? Train. Wait. Colite quickly interrupted. Can you be a bit more specific? I mean, for example, where do you plan to train? Xiao Lim tilted her head, not quite understanding her teacher's meaning, and shook her head. Do you have any suggestions, Miss Colite? Colite's eyes lit up, as if she had been waiting for this question. Hee. So you don't have any concrete plans yet, Xiao Lim. Well, since you asked, as your teacher, it's my duty to help you. Xiao Lim. Look, what do I have here? Colite pulled out an ornate envelope from her drawer, sealed with a special material that seemed to give off a faint magical aura. What's this, Miss Colite? Xiao Lim stared at the envelope, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Colite hummed proudly, crossing her legs. Xiao Lim, have you heard of Manicos Magic Academy? Xiao Lim thought for a moment. I think so. It's the most prestigious magic academy in the world, located in the capital. That's right, Manicos Magic Academy. And this is a letter of recommendation for that top academy, Colite announced with pride. Xiao Lim's eyes widened slightly as she focused on the letter in her teacher's hand. A recommendation letter? Exactly, just as you think. Colite nodded emphatically, suddenly leaning in and holding the envelope right in front of Xiao Lim. So, Xiao Lim, go to Manicos Academy. In the year 787 of the new divine era, Xiao Lim completed her 4 years at preparatory school. As she said goodbye to her student days, she received an admission recommendation letter to the world's premier institution Manicos Magic Academy from Ms. Colite. When it comes to Manicos Magic Academy, the entire empire takes pride in it. It's a gathering place for geniuses and the cradle of the world's top magicians. The academy recruits students from every country and race across the continent, but the requirements are extremely strict. Only those with at least A-level talent are eligible to enter. Because of its broad recruitment and high standards, the academy uses a recommendation system. Many organizations and individuals hold the right to recommend candidates, and when they discover a young person with B-level or higher talent, they can apply to recommend them for admission. Colite herself was a graduate of the academy and held a recommendation quota. As for why she was teaching in such a remote place, it had something to do with her family. Her father, one of the empire's top merchants, once tried to marry her off to a nobleman in exchange for greater business connections. Colite strongly opposed the marriage and was estranged from her father for years. Eventually, when she learned her father planned to force her into the marriage, she used her connections to escape her family and became a teacher in the countryside. Because she graduated from one of the world's top institutions, Colette immediately recognized that Xiao Lim's talent had to be at least A-level when she first met her. With sharp eyes and years of experience, she could instantly spot the traits that marked someone with outstanding potential. Although the academy rarely had the opportunity to use magical tools to assess aptitude, the seasoned teachers had already developed their own reliable set of criteria. By the age of 7 or 8, Xiao Lim had already reached the level of a second-tier magia feat that, in Colette's eyes, left no doubt about her exceptional talent, easily qualifying as A-level or higher. As she observed the young Xiao Lim, Colette was already considering recommending her for admission. Eventually, in Xiao Lim's 4th academic year, Colette penned that crucial letter of recommendation. The letter was magically delivered to the Manicos Magic Academy, and when the academy's leadership read Colette's assessment, their eyebrows rose in interest. At least A-level potential even at Manicos, such an evaluation was enough to command attention. This meant Xiao Lim was a prodigy among prodigies and would become a key focus for the academy. Of course, the academy would not rely solely on Colette's word. For B-level talents, they would wait until the normal admissions process to verify the candidate's abilities, and if the recommendation proved exaggerated, they would simply revoke the offer. But an A-level genius was different. The academy was unwilling to risk missing out on such talent. As a result, an experienced professor was quickly dispatched to Mint Town with the letter of recommendation in hand. His mission was clear. If Xiao Lim's talent matched Colette's description, he would deliver the letter. If not, he would return with it. Upon arriving in Mint Town, the professor kept a low profile, first seeking out Colette and Cunon to gather detailed information. He then chose to observe from the shadows, patiently waiting for the right moment to verify Xiao Lim's abilities. When Xiao Lim decisively defeated Ander with overwhelming power, a glint of satisfaction appeared in the professor's eyes. Colette had not exaggerated. Xiao Lim's talent was indeed at least A-level. He promptly handed the recommendation letter to Colette, emphasizing the importance of ensuring Xiao Lim attended the academy. As for why he did not approach Xiao Lim directly, the academy believed that such attention could foster arrogance and hinder future development. Even when dealing with prodigies who might not enroll, the academy preferred subtle guidance over direct invitations. Enrollment next year? In the living room of the Heimlier family, Xiao Lim sat on a soft sofa. her fingers lightly tracing the admission letter Colette had given her. The letter shimmered with a faint magical glow, a protective seal, ensuring its authenticity. The contents of the letter were straightforward. As long as she reported to the capital, Longuard, by the specified year, she would become a student at Monarch's Magic Academy. Xiao Lim's enrollment was scheduled for the following year. This year of waiting made perfect sense. Since Monarch's recruited students from across the continent, many were unable to reach Longuard immediately due to distance or other factors. If the letter required same-year enrollment, some students might not receive it in time. Therefore, the academy usually sent out recommendation letters a year or two in advance. For Xiao Lim, this waiting period was just right. She could use the time to learn more about Monarchs and, more importantly, start preparing for the journey and new life that awaited her. Time flew by, and with the help of Keelite, a native of the capital, Xiao Lim gained a much deeper understanding of Longuard and the culture at the Magic Academy. In addition, with Qunong's guidance, Xiao Lim greatly improved her common sense about traveling and living independently. She still didn't know why teacher Qunong had taken the initiative to help her, but for now, she decided to gratefully accept his kindness. One day, just before her departure, her father, Lyzelian, suddenly called her into his study. "Father, is there something you need?" Xiao Lim greeted him and asked politely. Lyzelian sat at his desk, gazing at his remarkably mature youngest daughter, feeling a surge of emotion. "Xiao Lim, out of my 7 children, you're the youngest, but you're also the one I worry about the least. Sometimes I wonder if you've grown up too quickly. You stopped being playful after you turned 7. He paused and sighed. "Sorry, I suppose I'm getting old and a bit sentimental these days." He shook off his thoughts and got to the point. "The reason I called you here today is because I have a gift for you." "A gift? For me?" Xiao Lim blinked in surprise. "That's right, this is for you." Lyzelian nodded, retrieving a sword from under his desk. The sword was of medium length, its scabbard plain and unremarkable. But when Lyzelian drew the blade, its silvery sheen shimmered like a river of stars, instantly drawing Xiao Lim's attention. "Your brothers and sisters have all gone out into the world. Except for Yamen, they all have some form of protection. But your situation is different. The journey to Longuard is long, and you'll be traveling alone. It's dangerous, and although you have your wand, you still lack a reliable sword. So I'm giving you this blade, forged from mithril." Xiao Lim accepted the mithril sword, running her fingers lovingly along its edge. The blade was razor sharp. Even the lightest touch sent a sting through her skin, leaving no doubt that a little pressure would cut her finger. She tried channeling her magic into the blade, and thanks to the high mithril content, her magic flowed seamlessly through it. In battle, this sword could become a formidable magical weapon. Even with her limited knowledge of weaponry, Xiao Lim could tell this was the work of a master. "Well, what do you think? Do you like it?" Lyzelian smiled, seeing how much his daughter treasured the gift. "Yes." Xiao Lim nodded enthusiastically, then paused as a thought struck her. She looked up and asked, "Father, isn't this sword very expensive? How is our family's financial situation?" Lyzelian's smile froze for a moment. He cleared his throat and forced a slightly awkward smile. "Expensive? Not really. Don't worry, our family can manage. But just in case, try not to show the blade openly when you're out. You don't want to attract the wrong kind of attention." No wonder the scabbard was so plain. Xiao Lim gazed at the sword in her hand, but didn't expose her father, Lyzelian's, little lie about the price. She understood well the Heimlier family's way of handling things, never disappointing others just to feel good about themselves, nor causing unnecessary worry through excessive concern. Although the family's finances had taken a hit, it was far from a crisis. "I understand, father." Xiao Lim carefully sheathed her sword, already thinking about finding a good strap to secure it at her waist or on her back. Seeing how considerate his daughter was, Lyzelian nodded with satisfaction. After a brief pause, his expression grew serious. "There's one more thing I need to discuss with you, Xiao Lim," he said solemnly. "You know my lifelong wish has been to restore the Heimlier family and reclaim the honor of our ancestors." When his daughter nodded, he continued, "And now you've received an admission offer from Monarchs, the world's top magic academy. This proves your talent is unmatched, even among the Heimlier family throughout history." Lyzelian took a deep breath, his eyes shining with determination. "That's why, from this day forward, I don't want you to worry about anything related to our family." Xiao Lim looked at her father in surprise, not understanding his meaning. Lyzelian sighed. "Reviving the family is my dream, not yours. You have your own life to live. If your talents were average, working together for the family would make sense. But you're exceptional, with a limitless future ahead of you. I don't want to see you held back by family obligations. I just want you to soar and create a brilliant life of your own. That's what matters most." "Father," Xiao Lim began. "No need to say anything," Lyzelian interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Let me be selfish just this once." Xiao Lim looked at her father for a long time, then quietly replied, "I understand, father." "Xylem, is everything ready?" Her mother, Lilia, stood by the door, her eyes full of concern. "It's all set," Xylem replied, nodding as her fingers gently traced the edge of her suitcase. Are you sure you don't need to pack a few more clothes? Lilia couldn't help but ask, her brows creased with worry. No need, mother, Xylem explained with a reassuring smile. The academy provides uniforms, and he'll be wearing them most of the time, so I really don't need many regular clothes. I see. Lilia nodded thoughtfully, then added, just check your wallet once more. Do you have enough money? The journey is long, and there will be plenty of places where you'll need it. Xylem answered patiently. I've already checked, and father has sent some money ahead to Longard. There's nothing to worry about, mother. Well, then there's also Lilia's voice trailed off as she began to fuss, her fingers twisting nervously together. Seeing her mother like this, Xylem felt a touch of helplessness, but she could only comfort her gently. Don't worry, mother. I've brought everything I need. You don't have to be concerned. All right then. Lilia nodded reluctantly, her face unable to hide her sadness. Xylem understood her feelings being the last child to leave home. It was only natural for her mother to feel reluctant to let go. Xylem, are you ready? The beast carriage is here. Her father, Lyselian, called out from outside, his booming voice breaking the brief silence in the room. I'm ready, father. I'm coming, Xylem replied as she quickly grabbed her suitcase with her right hand. She glanced at her mother, then reached out her free left hand to gently take Lilia's hand. Let's go, mother. Outside the Haler family's gate, a beast carriage drawn by a shield-horned beast waited by the entrance. The creature stood with its head lowered, occasionally swishing its tail to ward off insects. The coachman stood nearby, chatting with the butler, Lawrence. As soon as he saw Lyselian and the others approach, he straightened up and greeted them warmly. Good day, sir. The coachman said respectfully. Lyselian nodded in response. Hello. Sorry to keep you waiting, and thank you for your help today. Not at all, sir. The coachman replied with a smile. Please, all of you get in. Lyselian gave a brief nod. The coachman quickly took Xylem's suitcase and secured it on the rack atop the carriage, while Xylem and her parents climbed inside. Since Xylem's journey would be a long one, she wouldn't be traveling alone. She'd be departing with a caravan. Traveling with a group not only helped avoid many problems, but also ensured there were enough guards to keep everyone safe. Once everything was ready, the coachman hopped into his seat and rang a bell. The crisp sound echoed through the air. The shield-horned beast responded with a low bellow and began to move, pulling the carriage smoothly forward. Miss, take care on your journey. They'll be waiting for you to come home, called Jessica the maid, waving enthusiastically from the gate. Beside her stood Lawrence the butler and old Mrs. Jaeger, all waving goodbye with a mix of reluctance and well wishes. Xylem leaned out the window, waving back at them. Goodbye, Jessica. Goodbye, Mr. Lawrence. Goodbye, Mrs. Jaeger. Her voice drifted away on the breeze. Though the shield-horned beast started off slowly, it picked up speed as it went. Before long, the Haler family's gate disappeared from view, leaving only a winding road stretching out ahead. The relay station in Midtown was bustling with activity. Several caravans had gathered there, along with travelers heading to other cities. With departure time approaching, people were busy checking their luggage and inspecting their goods, creating a lively scene. Merchants haggled loudly, guards checked their weapons, and travelers exchanged information about the journey ahead. Look, they're here. In the crowd, Fran was the first to spot Xylem's family arriving, her excitement clear as she pointed at the approaching carriage. Those waiting to see them off also looked up, their eyes following the newly arrived vehicle. Xylem. As soon as she stepped out of the carriage, a long, eager call rushed toward her, full of warmth and anticipation. As soon as Xiao Lim got a clear look at who it was, the person had already thrown herself into her arms. Fran, you're squeezing too hard. Xiao Lim struggled to breathe as she was held in a tight embrace. But I really can't bear to see you go, Xiao Lim. Fran looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. Xiao Lim smiled helplessly, glancing at the others who had come to see her off. Not just Fran, but Colette, Andy, and even Instructor Qunong were there. Andy was the first to step forward, looking serious. Xiao Lim, I've made up my mind. Even though I'm no match for you now, not even if there were 10 of me, won't stop moving forward. Someday, they'll become truly strong. When that day comes, don't let me catch up to you just because you've been slacking off at the academy. Don't worry, that's not going to happen. Xiao Lim replied calmly, her words perhaps referring to Andy's future strength, or maybe hinting that she wouldn't be surpassed. Colette quickly moved closer. Xiao Lim, don't forget the shop I recommended. Promise you'll tell me what you think. I will. They'll definitely check out the dessert shop you told me about, Teacher Colette. With a sly grin, Colette leaned in and slipped a pendant into Xiao Lim's hand. The owner of that shop is a friend of mine. Show her this, and she'll know I sent you. She'll give you a great discount. Xiao Lim quietly put the pendant away. Thank you, Teacher Colette. Hee, no need to thank me. Finally, it was Qunong's turn. He cleared his throat a little awkwardly. Ahem. Well, Xiao Lim, you're the most outstanding student I've ever taught. When you get to Longard, don't let people from other places look down on you. And if anyone does, show them what you're made of. I know what to do, Instructor Qunong. The title made Qunong beam with pride. Good. Keep up that spirit and don't ever forget it. After saying goodbye to the others, Xiao Lim turned to Fran, who was still teary-eyed. She gently stroked Fran's hair and whispered, "Fran, when I come back, they'll bring you the most famous dessert from the capital, all right?" "Really?" Fran sniffled. "Of course. Do you want it?" "Yes." "Then wait for me to come back, okay?" Fran hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded, though a little reluctantly. "Okay. Fran, you're such a good girl." Xiao Lim patted her head again. "I'm not a little kid, Xiao Lim." Fran immediately protested, pouting. "Yes, yes, you're not a little kid, Fran." Xiao Lim. Clang, clang, clang. A crisp knocking sound interrupted their conversation. "It's time to go." As the caravan leader's voice echoed through the way station, the entire area was instantly thrown into a flurry of activity. People hurriedly packed their belongings, making their final preparations for the journey ahead. Xylem, her father, Lyzelian, approached her, followed by several well-armed companions. "Let me introduce you to a few people. These are the crank adventurers who will be escorting us on this trip, the Hunter's Fong team." Xylem looked up to see a neatly assembled squad of 5. Their gear varied. A heavily armored vanguard whose shoulder plates gleamed in the light. A swordsman with a long blade at his hip, standing tall and poised. A nimble scout, his belt bristling with small tools. An archer with a quiver of arrows slung across his back. And a mage holding a staff, his robe embroidered with mysterious runes. "Hello." Xylem offered a polite bow and greeting. "Hello, young lady." The swordsman stepped forward, clearly the team's leader, and greeted her with a friendly smile. Lyzelian spoke apologetically. "Everyone, this is my daughter's first long journey. If there's any trouble along the way, I hope you can help look after her." "Mr. Hyrule, no need to worry, it's the least we can do." The swordsman replied heartily, then turned to Xylem. "Are your belongings ready? Where's your carriage?" "It's almost time to go. My things are already loaded up, and my carriage is over there," Xylem replied, pointing to a beast-drawn wagon not far away. "Just call me Alec," the swordsman added with a warm smile, his sword sheath catching the morning light. "All right, Mr. Alec," Xylem nodded. "Anyone not ready, hurry up." The caravan leader's voice rang out again, echoing through every corner of the way station. Alec paused, then turned to Lyzelian. "Mr. Lyzelian, we're about to set off. Is there anything else you need help with?" Lyzelian shook his head. "That's all, thank you." "Don't worry, well, make sure your daughter reaches the Earl of Leicester's domain safely," Alec promised, thumping his chest. There were no caravans heading directly from Mint Town to the capital, nor were there any adventurer groups making that journey. Xylem would first travel to the Earl of Leicester's territory, then join another caravan heading to Langard. A clear bell rang through the way station, signaling the moment of departure. A massive pack beast, as large as a small hill, rose to its feet. Its broad back was piled high with goods, and even a simple wooden shelter. 2 beast handlers perched on top, guiding the enormous creature forward. As the intimidating giant beast began to move, the entire caravan composed of several merchant groups set out together. Nearly 20 horned shield beasts, harnessed to wagons, formed a long procession, their hooves beating a steady rhythm as they slowly exited the way station's gates. Xylem climbed into her wagon, leaning out the window to wave goodbye to her family gathered at the entrance. Her father and mother stood at the front, with Fulon, Helite, Andy, and Cunon clustered around them. All of them waved back at her. "Goodbye, father. Goodbye, mother. Goodbye, everyone," Xylem called out, her voice a mix of excitement and reluctance. "Goodbye, Xylem. Take care, Xylem. Safe travels, Xylem." Their voices gradually faded, until she could no longer hear them. As the caravan picked up speed, Mint Town, where she had lived for 11 years, grew smaller and smaller in her view, until it finally vanished beyond the horizon. Ahead of the caravan, new sights unfolded before her: lush green hills, winding paths, birds soaring overhead, and strange plants she had never seen growing by the roadside. Gazing at this unfamiliar world, Xylem suddenly realized something. So this is it. My journey has begun. The giant pack beast let out a resonant bellow, its heavy footsteps thudding across the countryside. Anyone with experience, hearing those sounds, would instantly know that a large caravan was passing through. Although this was not a single, unified caravan, the combined group was just as impressive in size. At the center of the procession lumbered a massive beast of burden, while more than a dozen wagons, each pulled by sturdy horned creatures, stretched out before and behind it, some carrying passengers, others loaded with goods. For guards, mounted on swift-footed beasts, patrolled the edges of the caravan, their eyes alert as they scanned the surroundings. Inside one of the wagons at the front, Xylem leaned back in her seat. She appeared to be resting, but her bright eyes continuously observed everything around her. Though she was no stranger to forests, this tranquil woodland with its smooth roads and rare sightings of magical creatures still felt novel to her. Sharing the wagon with her were 3 other women: an elderly lady with a head of silvery hair and a warm, kindly smile, a reserved, middle-aged woman, and a young woman dressed in striking, colorful clothes. The 4 of them represented every stage of life, from youth to old age. At first, the atmosphere in the wagon was silent. The young, glamorous woman's expression betrayed a hint of disdain and impatience toward the other two, while the middle-aged woman kept her gaze fixed outside the window, clearly avoiding conversation. It was the elderly lady who broke the silence, her friendly nature prompting her to start a conversation. Seeing that Xylem and the young woman were not easy to approach, the old lady turned her attention to the middle-aged woman. Although reluctant at first, the woman couldn't resist the elder's warmth and soon shared her story. It was a simple farmer, traveling at the invitation of her successful sister in the city, with plans to open a shop together. The old lady was equally forthcoming about her own background. Her son had left home for the city when he was young, eventually becoming a soldier under Count Lester. Recently promoted, he had even purchased a house in the Count's territory and had written to invite his mother to live with him. The pride and happiness on her face were unmistakable as she spoke of her son's good fortune. As the two women grew more comfortable with each other, the old lady reached into her bag and pulled out a box of fruit biscuits, smiling as she offered them. These are a specialty from my hometown, my son's favorite. I brought some for him. Would you like to try one? The middle-aged woman hesitated, waving her hands. Oh, I couldn't possibly. Don't be shy. I have plenty more in my suitcase. This pack is for the road. Go ahead, have some. The old lady insisted warmly. Unable to refuse, the middle-aged woman took a biscuit and tasted it, her face lighting up. Oh, these are delicious, aren't they? Please, have a few more, the old lady said with a laugh. Then she stood and offered the biscuits to Xylem and the young woman. Here, you two young ladies should try some as well. The young woman glanced at the biscuits in the old lady's hand, a flicker of distaste in her eyes, but she managed a polite reply. Thank you, but I've already eaten. I couldn't eat another bite right now. I see, the old lady said, turning to Xylem. How about you, dear? Would you like to try one? They're really good. Xylem calmly accepted the cookie offered by the old lady, her gaze gentle yet resolute. She spoke softly. Thank you, ma'am. But I have a special training regimen, so I have some dietary restrictions and can't eat just anything. I'm really sorry. The old lady looked momentarily puzzled, clearly not understanding what Xylem meant. The young and middle-aged women around her also seemed confused. Xylem, however, maintained her serious and sincere demeanor, lightly touching her wand as if to emphasize her point. Yes, it really is a very special kind of training, she added, nodding affirmatively. Well, if that's the case, never mind then, the old lady said with a sigh, pulling her hand back and eventually offering the cookie to the only middle-aged woman willing to accept it. The younger woman could tell that Xylem's excuse was a bit far-fetched, but sometimes, giving a reason that others can't easily question inspires a sense of respect and even makes you believe it yourself. Under Simulus guidance, Xylem had long since learned this lesson. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, a crisp bell sounded, and the caravan came to a halt. It was time for a break. Everyone stopped to prepare for lunch. The sound of people leaving the carriage echoed inside. Xylem stood up, planning to get off and eat. She had already spotted the clear river outside and decided to head towards it. As she rose, the old lady's eyes lit up and she reached for the cookies again, but Xylem gently touched her wand, giving her a meaningful look. The old lady reluctantly pulled her hand back. At the same time, the young woman in the carriage, hungry and eager for lunch, stood up as well. As soon as she moved, the old lady fixed her with a sharp look. The young woman's lips twitched in frustration, but she had no choice but to sit back down. She'd have to go without lunch today. Clearly, knowing how to refuse gracefully is a valuable skill. At the riverside, Xylem took out the portable rations Jessica had prepared from her backpack and got ready for lunch. Hey there, young lady from the Heimlier family, eating by yourself? A voice called out from behind. Xylem turned around and saw one of the guards, Alec from the Hunter's Fong squad. Hello, Mr. Alec, she replied with a smile. You can just call me Xylem. Would you like to join me for lunch? Haha, I'd be happy to. Alec said cheerfully, sitting down beside her. His companions quickly joined them. By the way, Xylem, I don't think you've met my team yet, Alec said, glancing at the others. Xylem nodded, indicating she hadn't heard their names before. This is Bart, our vanguard. He doesn't talk much, but you can always count on him, Alec said, gesturing to a silent, armored middle-aged man. Bart nodded in greeting, and Xylem politely nodded back. And this is Angia, York, and Stein. They each dipped their heads in acknowledgement, and Xylem returned the gesture to each of them. The team consisted of 4 members. Angia, the long-haired female archer. York, the mage who always carried a wand. Stein, the scout with a black mask. And Alec, who served as the leader. Well, now that we all know each other, let's get along from here on out, Alec said warmly. The group sat down together, ready to enjoy their lunch. Alec noticed what Xiao Lim was eating and frowned. Is that all you're having, Xiao Lim? Is there something wrong with my food, Mr. Alec? Xiao Lim asked, puzzled. Of course there is. Young people should eat more meat. Alec took out a piece of jerky from his own rations and handed it to her. Here, try this. Xiao Lim accepted the jerky and, imitating the others, took a bite though, she only managed to tear off a tiny piece. Alec burst out laughing. You really don't have much of a bite, do you? The rest of the team couldn't help but chuckle as well. All right, Alec, don't laugh too hard, Anjia said with a smile as she sat down beside Xiao Lim, handing her a water flask. Here, soak it in water for a bite, it'll be easier to chew. Thank you. This little episode actually helped Xiao Lim feel closer to the Fang hunters. After lunch, with some free time left, Xiao Lim sat by the river, watching the fish and thinking about what to make for dinner. Suddenly, a pom-pom sound drifted over from the opposite bank. Looking up, she spotted two large, translucent, light blue spheres bouncing toward the river, followed by four smaller ones. It's a bobbum, Xiao Lim exclaimed in delight, recognizing the creature. Bobbums weren't rare in many places, but they were seldom seen near Mint Town. Alec hurried over when he heard the noise. That's definitely a bobbum family. See those two with the white eyes? One male, one female, and four little ones. And their habit of foraging by the water, no mistake about it. Where are they? Let me see. Anjia came over as well. Wow, those baby bobbums are so cute, I wish I could pet them. Don't get any ideas, Alec warned. Bobbums may look adorable, but they're nothing to mess with. They're nimble and can compress their bodies to launch high-speed charges enough to shatter an adult's ribs in one hit. The adults can even shoot high-pressure water jets that punch through wooden boards. For Xiao Lim, bobbums had another important quality: they were top-tier ingredients. Just as she was getting eager, one of the adult bobbums seemed to sense danger and quickly moved in front of its family. Pom, pom. The four little bobbums tried to push forward, but the big one scolded them sharply. The youngsters immediately wilted and obediently followed their parents back into the forest across the river. Oh no, they're gone, Anjia said, disappointed. Was I too loud? Alex scratched his head. Xiao Lim watched the opposite bank wistfully, watching her potential dinner slip away. Just then, the signal to set out rang, and she had to give up on the idea of catching a bobbum. The mixed caravan that had set out from Mint Town had been traveling for several days without rest. Along the way, they passed through several towns and relay stations, and many of the people within the caravan had changed as a result. In the beast-drawn wagon where Xylem was riding, the young woman who had been there on the first day had gotten off at one of the towns, replaced by an even younger girl, probably around 15 or 16. The new passenger was dressed in a tightly wrapped gray robe and held a wand in her hand, making her look quite similar to Xylem. The girl's demeanor was clearly cold and distant. Even when the talkative old lady tried to strike up a conversation, she only received perfunctory responses. After a few failed attempts, the old lady finally gave up, and the carriage fell into silence. For Xylem, this unexpected quietness was actually a welcome relief. As the caravan continued onward, Xylem gazed out the window, her brow furrowing slightly. Strange, where has the caravan ended up now? She wondered. She noticed that, not long ago, the road had become completely enclosed by a dense, impenetrable forest. The thick canopy above nearly blocked out all sunlight, casting the path into a shadowy, mysterious gloom. Meanwhile, the caravan's guards had gathered for an urgent discussion. Alex spoke up with a serious expression. Everyone, you should all know by now that as the Demon King's return draws near, monsters everywhere have been growing more active, right? The surrounding adventurers nodded in agreement. Someone added, it's not just rumors anymore these days. Whenever we go out on a job, we're running into monsters more and more often. That's not so bad if it's just frequent encounters. But what I really worry about is running into something too powerful. Another adventurer chimed in, a hint of worry in his eyes. A team I know got ambushed by a dire earth bear a few months back. They barely made it out alive. Yeah, a third adventurer agreed, unconsciously fingering the weapon at his waist. I had a similar experience not long ago. Luckily, our scouts spotted the creature early, or we might not have made it out at all. Of course, that meant the job was a bust. The adventurers continued to share recent stories, and from their tense voices and grim expressions, it was clear just how serious the situation with the monsters had become. Alec cleared his throat, cutting off the conversation. All right, we can save those stories for tonight. Let's get back to the matter at hand. He glanced around, lowering his voice. Before we set out, I received some information along the stretch of road ahead. Monster attacks have been happening more frequently. There have already been several incidents. So, chances are the road ahead won't be smooth. Everyone, stay on high alert. Upon hearing this, the adventurers' expressions grew more serious, and they responded almost in unison. Understood. Good. Let's reorganize the patrol and guard assignments. Alec quickly laid out the new defensive arrangements. With the adventurers on heightened alert, the four swift beasts that patrolled the area increased their rounds significantly. Though the passengers weren't told directly, they could sense the growing tension from the guards' taut muscles and wary eyes. Conversations among the travelers grew quieter, and the whole caravan moved forward slowly and silently along the forest road. Before long, the caravan reached an uphill stretch. Alec eyed the slope ahead. It wasn't steep, but it was long and winding. His brow furrowed with concern. If we get ambushed here, it'll be a disaster, he thought to himself. The caravan can't speed up to escape, and with this many wagons, turning around would be nearly impossible. Steen, Alec suddenly called out. What is it? Steen, his face masked, came over immediately, his hand resting on his weapon, ready for any danger that might arise. Can you find a higher vantage point and check out the situation around us? Stein glanced around and nodded slightly. All right. With that, he turned decisively away from the group and slipped into the thick forest beside the road. Meanwhile, not far ahead of the convoy, a cluster of glowing, greedy eyes flickered in the shadows on the hillside. Hidden figures watched the slowly approaching caravan with predatory focus, barely able to contain their savage instincts. Stein moved swiftly through the undergrowth, quickly spotting a sturdy tree. This one will do. He patted the trunk and climbed up with nimble ease. Gripping a branch for balance, he shielded his eyes and scanned the surroundings for anything suspicious. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto something in the distance, and his eyes narrowed, trying to get a better look. The next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. Damn it! Back in the convoy, Xiao Lim, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly tensed. She sprang to her feet, clutching her staff. Before anyone else in the carriage could react, a sharp whistling sound tore through the air outside. Ambush! In an instant, the orderly convoy plunged into chaos. Several massive pack beasts were already bristling with arrows, and as more came raining down from the forest, the terrified creatures stomped nervously in place. The drivers struggled desperately to control the reins, but the panicked beasts were impossible to calm. Adventurers, form a perimeter. Everyone, get out of the carriages. Alec and the other leaders quickly organized a defense. Drivers, circle the wagons. Non-combatants, move to the center. The beasts are out of control. Calm them down. Move quickly. At that moment, Stein burst out of the woods, breathing hard. Alec, it's goblins. There are a lot of them. What? Alec's face turned grim. Goblins weren't much trouble on Ionon, but they always attacked in swarms. If a full-scale battle broke out, the weaker members of the group would be in serious danger. Damn it. Fong Squad with me. Just as Fong Squad was about to move out, the rain of arrows suddenly stopped. Their archers have stopped? That's bad. Melee goblins are coming. Alec barely finished speaking before shrill, guttural cries echoed from both sides of the road. Scree. Ga. Gallo. Ga. The next moment, a horde of green-skinned goblins surged out of the forest, wielding crude weapons, with several larger, more imposing goblins among them. Everyone, grab your weapons and get ready. Where are the drivers? How's the convoy formation? This road's too narrow. We can't turn around, one of the drivers shouted in panic. TCH. Alec gritted his teeth, raising his sword to meet the oncoming goblins. Adventurers, buy us some time. Leave it to us. You little monsters, get lost. The adventurers charged forward bravely, holding the goblins at bay while the convoy's defenses were hastily set up. Alec's sword flashed coldly, cutting down 2 goblins in an instant. His gaze hardened as he watched even more enemies pour in. That's 2. Ga. Gaji. The shrill cries of goblins echoed through the jungle. Instead of retreating, these creatures became even more ferocious, their bloodlust stoked by the death of their kin. In swarms, they charged toward Alec. Suddenly, 2 sharp arrows whistled through the air, striking down the 2 goblins at the front with deadly precision. Thanks, Angia. Alec called out without turning his head. With a swift swing of his sword, another goblin fell at his feet. A deep roar rumbled across the battlefield as a massive goblin, wielding a huge blade, lunged at Alec. But before it could strike, a flash of silver arced through the air. Bart's greatsword swept across, sending the giant goblin flying. You all right? Yeah. Alec nodded, quickly moving to stand back-to-back with Bart. Together, they formed a solid wall, standing firm against the goblin onslaught. On the battlefield, everyone played their part. Angia nimbly leaped across the top of the beast cart, letting arrows rain down on the enemy. The scout, Shirtian, darted from cover, his twin daggers claiming goblin after goblin. The mage stood before the civilians, unleashing spell after spell into the enemy ranks. The other adventurer teams had formed similar defensive formations. Though 2 beast carts had been badly damaged and a few fighters suffered minor wounds, the goblins' assault was gradually losing momentum. Stay sharp. The real threat is still out there. Alec's warning had barely left his lips when a deafening roar thundered from deep within the jungle. It's here, the goblin lord. Alec's gaze fixed on the trees ahead. Suddenly, a massive tree was snapped in half and hurled toward the group. Get out of the way, Alec shouted, and everyone scrambled aside. With a tremendous crash, the trunk smashed down onto a beast cart, splintering it to pieces. Emerging from the forest, the goblin lord towered over 3 meters tall, wielding a colossal warhammer fashioned from a tree trunk. Nearly a dozen hulking goblins clustered around him. Alec quickly scanned the battlefield, relieved to see no sign of a goblin shaman. Bart, can you handle it? He'll give it a shot. All right, let's go. Angia, York, cover us. Got it. Angia and York replied in unison. Alec and Bart charged at the goblin lord together. The lord roared, commanding his guards to intercept. Not so fast. Earth spikes. York shouted. Instantly, jagged rocks erupted from the ground, impaling 2 of the big goblins and wounding several others. Don't forget about me. The wind howled through the forest as Angia stood steady atop the carriage, her bow drawn tight, glowing with a green light. Her eyes were sharp, locked on the enemy ahead. "Go," she commanded in a low voice. The arrow shot forth, slicing through the air like a storm, instantly knocking down several hulking goblins blocking their path. "Thanks." With the goblins falling, the pressure on Alec and Bart eased, allowing them to close in on the goblin lord. Yet, the massive creature showed no fear. Instead, it let out a thunderous roar Geo and charged at them in 3 giant strides, swinging its enormous warhammer down. Boom. The ground trembled and dust flew. Bart blocked with his sword, but the impact forced him back several steps, and the white glow surrounding him visibly dimmed. "Bart," Alec called out anxiously. "I'm fine. Hold the line, fortify." Bart cast another spell to reinforce himself, while Alec seized the moment to lunge at the goblin lord with his sword. The battle escalated in an instant. The goblin lord's warhammer tore through the air with each swing, each blow threatening certain death. But whenever the hammer neared Alec, the armored Bart was always there to shield him. And when the lord turned its attention to Bart, Alec's blade would find its mark, leaving fresh wounds. Their seamless teamwork only enraged the goblin lord further. "Geo!" it roared in fury. Instantly, the surrounding goblins abandoned their opponents and rushed to its aid. Angia prepared to intercept, but arrows suddenly shot out from the forest, forcing her to dodge and weave. "Trouble!" she muttered through gritted teeth as she spotted the newly arrived goblin archers. "York, on it!" York raised his staff, but before he could act, a green-skinned goblin sprang from a gap in the carriage, thrusting a stone spear at his chest. York was forced to interrupt his spell, barely managing to parry the spear with his staff before striking the goblin down. The merchants behind him quickly seized the opportunity to finish off the threat, but York's support spell was lost. Alec and Bart were soon surrounded. "Damn these monsters!" Alec cursed as he cut down another goblin. Just then, a sudden whoosh sounded from behind. "Watch out!" Before the warning finished, Alec was sent flying. "Alec!" Bart cried, rushing to his fallen companion. Luckily, a hapless goblin had taken the brunt of the goblin lord's blow, absorbing most of the impact for Alec. As Alec struggled to his feet, a stone spear lunged at him. He rolled aside just in time, counterattacked, and severed the goblin's legs. "Behind you!" Bart shouted urgently. Alec's heart pounded as he looked upon Lee to see a massive blade slicing down from above. "Alec! Alec!" The members of the Hunter Fong squad watched helplessly as the scene unfolded before their eyes, their cries of alarm echoing one after another, yet there was nothing they could do. Suddenly, a wall of flames erupted. Boom! A blazing barrier rose up like a solid shield, instantly encircling Arik. Wham! The broadsword swung down by Big Brother Bryn was knocked aside by the flames, rebounding with a burst of scorching sparks that made him cry out in pain. The fiery barrier trembled violently from the heavy blow, but quickly regained its form. "Mr. Arik, are you all right?" A voice called out. Arik turned toward the sound, his eyes lighting up. "Xiao Lim, was that you who saved me?" He saw Xiao Lim standing not far away, gripping a wooden staff in her right hand, a simple longsword strapped to her back, calmly watching the battlefield. Time rewinds to just before the goblin attack began. Even inside the wagon, Xiao Lim's keen battle instincts immediately sensed something was wrong. The enemy is here. She was the first in the entire caravan to react. The moment the goblin's arrows rained down, she rushed out of the carriage, instantly ready for combat. However, as she prepared to face the enemy, the chaos around her made her hesitate for a moment. These goblins seemed to be from an ordinary tribe, relying mainly on bows and arrows. There didn't appear to be any goblin shamans. Could it be that they had no magical support? She observed the people urgently setting up defenses nearby. "Although our fighters are greatly outnumbered by the goblins, there are 4 crank adventurer teams guarding us. Plus, many of the merchants and passengers know magic. In fact, do we actually have the upper hand here?" Xiao Lim suppressed her presence and, after a brief pause, decided to wait and see. After all, it's best not to reveal her full strength unless absolutely necessary. Soon, the 4 crank adventurer teams charged into battle, clashing fiercely with the goblins. Xiao Lim, along with other capable merchants and passengers, formed the last line of defense behind the wagons. Whenever a goblin broke through the front, trying to attack the crowd, they were immediately met with concentrated fire and quickly taken down. As the fight dragged on, the terrified crowd gradually realized that not a single goblin had managed to reach them. This wasn't surprising. Xiao Lim's sharp eyes never left the battlefield. With her speed and magical reserves, even if twice as many goblins broke through, she could easily handle them. But Xiao Lim wasn't the only one holding her own. Her gaze shifted to a young woman in gray robes, about 15 or 16 years old, who caught her attention. "So, she's an adventurer too?" The girl's abilities far surpassed anyone else in the caravan. While others struggled to cast spells, she could unleash powerful magic in just 2 or 3 seconds. Her movements were agile and practiced just like a seasoned adventurer. That confirmed her identity to Xiao Lim. At that moment, Xiao Lim's eyes narrowed as she quickly scanned the battlefield outside the wagon. She happened to catch sight of Arik being struck and sent flying by the Goblin Lord's warhammer. The overall situation on the battlefield flashed rapidly through Xylem's mind. In an instant, she made her decision without hesitation. She broke away from the defensive line and dashed outward. The woman in the gray robe glanced after her, a flicker of confusion in her eyes at Xylem's sudden departure. But almost immediately, the pressure on the defensive line surged, leaving her no time to ponder. She quickened the pace of her spellcasting, her anxious thoughts giving way to tense action. Screech! Xylem charged forward. Two goblins stood in her path, weapons raised, faces twisted with malice as they prepared to strike. Enhance! With a flash of white light, Xylem's speed sword sheath became a blur of motion, lightning quick as she barreled toward the goblins. Out of my way! She shouted. Thud! Thud! Both goblins were sent flying like ragdolls, crashing heavily to the ground and losing the will to fight. As Xylem broke through the carriage's defensive line, she immediately chanted a spell. A blazing wall of fire erupted around her, blocking the goblins and giving her a momentary reprieve. Mr. Yalek, now's not the time for that, she replied calmly, already casting another spell. A flaming arrow shot from her fingertips, streaking toward a nearby goblin. The creature was engulfed in flames, collapsing in a blaze of fire. You're right. Yalek steadied himself, quickly rising to his feet. After a rapid scan of the battlefield, he barked out orders. Hey, we need backup here. Focus on this one first. The other adventurers, locked in combat elsewhere, heard the call and responded at once. Leave it to us. All right. Yalek's gaze locked onto the Goblin Lord, his voice resolute. Bart, hang in there. York, Angia, Stein, forget the small fry. All of you, go for the big one. Roger, leader. The adventurers shouted in unison, springing into action. The Fong Hunters' squad leapt into the fray. Yalek and Bart held the Goblin Lord's attention, drawing its attacks. Stein darted around the battlefield, searching for an opening. Angie's arrows rained down like a storm. No matter how the Goblin Lord dodged, her shots found their mark, even blinding one of its eyes. But the most devastating blow came from the mage, York. With a powerful third-tier spell, Stone Lance, he tore a gaping wound into the Goblin Lord, leaving it furious but unable to retaliate. The Goblin Lord tried to summon reinforcements, but by then, backup adventurers had arrived, intercepting its call for help. Xylem watched the Fong Hunters' teamwork in silence. Though she wasn't part of the main assault, she didn't stand idle. Maintaining her disguise as a drank rookie, she quietly dispatched goblins on the outskirts, making sure none could interfere with her team. Individually, none of the Fong Hunters could match the Goblin Lord's strength. But working together in perfect sync, they quickly turned the tide. The once mighty Goblin Lord found itself overwhelmed, unable to fight back. Suddenly, the Goblin Lord collapsed to its knees. Stein had severed its Achilles tendon with a precise strike. Seizing the moment, Yalek raised his sword high and brought it down with all his strength. Thud! The Goblin Lord's massive body crashed to the ground, sending a deep tremor through the earth. With the Lord defeated, the remaining goblins fell into chaos, losing all will to fight. The adventurers regrouped and launched a counterattack. The goblins, so fierce just moments before, scattered in panic before the adventurers' charge, falling one after another. At last, as the final goblin went down, a cheer erupted from the adventurers on the battlefield. They raised their weapons in celebration. Victory was theirs. At night, in the open valley at the foot of the mountain, the crackling campfire sent sparks leaping into the sky, only to be drowned out by the laughter and cheerful voices all around. Because of damage to the wagons and minor injuries sustained during the battle, the caravan was forced to rest and recover in this wide mountain valley. Several merchant groups, grateful for everyone's bravery, generously brought out their finest food and wine as a reward. We were really lucky today. Not a single person fell to those goblins. Angia exclaimed, raising her mug of frothy ale, her cheeks tinged pink. Hey, don't overdo it. We're still in dangerous territory, York said with a frown, clearly worried as he watched the slightly tipsy Angia. Relax. Angia waved him off. With so many goblins showing up here, what are the odds of any other monsters being around? Better safe than sorry. We're supposed to be guards. What good are drunk guards, huh? Angia pouted, not hiding her annoyance. I get it. I won't get drunk. That's more like it. They'll just have 2 more drinks. You really have no intention of staying sober, do you? As the members of the Fong Hunters bickered, their leader, Yalek, returned from a meeting with the merchants. He plopped down by the fire and took a hearty swig of ale. Ah, that hits the spot. See, nothing beats a drink after a fight. Angia grinned, shooting a teasing look at York. York glared at Yalek and asked in a low voice, so, how'd the meeting go? Can we move out tomorrow? Yalek shook his head. We'll have to wait until tomorrow afternoon. Nearly a quarter of the wagons are damaged. Even if we abandon the worst of them, repairs will still take until then. Can't we just leave the broken ones behind? Angia chimed in, her words slurred with drink. No way, Yalek replied firmly, then glanced at Angia, noticing her state. Hold on, are you drunk? No, I'm not. Hick. Hand over the ale, Yalek said, snatching her mug without hesitation. No. Meanwhile, in the forest near the camp, a throat-cutter rabbit was foraging in the darkness. Suddenly, it perked up, sensing danger. It scanned the area but saw nothing out of place. Just as it began to relax, a hand shot out from the shadows, grabbing its long ears in a flash. Got you. Dinner's sorted, Xylem declared, holding the struggling rabbit aloft. The vicious little creature bared its teeth and thrashed wildly, trying to break free. Settle down, Xylem said, delivering a precise chop to its neck. The rabbit immediately went limp, only its hind legs twitching slightly. With her catch in hand, she turned to head back to camp, but after taking a few steps, she suddenly paused, her gaze drawn thoughtfully to a large tree deeper in the forest. Beneath the moonlight, a furtive man was engaged in a heated conversation with a mysterious figure whose head was covered in a black cloth. What? Not a single casualty? The man suddenly raised his voice, his face twisted with anger. Are you kidding me? We went through all that trouble to lure the goblins here, and it didn't work at all? The mysterious figure muttered quietly, saying their opponents were simply too strong, which only made the man more irritable. Didn't you think to drug them in advance? I gave you the poison, didn't I? Adventurers always bring their own food, the mysterious figure replied helplessly. A sly glint appeared in the man's eyes. Heh, there's still an opportunity. There's no water source in this area, and only a few merchant caravans have enough water. Whether it's the passengers or the adventurers, they'll all have to get their water from the caravans tomorrow. When that happens, before he could finish, the mysterious figure seemed about to object, but the man cut him off roughly. Just do as you're told, stop complaining. If you pull this off, they'll consider your request. Suddenly, the man spun around, alert. Huh, who's there? He shouted toward the bushes, signaling to the mysterious figure to stay quiet. His hand went to the saber at his waist as he cautiously approached the source of the sound. The bushes shook violently. The man drew his blade at once. A throat-biting rabbit burst out of the grass and, startled by the armed man, darted away at lightning speed. So it's just a throat-biting rabbit. The man exhaled in relief and slowly sheathed his weapon. Turning back to the mysterious figure under the tree, he delivered a final warning. Remember, when we come back tomorrow, I want to see them unable to fight. Or else, leaving his threat unfinished, he disappeared into the depths of the forest. The mysterious figure stood there for a long time before quietly making his way back toward the camp. A moment later, a petite figure dropped lightly from the tree above where the two had been speaking. Xylem, the witness, glanced in the directions both men had gone. Though she hadn't caught the mysterious figure's words, the conversation was enough to guess it was a plot by a band of thieves. When she returned to camp, she found Angie still tipsy along with Alec, who was concerned about her whereabouts, and York, who claimed to be a master chef, all waiting for her. Xylem produced the throat-biting rabbit she had just caught, and York eagerly took over the task of preparing it. While York focused on roasting the rabbit, Xylem quietly recounted the suspicious conversation she had overheard to Alec. What? Is that really possible? Xylem's voice was full of surprise as she frowned. I thought it was strange a few wandering goblins are one thing, but a whole tribe showing up on the road? So someone's behind this after all. You guessed right. Yalik's expression was serious as he met Xylem's gaze. This is a classic trick used by bandit gangs. The rest of the team lost their relaxed demeanor the moment they heard the news, their faces turning tense and alert. Trouble just keeps coming, doesn't it? Chertien said in a low voice, then turned to the captain. Yalik, what's your plan? Everyone's attention shifted to Yalik. He didn't answer right away, instead falling into brief, thoughtful silence. After a moment, he reached out, tore a steaming rabbit leg from the golden, crispy roast over the fire, and handed it to Xylem. Let's eat first. There's no rush. Everyone exchanged glances, disbelief written all over their faces as they stared speechlessly at him. What are you all looking at? Eat. Yalik was unfazed by their reactions. He pulled out some supplies the caravan had provided and put them over the fire. When he noticed everyone still watching him, he shrugged and explained, based on what Xylem just said, we can assume tonight is safe. And with so many people around, the spy won't have a chance to get close to the caravan's water supply right now. If they plan to make a move, it'll be in the middle of the night. So, let's eat first, then discuss things with the caravan at our own pace. Although some were still uneasy, after thinking it through, they realized he made sense and began roasting their food by the fire as well. Xylem took a bite of the fragrant rabbit leg, her gaze unintentionally landing on Yalik, who was eating heartily. Suddenly, she understood the deeper meaning behind his seemingly casual approach. With a traitor in their midst and no idea who it was, acting too anxious and rushing to the caravan would only arouse suspicion and possibly force the spy to change plans. Xylem, try this. Yalik handed her a piece of perfectly roasted meat, his tone relaxed. We adventurers are practical people. Never mind tonight's until you saved my life today, and I need to repay that. For this job, I'll give you my share of the reward. Huh. Xylem was caught off guard and quickly waved her hands. Yalik, that's really not necessary. Before Yalik could reply, Angieb burst out laughing and interrupted. Haha, Xylem, you don't have to refuse so fast. That's just how we adventurers do things, so just accept it. Besides, by saving our captain, you saved all of us in a way. We owe you too. With that, she grabbed a mug of foamy ale and offered it to Zayulamu. Here, let me toast you. Zayulamu looked uneasy, unsure how to respond. Yalike smiled gently, the lines at the corners of his eyes relaxing. Like Anjia said, it's tradition. You wouldn't want me to get a bad reputation among adventurers, would you? Of course not. I didn't mean. Then it's settled. Anjia cut in cheerfully. All right, it's decided. Okay. Zayulamu gave up, unable to argue any further. That's the spirit. Yalike grinned, then slowly turned to Anjia, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. But Anjia, why are you trying to get a kid to drink? And didn't I confiscate all your booze? Where did you get that? Huh. Angie's tipsy smile froze instantly, as if someone had cast a spell on her. Inside the caravan's camp tent, Chandel frowned as he studied the loss report in front of him. Is this all the damage? He asked, looking up at his assistant. The assistant nodded solemnly. Yes, Mr. Chandel. All right, I understand. Chandel set the report aside and rubbed his weary brow with his fingers. Go and ask the other caravan leaders to come. We need to have a meeting. Yes, sir. The assistant hesitated for a moment before adding. But, Mr. Chandel, are we really going to abandon some of our goods? I don't want to either, but we have no other choice, Chandel replied with a weary shake of his head. Just then, the tent's flap was pushed aside and the members of the Hunter Fong squad filed in. Alec led the way, followed by a young girl unfamiliar to everyone. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chandel. There's something urgent you need to know, Alec announced. Oh, it's Mr. Alec. Please come in. Chandel stood up to greet them and motioned for his assistant to leave. Once the assistant exited, he gestured for them to sit. Would you like some tea? No need. Thank you. Alec declined politely. Chandel's gaze landed on Xiam, the young girl he hadn't seen before, clearly the focus of this visit. As expected, Alec introduced Xiam and relayed the information she had discovered. What? That's impossible. Chandel's expression darkened instantly. No one could remain calm after hearing that their caravan had been targeted by a band of thieves. I'm sorry, but this is a serious matter. Miss Xiam, do you have any solid evidence? He asked. The evidence will reveal itself later tonight, Xiam replied calmly. The members of the Hunter Fong squad exchanged knowing glances, while Chandel looked puzzled. Xiam then explained her plan in detail. In that case, it's worth a try, Chandel said after a moment of thought, nodding in agreement. I was about to meet with the other caravan leaders anyway. We can discuss this together and coordinate our actions. As the night wore on, the camp grew silent. Only a handful of sentries on duty remained alert. In the midst of this calm, a shadowy figure quietly slipped into the caravan's supply area. Moving with deliberate care, the intruder first glanced around to ensure no one was watching. He rummaged through the stacked supplies, his fingers deftly pushing aside odds and ends until he stopped in front of several large wooden barrels. Gently lifting the lids, he checked the contents and allowed a faint smile to appear on his lips. After making sure he was still alone, he pulled a glass vial from his pocket, uncorked it, and poured its liquid evenly into each barrel. Once finished, he quickly stashed the vial back into his clothes, replaced the lids, tidied up the disturbed supplies, and slipped away as silently as a ghost. Hardly had his figure melted into the darkness when a group of people emerged from the shadows, gathering near the supplies. Chandel was right, there really is a spy from the bandit gang among us. I'm going after him now, one person exclaimed, already stepping forward. Wait. Chandel interrupted in a low, commanding voice. Everyone stopped at once, turning their attention to Chandel. As the organizer of the operation, the other caravan leaders naturally looked to him for direction. Chandel, why are we hesitating? We caught him red-handed, shouldn't we grab him now? Someone asked in confusion. Chandel paused, then turned to Xylem. Miss Xylem, you provided the information. What do you think we should do? Xylem's gaze fell on the drugged water barrels. After a moment's thought, she looked up. Mr. Chandel, does the caravan have a physician traveling with us? Of course we do. Chandel replied confidently. Could the physician examine the substance he used and determine its effects? Oh. Chandel's eyes narrowed as a knowing smile appeared on his lips. Miss Xylem, is this what you had in mind? Soon, the caravan members uncovered hidden compartments inside the barrels. In fact, after learning the water supply might be targeted, Chandel had already taken precautions. The spy thought he was poisoning the water, but he had only contaminated a small amount in the compartments. The bulk of the drinking water was safely stored below, untouched. The contaminated water was swiftly disposed of, and samples were given to the physician for analysis. Instead of rushing to arrest the spy, the group followed Xylem's advice and began secretly monitoring his every move. Xylem's strategy was clear. The enemy was in the dark while they were in the open. If they arrested the spy now, the bandit gang would be alerted and would likely cancel their plans. Knowing the bandits' nature, they wouldn't give up so easily and might try something else. Rather than waiting for a surprise attack, it was better to keep the spy as bait, drawing out the enemy where they could be seen. The next morning, several caravan leaders gathered the adventurer teams and the passengers who had helped fight off the goblins the day before. They thanked everyone publicly and promised an extra reward upon arrival at their destination. Pleased, the group dispersed to enjoy breakfast. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, a pair of eyes remained fixed on the caravan leaders' meeting spot. As the leaders emerged and their conversation revealed the gist of the meeting, the watcher felt a small measure of relief. It wasn't until everyone in the caravan, along with all the adventurers, had eaten breakfast made with the water provided by the merchants that the woman's last doubts finally faded away. The middle-aged woman's lips curled into a faint smile. While the effects of the drug had yet to take hold, she quietly moved toward the edge of the forest, her steps light but tinged with urgency. "Where are you going?" A young, innocent voice suddenly called out from behind her. "Ah!" The woman jolted, her heart pounding wildly. Forcing herself to remain calm, she turned around slowly to find the familiar little girl, Xylem, watching her with curious eyes. The woman's smile froze awkwardly on her face, and beads of sweat broke out across her forehead. "I'm just going into the woods for a moment," she said, trying to sound casual, though her voice trembled slightly. "Do you want to come with me?" Xylem rose up on her tiptoes, craning her neck to peer into the dense, leafy forest ahead. Sunlight filtered through the overlapping branches, casting dappled patterns on the ground. She instinctively took a step back, a hint of fear appearing on her small face. "It'll pass," she replied timidly. "I heard there are dangerous monsters in there. Don't go too far, okay?" "Thank you for your concern, little one." The woman forced a smile, her eyes flickering repeatedly toward the depths of the forest. "I won't go far. He'll be back soon." With that, she all but ran into the shadows beneath the trees. Xylem watched the woman's figure gradually disappear among the trunks, a flicker of calm calculation flashing in her eyes. "Soon? I hope you really do come soon," she murmured to herself, her voice carrying a maturity that belied her age. Deeper in the forest, sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, leaving only scattered patches of light on the leaf-strewn ground. As the woman stepped into the small clearing where they'd agreed to meet, a figure emerged from behind a tree. "You're here. Did you do as I told you?" The thief from the night before was already waiting, his eyes glinting greedily in the shadows. "I did what you said. He put the drug in the water," the woman replied anxiously, twisting her fingers together. "I saw them eat breakfast made with that water this morning." "Oh, really?" The thief stroked his stubbly chin, a cunning look in his eyes. Instead of acting immediately, he turned and called out over his shoulder. "Hey, someone come here." With a rustle, the bushes behind him shook violently, and a lean, panther-like man silently appeared. "Second boss." The thief greeted him coolly, barely glancing at the newcomer. "Go check and confirm." "Yes." The lean man responded briskly, darting off toward the caravan's camp like a shadow, vanishing into the dense woods in an instant. Silence stretched between the two. The woman's breathing grew rapid as she stared at the thief's deputy, her eyes filled with anxiety and fear. "I did what you asked," she finally blurted out, her voice trembling with suppressed anger. "Isn't it time for you to give me my son back?" "Huh." The thief's deputy let out a contemptuous laugh, his eyes flashing cruelly. He shrugged carelessly. "Don't be so hasty. We still need to make sure it worked. Besides, your boy won't lose a limb if he comes back a little later." "Ha ha ha. You." The woman's eyes reddened, veins bulging on her forehead. "Are you planning to go back on your word?" At her words, the deputy's expression turned icy cold, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He looked at her with mocking disdain. "At this point, what are you complaining about?" His voice was low and menacing. "Who was it that partnered with us in the illegal slave trade? Have you forgotten how many people you've abducted? Or do you think you're some kind of victim?" The woman faltered, her face turning pale, but she forced herself to stand tall. "Since you admit him your business partner, why did you kidnap my son?" Her voice was twisted with rage. "Oh, that." The deputy exaggeratedly widened his eyes, feigning sudden realization. "When we saw that kid with you, we thought he was just another one of your new goods. Sorry we took him in without checking. You're shameless." The woman was shaking with anger, her face flushing deep red as she struggled to get the words out. The deputy merely shrugged, utterly unfazed. "Takes one to know one." Suddenly, frantic footsteps crashed through the undergrowth. The lean man burst back into the clearing, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Boss, it worked. It worked," he panted breathlessly. "The whole camp's down." The deputy's eyes lit up, his body leaning forward. "Are you sure?" The lean man nodded vigorously, his grin turning ferocious. "No doubt. I saw several adventurers shouting and clutching their weapons, but they were swaying so badly I doubt they'll last more than a few minutes." The deputy threw his head back and laughed, his voice echoing through the quiet forest. "All right, boys. It's time. Let's move." At his command, a sudden commotion erupted from the forest behind. Low, guttural laughter echoed from deep within the trees as the bandits finally stirred, eager for action. "Ha ha, we've waited long enough time for a big score," one of the bandits said, tightening his sword belt and gazing excitedly toward the distant caravan. "I've had enough of this damn forest. Once I make some money, I'm heading to the city to enjoy myself for a few months." "Hey, Looks like there are quite a few women in that caravan. Another bandit remarked with a sly grin. What? You're thinking about the goods themselves. Someone snapped. Sorry, third boss. One bandit stammered, his voice tinged with panic. Ah, let's teach you a lesson you won't forget, came the sharp reply. Sensing trouble, the second-in-command quickly cut in, waving his hand. Enough with the chatter. Let's go move. At that moment, the second boss grinned and nodded, stepping forward to lead the others as they prepared to charge the caravan. Wait! A desperate shout suddenly cut through the air. A middle-aged woman rushed forward, grabbing the second boss' sleeve, her eyes full of anxiety. Where's my son? You promised to give him back nose the time. He shook her off impatiently, shooting her a cold glance. Oh, almost forgot about you, he said carelessly, then suddenly kicked her hard in the chest, sending her sprawling to the ground. You're useless to us now. My son, she pleaded, clutching her chest, her voice cracking in utter despair. Please, give my son back. The second boss frowned, letting out a cold laugh as he raised his head. Your son? Let me think. Oh, right. We sold him off on the very first day. By now, he's probably already been used as a sacrifice by some shady cult. The words hit her like a hammer to the heart. She was left breathless, her whole body turning cold as she sank into hopelessness. Ha ha. All right, boys, let's go, time for the spoils. The bandits roared with laughter, leaving the woman behind as they hurried into the dense forest. Meanwhile, at the caravan's camp. Ha ha. It's all ours now. The bandits burst from the forest, their eyes filled with greed and excitement as they saw the seemingly defenseless camp. Grab the loot, boys. One shouted. Before he could finish, the bandits, eager for the ambush, rushed headlong into the camp. Suddenly, a clear command rang out from within the camp. They're here. Adventurers who had been lying in wait leaped from the shadows, gripping their weapons or quietly chanting spells. On my mark, 1, 2, 3 now? At the final word, deafening explosions rocked the area as dazzling bursts of magic lit up the night. Boom, boom, boom. A host of concealed adventurers and caravan members surged forward, launching a fierce counterattack. Some of the caravan members who had appeared to be down sprang back to life, grabbing weapons and fighting back with everything they had. The bandits were completely unprepared for the ambush. Chaos erupted in their ranks, and many fell before they could even fight back. Damn it! That woman tricked us. The second-in-command roared, his teeth grinding in fury. Forget it, second boss. We need to run now, shouted the third boss, grabbing his arm and dragging him toward the escape route. You're not getting away, someone called out. Just as they tried to flee, several adventurers appeared from all directions, blocking their path. You think you can take me so easily? The second boss shouted angrily, drawing his sword and charging forward, cutting down several challengers. Bang! But before he could go any further, a massive figure appeared before him. With a casual swing of a greatsword, the newcomer sent the second boss flying like a rag doll. The bandit tumbled across the ground, finally coming to a stop utterly motionless. Bart's cold gaze slowly shifted toward the third bandit leader. His piercing eyes were sharp as blades, making the man shudder. With a clatter, the weapon slipped from the bandit's trembling hands. He dropped to his knees, arms raised high above his head, and stammered, I surrender. Please, I surrender. With a well-aimed fire arrow, Xiam Lim took down the last resisting bandit. She scanned the camp. Though the fight had been brief, the bandit's resistance was completely crushed. Still, an uneasy feeling lingered in her mind. She looked at the third bandit leader, now securely tied up by Stein. From her earlier observations, she recalled that 2 leaders had led the charge into the camp. Yet this captive had called out second brother as he tried to escape, making her even more suspicious. If the bandits addressed each other by rank, then where was the real boss? Staying alert, Xiam Lim swept her gaze across the forest. Suddenly, a flash of light on a distant hilltop caught her attention. Mr. Yalike, she called out in warning. Meanwhile, on a hill near the valley, the bandit chief was angrily surveying the scene through his spyglass. Watching his men fall so easily into a trap and get wiped out left him fuming. The bandits beside him exchanged uneasy glances until one finally mustered the courage to ask, Boss, what do we do now? What do we do? The chief was about to explode when he suddenly saw a little girl in his spyglass, staring straight in his direction. What shocked him even more was that she raised her wand and pointed it right at them. Damn it! The chief cursed, dropping his spyglass in fright. Run! We've been spotted. The others, though confused, immediately followed him in a panicked retreat. In the forest, the pursuers moved swiftly. Xiam Lim, are you sure it's this way? Yalike asked. Yes, I'm sure, Xiam Lim replied firmly. All right, everyone, pick up the pace. We're catching those guys today, no matter what. A chorus of determined replies rang out behind him. As Yalike ran, he kept a watchful eye on Xiam Lim. The white glow on her legs was level enhancement magic, yet her skill with it matched that of a seasoned veteran. No wonder she's headed to that academy, Yalike thought. This girl has an extraordinary future ahead of her. Boss, they're right behind us. A thief shouted, his face pale as he saw birds startled into flight in the distance. Damn it, the gang leader cursed under his breath. He knew all too well that his men couldn't outrun those crank adventurers. Even if he abandoned them and tried to escape alone, the seasoned adventurers would eventually catch up to him in this tangled forest. We've got no choice but to take a gamble, he muttered, coming to a sudden stop. Boss, why are we stopping? The thieves behind him looked confused. There's no point in running. They'll catch us sooner or later. We might as well make a stand here. What? You want us to fight? Just the few of us. The thieves exchanged bewildered glances, pointing at themselves in disbelief. The gang leader glared at the group, grinding his teeth in frustration. Follow me. They haven't pinpointed our exact location yet. Let's find a place to lay an ambush. Okay, got it. The thieves, still uncertain, followed the leader as he slipped into the dense undergrowth. Hold up. In the pursuing party, Alec raised his hand to signal a stop. Something's off. They stopped running, theory hiding now. They must be close. Spread out and search. The adventurers quickly fanned out, and Zulum joined the search. All around her, the dense forest looked nearly identical. It would be easy to get lost if one wasn't careful. But for an experienced adventurer, this wasn't a real problem. Zulum considered how to flush out someone in hiding. Climbing a tree for a better view? She dismissed that idea. The canopy was too thick to see anything below. Suddenly, she recalled an ancient spell taught by Professor Semmelise. As one of the oldest beings in the world, Semmelise possessed many lost magics: the hand of earth, ice crafting, shadow stealth, water breathing, and, as she finished the incantation, wind elements gathered before her in a glowing cluster. From its heart, a small, emerald-green bird of light emerged, fluttering around her with lively energy. Every time she cast this spell, the sensation of seeing through two sets of eyes at once amazed her. Go, she whispered. At her command, the wind sprite soared through the treetops. Sharing its vision, Zulum's perspective suddenly expanded, revealing an endless expanse of emerald forest. The scene suddenly plunged downward again, slicing through a dense canopy until a shadowy forest, formed by countless tree trunks, appeared almost identical to what Xylem saw from her main point of view. Guiding the wind messenger bird, Xylem deftly weaved through the trees, scanning the dappled shadows for any sign left by the thieves. The bird moved at incredible speed, covering a 500-meter radius of forest in just a few minutes. If any of those adventurers who usually had to slog through mountains and rivers on foot saw this, they'd be green with envy at such efficiency. Humwats, this Xylem suddenly had the wind messenger bird halt, her vision locking onto several unusual marks on the ground. Trampled grass and snapped branches, subtle but unmistakable traces of human activity. Yes, these are definitely left by people. That means they're close. Immediately, Xylem directed the bird to search outward from the marks, while she herself moved swiftly in that direction, carefully avoiding dry twigs and leaves underfoot. Before long, several furtive figures appeared in the bird's field of vision. Found them. Xylem's eyes lit up, and she raised her wand to signal the others, but then hesitated. No, there's still some distance. If I send a signal now, it might mislead the others. I need to get closer first. She lowered her wand and continued to stealthily approach the thieves. Boss, they're searching all over for us. What should we do? They're bound to find us eventually. In the thieves' camp, several men looked around in panic, terrified that an adventurer might burst from the bushes at any moment. Stop whining. Can't you see him trying to think? The gang leader snapped, swinging his burly arm and nearly hitting one of his men. Though he claimed to have a plan, his furrowed brow and sweaty forehead betrayed his anxiety. Clearly didn't have a solution. Xylem estimated the distance to the thieves and confirmed that she was close enough without being noticed. This should be good. She raised her wand high. Whoosh boom. A bright fireball shot from the tip of her wand, soaring skyward before exploding above the forest in a dazzling burst of light. Adventurers scattered throughout the woods looked up through the leaves at the signal. There it is. Move. They all rushed toward the source of the flare. The sudden explosion startled the thieves, leaving them staring in shock at the nearby burst of fire. What's going on? Have we been found? But where's the person? They looked around in panic, but saw no one. You idiots. The signal was fired from over there. There's no way anyone's here. The boss barked, slapping his forehead before his expression turned grim and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Whoever it is, they must have spotted us, but didn't want to alert us, so they kept their distance to send the signal. Huh. Boss, what do we do now? Keep running? The thieves looked helplessly at their leader. Run, run, run. That's all you know. The person is right behind us. Oh, can we run? If we're going to escape, we have to take them out first. Get rid of them. The boss growled, his eyes full of murderous intent. The thieves exchanged uneasy glances. None of them had the courage to fight, shrinking back with weapons in hand, but too afraid to make a move. The boss was so exasperated he almost laughed, but quickly composed himself, knew that thieves were always self-preserving, and it was pointless to expect bravery from them now. Are you all stupid? Didn't I just say they fired the signal from a distance to avoid us? That means they're weaker than you otherwise. Why hide? Don't you get it? The boss roared, his voice echoing through the forest. Oh, that makes sense. You really are smart, boss. The thieves' eyes lit up with understanding and a flicker of hope. The boss didn't bother replying, just waved his hand impatiently. What are you waiting for? Get moving. Or do you want to wait for those adventurers to come say hello? Yes, sir. Realizing the enemy wasn't as strong as they'd feared and that letting her live would only expose their location, the thieves grew bolder, gripping their weapons and moving menacingly toward the signal's origin. But as they advanced, none of them noticed that a lone figure was quietly falling behind, the distance growing until she finally came to a complete stop. Making sure no one noticed him, the gang leader quietly turned around and slipped swiftly into the depths of the forest. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Idiots, all of them. Take out the enemy? How naive. Anyone bold enough to break in here must be formidable, maybe not as strong as us, but not someone we can defeat in a short time. If we get bogged down in a fight, other adventurers are bound to show up, and then we'll be surrounded. He shot a cold glance back over his shoulder. You fools can buy me the last bit of time I need to escape. Meanwhile, the thieves continued to follow his orders, closing in on the source of the signal. None of them realized that their trusted leader had already abandoned them, his figure vanishing into the thick woods. Xylem stood her ground, calmly observing the thieves' every move, her wand at the ready. There, I found her, one thief shouted, spotting Xylem. But as they got a good look at her, the entire group fell silent in shock. What? She's just a kid? The thieves exchanged bewildered looks and instinctively turned to ask their leader what to do, only to realize he was nowhere to be found. Where did the boss go? Confused voices rippled through the group. Xylem looked at the panicked thieves with composure. Are you done discussing? Don't bother looking, your boss abandoned you long ago. You're nothing but pawns to slow down anyone chasing him. Liar. How dare you insult our boss? The thieves erupted in anger, raising their weapons and charging at her. Unfazed, Xylem lifted her wand. She weighed her options silently. Third-tier fire magic leaves too much evidence, and wind spells also have lingering traces that could be tracked. Given Alik's connection with my father, I'd better play it safe here. She made her decision and began chanting a spell. Brilliant white light gathered around her. The thieves sensed something was wrong, but it was already too late. Radiant flash. A ring of white light, thin as a blade, swept outward, instantly slicing through the thieves at the waist. In less than 2 seconds, accompanied by a series of thuds, the thieves collapsed to the ground. One left, Xylem said, glancing over her shoulder in a particular direction. Through the vision shared by her messenger bird, she had already locked onto the last thief, fleeing in panic. In the distance, the escaping thief cursed as he ran. Damn it! Those useless idiots couldn't even buy me a few more seconds. The bandit leader, tightly bound with ropes, shouted in defiance, unwilling to accept his fate. Before he could finish, Alex slapped him hard across the face. The right side of the leader's face instantly swelled and turned red, and his arrogance quickly faded. Move. Walk on your own. Alec pressed his sword to the leader's neck. Under the cold threat of the blade, the once brazen bandit lost all will to resist and obediently allowed himself to be escorted back to camp. As the group arrived at the camp with their prisoner, those cleaning up the battlefield erupted in cheers, celebrating their hard-won victory. As night fell and the firelight flickered across everyone's faces, Angia finally voiced the question that had been weighing on her mind. Xylem, I've been wondering, how did you know exactly who the traitor was, even though you never saw her face? The rest of the Hunter's Fong squad was just as curious. After all, it was Xylem's quick and accurate identification of the traitor that had allowed their plan to unfold so smoothly. The woman who had been exposed as the traitor, a middle-aged woman, was now locked up with the other bandits. Though still alive, her eyes were lifeless, and she hadn't put up any resistance when she was captured. Xylem put down her roasted meat, glanced toward the detention area, and slowly began to explain. The story, she said, started at the very beginning of their journey. Although the old woman in the carriage had offered her some suspicious cookies, they were actually a local specialty. Xylem had refused simply because she didn't want to make conversation. What really caught her attention was the middle-aged woman who claimed to be a farmer. Having met real farmers from the Heimlier family's lands, Xylem immediately noticed that this woman lacked the unique mannerisms of someone who worked the fields. Instead, she seemed more like a traveling merchant. Even more suspicious was the way the farmer spoke about her sister's success. Rather than joy, her eyes were full of anxiety and unease. If the bandit attack hadn't happened later, Xylem might not have given these oddities much thought. But when she spotted a figure of similar build among the traders in the forest, she instantly recognized her. All these clues came together, enabling Xylem to make the right call at the crucial moment, which ultimately led them to victory. After the incident with the bandit gang, the caravan's journey went remarkably smoothly. In just 3 days, they arrived at their destination Dupo, the capital city of the Earl of Leicester. At the city gate, Chiandel and the other caravan leaders hurried over to the guards on duty. We took out a bandit group on the way here, Chiandel said, gesturing toward the rear of the caravan, where several makeshift prison carts stood. Inside, the captured bandits sat, their hands and feet tightly bound with hemp rope. What? You wiped out an entire bandit gang? One of the guards exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Wait here, I'll go inform my superior. With that, he turned and hurried off, leaving the rest of the guards to continue manning the gate. The remaining guards looked at the caravan members with envy. You folks are really lucky, one guard remarked. That reward must be pretty substantial. Oh, not at all, Chandel replied, waving his hand modestly, though he couldn't hide the smile tugging at his lips. We'll be grateful if it just covers our losses. The other caravan leaders chimed in with similar modesty, causing the guards to shake their heads and silently curse these shrewd merchants for being so stingy. In the Empire, rewards for eliminating bandit groups were generous. There was a base bounty for taking down the gang, plus a reward for each bandit captured or killed. Capturing bandits alive was worth more than killing them, as they would be enslaved and sent to dangerous areas for hard labor. If they happened to catch any wanted criminals, there was an extra reward as well. That's why the caravan went to the trouble of escorting the prisoners all the way here. Before long, several officials arrived at the gate, leading a squad of guards. They carefully checked the identities of the captured bandits, confirming they were indeed the notorious gang that had been plaguing the region, and counted the number of prisoners. The actual process of claiming the bounty, however, would have to be handled by Chiandel and his companions themselves. The handover was completed quickly. The guards took charge of the prison carts and waited for the authorities to send in riding beasts to replace the caravan's shield-horn beasts. Once Chiandel and the others received the official documents stamped with the government seal and checked that everything was in order, they beamed with satisfaction and called everyone together. Everyone, Chiandel announced on behalf of the caravan. Thank you all for your help along the way. Please don't rush off once we receive the bounty. We'll make sure everyone gets their fair share according to their contribution. Everyone who had participated in the battle against the bandit gang wore satisfied smiles. After leaving their contact address, Chiandel and his group drove into the city, while the passengers and adventurers in the convoy also went their separate ways. Alec, we made a fortune this time. Let's have a drink tonight. Absolutely. Alec readily agreed to the other adventurers' invitation, then turned to Xiao Lim. Xiao Lim, hey, race what I promised you, Alec said, handing over the payment he had just received from Chiandel. You should count it. Xiao Lim weighed the pouch and looked up with a teasing smile. Mr. Alec, you're giving me all your money. Are you planning to have someone else pay for drinks tonight? The rest of the Fong hunters burst out laughing. Angela slapped Alec on the shoulder as she laughed. Alec, if you ask nicely, maybe he'll buy you a drink. Yerk joined in. Yeah, if you really beg, I might even lend you some money, interest-free. You guys. Alec's face turned red. Though he wanted to give his teammates a piece of his mind, he held back and forced a smile, explaining to Xiao Lim. Hey, Xiao Lim, I'm not the kind of adventurer who spends everything and only takes jobs when I'm broke. Don't worry, I've got plenty saved up. He says he's got plenty saved up. Angela burst out laughing again. Alec coughed and tried to look serious. Don't listen to her, Xiao Lim. As an adult, it'd be pathetic if I ended up needing a kid to look after me. Xiao Lim thought for a moment, then nodded. All right then. Seeing that Xiao Lim put away the money safely, Alec smiled, but his expression soon turned serious again. Xiao Lim, you're heading to Monok's Magic Academy, right? Yes, that's right. Just then, the guards escorting the captured bandits passed by, and they quickly stepped aside to let them through. Once the guards were gone, Alec continued, Monok's Magic Academy is in the capital. You've still got quite a journey ahead. Our job ends here, so we can't go any further with you. Be careful on the road. Xiao Lim lightly tapped her staff. Don't worry, Mr. Alec. It'll be fine. Alec couldn't help but smile. I almost forgot you are much stronger than you look. If anyone tries to mess with you, they'll probably regret it. The members of the Fong hunters waved goodbye. See you around, Xiao Lim. See you all, Xiao Lim replied, waving back. She watched as Alec caught up with his teammates, who were already some distance away. Their playful banter could still be heard. York, were you serious about lending money? Depends on your attitude. Wait, Alec, why not come beg me instead? Xiao Lim turned away, recalling Alec's mention of the Inn district. After confirming the direction, she set off, blending into the bustling flow of people within the city. Chirp, chirp. The morning birdsong gently woke Xylem from her sleep. She sat up quietly, got dressed, and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. After tidying herself, she opened the window. Instantly, golden sunlight poured into the room, bathing most of it in a warm glow. Leaning on the windowsill, Xylem gazed at the street below. People were already bustling about, starting their day in a hurry. This was her first time in a big city. Compared to her hometown of Mint, which she could see from end to end, Duopo felt vast and distant, stretching far beyond her imagination. The slanting sunlight shimmered on rows of golden rooftops, rippling outward until they merged into the horizon. In the city center, the towering Seven Heavens Cathedral stood like a guardian at the skyline. The morning bells rang out from its belfry, their deep, melodic chimes echoing over the entire city. Time for breakfast, Xylem muttered to herself. She quickly straightened her clothes, grabbed her wand, slung her mithril sword on her back, and left her room. She headed down to the lobby. The innkeeper's daughter was already busy with the morning rush. Good morning. Did you sleep well last night? She greeted Xylem with a smile. Pretty well, thank you, Xylem replied with a nod. Could I have breakfast, please? Do you have any bobbum porridge today? Oh, sorry, we didn't make that today. But we do have chilled bobbum cake. Would you like to try it? That sounds good. And a cup of hot milk, please. Of course. Just a moment. Xylem nodded and found a table by the window. The inn where she was staying was in the Central District, a small place that often hosted merchants and travelers. It was pricier than the inns in the lower district where adventurers usually stayed, but it was also better equipped and spotlessly clean. Even the tables and chairs matched. The only issue was that the chairs were a bit too high for her. When she sat, her legs dangled above the floor. Still, it was a minor inconvenience. Soon, her breakfast arrived. Here you go. Enjoy, the innkeeper's daughter said, setting the chilled bobbum cake and hot milk on the table with a smile. Thank you, Xylem replied politely, then turned her attention to her food. She picked up her knife and fork, cut off a small piece of the cake, and tasted it. Her eyes lit up and a satisfied smile spread across her face. Delicious. After savoring a bite of the cake, Xylem took a big mug of hot milk and sipped it slowly. The warmth and creamy aroma filled her senses, and she couldn't help but lick the milk from her lips. What kind of milk is this? She wondered aloud, frowning at the steaming liquid. Maboru? Doesn't seem like it. Moper? No, I don't think so. Oh well, it tastes good. That's what matters. She took another gentle sip of milk and continued eating her cake. Bite by bite, her breakfast disappeared, and the inn gradually filled with other guests waking up. Some ordered breakfast like her, while others left right away. The once quiet lobby soon buzzed with activity. After finishing her meal, Xylem wiped her mouth, picked up her wand, and stood up to leave. As she neared the door, the innkeeper's daughter called out with a smile. Did you enjoy your breakfast? Yes, it was great. Thank you, Xylem replied, smiling back as she stepped outside, ready to start a brand new day. I've finished eating, and I really enjoyed the meal. But I have to ask, what exactly was that hot milk? I don't think I've ever had it before. Oh, you mean that? The shopkeeper replied with a smile. That's newt milk. Newt milk? Xiaolin blinked, looking puzzled. What's that? It was the first time she had ever heard of such a thing. It's not surprising you haven't heard of it, the shopkeeper explained. It comes from the lower newt, which is quite rare. So, it's understandable if you're not familiar with it. You could say it's a local specialty around here. I see. I learned something new today. Thank you. You're very welcome. After leaving the inn, Xiaolin stood in the middle of the bustling streets of Duopo City, glancing around at the lively scene. She quickly came up with a plan. First, I'll head to the city's coach station to see if there are any caravans heading to the capital in the next few days. Then I'll spend some time exploring the city. With that, she made her way toward the station in the lower district. Hey little miss, there's still a spot available for the caravan to Longard leaving the day after tomorrow. Would you like to reserve it? The station attendant asked as they flipped through a schedule. Xiaolin thought for a moment. The bounty from the bandit gang should be ready by tomorrow, thanks to Mr. Chiendel. If she gets the money then, leaving the day after tomorrow would be just right. I'd like to reserve a spot, please. All right, just a moment. The attendant tore a slip from a ticket book and handed it to her. Hey, race your departure time and number. Please check the details. The fare is 20,000 coal. You can get a refund any time before tomorrow, but not after that. I understand. Xiaolin nodded, handed over 2 gold coins, carefully put away the ticket, and left the station. With plenty of time left in the day and a rare chance to explore, Xiaolin began her sightseeing tour of Duopo. The city was divided into 3 parts: the lower district, the middle district, and the upper district. Thanks to Count Lester's influence in the empire, even the lower district was safe and orderly, with almost no signs of poverty or neglect. Every street was lined with all kinds of street food, filling the air with delicious aromas. As a result, her stomach, which hadn't even finished digesting breakfast, was starting to feel full again. Eating her way through the city, Xiaolin soon found herself in the middle district. The streets here were wide and bright. While there weren't as many street snacks, there were plenty of stylish dessert shops. She even spotted a branch of a world-famous patisserie and went in without hesitation. I probably won't be able to eat lunch today, Xiaolin said to herself as she left the dessert shop, gently patting her now slightly rounded belly, a beautifully packaged gift from the shop in her hand. She decided to stop eating and continue her tour. She soon arrived at the upper district, home to many prominent citizens. Many places were off-limits to ordinary people, though Xiaolin could have entered thanks to her status. Still, she wasn't interested in those places. Compared to the middle district, the upper district had fewer shops and less foot traffic, and the people passing by were all elegantly dressed. The roads here were wide, with carefully designed landscapes and even a few parks. As the bells tolled noon, their deep sound echoed through the city. Xiaolin looked up at the grand cathedral in front of her, a true landmark of Duopo, and couldn't help but marvel. It's huge, so this is one of the Empire's 4 great cathedrals? I wonder if I can go inside and have a look. She walked over, but the clergy told her the cathedral wasn't open for visitors at this time and required an appointment in advance. Xiaolin felt a bit disappointed, but she wasn't about to make a special appointment just to visit. Even if she did, she'd probably have to wait a few days, by which time she would have already left Duopo. A gentle breeze blew across the lakeside as Sholim sat on the pristine white stone steps by the artificial lake near the cathedral, quietly watching the calm water. What a peaceful lake, she murmured, glancing around in search of a stone to toss. But the area was so clean that she couldn't even find a fallen leaf, let alone a pebble. Unable to find a stone, Sholim simply rested her chin in her hands and gazed out at the water, her thoughts drifting. Semilis, I wonder if you're watching over me from the sky right now. Time passed quietly. It's time to go back. The next morning, Sholim arrived at the caravan's headquarters, following the address Chundel had given her. Even before she got close, she heard Chundel's enthusiastic voice. Miss Sholim, welcome. In the reception room, Sholim sampled some delicate pastries as she explained the reason for her visit. Chundel's eyes lit up immediately. You've come at just the right time. I was just about to send someone to find you. He called out toward the door, bring Miss Sholim's things. Soon, an assistant entered, carrying a bulging money pouch. Chundel handed it to Sholim. Please, see if everything's in order. Sholim took the heavy pouch and opened it. Inside, it glittered with gold coins. Mixed with a few silver ones, there wasn't a single copper coin to be found. She looked up in surprise. Mr. Chundel, is there really this much? Chundel laughed heartily. You've earned every bit of it. You provided crucial information and came up with the plan to deal with them. Most importantly, if not for you, we never would have caught their leader. The credit is all yours. Sholim mentally calculated the amount, but still felt something was off. Even so, isn't this a bit too much? Not at all, Chundel explained. We're distributing everything exactly according to our agreed share. The reason the sum is so large is that 2 of the bandits happen to be high-value fugitives with hefty bounties, so our profits far exceeded expectations. Thanks to that, even though our caravan didn't manage to do any business this trip, we still made quite a profit. 2 high bounties. Sholim put away the pouch, curiosity piqued. Who were they? Oh, the second and third leaders of the bandit gang. Just them? A trace of doubt flickered in Sholim's eyes. There's no bounty on the main leader? Chundel nodded. Strange, isn't it? I double-checked, but there really isn't a bounty on him. Seeing Sholim deep in thought, he added reassuringly, don't worry about it. That guy's locked up tight in Count Lester's prison. There's no way he's getting out. You're right. Sholim nodded, setting aside her doubts for the moment. Back at the inn, she poured all the money onto the table and carefully counted it. The final amount made her stare in disbelief. Father gave me a starting fund of 100,000 kohr, and now I have 823,540 kohr. She recalled that Alec had paid a 120,000 kohr escort fee, which was the standard for a crank adventurer on a long journey. The bounty for taking down the bandit gang totaled over 660,000 kohr. She muttered to herself. This was supposed to be an expensive journey, so how did I end up making so much money instead? Altogether, she now had over 780,000 kohls. Adding the 100,000 kohls she originally had, and subtracting all her expenses along the way, especially yesterday's final total came to 820,000. Hulamu folded her arms, eyes narrowing slightly as an involuntary smile crept onto her lips. Could it be that I actually have a knack for making money? The thought had barely crossed her mind before she shook her head. No, that's not it. It's not that I'm good at making money, it's that I'm good at being an adventurer. Leaning against the window, she tapped her fingers lightly on the sill, weighing the significance of this unexpected windfall. A seasoned crank adventurer could work tirelessly for days and nights, and only make around 100,000 kolsand. Even then, such lucrative jobs were rare. Most commissions paid just a few tens of thousands, which was already considered good. Drank adventurers only received a few thousand kohls per job, and rank beginners were stuck with low-level tasks that barely paid a few hundred. I just made in one go what a veteran adventurer would have to escort 7 or 8 times to earn. Hulamu murmured, eyes sparkling with excitement. Adventuring pays really well now. Actually, bandit groups are worth a fortune. Maybe I should consider becoming an adventurer myself. I'll keep that as a backup plan. She glanced around, found a larger pouch, and hid most of the money inside. Her original purse only held enough gold and silver coins for the journey ahead. Earning money was great, but flaunting it would only invite trouble. In a flash, another day passed. Hulamu checked out of her inn and headed to the coach station. There was still plenty of time before her caravan departed, so she stored her luggage on the beast-drawn wagon she'd be taking, then wandered off to explore the nearby street food stalls. Hulamu bit into an unfamiliar grilled skewer as she aimlessly strolled through the streets. Suddenly, she froze as if she'd seen something shocking, the skewer nearly slipping from her hand. She darted behind a street vendor's display, heart pounding wildly. Peering through the gaps in the display, her eyes searched for the figure she'd just glimpsed. When she finally got a clear look, her eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't been mistaken. How is this possible? Isn't that person supposed to be in prison? The person she saw was none other than the notorious leader of the bandit group, the same one she'd watched being taken away by the guards just a few days ago. Yet here he was, striding casually down the street, concealed only by a hooded cloak hadn't even bothered to cover his face. Hulamu stared at the bandit leader for a moment, then looked at the person beside him. The matching cloaks and the unmistakable air that they came from the same place told her they were definitely together. The two seemed to be talking, but they were too far away for Hulamu to make out their conversation. As she wondered how she might hear what they were saying, they unexpectedly began walking toward the coach station. Hulamu pressed herself closer to the back of the display, holding her breath to avoid being seen. When the two men reached the entrance of the station, they didn't go inside instead. They glanced around and moved to stand in an empty corner nearby. Now they were less than 5 meters from Hulamu, but hidden from her by the angle and the display. Her heart hammered in her chest. This coincidence felt almost too much. But in reality, it wasn't just coincidence that had brought them here. When Xylem was trying to hide, she didn't think much about it, instinctively chose the spot behind a shipping container. Unbeknownst to her, out of habit, she had picked one of the best hiding places in the area. Pressed for time, she had to give up the absolute best spot, but that turned out to be a stroke of luck. Had she gone for the prime location in the corner, she would have run straight into the two robed men who had just arrived. The two men in robes reached the corner, but didn't speak right away. They looked around warily, first checking the wooden advertisement board with a gap between it and the wall, the very spot that was the best hiding place. Only after making sure no one was around did they continue their conversation. Xylem pulled her gaze back, worried that even at this distance she might be noticed. She slowed her breathing as much as she could and listened closely. "Zeev, you idiot," the man with the scar across his face said coldly. "I can't believe you let yourself get caught by a merchant caravan and a handful of adventurers. If you weren't still useful, you'd be dead in a cell by now, considering how much you know." The thief leader, Zeev, hurried to defend himself. "It wasn't my fault. Those idiots in the gang were the ones who messed up. The all just walked right into a trap. There was no way I could have handled that many people on my own. If you couldn't fight them, why didn't you run?" The scar-faced man mocked. "Don't tell me you tried to charge the front lines with those fools." "I actually had a chance to escape," Zeev protested, his voice full of frustration and self-justification. "Oh really?" The scar-faced man sneered. "Then who was it I just pulled out of prison?" Zeev faltered, then anger surged into his voice. "It was that damn brat. If it weren't for her, I never would have been found, let alone caught." The scar-faced man narrowed his eyes, suddenly alert. "Brat? What brat?" "I'm not exactly sure who she is," Zeev said through gritted teeth. "But she was the one who spotted me. I was up on the mountain, using binoculars just to see what was happening below, but somehow she saw me. And the worst part is, I had another chance to escape later, but she found me again. I hate her more than anyone. I'd love nothing more than to crush that smug face of hers." The scar-faced man frowned deeply. "If you don't know who she is, how are you going to find her?" No, Zeev shook his head, a vengeful light in his eyes. "I don't know her name, but when we entered the city, I heard she's a student of Manicus." "Manicus?" The scar-faced man was taken aback, then a sly smile crept across his face. Well, that's interesting. So the brat who got you thrown in jail is in Langardeth Imperial Capital, where our headquarters is." Zeev nodded eagerly, his eyes burning with the desire for revenge. "That's right. She's definitely heading to Longard. I remember her face perfectly, someone that striking is impossible to miss." "Is that so?" The scar-faced man stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Anyone who dares ruin our plans, even if she's Manicus' student, needs to learn what happens when you cross us." He shot Zeev a pointed look. "But before that, have you figured out how you're going to explain yourself to the boss?" Zev's face fell instantly, turning into a picture of misery. The scar-faced man just chuckled. The man with the scar sneered and continued. "The boss entrusted you with the crucial job of acquiring slaves, and this is how you handled it. In the end, the organization even had to spend money to bail you out. If I were in charge, I'd make you pay dearly for this." Zev trembled all over, his face turning deathly pale. "No way," he stammered, his voice shaking. "I've done so much for the organization. The boss wouldn't just toss me aside, would he?" The scar-faced man's smile was cold and insincere, his eyes as icy as ever. "Humph. The only reason you're still standing here is because of the favors you've done. If you weren't in charge of slave transport across such a large territory, if you didn't control those broken-down bandit gangs and small outfits, not to mention your connections with a few key slave traders, though, you really think you'd have made it out alive. As for what the boss will do with you, you'll find out soon enough when we get back to Langard." He changed the subject, "But before that, there's one more thing you need to take care of. The money spent to bail you out this time counts as a loan from the organization. Don't forget to pay it back." "What?" Zev felt the world spin and nearly collapsed. "That's an astronomical sum." The scar-faced man put on a fake, friendly smile. "Exactly. So you'd better work hard and pay off your debt as soon as possible. You know as well as I do, the organization charges very steep interest." With that, he burst out laughing and strode into the inn. Zev stood frozen, clenching and unclenching his fists as his expression shifted from anger to despair. Finally, He let his hands fall to his sides, and Defeath knew all too well that resisting would only lead to an even worse fate. After a moment, he trudged after the scar-faced man into the inn, his head hanging low. It wasn't until both men had disappeared that Xiao Lim stepped out from behind the shelves. She watched the direction they'd gone, her face expressionless, her gaze unusually calm. So that's how it is. There's nothing to be done, then. Ding, ding, ding. The caravan to Longard is about to depart. If you're not ready yet, now's your last chance. As the crisp announcement echoed through the post station, the place instantly bustled with activity. Travelers hurried about, some double-checking their luggage, others squeezing toward the carriage doors, a scene of lively chaos before departure. "Hello, here's my ticket." A muffled voice spoke up. The staff member took the ticket, carefully verifying its authenticity, and couldn't help but study this unusual traveler a bit longer. The person was entirely shrouded in a black robe, much like a mage's cloak, with even their face hidden behind a tightly wrapped black cloth, making it impossible to see any features. Two long wooden cases were strapped to their back, contents unknown. The voice gave no hint of gender, but judging by the small, slender frame, the traveler was likely a child after all. Dwarves rarely had such a delicate build. "All right, everything's in order. You may proceed." The staff member nodded, letting the traveler pass. Odd-looking passengers were nothing new for the staff at the post station. There were already 7 or 8 people dressed in similar mage-like robes in this caravan alone. He had no interest in probing further into this person's unusual attire. As long as the ticket checked out, that was enough. The black-robed figure with the 2 long cases strode purposefully toward her assigned beast-drawn carriage. Her luggage had already been stowed, so all she needed to do was carefully place the 2 cases in a corner of the compartment. Though she drew curious glances from her fellow passengers, she paid them no mind, instead lifting a corner of the curtain and watching the outside with alert eyes. Soon, she spotted her targets. After seeing those 2 board another carriage, Zayulamu made a mental note of their vehicle's location, then slowly let the curtain fall. She resolved to stay inside her carriage as much as possible for the rest of the journey. After learning she was being targeted by an underground organization active throughout the empire and based in the capital, Zayulamu refused to sit idly by. She acted immediately. First, she bought a black robe that completely concealed her figure, then tightly wrapped her face with a black cloth mask. She also purchased 2 long cases to hide her highly distinctive wand and mithril sword. If that man named Zev spotted either weapon, her identity would be exposed at once. As for her height, which couldn't be changed on short notice, she simply tried to avoid drawing attention in crowds as much as possible. Zayulamu had gone to great lengths to join this particular caravan, not because she couldn't leave on another day. As a major metropolis, Duopo sent caravans to Longard almost every day. Her real reason was to keep those 2 people who were following her within sight. Jingling bells signaled as the caravan slowly pulled out of the station, heading toward the city gates. Soon, the bustling city of Duopo faded from view, replaced by the vast, open wilderness ahead. Perhaps because this was one of the empire's main roads, with frequent patrols by soldiers and knights, the caravan encountered almost no danger along the way. Compared to Zelamis' perilous journey from Mint Town to Duopo, this leg of the trip went so smoothly, it was almost hard to believe. As a result, most passengers were in high spirits, eager to stretch their legs and move around whenever the caravan stopped for meals or rest. Only Zayulamu remained inside her carriage for nearly the entire journey. Once again, Zayulamu let down the curtain just enough to peer outside. It was lunchtime now, and the other passengers in her compartment had already left, so she no longer had to worry about her odd behavior drawing attention. Through the narrow gap, she saw Zev and the scar-faced man as well. They, too, had left their carriage and were quietly eating in a corner far from the crowd. The journey was already halfway through, yet the 2 men still hadn't noticed Xylem's presence. It never even occurred to them that their target might be traveling in the same caravan. Xylem felt her nerves ease, not because she had gone undetected, but because she was now certain the 2 men had no intention of switching to another means of transport along the way, greatly reducing the risk involved in tracking them. There were plenty of opportunities to quietly take the 2 men out along the way, but Xylem always managed to restrain herself. She knew all too well that such a powerful underground organization would have a tight intelligence network. Had the scar-faced man already reported back to the organization at the relay station? If not, getting rid of them might solve the problem. But if he had, killing them now would be tantamount to declaring open war. In that case, the shadowy organization would surely retaliate with everything they had, and she'd have no way of knowing where the next attack might come from. So she chose patience, silently following the 2 men as they joined the caravan heading toward the capital. On the distant horizon, the outline of a city far grander than Duopo gradually came into view, a colossal metropolis with thousands of years of history, Longard. Its towering white walls gleamed in the sunlight. With their destination in sight, the caravan picked up speed. Passengers excitedly gathered their belongings, and before long, they arrived at the city gates. People poured out of the beast-drawn wagons, and in the chaos, Zeph and his companions slipped away without hesitation, ducking into a narrow side alley. They wound their way through a maze of twisting alleys for about half an hour. The surroundings grew increasingly run down and desolate, marking the edge of the city's slums. Finally, they stopped in front of a dilapidated three-story building. After glancing around to make sure no one was watching, they slipped inside. Moments later, a figure cloaked in black appeared outside the building. Xylem studied the tightly shuttered structure, thinking to herself, this might not be their headquarters, more likely a temporary safe house. People in these underground organizations are always wary of returning straight to their main base after a mission. I'd better check first. She retreated into a shadowy corner, out of the sunlight, and began chanting a spell, essence of nature, rhythm of the wild, conceal. Then came a series of mysterious words, ending with shadow melt. As the magic took effect, Xylem's presence and form faded into the air. The shadow beneath her feet seemed to turn into a pool of liquid darkness, and she slowly sank into it. Inside the building, Zeph and the scar-faced man were talking with a one-eyed man. You're back. You didn't pick up a tail, did you? Humph. When have you ever seen me slip up? The scar-faced man replied with a sneer. Good, the one-eyed man said, spreading his hands. It's not that I don't trust you, just standard procedure. While the three were talking, none of them noticed that in the next room, a shifting shadow was quietly gathering in the corner, and a figure was slowly rising from within it. By the way, how did it go this time? Made quite a profit, didn't you? The scar-faced man gave a cold laugh, his sharp eyes flicking over to Zai Fu, his mouth curling into a sneer. Profit? Why don't you ask him? The one-eyed man raised an eyebrow, glancing between the scar-faced man and Zai Fu, surprise flashing across his face. No way. You messed it up. Zai Fu's expression darkened instantly, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead as he rushed to defend himself. It was an accident. An accident, huh? Sure. The one-eyed man smirked, clearly not buying it. He stepped closer, his tone mocking. Now it makes sense why the boss sent for you, telling you to report to headquarters the moment you got back. I was wondering what big achievement you pulled off to deserve a personal reward. Turns out, this is your big accomplishment. Zai Fu looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. His eyes went wide, the color drained from his face, and his legs started to tremble uncontrollably. No, you're joking, right? His voice was barely more than a plea. The one-eyed man scoffed. When have you ever seen me joke about the boss? At those words, Zai Fu's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor, looking like a puppet whose strings had been cut. The boss isn't really going to kill me, is he? He stammered, terror flooding his eyes. The scar-faced man grinned maliciously, displaying a mouthful of yellow teeth. Relax, you still owe the organization money. The boss wouldn't waste you. At most, he'll just skin you alive. Ha ha. The one-eyed man joined in, their harsh laughter echoing around the room. For a moment, the only thing that broke the mocking chorus was Zai Fu, slumped on the floor in utter despair. Seeing Zai Fu lost in shock, the one-eyed man grew impatient. All right, how long are you planning to sit there? This isn't a confessional. By now, the boss probably already knows you're back. Are you sure you want to keep sitting here? As soon as he heard this, Zai Fu jerked up as if burned, nearly tripping over himself in his haste. He'll go? I'm heading to headquarters right now. With that, he dashed out the door, his hurried footsteps echoing down the corridor. Once he left the third floor, Zai Fu darted through several streets, glancing around nervously before climbing into a cargo truck parked at the curb. To the docks, he shouted, his voice thick with anxiety. In his panic, Zai Fu didn't notice that as he scrambled into the truck, a shifting shadow silently slid beneath it, blending into the darkness. The beast pulling the cart let out a low bellow, and the truck slowly rumbled to life, its wheels grinding over the cobblestones with a heavy sound. The truck wound its way through the city's winding streets, bouncing along for more than 40 minutes before finally reaching a broad canal. After a few more minutes along the waterway, a bustling dock piled high with cargo and lined with moored boats came into view. As soon as they arrived, Zai Fu jumped down in a hurry and rushed into the dock area. He wound his way through stacks of goods and bustling workers, eventually stopping before a side door of a large warehouse. He paused, took several deep breaths as if bracing himself, then pushed the door open and went inside. With a heavy thud, the side door closed behind him. Not long after, that same shifting shadow silently moved to a dark corner nearby. The shadow twisted and shifted before Xiao Lim's figure slowly emerged from it. She gazed at the warehouse with a calm, expressionless face, though her eyes glinted with a cold light. Found you, she whispered. Inside the warehouse, Zai Fu crept nervously down a dimly lit corridor, his footsteps echoing in the empty space. The flickering oil lamps along the walls cast trembling shadows, making his face even more drawn and fearful. Before long, he reached an inconspicuous corner. After making sure no one was around, he knocked on what looked like an ordinary wall in a specific rhythm. With a deep grinding sound, a hidden stone door slowly slid open, revealing a shadowy passageway. Zai-Fu paused at the entrance, taking a deep breath as if heading to his own execution, then stepped inside. With a heavy rumble, the stone door closed behind him, swallowing him in darkness. He hadn't been inside for long before the stone door behind him slid shut, blending seamlessly back into the wall. From the outside, there was no sign anything had changed. At that exact moment, a shadowy figure flowed silently along the cracks in the wall, slipping into the passage without a sound or anyone noticing. Well, Zai-Fuyo actually came back. A sharp, mocking voice called out from ahead. Huh, I heard you made a real fool of yourself this time. TCH, damn it, I bet had run away. Can't believe I lost that bet, another voice chimed in. The underground space was far more expansive than it looked from above, and at the moment, it was filled with people. When they saw Zai-Fu, they all wore expressions of schadenfreude, their words dripping with ridicule. Bastards, Zai-Fu muttered under his breath, his face darkening. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to ignore their taunts and strode quickly toward the leader's quarters. The guards at the door recognized him immediately and, without a word, pushed open the heavy doors for him. Somehow, that made Zai-Fu feel even worse. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. Bang! The door slammed shut behind him, the dull thud sounding like it had sealed off his last chance of escape. Zai-Fu braced himself, forcing his heavy legs to carry him to the center of the room. He lowered his head, his voice trembling. Chief Xylabian, you called for me? Russell. No one answered him. The only sound in the vast chamber was Xylabian flipping through papers. Zai-Fu stood frozen, sweat trickling down his forehead, his legs shaking from the strain of tension. Finally, just as Zai-Fu felt he could barely stand any longer, Xylabian stopped reading and tossed the documents onto the red-lacquered, gold-trimmed desk in front of him. He looked up, fixing Zai-Fu with a cold, knife-like stare. Zai-Fu. Yes. Zai-Fu flinched, his knees giving out as he dropped to the floor, forehead nearly touching the ground as he kowtowed and apologized over and over. I'm so sorry, Chief. Truly, I'm terribly sorry. Xylabian's face was expressionless, his voice as cold as ice. If saying sorry was enough, our organization would be a charity by now. He tapped the desk with his finger. I heard you lost to a student of Manikes? I could understand if it were a teacher, but a student? I gave you an important job, and this is how you repay me? Tu Zai-Fu stammered in terror, his tongue tying itself in knots. Chief, you don't understand. That girl is seriously abnormal. She's definitely not an ordinary student. Humph. Xylabian let out a cold laugh. Whether she's ordinary or not, he'll have someone take care of her later. As for you, his tone suddenly grew even colder. You're off duty for now. Hand over whatever gadgets you still have, pass on all your key contacts, and then take a little trip to the black cells. Zai-Fu's pupils shrank, his face draining of color. They were going to strip him of everything he had left. Trembling, he slowly looked up, forcing the words out through clenched teeth. Chief, I still owe the organization money if I go to the black cells. Who's going to pay it back? Oh, that? Xylabian stroked his chin, a mocking smile curling his lips. How thoughtful of you to worry about the organization. Don't worry, the interest will keep accumulating while you're in the black cells. When you get out, you can pay it back bit by bit. At those words, Zai-Fu nearly blacked out, his body swaying as he almost collapsed. What's wrong? Xylabian narrowed his eyes. You seem to have a problem with this? No. Zai-Fu shook his head desperately, cold sweat pouring down his face. No problem at all. If that's the case, get going. Xylabian waved him off. Take these 10 months to reflect on yourself. Zai-Fu, who had just claimed he had no complaints, buckled again, his face ashen. 10 months? Will I even survive that long? He stumbled out of Xylabian's office, moving like a soulless husk. Even though he held some bargaining chips, when confronted with the leader, he had no power to resist and was stripped of everything. In this ruthless underworld, he had no real choices. Trying to negotiate with what he had would only lead to a fate worse than death. Not that surviving the black cells was much better. Zeph began to realize that coming back might have truly been a mistake. Standing in the center of the room, his hands trembled slightly, and a trace of regret flickered in his eyes. The organization's willingness to spend a fortune to get him out had once filled him with hope, but reality proved merciless. They only wanted the information he possessed, not him as a person. From the moment he set foot in Longard, his value had been depleted. Bang! The door closed softly behind him. Xylabian's lips curled into a cold smirk, a glint of contempt flashing in his eyes. Just as I thought, a useless fool, he muttered under his breath. Turning back to his desk, Xylabian picked up a shipping manifest. Yet as he opened the document, years of honed instincts suddenly put him on alert. His gaze shot sharply toward the corner of the room, and his right hand instinctively rested on the hilt of his sword. The room was silent, broken only by the sound of his own quickening heartbeat. After a moment, Xylabian frowned and released his grip on the sword, which he had already half drawn. Just my imagination? He murmured to himself. I've been far too jumpy lately. He quickly summoned several trusted aides, tossing the manifests onto the table. The buyers will be here in a few days to inspect this shipment, he said sternly. Handle everything without delay. Make sure every detail is covered so the goods arrive without incident. His voice was low and commanding. This is the most important operation for the organization. Right now everything else can wait. Recall everyone we have scattered elsewhere. The shipment is huge, and we can't risk being short-staffed. And keep the docks under tight watch. Deal with any suspicious people on the spot. Understood? Yes, sir. His subordinates answered in unison. With his instructions given, Xylabian didn't linger. He left the underground base, slipped into a luxury car parked beside the warehouse, and headed toward the central district. Not long after he left, the shadows in the corner of the room stirred, and a figure quietly took shape. Xylem. I got a bit careless, she reflected as she glanced at the door. This underground leader's senses were far sharper than Shed expected. It was the first time Shed encountered someone so alert. Fortunately, nature magic was especially effective against such people. Blending into the shadows, Xylem approached the desk. She didn't touch the documents. Someone this vigilant would easily notice if anything had been disturbed. Still, by observing the scattered materials, she managed to gather crucial information. These were records of illegal slave trade, with victims obtained through abduction and kidnapping. It was only the tip of the iceberg, but enough to confirm that the organization's main business was trafficking slaves. No wonder they're so active across the empire. Thieves' guilds have the quickest means of acquiring slaves. With nothing more to be found in the room, Xylem melted into the shadows once again, ready to search the entire underground base. Compared to Xylabian, the leader of the underground organization, the ordinary members at the base were far less perceptive. In the dim underground space, Xylem slipped past their feet as a shadow, unnoticed by anyone. 2 nights later, on a street near the docks, a patch of darkness suddenly rose from the ground and quickly took the form of Xylem. She exhaled softly, dispelling the concealment spell. Due to the limits of her magical reserves, she had to enter and exit the underground base several times to complete her investigation. After 2 days of careful scouting, Xylem had mapped out the basic structure of the organization. Aside from the main headquarters at the docks, there were 3 additional outposts within the city. The headquarters housed more than 20 armed members, and including those scattered throughout the city, their total number approached 40. Even more concerning was their overall strength. Aside from a few members focused on intelligence work, nearly all had reached crank, making this force comparable to a company of knights. Xylem quickly concluded that a frontal assault would be futile. She needed to find another way. In the days that followed, Xylem limited herself to routine surveillance of the underground organization and devoted most of her energy to another task. In an inn in central Longard, she carefully compiled a list of required ingredients: mist veil petals, marsh serpent mucus, firethorn ash, powdered bones of the nightblind spider, and most importantly, mirage dragon fruit extract and scales from the Hadra shadowfish. Against such a formidable enemy, ordinary potions would be useless. She needed something powerful, able to spread silently and swiftly, a concoction potent enough to subdue even dragons, the Mirage Dragon Dream Incense. However, acquiring the key ingredients proved to be a major challenge. The Mirage Dragon fruit was essential, and the Hadra shadowfish scales were crucial for making the potion colorless and odorless. Both were incredibly rare. With little hope but determined to try, Xylem began searching for the ingredients in the vast metropolis. The results were disappointing. Aside from the more common materials and a set of alchemical tools, the crucial Mirage Dragon fruit and Hadra shadowfish scales remained elusive. She visited more than a dozen potion shops in the central district, but not only did she fail to find those ingredients, some shopkeepers didn't even recognize their names. The results of the first day were, without a doubt, somewhat discouraging. In the central district of the imperial capital, Longard, Xiao Lim visited one potion shop after another, but her efforts yielded little. Although the shopkeepers were knowledgeable, they knew very little about the materials she was searching for. Some of the older shopkeepers had at least heard of the mystic dragon fruit, but none had any knowledge of the Hadra netherfish. Could the Hadra netherfish already be extinct? The thought sent a chill down Xiao Lim's spine as she recalled Semula's unusual sense of time. That possibility didn't seem entirely out of the question. The next morning, Xiao Lim stood at the border between the central and lower districts, hesitating. Yesterday's lack of progress made her question whether it was worth continuing her search in the central district. Longard was vast, and at this pace, it would be nearly impossible to visit every potion shop in the central district within 10 days. To make matters worse, although the underground organization had recently eased their pursuit of her for some reason, this brief respite wouldn't last long. In the end, Xiao Lim decided to take a different path. She stepped into the lower district. Semula's words echoed in her mind. If you're hesitating about which path to take, don't hesitate, just pick another one. A road you doubt lacks conviction for you. To her surprise, the lower district of Longard defied all the usual stereotypes about poor neighborhoods. The streets were clean and orderly, and important institutions like the headquarters of the Royal Capital Guard Knights and the city branch of the Adventurers Guild were located here. However, after visiting 3 more potion shops, Xiao Lim's hopes were dashed again. Not only did these shops lack the materials she needed, but even the basic ingredients for mystic dragon dream incense were in short supply. The clanging of metal caught Xiao Lim's attention, and before she realized it, she had wandered onto a street filled with blacksmiths. Adventurers came and went in a steady stream, but there were few ordinary pedestrians. Just as she was about to hurry away, a deep, resonant moo stopped her in her tracks. Watch out! Make way! A cart blocked the road ahead, cutting off her path. A grumpy dwarf craftsman burst out of his workshop and immediately began scolding the driver. Why are you so slow? Don't you know how busy I am lately? Take it easy, take it easy. The driver replied with a nervous smile, fumbling to open the back of the wagon and revealing a load of metal ore. They'll be on time next time, I promise. The dwarf glanced at the ore, his tone softening slightly. The quality's not bad, just don't let it happen again. He then turned and shouted back into the shop. What are you all standing around for? Get out here and unload the goods. Xiao Lim could only stand there, watching as this unexpected scene blocked her way forward. She hesitated for a moment, then turned to glance at the narrow street beside her. In the end, instead of walking around the truck blocking her way, she chose to take the small street instead. Zayulamu walked for quite a while, but the street seemed endless. It only grew narrower, and there were fewer and fewer people around. She started to wonder if she should have just gone around the truck. Just as she was getting confused, a modest-looking potion shop appeared ahead. There was a sign for a potion shop hanging above the door, but aside from that, there wasn't even a name. Zayulamu didn't have high hopes for the place, thinking to herself, I might as well give it a try. She stepped inside. The bell above the door jingled as she entered. Right away, she sensed that this shop was different from any shed visited before. The air was still thick with the scent of magical elements, but there was something subtly unusual about it. Looking for something, little miss? The sudden voice startled Zayulamu. She spun around, eyes wide, staring to her right. When had this person appeared? She hadn't noticed a thing. My, that's quite a reaction. Don't worry, you're safe here. No one will harm you. The voice continued, gentle and calm, carrying a soothing quality that made Zayulamu relax almost in spite of herself. But she quickly caught herself, realizing something was off. How did you know I'm a girl? Zayulamu frowned. Ever since she had come to Longard, she had worn a black cloak that hid her face completely. Normally, it would be impossible to tell her gender by appearance alone. More importantly, she hadn't spoken a word when she entered. Oh, isn't it obvious? The person replied with a playful smile. Zayulamu paused, wondering if it really was that obvious. She couldn't help but mutter softly, maybe so. But, little miss, you still haven't answered my question, the shopkeeper said, leaning forward slightly. The shop was dimly lit by a single lamp, and with the sunlight streaming in from outside, the interior seemed even darker. Standing in the sun, Zayulamu couldn't quite make out the shopkeeper's face. However, as the woman stepped into the light, Zayulamu's gaze froze. Before her stood an elven woman, ethereal as a figure from a dream. Her long, platinum hair cascaded down to her waist, glimmering softly in the sunlight. Her eyes were as clear as crystal, shining with a depth like endless starlight. Her skin was smooth as porcelain, and her figure was flawless like a work of art sculpted by the gods themselves. She radiated a sense of tranquility and peace, making those around her feel at ease, as if standing beneath the shade of a tree on a breezy prairie. Zayulamu was stunned, her heart unsettled by a feeling she couldn't quite name. Forcing herself to regain composure, she pushed aside her distraction and replied in a low voice. I'd like to buy some ingredients. Of course, this is a potion shop after all. People only come here for potions or ingredients, the elf said with a smile, turning to walk further inside before glancing back. So, little miss, what are you looking for? Zayulamu hesitated, then followed her in and asked, do you have any mirong fruit extract or hadra shadowfish? The elf suddenly stopped and turned, looking at Zayulamu in surprise. Seeing her reaction, Zayulamu felt a twinge of disappointment. Did this woman not know about those ingredients either? Oh, the elf's eyes sparkled with interest. You know about those two things? The elf chuckled softly, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Of course I know, and I even know what they're used for. Little one, these aren't ingredients for any proper potion, you know. Hulam was taken aback, looking at the elf in confusion. How do you know that? The elf raised an eyebrow, her smile growing warmer and more playful. A child so young, already at crank? Isn't it obvious? In Longard, only Manacos students have that kind of potential, right? Hulam froze, eyes wide. How do you know that? The elf seemed amused by Hulam's shock, her tone even more teasing. Is it really that hard to guess? She paused, then laughed lightly. All right, I'll stop teasing you. With that, the elf turned gracefully and walked deeper into the shop, opening a door and slipping out of sight. What a strange elf, Hulam thought to herself. From the moment Shed entered the shop, it felt as though the elf had been in complete control, leading her along step by step. This was a first for Hulam. She wondered what the elf was up to, but didn't ask. After a short while, the elf returned, carrying two items, a bottle and a small box. Sorry to keep you waiting, little one. Hey, race the mirong fruit extract and the hadron nightfish scales you asked for. the elf said with a smile, handing them over. Hewlem stared in disbelief, glancing between the elf and the ingredients. You actually have them? The elf laughed lightly. Why do you sound so surprised? Weren't these the materials you wanted? Andy only brought out the scales. That's what you asked for, right? Hewlem hesitated, a flicker of doubt in her mind. It was true she'd only mentioned the scales at first, but she was sure she hadn't specified just the scales. The elf caught her look and grinned mischievously. You're wondering why I linked the scales directly to a potion, aren't you? But given the recipe you're after, there's only one option, Mirong Dream Incense. Hewlem was no longer surprised she had already guessed the elf would figure it out. Mirong Dream Incense, she repeated quietly. The elf couldn't help but laugh. That's not a common potion, little one. You really are intriguing. I'm just a student, Hewlem replied calmly. The elf stretched out the syllable, clearly skeptical, but seeing Hewlem's unwavering expression, she let it go and smiled. All right, if you insist, I'll sell them to you. Professional ethics? Hewlem thought with a silent smile as she heard the elf use that phrase. She shook her head slightly, musing to herself. You sized me up the moment I walked in, and now you're talking about professional ethics? Still, she showed nothing on the surface. She quietly accepted the ingredients and stood there, waiting to see what would happen next. She reached for her coin pouch. How much do I owe you? Let me see. The elf shopkeeper tapped her slender fingers on the counter, her eyes gleaming mischievously. 880,000 core. They'll forget about the small change. Consider it an apology for teasing you earlier. Xiao Lim froze in mid-motion, her hand clutching the pouch. She slowly looked up, disbelief written all over her face. Could you make it a bit cheaper? She had expected the two rare ingredients to be expensive, but 880,000 was outrageous, almost suffocating. Oh, I'm afraid not. The elf waved her finger lightly, her tone cheerful. Don't you know how hard it is to get these two materials? First, the dragonfruit dragons absolutely love it, and getting your hands on one is like picking a fight with a dragon. Just imagine the risk. Then there's the Hadra netherfish. They're not hard to catch, but they only live in pitch-black underground rivers. Finding them is just as tough, if not tougher, than the dragonfruit. She leaned closer over the counter, lowering her voice. If these were posted as a quest at the Adventurers Guild, they'd definitely be top-tier rank missions. Depending on the circumstances, maybe even a rank. So, do you still think the price is too high? But this is all I have. Xiao Lim placed her coin pouch on the counter, then rummaged through her backpack and produced another bag filled with gold coins, setting them side by side. The elf looked genuinely surprised this time, her emerald eyes widening. You actually have that much money? Xiao Lim noticed something odd in her tone and frowned. Wait, if you didn't think I could afford these, why do you bring them out in the first place? Well, the elf's gaze drifted over Xiao Lim's shoulder to a long case behind her. You've got a nice mithril sword, don't you? If you put that up as collateral, 880,000 would be fine. No way. Xiao Lim spun around, clutching her mithril sword tightly, eyeing the elf suspiciously. How did you never mind? She bit her lip, wondering if her true identity had already been discovered. The elf burst out laughing, her silvery voice ringing through the shop. Relax. I'm not going to steal your things. You'll need that sword, won't you? Xiao Lim's shoulders eased a little, but she stayed alert. So what now? The elf propped her chin in her hand, thinking for a moment before waving it off. Forget it. Take the two items. Pay me back whenever you manage to scrape the money together. What? Xiao Lim stared at her in disbelief. Really? Really? But I don't have anything to leave as collateral, Xiao Lim said quietly. No need to bother with all that. The elf replied, waving her hand dismissively. IOUs and promissory notes are such a hassle. He'll just remember. You're at Monaco's Magic Academy, right? If you don't pay me back, he'll just come find you there. Won't you go bankrupt doing business this way? Xiao Lim asked hesitantly, then added, and you did see through my real identity, didn't you? Enough with the questions, the elf said impatiently, pushing the two rare ingredients towards Xiao Lim. You've got things to do. Take what you need and get going. Xiao Lim silently watched her, then put her coin pouch back in her bag and carefully picked up the precious materials. Thank you, Miss Elf. I promise I'll pay you back. No need to thank me, the elf said with a smile, sunlight streaming through the window and making her silver hair glow softly. Dingling. The door chime rang as Xiao Lim stepped out of the alchemy shop, clutching her newly acquired ingredients. Just as she crossed the threshold, the elf's voice called out behind her. Hey, little one. Xiao Lim turned to see the elf standing in the doorway. For the sake of my money, don't go getting yourself killed, okay? Her tone was light, but a hint of genuine concern flickered in her eyes. Xiao Lim nodded silently, then walked away. Watching her retreating figure, the elf leaned against the doorframe and murmured to herself. A girl barely 11 or 12. Already close to Brank, what an interesting one. Looks like things won't be boring around here for a while. After returning to the inn, Xiao Lim immediately began preparing the potion. She first examined the purity and properties of each ingredient with great care. Even when using the same materials, differences in harvesting and storage conditions meant the proportions needed for use could vary every time. She understood that without precise measurements, the risk of failure was extremely high. Once she had skillfully arranged her alchemical equipment, Xiao Lim inspected each material one by one, carefully recording the details of every item. As the hours ticked by and night fell, she finally finished her inspection, filling several pages with dense notes. The next step was processing the ingredients, a task even more complex and delicate than the last. A single mistake could ruin the entire batch. To guard against mishaps, Xiao Lim had prepared extra supplies, but the most precious ingredients, the mi-long fruit juice and hadra netherfish scales, were still in very limited supply. She knew there was no room for error. It had to work on the first try. She mixed swamp serpent mucus, flame nettle ash, and pure water in precise ratios, gently heating and stirring until the mixture lost its stickiness and turned a bright red, forming the solvent she needed. After roasting the hadra netherfish scales over a flame until they turned pure white, she blended them with nightblind spider bone powder according to exact calculations, grinding them together until they became a fine, silvery powder. Next, using a distillation apparatus, Xiao Lim carefully controlled the temperature to distill the mi-long fruit juice. She took special care during this process, as the vapors given off were highly soporific. A single mistake could leave her unconscious. When the juice turned a caramel color and stopped dripping, clinging to the bottom of the glass container, the processing was complete. By the time she finished, it was already late into the night. Xiao Lim ate a simple meal she had prepared earlier and didn't leave her room once. At last, all the preparations were done, leaving only the final blending. She checked the room's temperature, humidity, and lighting to make sure everything was just right before beginning the next step. She heated the solvent until it began to bubble slightly, then slowly added the precisely weighed silvery powder. Once it dissolved completely, she poured in the exact amount of caramel-colored syrup. As the syrup spread into delicate strands in the hot solvent, she immediately added the prepared mist veil flour solution. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The mixture reacted violently the moment the solution was added, but Xiao Lim had already sealed the vessel to prevent any vapor from escaping. Once the reaction settled down, the potion had turned into a clear, bright silver liquid. Yet, the process was not over. Xiao Lim added several other ingredients, working for nearly another hour before finally producing a bottle of cloudy white potion. When all the blending steps were complete, she carefully stored the potion in a dark, cool place to rest. By then, it was already the early hours of the morning. Without lingering, Xiao Lim quickly rested for a short while. As sunlight crept through the window, Xiao Lim slowly opened her eyes and stretched. After washing away the fatigue from the night before, she opened the box where the potion was stored, ready to check the results of her work. At this point, after sitting for several hours, the potion had become a colorless, transparent liquid, indistinguishable from water. When gently shaken, it moved just like water, with no hint of stickiness. This meant that the magical potion, Mi-long Mingxiang, was finally complete. At the dock, a massive cargo ship sat quietly moored by the shore, its deck bustling with activity. "Hurry up, move faster," barked a man with a menacing scar running across his face, standing at the edge of the ship. Under his watchful eye, dozens of laborers, drenched in sweat, hauled heavy wooden crates out from the hold. They carefully carried them down the gangplank and headed straight for a nearby warehouse. Today, the doors of that warehouse, normally kept firmly shut, were unusually open at the freight entrance. One by one, the crates were brought inside, disappearing into the dim interior. "Be gentle, you idiots. Don't damage the goods." Inside the warehouse, a woman in a black robe paced among the workers, whip in hand. Her gaze was sharp as a hawk's, and if she caught anyone handling the cargo carelessly, she would lash out immediately, her voice shrill and harsh as she scolded them. Before long, a one-eyed man strode into the warehouse. The black-robed woman turned, her eyes settling on him. "How's it looking outside?" "No issues. Relax. We've cleared out the entire dock. It's all our people. If any outsiders show up, we'll know right away," the one-eyed man replied confidently. "Good work." A deep voice echoed from the back of the warehouse. At the sound, both the black-robed woman and the one-eyed man immediately turned and bowed respectfully. "Leader." Xylabian gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. His gaze swept over the neatly stacked crates, his expression stern and his tone commanding. "Daytime isn't the critical period. Tonight, and while the cargo is stored here, that's when it matters. Remember, you cannot afford to let your guard down. You know the consequences if anything goes wrong." Both swallowed hard, replying in unison, "Yes, leader." Xylabian nodded again, his eyes lingering on the towering piles of crates. "Once everything is inside, start dismantling the boxes and move the cargo underground as quickly as possible." With that, he turned and left, his footsteps echoing through the empty warehouse. "Understood," the two replied respectfully behind him. About an hour later, all the crates had been moved inside. With a loud boom, the warehouse doors opened for just a few hours were shut tight once more. The one-eyed man looked around at the 20 or so people inside and called out, "You heard the leader. Break open the crates and get the cargo underground. Everyone move." The workers immediately grabbed their tools and began prying open the wooden crates. On the surface, the boxes appeared to be filled with ordinary charcoal, but that was just a cover. They quickly removed the false bottoms, revealing hidden compartments beneath. The real cargo was finally exposed: dozens of unconscious people, tightly bound with ropes. Most were humans, but among them were orcs, dwarves, and elves, representing nearly every known race. Each crate held 4 or 5 captives, and with dozens of crates, the total number reached well over 200. These were illegal slaves, kidnapped by the organization through various means. This was far from their first time engaging in such trafficking. Once all the crates were opened, the captives were carried in groups down to the underground cells, which had already been prepared to hold these unfortunate souls. While the underground organization at the dock was busy with their operation, a pair of sharp eyes watched from afar. There won't be a better chance than today, Zayulamu thought to herself with certainty. The security at the docks was extremely tight, with lookouts posted in nearly every corner. Even using shadow stealth skills, it was nearly impossible to guarantee going unnoticed. Since it wasn't yet the ideal time to infiltrate, Zayulamu had first scouted several known outposts. Sure enough, the usual guards were missing. The entire organization had gathered at headquarters today. This was the moment to act. No matter how formidable the enemy's strength, Zayulamu had no way out now. Night had fallen. The sky was thick with clouds, not a single star shining through. This natural darkness cast an eerie shadow over the docks. An area already lacking in light now seemed even more foreboding. The daytime patrols of the underground organization had retreated to the warehouse building, leaving only a few hidden sentries posted at critical spots. This wasn't negligence, but a carefully calculated strategy. Too much activity at night would draw unwanted attention and trouble. Yet, this seemingly sound arrangement provided the perfect opportunity for Xylem. Xylem moved along the edge of the wall, her figure flowing like liquid. Cloaked in the deep shadows of the night, she almost became one with the darkness itself. The organization's members kept their eyes on the streets and open spaces, completely overlooking any threats beneath their feet, precisely where her advantage lay. 5, 6, 9, 12. Xylem counted the sentries in her mind, her brow furrowing slightly. 12 in total? That number made things a bit tricky. The sentries were too spread out, and their shifts changed frequently. If she made a move, she'd have to take them all out in a very short time. Still, Xylem quickly pieced together a plan in her mind. She began by analyzing the layout of the stronghold. The warehouse above was just a front. The underground organization rarely used it, and it could be ignored. The real core was in the underground chambers by habit. These places were built to be extremely sealed off, connected to the surface by only a single visible passage. During her investigation, Xylem had discovered 2 hidden escape routes. One was in the leader's room, the other concealed deep in the black cells where even the organization's own members avoided. She estimated that no more than 5 people in the entire group knew of their existence. Because the underground area was so tightly sealed, ventilation shafts were a necessity, and this detail was the key to Xylem's plan. She had already identified the location of every vent. Now it was time for the Mylong Dream Incense. This special drug didn't take effect immediately. For half an hour, those exposed would feel nothing unusual, but once the time was up, they would collapse into unconsciousness, impervious to noise or disturbance, and wouldn't wake for a full day and night. Xylem slipped silently into the warehouse, gliding like a wisp of smoke toward one of the vents. The organization had disguised each vent with care, and the shafts were barely as wide as an adult's arm, enough to block any normal intruder. But for Xylem, who could become a shadow, such barriers meant nothing. In her shadow form, she slipped easily through the narrow duct. Midway down the passage, a slender hand emerged from the darkness, carefully placing the vial of Mylong Dream Incense. Pop! The faint sound of the stopper being removed was almost impossible to hear. The colorless, odorless gas began to spread, carried silently by the air currents into the underground stronghold. A sentry hidden in the corner glanced suspiciously toward the concealed vent, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Though the vents were too small for anyone to crawl through, each one was guarded year-round, given their importance to the safety of the entire base. The sentry frowned, thinking, maybe it's just a rat or something. To be absolutely certain, the sentry walked up to the ventilation shaft and checked it carefully, but he found nothing out of the ordinary. The gas released by the Mylong Meng Xiang incense was so faint that it was impossible to detect, and since it was hidden in the middle of the passage, there was nothing unusual to be seen with the naked eye. Scratching his head, the sentry thought he was just being overly cautious, so he dismissed his concerns and returned to his post. But the moment he turned away, a shadow silently slipped out of the vent and quickly moved in another direction. In less than 10 minutes, Xylem had placed the incense at every ventilation passage. The volatile potion began to spread, but none of the sentries below noticed anything amiss. With the preparations in the underground base complete, Xylem turned his attention outside. There were still more than a dozen sentries guarding the exterior, and if any of them noticed changes underground, they could pose a threat. Blending into the shadows, Xylem quietly made his way toward the warehouse building's exterior. Suddenly, one of the sentries outside stopped with a puzzled look, scanning his surroundings before glancing down at the ground. He was sure he'd heard a faint sound at his feet, but everything around him seemed unnaturally quiet. The silence made him uneasy. Already on high alert, the unexpected noise left him on edge, a chill creeping down his back as if something was watching him. He fought the urge to abandon his post rules were rules, but he couldn't shake his growing anxiety, praying for the shift change to come quickly. Inside the underground stronghold's leader's quarters, Xylabian paced back and forth, his brow furrowed in deep concern. As a powerful figure in the underworld, his sense for danger was unmatched. Ever since preparations began for transporting this shipment, especially once it was en route to Langardia, a vague sense of threat had been nagging at him. Even after the cargo safely entered Langard and arrived at the docks via the canal, the unease lingered. He had expected trouble during the journey, but now that the goods were secured underground, the feeling hadn't faded. If anything, it was stronger than ever. His anxiety had reached its peak, causing his heart to race. Abruptly, Xylabian stopped and muttered under his breath, "Someone, get in here." Several subordinates hurried in, puzzled by the leader's obvious agitation. "Boss, what are your orders? How are things outside? Any signs of trouble?" One of them asked cautiously. Xylabian took a deep breath, his frown not easing. "Everything's normal?" "Yes, boss. Everything is normal," one of the men replied. "Normal? How is that possible?" Xylabian's frown deepened, his tone full of suspicion. "When was the last time you checked?" "Boss, the last check was about 10 minutes ago." 10 minutes? Xylabian fell silent for a moment, clearly dissatisfied with the answer. He looked up, his tone commanding. "Go. Check again right now." The subordinates exchanged confused glances, not understanding why their leader was so anxious, but quickly obeyed. "Yes, sir. Hurry." Xylabian waved them off impatiently, then moved toward his chair, ready to keep waiting. At that moment, a heavy thud sounded behind him, as if something had crashed to the floor. A surge of anger flared in Xylabian's chest as he turned, ready to sharply rebuke his subordinates for their sluggishness. But the words died in his throat. His eyes widened in shock, and it felt as though an invisible hand was choking him. The sight before him sent chills down his spine. A subordinate suddenly collapsed without warning, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The remaining two were still frozen in disbelief. One of them, voice trembling, tried to speak, "Be boss." But before he could finish, his eyes rolled back, and he too crashed to the floor. Bang! The second dull thud was unervingly loud in the otherwise silent room. The third subordinate didn't even get a chance to utter a sound. He dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. The entire room was plunged into an oppressive silence. Xylabian's icy gaze swept over the three fallen bodies. In an instant, he made his decision. Without hesitation, he drew the dagger from his belt and plunged it fiercely into his own thigh. Arc! The searing pain tore a scream from his lips. At the same moment, the underground stronghold echoed with the sound of bodies collapsing one after another. The uneven spread of the Milong Mingxiang poison in the enclosed space caused people to succumb at different times. Some witnessed their comrades fall and made a fatal misjudgment. Believing they were under a massive assault and that the perimeter had been breached, they instinctively gathered at the center of the hideout, hoping to rally around their leader and mount a defense. Outside, the sentries began to sense that something was wrong. The scent of blood hanging in the air put these seasoned assassins instantly on alert. Meanwhile, Xylem had already silently taken out the lookouts inside the building. They were among the first to succumb to the poison. Something's not right. One sentry, breaking protocol, leaped out from his hiding place, no longer caring about the consequences. "Stop hiding. There's trouble inside." The other sentries quickly revealed themselves, the smell of blood confirming their suspicions. 12 figures, cloaked by the night, moved swiftly toward the warehouse building. Suddenly, the lead sentry stopped, body tense, hand gripping his weapon. The others halted as well, their eyes fixed on the same spot. With a metallic ring, a long sword was drawn, slicing through the night air. "Who are you?" the leader demanded, his voice sharp as he called out to the figure hidden in the shadows. Swish! Swish! A sudden rush of wind sounded from behind. In an instant, all the hidden guards quickly assembled, the metallic clang of drawn weapons echoing through the air. "There's a strong scent of blood on this one." One of the guards tensed, muscles coiled and ready. Could it be an intruder sneaking in among the slaves? How could something like this happen underground? As the guards whispered among themselves, a figure emerged from the shadows and spoke, voice cold as ice. "Impressive. You notice quickly. That saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one." The scraping of a sword tip against the ground grew louder as the figure stepped forward. To everyone's shock, it turned out to be just a child. "Damn brat." Their surprise quickly gave way to anger, fury flashing in their eyes. Facing their outrage, Xylem remained expressionless. She gripped her mithril sword in her right hand, a staff slung across her back, and said calmly, "It's about time." About time for Wa. Before the sentence could finish, a dull thud rang out. and one of the guards collapsed to the ground. Was that your doing? That's right. Xylem nodded slightly. You'll be next. Another thud, and another guard fell. The remaining guards sprang into action, surging toward Xylem. She drew her staff with her left hand, casting spells in rapid succession. Enhance, agility, fortify, war cry. Stop her. The guards shouted, unleashing a barrage of magic and hidden weapons. Xylem moved with agility, dodging attacks while continuing to cast spells. One by one, the guards went down, their bodies sliding forward from momentum. The survivors finally realized they had all been poisoned, and the toxin was spreading fast. Desperately, they chased after Xylem, but even with enhancement magic, they couldn't keep up with her speed. Area attacks now? The remaining guards halted their pursuit as their mage began to chant a wide-range spell. Xylem instantly summoned a barrier of wind to block the hidden weapons, slipping past the magic with ease. As the guards realized she was a dual-element mage, she unleashed a third element, Earth's Grasp. A massive hand of stone burst from the ground, blocking every attack before crashing down with a thunderous roar. The ground shattered, dust filled the air, and chaos reigned in the aftermath. Pooh, pooh, damn it, where did this freak come from? A man lay sprawled on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of dirt and cursing under his breath. Mud mixed with saliva dribbled from the corner of his mouth, his face twisted with both humiliation and rage. At that moment, a faint breeze brushed past his ear. He jerked his head up and saw a girl standing above him, staring down with an icy, expressionless gaze. Her eyes were cold, as if she were looking at prey about to be finished off. The man rolled backward and scrambled to his feet, his legs shaking. Damn it! You freak, everyone get her! He shouted, terror lacing his voice as he called out to the others around him. But there was only silence. No one answered his desperate cry. Xylem watched him quietly, the corners of her mouth lifting ever so slightly. You're the last one left. Her voice was calm, as if stating a simple fact. The man glanced around in confusion, only then noticing his comrades lying all around, sprawled out and unconscious. Fear clenched his heart. He started, but a wave of overwhelming drowsiness crashed over him before he could finish. Bang! The crushing sleepiness snuffed out all his emotions in an instant. His eyes went unfocused, and he collapsed straight to the ground, raising a small cloud of dust as he hit the earth. With the last lookout down, every enemy in the area had been defeated. Xylem swept her gaze over the battlefield, letting out a quiet breath. Now, it was time to head underground. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from inside the warehouse, shaking the ground beneath her feet. Xylem turned sharply, a frown creasing her brow. Boom! Another blast, even more violent than before. A chunk of the warehouse instantly collapsed, sending rubble and dust flying everywhere. So, it's you the rat who dared to attack me. A terrifying aura suddenly pressed down on Xylem, like an invisible mountain crushing her from above. She looked up to see a middle-aged man standing at the edge of the ruined rooftop, a mithril longsword in hand, his gaze cold and razor-sharp, locked on her. Through the wreckage, she could see a gaping hole in the warehouse floor. Did he just punch right through the ground? Xylem's wariness spiked. Xylabian stared at Xylem with a murderous, icy glare, blood still streaming down his thigh. A wound like that could have been staunched by tensing his muscles, but he refused to do so. If he didn't let the pain keep him alert, the overwhelming sleepiness threatening to consume him would break through his defenses. Everyone underground was already defeated. If he fell too, the entire organization would become a thing of the past tonight. So that's it, you're forcing yourself to stay awake with pain and sheer willpower? Xylem murmured, a hint of admiration flickering in her eyes. Xylabian's gaze was frigid, his mithril sword glinting in the moonlight. Is that all you have to say, your final words? Boom. Before he could finish, another section of the warehouse collapsed. Almost simultaneously, Xylem's figure shot backward at blinding speed, like a cannonball launched from a gun. She crashed through several crates stacked on the dock, splinters flying everywhere, finally coming to a stop inside one of the shattered boxes. Cough, cough. Xylem struggled up from the wreckage. Suddenly, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She ignored her injuries, her gaze growing colder and more focused. Lifting her head, she stared through the swirling dust to the spot where Shed just been standing. Brank. She silently assessed her opponent's strength. Xylabian glanced at his mithril sword, frowning. She blocked it. Suddenly, a wave of intense sleepiness surged over him again. He had to bite his tongue hard, the sharp pain driving back the suffocating urge to collapse. Damn it, he muttered. My condition's slipping too much. Against an opponent like this, under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have stood a chance. Abruptly, he looked up, pupils contracting. She's coming. Boom. As the words left his mouth, a spinning spear of wind shot toward him at lightning speed, the sound of rending air shrill and piercing. Clang. The mithril sword flashed silver in the night, like a crescent moon suddenly appearing out of nowhere. The blade sliced through the air, cutting everything in its path. Boom. With a single stroke, the storm spear was shattered to pieces. The resulting gusts scattered debris everywhere, But Xylabian didn't budge an inch. He stood firm, as immovable as a mountain. Don't underestimate me, you brat. Xylabian roared, his voice brimming with unshakable authority. Boom! Xylabian charged forward like a rampaging beast, smashing aside every obstacle in his path. In the blink of an eye, he was standing right in front of Xylem, his sharp mithril sword pointed straight at her throat, its cold blade gleaming. Xylem had no time to think. She instinctively raised her sword to block. Bang! The deafening clash sent Xylem flying, propelled by a tremendous force. She crashed straight into the canal, sending water spraying several meters high as she plunged beneath the surface. Water rushed into her lungs, and a wave of suffocation hit her instantly. Fighting the discomfort, Xylem forced herself to look toward the riverbank through the churning water. She could see Xylabian's figure waiting silently, as motionless as a statue. With her last breath on the verge of running out, Xylem made a snap decision and began to chant a water-breathing spell. As the magic took hold, a thin layer of air enveloped her, allowing her to breathe once more. As she caught her breath, Xylem quickly assessed the situation. Frustration gnawed at her. She hadn't expected a Brank warrior to resist the effects of the dreaming dragon incense through sheer willpower. Even worse, despite the enemy's weakened state, she couldn't withstand a single blow. The gap of just one rank felt like an unbridgeable chasm. Only now did Xylem truly understand why Brank was considered the threshold for true Elite C and B were worlds apart. But there was no time for fear. Gripping her wand and mithril sword tightly, Xylem's gaze hardened. This was her only chance. She had to defeat him here and now. On the bank, Xylabian's brow was furrowed as he kept his focus locked on Xylem's position. Had expected her to try to swim ashore elsewhere, giving him the perfect opportunity for a lethal strike. But Xylem remained motionless, catching him off guard. As he pondered his next move, the surface of the river suddenly surged. Sensing danger, Xylabian immediately leapt back. Crash! A massive wave engulfed the entire dock, sweeping away cargo and equipment in every direction. Though Xylabian managed to avoid the brunt of the wave, he still found himself standing ankle-deep in water. He stared coldly at the river, now reassessing Xylem's abilities. She was a mage skilled in 3 disciplines. As the water receded, a figure slowly rose from the surface. Xylem stood atop the water, facing Xylabian across the distance. The tension between them crackled in the air, both ready for the showdown to come. Shilabine's gaze grew intense, soon replaced by a murderous intent. He gripped his mithril sword tightly, ready to strike, but before he could move, Xiaolim had already raised her staff and begun chanting. Freeze! In an instant, frost spread rapidly across the ground. Realizing the danger, Shilabine immediately abandoned his attack and pushed off with his legs, leaping into the air as the ice beneath him shattered. Xiaolim kept her eyes fixed on his trajectory. This was the moment she had been waiting for. She pointed her staff directly at the airborne Shilabine. Seeing this, he quickly brought his mithril sword up to guard against any incoming spells. Lightning strike! The thunderclap exploded before Shilabine could react. It was already too late. The blade was no match for the ferocity of the lightning. A blinding flash enveloped him as electricity surged through his entire body. Unlike a normal wound, the pain was numbing and paralyzing, making it impossible to stay conscious. Instead, a wave of irresistible drowsiness washed over him, and his vision began to blur. With a heavy thud, Shilabine crashed to the ground, smoke rising from his body. He coughed, struggling to grip his weapon, but his strength was gone. Lightning strike! Another bolt crashed down, followed quickly by a second and a third. Thunder rolled out from the docks, echoing through the city. Residents began to talk nervously. Thunder? Is it about to rain? We should hurry and get home. But some noticed something off. That's not natural thunder, it's third-tier lightning magic. Someone's casting magic in the capital. Knights assemble. Sparks danced across the ground. Shilabine was now blackened like charcoal, the ground around him scorched and melted by the heat. Xiaolim watched him warily, certain it was over. Suddenly, the charred figure's finger twitched. What? Xiaolim's eyes widened in shock as she quickly raised her staff once more. Don't underestimate me, kid. With his burnt right hand, Shilabine grabbed the fallen mithril sword and roared, Berserk aura. Lightning strike. Another thunderbolt crashed down. A blazing red aura erupted from Xylabian, rising like flames around him. At that very moment, another bolt of lightning struck down, but this time, the dazzling thunder was blocked by the crimson aura and failed to injure him as it had before. Arg! Xylabian rose to his feet, letting out a deafening roar toward the sky, his entire figure engulfed in red energy, like a living inferno. He suddenly lowered his head, his blood-red eyes locked onto Xylem, murderous intent practically tangible. He'll kill you. Wings of wind. Boom. The ground split apart beneath Xylabian's sword, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. At the critical moment, Xylem managed to activate Wings of Wind, her body soaring lightly into the air, narrowly dodging the lethal blow. You're not getting away. Xylabian seemed to have lost all reason, his mind consumed by bloodlust. With a powerful leap, he shattered the ground beneath him, launching himself skyward like a cannonball. Seeing this, Xylem quickly raised her sword in front of her. Thud! The next instant, she was struck by an immense force, flung through the air in a sweeping arc. Storm impact. Whoosh! Just before hitting the ground, she unleashed a blast of wind beneath her, the surge of air propelling her back into the sky. Regaining her balance, Xylem swiftly strapped her wand to her back and gripped her mithril sword with both hands, thinking to herself, "He's too fast, I don't have time to cast a spell." Boom! Xylabian shot toward her again like a projectile. Xylem didn't back down, swinging her sword at him with all her strength. Clang! The clash of metal echoed through the night. This time, Xylem was knocked back again, but not as violently as before. She spun deftly in midair and quickly regained her balance. Xylem took a deep breath, holding her sword steady in front of her, her focus razor-sharp. Heimlier sword style, fourth form. Xylabian, eyes bloodshot, dragged his mithril sword at his side, advancing step by step. In the next instant, he shattered the ground beneath his feet, vanishing from sight, his sword raised high to cleave the earth as he struck at Xylem. Starlight flash. At that very moment, Xylem unleashed her strongest sword technique. Her mithril blade seemed to transform into a shower of shooting stars, meeting the massive, falling sword like meteors intercepting an asteroid. Boom! A violent shockwave exploded in midair. Xylem was sent flying once more by his overwhelming force, while Xylabian staggered back several steps. Bang! Bang! Without warning, both fighters launched themselves forward like arrows, the ground shattering beneath them. Meteors and asteroids collided again and again, each time bouncing apart, before quickly regaining their footing and diving back into the fray. Clang, clang, clang. Their mithril swords clashed relentlessly in the air, on the ground, indoors, and out, sending sparks flying into the darkness. One fought with the raw power of fourth-tier unaligned magic energy, the other with unmatched agility and the flawless fusion of flight and the Heimlier sword style. They moved so fast that only afterimages could be seen darting across the docks. The sky and ground alike became their battlefield. Where once there had been an orderly pier, now only chaos remained in the wake of their duel. The warehouse that had served as the underground organization's base was reduced to rubble at the heart of the destruction. What's wrong? Why aren't you using your magic anymore? Xylabian's expression grew more deranged, his voice hoarse and twisted. At this point, it seemed his goal had shifted from killing Xylem to destroying everything in sight. Come on, use your magic. You were using it just fine a moment ago, weren't you? Boom. Xylem was sent flying yet again. The last intact building on the docks crumbled as she crashed through its outer wall, coming to a stop only after slamming into the far side. Bang! Flames of red aura still burning around him. Xylabian landed inside the building. He looked at Xylem, who was still plastered against the wall, and twisted his neck with a disappointed sigh. Is that all you've got? Pathetic. He strode forward, the red energy swirling around him. Never mind. He'll just finish you off. Xylem slowly raised her head. Despite her injuries, her gaze remained as calm as ever. A faint smile played at her lips. You want to see my magic? Then have it your way. A black spear silently emerged from the shadows behind Xylabian, piercing through his chest. He slowly lowered his head and stared at the dark spear protruding from his body. Warm liquid oozed from the wound, soaking his clothes and spreading across his chest, the color almost indistinguishable in the dim light. Even the protection of his crimson battle aura couldn't stop this fatal blow. With great effort, Xylabian lifted his head, his gaze locking onto Xylem. He gripped his mithril sword tightly in his right hand. But just as he was about to retaliate, a second black spear shot through the air, impaling him once more. Then came a third, a fourth, and endless barrage of black spears struck from every shadow, riddling his body like a pincushion. Xylem landed lightly, sheathing her mithril sword and gripping her wand with both hands. Their eyes met in the air. Blood welled up in Xylabian's throat as he struggled to force out broken words. Shadow Spear, how is this possible? Who are you? His life was slipping away, but with his last ounce of will, Xylabian raised his right hand, pointing his sword at Xylem. Facing his dying threat, Xylem lifted her wand and began chanting an ancient incantation in a low voice. Shadow Spear. With a clatter, the mithril sword slipped from Xylabian's weakening grasp. His gaze grew vacant. In his final moments, he summoned all his strength to look up and issue a last warning. Gulos will never let you go. Before he could finish, his breath faded away forever. Xylem stood in silence, watching the lifeless body before her, feeling no joy in victory. She softly chanted a healing spell. A gentle white light enveloped her, quickly mending her wounds. Confirming she could move freely, she made her way toward the ruined warehouse. Clearing away the debris, she followed the passage Xylabian had blasted open and entered the underground stronghold. The entire underground space was eerily quiet. All the organization's members and the imprisoned illegal slaves had been put into a deep slumber by the dream mist, and would not awaken for a day and a night. Xylem walked directly to the area holding the illegal slaves. Seeing them lying unconscious on the ground, she gripped her wand tightly and cast a spell of nature manipulation. With a rumbling sound, the ground and walls began to ripple and shift like flowing water. The stone slabs above the cells shattered, the earth parted, and a massive opening appeared overhead. The ground swelled, forming a staircase of dirt leading up to the surface. As soon as the exit appeared, Xiao Lim waved her wand, and massive earthen hands rose gently from the ground. With careful, delicate movements, these clay-colored palms lifted the unconscious illegal slaves one by one, transferring them safely to open ground outside. Gazing at the unconscious crowd, Xiao Lim touched the potion bottle at her waist. She still had a few doses of the antidote for the sleeping dragon incense, but there wasn't nearly enough for everyone. Rather than risk reviving only a few, it was safer to let them wake up naturally. By the time they regained consciousness in a day or so, they would already be safely relocated to a protected place. After making sure everyone was safely moved, Xiao Lim slipped back into the underground stronghold. She headed straight to Xylabian's room, quickly gathering all documents related to the illegal slave trade and placing them conspicuously beside the unconscious victims on the ground above. It's time to end this, Xiao Lim said calmly. Gripping her wand, her figure vanished once more into the underground passage. Fireball. With her clear, cold incantation, a blazing sphere of fire erupted in the darkness, instantly igniting one of the rooms. Scorching blaze. Even greater flames surged forth, tongues of fire greedily consuming every corner of the underground hall. When she reached the black cell, an open door and an empty cell caught her attention. Without pausing, Xiao Lim continued casting fireballs, letting the inferno engulf the entire underground area. The flames soon spread to the surface, and the whole dock was ablaze. Except for the slaves she had evacuated, every member of the underground organization at the dock was reduced to ashes in the fire. But Xiao Lim did not leave just yet. She walked toward the deepest part of the black cell, where a hidden stone door slowly opened with a rumble. Gripping her mithril sword, she carefully stepped into the pitch-black secret passage. The stone door slammed shut behind her, and her footsteps echoed clearly in the narrow corridor tap until, at a certain point, the sound abruptly stopped. Is this the place? By the faint glow of her illumination spell, Xiao Lim examined the stone door at the end of the passage. She quickly located the mechanism, lifted the wooden panel above, and stepped into a dusty, ordinary room. Though it had been unoccupied for some time, clear footprints remained on the floor. Following these hurried tracks, Xiao Lim noticed that some items had been grabbed in haste, likely emergency supplies prepared in advance. She traced the footprints to the main hall, and through the window, she could see the distant flames rising from the docks. This safe house was not far from the waterfront, clearly set up as an escape point. The trail of footprints led all the way to the front gate, where the dust had been brushed aside, clearly marking the path of escape. Creak. Xiao Lim pushed open the door and, relying on her exceptional tracking skills, pursued the trail into a dimly lit alley. Zafu was running for his life, his breaths ragged and heavy, his lungs feeling as if they might burst. His eyes were bloodshot, his vision blurred, and everything around him doubled and swam. He had been poisoned. Logically, he should have stopped to find a way to counteract the poison, but he didn't dare. Each time he paused, a wave of dizziness would crash over him, threatening to knock him out and leave him at the mercy of his pursuers. Zafu was ruthless, but he wasn't stupid. Years ago, he had discovered the organization's underground escape routes and memorized every turn. The black cell was heavily fortified, but as one of its designers, he knew how to get out. When he was thrown into the black cell, Zafu never planned to use the escape tunnel not right away. He knew that if he broke out too soon, he'd be caught within 2 hours, and that would be the end of him. So he gambled on a slim chance. The black cell was buried deep underground, far from any ventilation shafts, so the poisonous Mi Long Meng Xiang gas seeped in much later than elsewhere. Because of this, Zafu was poisoned after most of the others had already succumbed. As he watched his fellow members collapse one by one, Zafu instantly realized something was wrong. Without hesitation, he broke free from his cell and raced to the deepest part of the black cell, heading straight for the escape tunnel. Unlike the others who tried to tough it out, Zafu already knew exactly where the tunnel led. He shoved open the concealed exit and, desperate, fled the headquarters. The tunnel led to a nondescript house near the docks. He pushed aside the trapdoor hidden beneath the floor, entered the house, and frantically searched for his hidden stash. At last, he found the vial of poison agonizingly painful and deadly within hours. Taking the poison was a risk, but for Zafu, it was the only option. The pain kept him lucid, helping him resist the drowsiness caused by the Mi Long Meng Xiang gas, and buying him precious time. He quickly gathered supplies from the house and made his escape, knowing the place would soon be discovered. As soon as he got out, he darted into a nearby alley only to hear 2 deafening explosions from the docks. Instinctively, he turned back and witnessed a shocking scene. Xylabian stood atop the collapsing warehouse, facing off against Xiaolim. Zafu froze, his heart pounding. He had assumed a powerful enemy force was attacking the headquarters, but to his astonishment, it was just that little girl. The realization sent a chill down his spine. If she was capable of destroying the entire organization, catching up to him would be child's play. He didn't dare waste another moment. He turned and ran as fast as he could, unsure how long had been running until his own ragged breaths filled his ears. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his nose, and blood began to stream from his nostrils. It was a sign that the poison was eating away at his body. The intense pain made Zeph break out in a cold sweat, and his trembling fingers brushed against the antidote vial at his waist, yet he hesitated to open it. The overwhelming drowsiness pressed in on him like an invisible net, slowly swallowing his consciousness. He stumbled desperately through the streets, his vision so blurred he could barely see the road ahead. Suddenly, a raised stone caught his foot, sending him crashing to the ground. He tried to get up, but his limbs no longer obeyed. All he could do was lie helplessly on the cold pavement. Tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from the darkness. Zeph forced himself to lift his head, his bloodshot eyes barely making out a familiar figure. Hulam. Please, have mercy. He pleaded hoarsely. I'm just a small-time thug. I was forced into this. Our group is nothing but cannon fodder for Gulas. We have no say in anything. Gulos. Hulam frowned slightly, as if sensing an unimaginable darkness behind the name. I'll give you all my money. Zeph frantically tried to crawl backward. I swear I'll turn my life around. Start over. A soft sound. The mithril sword pierced his chest. Blood streamed down the blade, soaking his shirt in crimson. Why is this happening? He stared in disbelief at the sword in his chest as blood gushed from his mouth. His last strength ebbed away, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground. Hulam withdrew the sword coldly. This is the path you chose. Whoosh. A burst of flame flared up in the alley, and Hulam's figure melted into the night. Hurry. Move. Came the shouts of the city guard not far away. Those damn rats from the underworld dare stir up this much trouble in the capital. We'll bring them all to justice tonight. Hundreds of guards, mounted on armored swift beasts, thundered down the street toward the blazing docks. Hulam watched silently from the shadows, then disappeared into the maze of alleys. The fire at the docks caused an uproar in the capital, but what truly shocked the city was not the blaze itself, but the illegal slave trade it exposed. The city guard found over 200 unconscious slaves at the scene, along with overwhelming evidence of underground criminal activity. The hidden chain of illicit trade within the empire was finally brought to light, resulting in the arrest of hundreds of officials, nobles, and unscrupulous merchants. This operation was certainly a cause for celebration, and what everyone was most fascinated by was the mysterious figure who took down the underground crime syndicate, rescued over 200 people, and exposed everything to the public. It must have been an class adventurer passing by who stepped in. Not necessarily, if you ask me. It seems more like the work of a low-profile justice organization. No way. It had to be an class adventurer. What kind of group would pull off something like that? No, I think it was a team effort. How else could they have managed to move over 200 people to safety? Amid this debate, Zayulamu was quietly eating lunch alone, surrounded by people discussing the dock fire. Arguments over the event broke out frequently nearby. While it was a bit noisy, thanks to these conversations, Zayulamu learned about the aftermath of the incident. All the slaves had been rescued and were gradually returning home under the Empire's arrangements. Officials involved with the underground organization had faced harsh punishment from the Empire. Although it wasn't clear if everyone responsible had been caught, at least for now, it seemed unlikely anyone would dare attempt such things again. The food in Langold really was something special. After finishing her meal, Zayulamu wiped her mouth and left the inn. The heated debates about the dock fire faded behind her as she stepped into the bustling streets, recalling the dessert shop Colette had mentioned. With a few days left before school started, she thought, why not celebrate the victory with something sweet? With her mind made up, Zayulamu soon disappeared into the throngs of people in Langold, blending into the crowd. It was the night after the dock fire. The docks were still in ruins. Within the wreckage, 3 figures cloaked in black stood in a triangle formation, silent and unmoving. Can someone tell me what happened? One of them finally spoke, his voice slow and cold. We came all this way to receive a shipment, and now not only is the cargo gone, but so are our contacts. The other 2 remained silent, apparently just as caught off guard by the situation. Hey, who are you people? A patrolling guard spotted them and shouted, demanding an answer. The 3 figures didn't react. The guard immediately drew his sword and pointed it at them. Identify yourselves right now, or I won't be so polite. One of the black-robed figures sighed, turning slowly to face the guard and walking toward him. Stop. Don't come any closer. The guard shouted, growing tense. The black-robed figure ignored the warning and calmly raised his right hand. The guard watched, confused, not understanding what the figure intended. You Langold guards really are rude, the figure said softly. I hate having swords pointed at me. So, in your next life, don't do it again. With that, he snapped his fingers. A pillar of fire erupted from the ground, engulfing the guard entirely. The guard's agonized screams echoed as his body was reduced to ashes. The fire's glow illuminated the black-robed man's right arm, revealing a tattoo of a demon as his sleeve slid down. As the screams faded, he lowered his hand. Should we report back? One of the other black-robed figures asked. No, if we return empty-handed, we'll be punished, the other replied. True, the first one said. So what do we do now? The leader suddenly let out a low, chilling laugh, his dark eyes glinting beneath his hood. Of course we can't just leave. Since the cargo's gone, we'll just have to find replacements. Replacements? His companions exchanged uneasy glances. That's right. Langold has that academy, doesn't it? I've heard it's full of the finest prey. If we take a few from there, everything will be solved. The two hesitated. One said, I don't really mind, but that's a huge risk. What's risk to us? The leader replied with a grin. We, the servants of darkness, do not fear death. Darkness will engulf the world, and eternity belongs to Gulos. The other two paused, then echoed in unison. Darkness will engulf the world, and eternity belongs to Gulos. Into Volume 2. Langard, the capital of the Parsala Empire, was one of the most powerful cities in the world. As always, it welcomed a bright and sunny morning. Creaked window of a small inn in the central district swung open, and golden sunlight instantly filled the room. A young girl leaned out, gazing at the rising sun and the bustling street below, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. So, the day has finally come, she murmured softly, then patted her cheeks to shake off the last traces of sleep. Turning away, she headed for the bathroom, washed up carefully, and changed into the neat clothes she had prepared the night before. Standing before the full-length mirror, Xiao Lim checked everything one last time. Her letter of recommendation was safely tucked away, tuition fees were ready, and she felt more energized than ever. After a deep breath, she opened the door with determination. All right, time to go Mineko's Magic Academy. Mineko's Magic Academy was one of the most prestigious schools of magic in Himmler, admitting only those with a level talent or higher. Over its long history, the academy had produced countless world-class mages, earning its reputation as a sacred place for aspiring magic users. Today, its ancient gates opened once again for the annual admissions. So many people Xiao Lim was stunned by the sea of faces in front of the academy's main entrance. Countless youths, all about her age, had gathered here from every corner of the world. Humans, elves, dwarves, beast folk, and even some dressed in exotic attire from distant cultures filled the square in front of the academy. Even though Mineko's only accepted students with at least level talent, the global pool of applicants was still staggeringly large. Amid the lively crowd of new students in all manner of dress, the upperclassmen stood out with their matching academy uniforms, efficiently managing the scene regardless of their race. New students, please head this way. There are 10 reception points at the main gate. No need to crowd. Just take your time. If you're unfamiliar with the campus, please check the map posted at the entrance. Senior students holding signs called out helpful instructions and reminders. After you register, please follow the guides to the drill field for your entrance assessment and class placement exam. Hey, the West Gate is short on volunteers. Can some of you head over to help? One student called out. What? It takes an hour to get from here to the West Gate. Why not just recruit people over there? We're short-handed here too. Another student grumbled in response. The Mineko's Magic Academy was the largest institution in all of Langard, even surpassing the Imperial Palace in scale. The campus spanned the lower and central districts, and from the upper floors of its central buildings, you couldn't even see the boundaries of the city. It was practically a city within the city. Following the directions, Xiao Lim soon arrived at a reception desk. Hello, here is my letter of recommendation, she said, handing it to a staff member with graying hair. He took the letter, carefully verifying its authenticity with a magical device on the table. Once everything checked out, he put the letter away and smiled kindly. All looks good. Welcome to Mineko's Magic Academy, he said warmly to Xiao Lim. A staff member took out a number card freshly assigned by a magical device, his brows slightly furrowed. Training Ground 1. He glanced between Xylem and the number card, seeming to understand something. His smile grew warmer and more genuine. Xylem Haler, this is your test number. Your entrance exam will take place at Training Ground 1. Please keep this safe. Best of luck with your studies. Thank you. Xylem accepted the card and turned away from the reception desk. She pulled out her map for a careful look, quickly locating Training Ground 1. It was the farthest among the several arenas, but since it was still early, she decided to take this opportunity to explore the world's top academy. Every building she passed radiated artistic mastery, and the air was occasionally charged with the energy of magic circles. Xylem could sense that the powerful and intricate magical defenses of Monox Academy were seamlessly woven into its beautifully designed surroundings. Half an hour later, when she arrived at Training Ground 1, she immediately noticed how different it was from the others. Unlike the crowded testing sites, this area had noticeably fewer people. What stood out even more was the extraordinary nature of the candidates. Some wore lavish noble attire. Others sported eccentric outfits typical of prodigies, but there wasn't a single ordinary face among them. Although they were only 11 or 12 years old, the air of battle experience they carried was unmistakable. Xylem couldn't help but wonder, what kind of dangerous pasts had these children lived through? Just then, a male professor in wizard's robes strode out and announced the start of the exam. Thank you all for waiting. Please proceed with the assessment in the order of your number cards. The candidates filed in one by one. The assessment panel consisted of 7 or 8 professors, with several staff members maintaining order. Unlike other testing grounds, there were no senior students volunteering. Heimlier Academy teachers were in charge. Number 1. Please enter for your assessment. As the first candidate was called in, the others gathered in the waiting area to watch. This was an open assessment, and the new students were eager to size up their fellow prodigies. As the testing progressed, the atmosphere grew lively. That kid's no joke, casting a spell in under 3 seconds. Did you see that dodge? Impressive. Oomph, I could pull that off too. Amid the excited chatter, the newly arrived students quickly broke the ice and began to warm up to one another. Xylem stood quietly to the side, not joining in the other students' discussions. Her gaze swept over the group of peers before her, though they all demonstrated impressive skills. So far, everyone was still limited to casting second-tier magic. No one had managed to reach the threshold of third-tier spells. This was hardly surprising. For these 11 or 12-year-olds, even those with A or B level talent, most were still only at level strength. Mastering magic was never a process that could be rushed. Every breakthrough required long periods of accumulation and refinement. Even for Xylem herself, blessed with level talent in all elements and personally guided by the Fairy King's similes, reaching the third tier had taken considerable effort. Now, she had lingered on the edge of level for some time, but when she would truly master fourth-tier magic and advance to level remained uncertain. This was precisely why Mana Coast Magic Academy had set reaching level strength as one of its graduation requirements. Though it might seem excessive, this rule reflected how challenging it was to break through to level. Many of the Academy's younger instructors were themselves only at level. While becoming a full professor required level mastery, the bar was set so high that even the most gifted might not cross it before the age of 50. Nevertheless, while the students here were still at the second tier, their proficiency far surpassed that of ordinary preparatory school graduates. Just then, a sudden commotion broke out at the back of the crowd. Look over there. Is that? No way. Everyone turned to see a young woman approaching, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall and her crimson eyes gleaming like wine. Dressed in elegant finery, she moved with a calm confidence, clearly accustomed to the awestruck stares around her. Behind her, several fully armored elite knights kept a vigilant watch on the surroundings. It's the 9th princess. That's Her Highness, Elisha Sarians. It really is the princess. Excited murmurs rippled through the crowd. Do you think Her Highness is here to enroll as well? Does that mean we'll be classmates? Dream on. She'll definitely be placed straight into the special class. There's no way we could qualify for that. While most people were still discussing the arrival of the Empire's 9th princess, a group of young nobles couldn't wait any longer and hurried over to greet her, each trying to make the best impression. Greetings, Your Highness Elisha. I am the 3rd son of the Marquis of the Borderlands, said a well-dressed young man, bowing slightly. Your Highness Elisha, I wish you well. My father is a general in the Imperial Army, another girl said, performing a flawless court curtsy. Your Highness Elisha, I come from an Eastern nation. Faced with these noble youths from all over, Elisha displayed impeccable royal manners. She responded to each with a warm, yet dignified smile. There's no need for such formality, she said, her voice clear and pleasant. Here at Monacos, I am just a student like all of you. Please treat me as a fellow classmate. Yes, Your Highness. It's an honor for us. Your kindness is truly touching, Your Highness Elisha. The young nobles competed to flatter her, their faces full of eager smiles. Elisha could only smile helplessly, then turned to the armored knights beside her. You may return for now. I can handle things from here. Your presence might cause inconvenience for the Academy. The knights exchanged uneasy glances. One of them stepped forward respectfully. Forgive me, Your Highness, but your safety. There's nothing to worry about, Elisha interrupted, her voice a touch firmer. This academy is one of the safest places in all of Longard. They'll be fine. A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes. Or are you doubting Monaco's capabilities? The knight faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. Elisha's words had caught the attention of the Monaco staff nearby. Faculty and staff turned to stare at the knights, clearly ready to challenge any hint of doubt about the academy's reputation. Feeling the weight of so many stares, the knights began to sweat nervously. We would never question Monacos. It's just that the lead knight hurried to explain. In that case, we'll wait for you outside, Your Highness. Please, try not to wander off out of curiosity. The knights finally relented, bowed, and left the hall. With the departure of the imposing knights, Elisha's royal aura seemed to soften, making her far more approachable. She chatted amiably with the other students, regardless of their backgrounds. Even when she sensed a few hostile glances, she maintained her graceful smile. Her attitude quickly won her great popularity among the new students. As the ninth princess of the Pyra Empire and a legitimate contender for the throne, Alicia's enrollment at Monaco's was nothing short of sensational. Even though many hadn't seen her in person, she had already become the talk of the new student class. The ninth princess of the empire, huh? Xylem mused from the edge of the crowd. It seems anyone can show up at Manikosevin someone as distinguished as her. Number 77, please enter the examination room. Alicia Sarayan's arrival had caused quite a stir, but it didn't disrupt the ongoing assessment. Xylem glanced down at her badge number 77. It was her turn. Entering the examination room, Xylem first offered a polite bow to the panel of professors. They glanced over her documents, some frowning in concentration. Let's see. Number 77, Xylem Harrell? A bespectacled professor looked up. Is it Xylem Harrell? Though unsure why the professors needed to confirm her name, Xylem nodded. Very well, Xylem Harrell, you may begin. With the professor's signal, Xylem gripped her wooden staff and stepped to the first testing station. There were two parts to the assessment. The first tested magical strength by attacking a target, while the second measured her ability to respond to magic by dodging or blocking incoming spells. Student number 77, please use your strongest magic to attack the target ahead. You have 3 chances, and your final class assignment will be based on your performance. The assessment for Xayulamu was about to begin. The teacher explained the rules. You may begin when you're ready. She nodded, her eyes locked on the target 20 meters away. In her heart, she reminded herself not to stand out too much. After all, the 9th Imperial Princess would also be enrolling this year. Drawing too much attention could only bring unnecessary trouble. Better to use second-tier magic, but there's no need to hold back on power. Fireball. With a soft incantation and a wave of her wand, a blazing fireball shot toward the target, cutting a fiery arc through the air. It struck the target with a thunderous bang, flames bursting outward. The surface of the target instantly blackened and deep cracks appeared. The teacher on site froze in shock. Normally, students' fireballs were far less powerful. She hadn't expected Xayulama's spell to cause so much destruction. Even the professors at the judges' table were stunned for a moment before breaking into an intense discussion. Yet most people's attention remained fixed on the 9th princess. Almost no one noticed what had just happened. 2 more to go. Let's finish this quickly, Xayulamu murmured, making up her mind. Flame arrow. She cast again, launching 2 arrows of fire in quick succession. The first arrow struck the center of the target, blowing a huge hole through it. The second arrow followed close behind, and with a deafening explosion, the target was blasted to pieces, its fragments scattering across the floor. How is that possible? The teacher beside her stared in disbelief, unable to process what she was seeing. That target was a high-grade magical device designed to withstand third-tier magic. For most students, even leaving a mark with second-tier spells was impressive, yet Xayulamu had completely destroyed it. Teacher, may I go now? Xayulamu asked calmly, her voice even and unhurried. Oh, yes, of course, you may proceed to the next stage. The teacher, still dazed by what she had witnessed, only snapped out of it when Xayulamu spoke. With permission granted, Xayulamu moved on to the next assessment without hesitation. Behind her, the teacher remained rooted to the spot, staring at the shattered remains of the target with a complicated expression. That test target had been expensive. The judges' table had also fallen silent. The magical device's feedback data was still streaming in, but the professors were no longer watching the other students. Only 2 sets of data appeared, there was no third, as the target had been utterly destroyed. The professors exchanged glances and then unanimously wrote down Xayulama's score, all in agreement. Her magical talent had far exceeded their expectations. As the next round began, Xayulamu was ready for whatever came next. Enhance. She chanted, and a white light shimmered across her body as her magic surged, preparing her for the upcoming challenge. Feeling the incoming attacks whizzing past her, Xiam Lim stood perfectly still, effortlessly dodging every strike. Her movements were light and graceful. With only the slightest tilt or twist of her body, she evaded each fierce assault. As the test progressed, the attacks grew faster and more unpredictable, but Xiam Lim simply quickened her pace, her feet never leaving their spot. A sharp beep signaled the end of the test. Xiam Lim remained where she was, her breathing calm and steady, as if the entire assessment had been nothing more than a gentle warm-up. May I leave now? She asked calmly. Yes, of course, the instructor stammered, glancing at the perfect score displayed on the magical device. The panel of professors stared in silence at the data before them. Candidate 77 hits taken, 0 blocks, 0 dodges, 300, total score, 100. After completing the test, Xiam Lim headed straight for the exit of practice field 1. A few staff members quickly called out to her, "Excuse me. Over here, please." She approached the workstation, where the magical device beeped several times before producing a student ID with security features. A staff member handed her the card. "Welcome, Xiam Lim Harrell. From this moment, you are officially a student of Monaco's Academy." The staff member added, "Please keep your ID safe. Replacements cost 10,000 curl." He also handed her an information packet. Here are your dormitory details and the student handbook. Please read it carefully so you don't miss any important events. You'll need to collect your dorm key from the administrator. After gathering her documents, Xiam Lim left the training grounds, returned to her inn to check out, and collected her luggage. By the time she returned to the academy, it was already afternoon. The dorm supervisor handed her a key infused with magical energy and explained, "We provide double rooms by default. If you want a single room, there's an extra charge. It's quite expensive, and scholarships can't be used to cover it." "No need. This is fine," Xiam Lim declined politely. The tuition at Monaco's was already steep. 200,000 curl a year was a heavy burden for a rural noble family like hers, especially since she still owed money to the elven shopkeeper. Still, the top students could earn a full scholarship that not only covered all fees, but also came with a generous stipend. As she walked toward her dorm, Xiam Lim thought to herself, "Well, if I can keep this up, I should be able to win that scholarship." Before long, she arrived at the door of a room. This must be it. Xiam Lim noticed the door wasn't locked, which made her a little curious. She gently pushed it open and walked inside. A girl who was unpacking her luggage turned around, and their eyes met. The other girl's cat ears twitched nervously. "Osiri, are you my roommate? I'm so sorry for coming in first without saying hello." The white-haired, cat-eared girl apologized repeatedly, her ears and tail still trembling with unease. Xiam Lim was surprised to find that her roommate was a white Kakin girl. She had snow-white hair as pure as winter's first snowfall, two neatly symmetrical cat ears on her head, and eyes as clear as sapphires. Behind her swayed a soft, fluffy white tail. Both her ears and tail kept twitching anxiously, clearly showing how nervous she was in this unfamiliar place. "There's no need to apologize. There's no rule about who arrives first in a dorm," Xiam Lim replied with a warm smile, extending her right hand. "More importantly, hello, I'm Xiam Lim Haerl. We'll be roommates from now on." The white-haired girl stammered, looking flustered at the offered hand. After a brief hesitation, she quickly shook it. "Nice to meet you. I'm Miko Kaidao." After their initial awkwardness, the two began to chat, and soon became more comfortable with each other. Miko, who had been so tense when Xiam Lim first entered, was now much more at ease. "Haha, I was so worried about what kind of roommate I'd get," Miko said cheerfully, her tail now swaying in a relaxed, happy rhythm. "I heard there are lots of people on the human side who look down on others just because they're from a different race. I'm really glad my roommate is you, Xiam Lim." "Miko, you've heard too many scary stories," Xiam Lim explained. "There are people in every race who discriminate against others, and while there are some among humans, they're really a tiny minority. You don't need to worry so much. Look, you can see people from all kinds of races on the streets of Langard, can't you?" Miko was from the Indum Federation in the south of the continent, a powerful nation governed by a coalition of beastkin tribes, also known as the Southern Federation. Although Indum bordered the Pyra Empire, the sheer size of both countries meant many regions were far apart, making information exchange difficult. According to Miko, this was not only her first time leaving Indum, but also her first time leaving her own tribe. It was a huge leap for her, which explained why she was so cautious. "You're right. Sorry," Miko nodded. "Ever since I got here, I've been so focused on what comes after starting school that I forgot about everything else. Thinking back, I guess I was just being too sensitive." "You really do like to apologize, don't you, Miko?" "Huh, do I? Sorry, I didn't mean to." Miko caught herself mid-sentence, realizing she was apologizing again. Xiam Lim chuckled and reached out to gently pat Micah's head. Micah's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, but she smiled back. "Want to go to dinner together?" Xiam Lim asked. "Sure. I heard they have a lot of delicious fish dishes here." Micah's eyes lit up with excitement. "You like fish, Miko? I'm a fan of Bobam cuisine myself. I wonder if the academy serves it." And so, Xylem officially began her life at the academy. In the grand lecture hall, Dean Ortin Ming Dawson, his beard and hair streaked with white, stood at the podium, addressing the new students with a powerful voice. Seated in neat rows below the stage, all the first-year students were now dressed in the same deep blue robes as the upperclassmen, each with the Monox Academy crest embroidered on the chest. If not for their slightly youthful faces, it would have been difficult to tell them apart from the older students as they walked around campus. "Welcome to Monox Academy of Magic, everyone. I am your dean, Ortin Ming Dawson." His voice echoed through the hall. "The purpose of Monox is to explore the endless path of magic. Throughout history, ancient civilizations have created miracles beyond our wildest imagination, and it is our goal to lead this era forward." His tone grew more serious, a slight furrow appearing between his brows. "But the road is arduous. Threats from the darkness have never ceased to watch over this world for thousands of years. Protecting our world has become our new calling." He glanced around the hall, his eyes filled with hope. "Dear students, the journey of magic is infinite. Do not let yourselves down, and above all, never stray into the darkness." That concludes my remarks. Once again, welcome to Monox Academy of Magic. Applause erupted, waves of clapping filling the hall as students honored the dean's words. With Horston's speech concluded, The opening ceremony drew to a close. After the assembly, students were required to report to their assigned classes. The class assignments had already been distributed to each student before the ceremony, but the results were not made public. Each student only received information about their own class. No detailed entrance exam scores or explanations for the placements were provided. This wasn't a matter of unfairness, but rather a protective measure. The Academy's priority was to ensure its most talented students received the best possible training, which served the Academy's interests. Not disclosing scores was a matter of student safety. If such information were to circulate throughout Longard, the most outstanding students would inevitably attract unwanted attention. While some might seek to recruit them, others could have far more dangerous intentions. From a safety standpoint, not dividing students into classes would have been ideal. However, the Academy couldn't allocate equal resources to every student, and prioritizing a select few was inevitable, so class divisions were ultimately necessary. Let's see, where's the classroom for the special class? Xylem unfolded the map included with her enrollment materials, her finger tracing over the paper until she located the right spot. She set off in that direction. As she had expected, Xylem had not only secured the highest scholarship, but was also placed in the special class. After a while, she arrived at her destination. Here it is, the special class classroom. The door was wide open, so Xylem walked right in. Her entrance immediately drew the attention of many students inside, though most soon returned to their conversations, only a few continuing to watch her with curiosity. Xylem glanced around and saw that the special class classroom was quite spacious, designed in a fan-shaped, tiered layout. Despite the size, there were fewer than 30 pairs of desks and chairs, all arranged with plenty of space between them. Xylem casually picked a seat and sat down. As soon as she touched the chair, the entire desk and seat gently vibrated and then slowly rose into the air. This didn't surprise her when she first entered the classroom. She had already seen many desks and chairs floating above the ground. The height of each set matched its row, with those farther back positioned higher up. What really caught Xylem's attention were the desks and chairs still resting on the floor. She examined the surface closely and found a magical circle in the upper left corner, clearly meant for controlling the height. Lightly touching the circle, she brought her own desk and chair back down to the ground. More students gradually entered the classroom, some quietly taking their seats, others chatting in small groups. The room quickly filled with a lively buzz of conversation. Just then, a blonde girl entered with graceful poise, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Princess Alexia. Several students, who appeared to be nobles, immediately stood to greet her, and the floating desks and chairs descended as well. Alexia offered a gentle smile. There's no need for such formality. From now on, we're classmates, just call me Alexia. Oh, we couldn't possibly. The noble students looked both anxious and flustered. Oh really? Is that not allowed? Alexia asked softly. After a brief hesitation, the noble students replied, then please allow us to address you as Lady Alexia. Although Alexia wasn't entirely pleased, she understood their position and nodded in agreement. The noble students looked visibly relieved. It's an honor. Alexia's arrival naturally made her the center of attention, and soon she was surrounded by classmates. Before long, all the conversations in the room revolved around her. At this point, only a few desks and chairs still floated in the air. Suddenly, a crisp pop sound cut through the chatter. Everyone turned toward the door, where a middle-aged professor in black robes with long dark hair stood. Quiet, everyone. Take your seats. Class is about to begin. The professor's voice wasn't loud, but it carried authority. The students quickly found their seats and settled down. He walked to the front, surveying the classroom. Once everyone was seated, he tapped the podium lightly. Instantly, all the desks, chairs, and the podium itself floated into the air, while a glowing blackboard projection appeared behind him. He withdrew a short, pitch-black wand from his sleeve and pointed it at the blackboard. Let me introduce myself. As he moved, a name gradually appeared on the blackboard. I am Jelisa Lando, and I'll be your instructor from today onward. I know some of you have distinguished backgrounds, some have traveled from faraway places, and others have had remarkable experiences. Each of you is extraordinary in your own way. But Professor Jelisa's tone shifted abruptly. Her expression grew stern as her sharp gaze swept across every student in the classroom. Whatever your past identities may have been, from this moment forward, you are magicians, nothing more, nothing less. That is your foremost role at this academy. Don't forget why you're here. A heavy silence fell over the classroom. Even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. I don't care for unnecessary noise, Jelisa continued, her voice low and commanding. The next time I walk into this room, I expect to see not a bunch of chattering children, but mature magicians. She paused, letting her eyes rest briefly on each student as if committing every face to memory. I hope none of you will ever disgrace the title of magician, she said, her tone leaving no room for argument. Now let's begin. Just then bang. The classroom door, which Jelisa had closed moments before, was flung open with a loud crash. Sorry, I got lost and am late. A flustered voice called from the doorway. The room fell silent again as all eyes turned to the unexpected newcomer. Jalisa's expression darkened, her brows drawn tight as she silently stared at the Latacamera girl with white hair and cat ears. I am really sorry, Miko stammered, bowing her head deeply. Her voice trembled, and her cat ears flattened against her head in nervousness. Jalisa took a deep breath. Though her displeasure was still obvious, she seemed to recognize that Micah's lateness wasn't intentional and her apology was sincere. It's your first day, so I'll let it go this once. But remember, don't let it happen again. Miko nodded repeatedly, her face a mix of gratitude and anxiety. All right, find a seat. We're starting class. Yes, ma'am. Miko hurried to the nearest empty seat without another word. As her desk and chair floated up to join the others, Jalisa began her first lesson in earnest. As your instructor, they'll be guiding you through all your magic courses for the next 3 years. Jalisa's voice rang out across the classroom. They'll also be responsible for overseeing your academic progress and general affairs here. Before we dive into the study of magic, let me explain Manakwa's curriculum requirements so you won't be clueless about what you need to graduate. Shio Limu had already learned quite a bit about Manakwas from Keylight, and with Professor Jalisa's detailed introduction, she now had a clear understanding of the academy. In addition to core magic instruction, required academic subjects included history, astronomy, and magical biology. There were also various electives: potionology, runic studies, magical engineering, and alchemy, among others. Each student was required to choose at least one elective as a mandatory course and submit a thesis in that subject in order to graduate. After careful consideration, Shio Limu decided to choose runic studies and potionology as her main subjects. Potionology was an obvious choice, as it had already proven invaluable to her. As for runic studies, it involved ancient scripts and formations. Although Semilise possessed an unparalleled wealth of knowledge, she couldn't possibly pass it all on to Shio Limu in such a short time. She once advised Shio Limu that the magic and knowledge currently in use were far from the best this world had to offer, and that if she had the chance, she should explore ancient ruins for more powerful secrets. With that in mind, Shio Limu chose runic studies to better decipher the magic she might encounter in those ruins. There was no need to worry about the thesis, either. While students could take multiple electives, they only needed to submit a thesis for one subject to graduate. There was no requirement to submit one for each course. Inside the potions classroom, the professor was demonstrating the final step of brewing a wakefulness draft. Once you've blended the ingredients, simply apply cold flame for 2 hours, like this, he said, giving his wand a gentle wave. Instantly, a vessel on the workbench released a swirl of blue vapor with a soft pop, and a bottle of clear, shimmering blue potion was complete. The students watched closely, jotting down every detail as the professor held up the transparent vial for everyone to see. That's all for today. You can try it yourselves at home. If anyone manages to brew it successfully in the next class, you'll earn an extra credit. The announcement caused a ripple of excitement through the room, though it quickly faded as doubts about their own abilities set in. After class, Xylem headed toward the campus dessert shop to recharge. She still had runes class later, and her brain needed a sugar boost. However, she hadn't gone far when a group of well-dressed noble girls blocked her path. You're the daughter of the Harrell family, aren't you? The blonde girl at the front opened her folding fan with practiced grace, the delicate curls at the ends of her hair swaying gently with her movements. I am. Can I help you? Xylem replied calmly. The blonde girl fluttered her fan, partially hiding her refined features. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dayerjeet Balolian, the eldest daughter of the Marquis Balolian. Xylem quickly ran through her mental notes. The Marquis Balolian was one of the Empire's most powerful nobles and the family of the current second empress. That meant the girl before her was the cousin of the third prince. I'd like to invite you to a tea party I'm hosting for the young ladies of the nobility, Dayerjeet said, getting straight to the point. Xylem narrowed her eyes slightly. That's unexpected. Why would an elite social club extend an invitation to a country noble? She thought to herself. The Balolian family was at the center of the imperial succession struggle, and she happened to be in the same class as the ninth princess. This tea party was probably not as simple as it sounded. Thank you for the invitation, but I'm afraid I'm not interested in joining any groups at the moment. What? Before Dayerjeet could respond, the noble girls around her erupted in outrage. Do you even know what you're saying? Lady Dayerjeet has invited you personalito. You realize what an honor that is? Are you aware of what you're doing? Do you understand the consequences of offending us? Hulam looked speechlessly at the group of 11 and 12-year-old young nobles before her, wondering where they had learned to be so sharp-tongued. Compared to them, even the proud friend seemed endearing. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? She asked calmly. Her composure only seemed to provoke the girls further, especially the way she spoke as if addressing unimportant characters. How rude. Listen up, I'm the third daughter of the Viscount of Mork. I'm the daughter of Count Vika. I'm from the Lion Viscount's family. The young ladies rushed to declare their family backgrounds, as if afraid their identities might go unnoticed. I see. You'll remember that, Hulam replied, still as composed as ever. She quietly observed that none of them came from lower-ranking nobility. They were all from prominent families. Clearly, this tea party for the noble daughters of the empire had its own unspoken requirements. It made her even more suspicious about the real reason she had been invited. As expected from someone fallen from grace, you can't even read the room. Enough. Everyone quiet. Deljeet stepped in just in time to stop things from spiraling out of control. Several onlookers were already casting curious glances, and at this rate, rumors would surely spread by tomorrow. Your behavior is hardly befitting young noble ladies. At her reprimand, the group immediately fell silent. Deljeet folded her fan and gave Hulam a meaningful look. Hulam Harel, there's no need to rush your answer. Take your time to consider my offer. My tea party will always welcome you. With that, she gracefully waved her fan and turned to leave. The other girls hurried after her, not forgetting to throw Hulam a warning glance before they left. What a bizarre situation, Hulam muttered, shaking her head. She remembered she still had to attend a magic array class. There would be no time for dessert after all. But this was only the beginning. As Hulam had suspected, there was more to Deljeet's tea party than met the eye was an extension of the Empire's power games. In previous years, things hadn't been so intense. But this year was different. Even the highest-ranking elites were paying attention to this circle of young nobles. In the days that followed, subtle changes took place. Sorry, something came up. Let's visit the dessert shop another day. Tomorrow's not good for me, maybe some other time. Watching her classmates gradually distance themselves, Hulam quickly understood what was happening. On their own, these young noblewomen might not have caused much trouble, but with influential forces backing them, isolating someone at Monacos was all too easy. The academy might be free from direct imperial interference, but its location in Longard was enough to intimidate these sheltered students. After all, once they stepped outside the academy, they would be entering the world of imperial nobility. Well, whatever, Hulam murmured. At the end of the day, Xiam Lim didn't come to Monacos to make friends. This sense of isolation might be uncomfortable for others, but for her, it was the ideal situation. She didn't have to waste time on meaningless socializing and could focus more intently on her magical studies. Besides, Monacos offered a high degree of personal freedom and didn't interfere in students' private affairs. While the academy had a relaxed attitude towards students' personal lives, it drew a clear line when it came to the misuse of power that could threaten others' safety. Monacos Magic Academy, though located in Longard, had never been under imperial control and the empire didn't have the means to intervene. The two sides always maintained an equal and open relationship. Generally, Monacos stayed out of the empire's internal matters. For example, during the turmoil 3 centuries ago, which originated within the empire, Monacos remained a bystander throughout and never got involved. Even rebel forces never dared to provoke the academy. Because of this, Monacos didn't interfere with the empire, and the empire didn't interfere with Monacos. If any noble ever lost their senses and tried to target the academy, Monacos would teach them the true meaning of equality. This latest incident had swept Xiam Lim up in its wake, but the impact on her was minimal. In fact, many students in the special class hadn't even noticed she was being isolated. Someone else's situation had changed far more dramatically: the Empire's 9th princess, Alicia Sarians. Ultimately, everything revolved around her. When she first enrolled, most people didn't understand the complexities of the Empire's upper echelons, so they treated Alicia with the respect her status demanded. But as the opposing factions began to move and more people learned the truth behind the scenes, they felt compelled to keep their distance from the princess. After all, her status was so lofty that getting too close would seem presumptuous. The noble youths who once surrounded her were now awkward and avoided her in conversation. In the end, Alicia found herself completely isolated. At that moment, Miko called out from inside the dorm, "Xiam Lim, are you heading out?" "Yeah, I have something to take care of outside the academy," Xiam Lim replied, slinging her backpack over her shoulder, with her sword strapped to her back and her wand in hand clearly ready to go out. Although Xiam Lim was being ostracized, Miko was not among those distancing themselves from her. Even for imperial nobles, it was difficult to influence a beastkin from another powerful nation through backdoor means. Xiam Lim briefly let Miko know she might be back late that evening, then headed out of the dorm and made her way off campus. The lower district. Yesterday, Shed just picked up the money her father had set aside for her, and after doing the math, it should be enough to pay off her debt to the elven shopkeeper and get her mithril sword repaired. While dealing with the underground organization, Xiam Lim had also checked out their base to see if there was any stash of money, hoping to make up for the loss of the Dream Mist Dragon incense. Unfortunately, these underground organizations are extremely strict when it comes to managing their finances. They never keep large amounts of cash at locations where people come and go frequently. After all, not a single member has truly clean hands. This caution has become second nature to every member. They carry only enough money for daily expenses, while the rest is hidden away in secret places known only to themselves. When Xiao Lim cleaned up the scene, she searched thoroughly but found only a disappointing amount of money. The weapons and tools those people carried were certainly valuable, but she didn't dare touch them. In the underworld, every item bore a unique mark. Trying to sell any of them would immediately give away her whereabouts. Although the spoils from this fight were underwhelming, combined with her previous savings, she could finally pay off her debt to the elven shopkeeper. However, her mithril sword had been badly damaged in the battle, and the repair costs would likely be another considerable expense. A few days later, Xiao Lim returned to the unremarkable potion shop. As she pushed open the door, a bell chimed crisply. "You're back. Have you managed to gather all the money?" A familiar voice sounded right beside her. This time, Xiao Lim was prepared and calmly turned to her right. "Yes, I received the money my father left in Longard yesterday." "Oh, I see," the elf said as she walked further into the shop. "Come inside and have a seat. There's no rush to pay me back. I'm more interested in hearing about what really happened at the docks that day." Xiao Lim tensed up. Clearly, the elf had already guessed something. Given her knowledge of Dream Mist Dragon and its symptoms, and considering the authorities hadn't concealed the fact that the rescued illegal slaves had slept for an entire day and night, it was only natural for the elf, as a potion master, to connect the incident to Xiao Lim. How should she respond? Telling the truth would mean exposing her secret abilities. But if she tried to brush it off, the elf could use what she already knew against her, and that might be even riskier. While Xiao Lim hesitated, the elf seemed to read her thoughts. "Are you worrying about something inappropriate?" "Don't worry, I can assure you I won't do anything you're concerned about." "How can I know what you're thinking?" "Your expression hasn't changed, but your eyes have already given you away. You still have a lot to learn, little one." "I see. Thank you for the lesson." "You're welcome." The elf smiled and, from who knows where, produced a pot of tea. "This is floral tea, my own special recipe. Would you like some?" "Thank you. Could I have it with sugar?" Xiao Lim sat down at the counter. The elf clearly hadn't expected that answer and, after a brief pause, laughed even more brightly. "You really don't stand on ceremony, do you? Don't worry, it's made with flower honey. It's already sweet." She poured Xiao Lim a cup. Xiao Lim took a sip and her eyes widened in surprise. The elf watched her reaction with an amused smile. "Well, how does it taste?" Xiao Lim set the cup down, momentarily at a loss for words. The sensation was so unusual that she couldn't quite describe it. As the tea slid down her throat, her mind felt remarkably clear, her magic surged with new energy, and she even sensed a slight increase in her total mana. Effects like this were unheard of. "See, amazing, isn't it?" The elf looked pleased with Xiao Lim's reaction. "The secret to this tea is the flower honey from the world tree." The shop fell silent. Xiao Lim slowly raised her head, confusion flickering in her eyes. Is the world tree some kind of new plant species?" "Oh, come on now, don't play dumb." The elf shopkeeper narrowed her eyes. "There's only one thing in the world that could be called the world tree, right?" "No, that's exactly why I find it so unbelievable." Xiao Lim waved her hands frantically, her voice shooting up several octaves. "It's precisely because I know about the world tree that I can't imagine anyone just casually using it to brew tea. How did you even get your hands on it?" Suddenly, something clicked in her mind. "Now that I think about it, you produced that Hadra underworld fish and the mysterious dragon fruit so easily. Before, are you some kind of legendary mysterious merchant?" The elf shopkeeper looked at her with amusement. "Haha, sorry. Your thoughts are so vivid right now, I can't even read them just from your expression. Why not just say what's on your mind?" Xiao Lim was silent for a moment, then picked up her teacup with exaggerated seriousness. After taking a sip, she set it down and spoke solemnly. "That's enough. I'm here to pay back my debt." Realizing Xiao Lim was genuinely upset, the elf shopkeeper apologized quickly. For the sake of that excellent tea, Xiao Lim reluctantly forgave her little joke. "By the way," the elf shopkeeper suddenly said, her tone turning serious, "we've talked quite a bit, but we haven't actually introduced ourselves yet. I'll go first. Me name is Elos Quamangsing Phil, from the Elven Kingdom of Ravenrim." Xiao Lim thought to herself. What a strange name, just as odd as Simula's full name. Still, Quamangsing does sound kind of cool, even if she had never heard of such a star before. As for the Elven Kingdom of Ravenrim, it was known as one of the world's most powerful nations, with its capital built beneath the world tree and hailed as the Holy City. "I used to be quite the traveler," Elos went on, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "I've been to many places in Heimlier and seen all sorts of interesting things. If you're willing to be honest about what happened on the docks, I could share some of those stories with you." "Not interested." Xiao Lim wasn't about to fall for that. She kept her introduction short. "My background is nothing special, just the youngest daughter of a rural noble family from the Empire." "Oh, a typical country noble," Elos drawled, clearly skeptical. "What? You don't believe me?" Xiao Lim frowned. No, please, go on." Elos quickly waved her hands. Xiao Lim shot her a glare. "My name is Xiao Lim Heimlier. I just arrived in Monacos." "Wait." Elos suddenly interrupted, her expression turning serious as she looked Xiao Lim up and down. "What did you say your name was?" "Xiao Lim Heimlier. Is there a problem?" Elos fell silent for a moment, her gaze turning thoughtful. "What's your relationship to Orubet Heimlier?" An unexpected name was spoken in the most unlikely place, by someone she never would have imagined. "That was my ancestor. I knew it. I knew it." Elos suddenly seemed to understand everything, nodding to herself. Hulam frowned, her mind filled with questions. "What are you talking about? What exactly did you mean by 'I knew it'?" So you were making stuff up just now. Hulam's voice carried a hint of mockery. Elos was taken aback, completely at a loss for words. Weren't you? Hulam pressed. You're a descendant of a knight protector family, yet you called yourself some country noble. I almost believed you can believe I was that gullible. Huh, what is this elf even talking about? Hulam looked at her in confusion. Our family really only has a few villages as our fief. We're about as poor as nobles can get, Elos sighed softly. Suddenly, she stood up and leaned in close to Hulam, smiling as she stared at her. Hulam felt a jolt in her chest and couldn't even speak. Hulam, little sister, Elos said gently, do you really know what your family name means in the Empire? What does it mean? Hulam hesitated, her tone softening unconsciously. Elos smiled, then slowly sat back down. I don't know what happened to your family, but you could walk outside right now and ask any resident of the capital if they've heard of the Heimlier name. Heimlier? Hulam asked, confused. What does that mean? Elos gave her a meaningful smile. In the Pyra Empire, the name Heimlier is at the very top of the Empire's Hall of Heroes. Do you know how many names are up there? Hulam shook her head. Just 6. Elos said with a touch of pride. And aside from the Heimlier family, all the others are founding heroes. Do you know what that means? Hulam was stunned. The Heimlier name is something every imperial royal learns about as a child. And it's not just the royals, every noble in Longard, and even most ordinary people, know that name. Elos paused. Every year, during the Empire's grand festivals, there's a ceremony to honor the heroes. How could anyone not know? Hulam suddenly realized that maybe she had been seeing things the wrong way. I don't know why you think of yourself as a country noble, but I have to remind you. The Heimlier name means a lot in Longard. Hulam fell into thought, murmuring, is that really true? Elos seemed to sense her uncertainty, her tone light. What's wrong, Hulam? Surprised? You've been in the capital for a while, haven't you? Haven't you visited the Empire's memorial? The statue of Aluabed is right there, impossible to miss. The Empire really is huge, Hulam couldn't help but sigh, though she still felt a bit lost. She knew about her ancestors' achievements, but her family's decline was undeniable. The Empire was so vast, places like Mint Town had long forgotten the heroes of 3 centuries ago. Maybe that's why she felt the Heimlier name had faded into obscurity. But as she thought it over, she realized things might not be so simple. Perhaps it was exactly because of the Heimlier family's deep influence that Colette had been researching her ancestors' history. Come to think of it, when Deljeet invited me to that upper-class tea party, was it for this reason? Hulam suddenly wondered. Maybe she never saw you as a low-ranking noble at all, Elos remarked offhandedly. Is a prestigious family still prestigious among nobles, even if it's fallen from grace? Hulam found herself lost in thought. As she pondered the difference between her own perspective and that of people in the capital, Elos spoke again. Honestly, Elos sighed. The short lives of humans really are a problem. It's only been 300 years, and yet the descendants have ended up like this. You were once Sklas warriors, after all. It's kind of sad. Hulam froze, her voice uncertain. Sklas. Elos looked startled too. The two of them locked eyes, and an awkward silence filled the air. Wait, Hulam whispered, you didn't know? Gradually, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Isla's face, as if she realized she had let slip a serious secret. How could I possibly know what Srank is? Her voice was uneasy, her gaze flickering. That was actually the first time I'd ever heard of it. Whether in the biographies or your family records, your ancestor, Aluabed, was always listed as a rank. Hulam's pupils contracted slightly, and stories about the legendary Srank instantly flashed through her mind. Wasn't that the realm known as the domain of superhumans? Rumor had it that there were only a handful of Srank beings in the entire world, shrouded in mystery. They might unfathomable, and almost nothing about them was recorded publicly. She stared at Elos, her mind swirling with shock and questions. Oh dear, looks like I've really messed up, Elos sighed, her tone a mix of regret and careless mischief. I didn't expect even his own descendants were kept in the dark. Could you just forget what I said a moment ago? How could I possibly forget? Hulam's voice rose sharply, full of disbelief. Wait, why do you know all this? Elos, are you telling the truth? Was ancestor Aluabed really Srank? At that moment, Hulam's heart was thrown into turmoil. She was certain that no one in the Empire knew anything about this. The gap between Srank and the ordinary rank was immense, and Srank could easily surpass royal authority, and a single one was enough to destroy a nation, earning the title of Calamity Incarnate. If Aluabed truly was Srank, the Empire would never have treated him so indifferently, nor would they have given him the relatively humble title of Guardian Knight. Unless no one in that era knew the truth at all. Elos spread her hands, her tone turning candid. I know it must sound suspicious. Even you, his direct descendant, knew nothing. And here I am, someone not even of your race, claiming to know everything. It's hard to believe, isn't it? She paused, her expression suddenly more serious than ever. But whether you believe it or not, I can promise you it's absolutely true, because I saw it with my own eyes. As Elos spoke, it was as if a long-buried secret history unfolded before Hulam's eyes, a true story never recorded in any book. More than 300 years ago, the Empire was gripped by chaos. At that time, Elos, an elf who had not yet opened her potion shop and was still wandering the world, happened to visit the Pyra Empire on personal business. She was merely a bystander passing through, but ended up witnessing a battle that shook the entire era. It was Orobet, alone, wielding his longsword, having just crushed the rebellion. He had unmasked the mastermind behind the unrest and confronted them in a fierce battle near the capital. Elos recalled that in that fight, Orobet revealed truly devastating power swept through the enemy's elite forces like a storm, annihilating them in an instant and cornering the mastermind. But everything changed at the last moment. In desperation, the mastermind chose to go down together, unleashing a synthetic beast they could barely control. This creature was the product of extinct ancient civilizations and demonic technologia, forbidden creation even the demons dreaded. Elos didn't go into detail about its makeup, only saying it was a taboo existence. Its power, without question, had reached strength. In the Pyra Empire at the time, there was simply no way to withstand such a monster. In fact, not just the Empire, but several surrounding nations could have been destroyed as well. Unless one of those elusive strength beings appeared, disaster was inevitable. Ironically, after releasing the beast, the mastermind actually smiled, certain of victory. He believed that even if he fell, Orobet would die at the hands of the monster. This was what Elos had witnessed, a truth deliberately hidden by history, and the starting point of the real story behind Hulem's ancestor, which she had never known. But he felt disappointed. Faced with an enemy on the brink of despair, Orobet did not retreat. Instead, he launched a fearless attack without hesitation. In that life-or-death moment, he broke through his limits and ascended to the Shrank, a realm reserved for the truly extraordinary. Even more astonishing, the moment he entered this new level, he unleashed the legendary 6th-tier, spell-attributeless 6th-tier magic, full body, full spirit. In an instant, he completely overwhelmed the synthetic beast that had just driven everyone to despair. When the battle was over, Orobet severed the head of the mastermind and brought it back to Longard, presenting it personally to the royal family. Unbelievably, only 3 days had passed since he wiped out the rebels and left. No one knew what hardships he endured during those 3 days, or could imagine that he had already stepped into another world. After all, the existence of an Shrank warrior brings about profound changes in the world. Afterwards, Orobet declined the royal family's invitation to stay and left the empire on his own. As a witness to the entire event, Elos had spoken with Orobet, and the two developed a certain bond. As a seasoned traveler, Elos shared many experiences with Orobet, so they kept in touch over the years. For the decades that followed, Elos was one of the few who knew what became of Orobet. However, when asked for details, Elos would only smile and say, "You want to know what happened in the decades that followed? There's far too much to tell in one sitting, maybe save that for another time." Silently, Zulamu lifted her teacup and took a sip. The cool sensation cleared her mind, easing the heaviness in her heart. The conversation had completely changed her understanding of the world. She never imagined such a shocking truth lay behind her ancestors' heroic legend. If she shared this with her father, what kind of expression would he have? She softly thanked Elos. "Thank you for telling me all this." Elos smiled and waved her hand. "No need to thank me. I'm just sharing what I know. If you want to thank someone, it should be your ancestor, but honestly, that might be hard, considering from what I've seen of his descendants, he wasn't exactly the most responsible person." Zulamu smiled calmly. "No, I don't hold any resentment toward him. Without him, there would be no present-day Heimlier, and I wouldn't exist, either." Elos nodded. "You're right." Then her gaze shifted, her eyes catching the damaged mithril sword in Zalimus' backpack with a spark of curiosity. "By the way, Zulamu, your mithril sword looks pretty battered. What kind of battle did you go through?" Zulamu gently picked up the sword, her eyes tracing the dents and scars along its blade, and sighed. "It was a tough fight. The opponent was a Brank warrior. I didn't expect him to resist the effects of the dream mist." Hearing this, Elos couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, so you're finally letting something slip? I think I'm starting to put the pieces together." Her tone was playful. "Since that's the case, why don't you tell me who taught you those skills? I'd love to meet them." A determined look crossed Zalima's face as she shook her head. "Sorry, I can't tell you that." Elos pouted in mock disappointment. "That's a shame." But she quickly changed the subject, her eyes lighting up with renewed interest. "By the way, Zulamu, did you say you handled this whole incident by yourself? Wasn't anyone else involved?" Zulamu looked up, a complicated emotion flickering in her eyes. She didn't say much, only offering a faint smile. From the smile on Elos' face, Xiaolim suddenly sensed a trace of foreboding. That subtle curve of her lips and the mischievous glint in her eyes silently signaled danger. I think I've already explained everything just now," Xiaolim said cautiously. "Hee. Is that so?" Elos' smile grew even brighter, her whole expression brimming with delight. "Actually, out of curiosity, I went there myself earlier." Xiaolim jerked her head up, her face instantly going pale. She finally understood what that ominous feeling was about. Water magic, wind magic, ice magic, fire magic, earth magic, lightning magic. With each word Elos spoke, it felt like a hammer pounding on Xiao Lim's head, making her instinctively shrink her shoulders. Dark magic. And, if I'm not mistaken, that was the legendary nature magic. Elos couldn't hide her excitement. And judging from the traces of the battle, it's obvious there was some non-elemental status magic used too, right? Considering how tough the fight was, but there wasn't a scratch on you. Did you even use light-based healing magic? She leaned forward, her eyes shining with curiosity. Hey, Xiao Lim, tell me, can a single person really use every kind of magic? All right, I admit it. Actually, I was with some others when Xiao Lim began to make up an explanation. Elos fixed her with a look that was part amusement, part struggle to keep from laughing, her eyes full of playful mischief. Xiao Lim sighed and dropped the pretense. Enough, Elos, you're messing with me again, aren't you? You figured it out a long time ago. Even after all this time, you still noticed the traces of magic, and I bet you realized that all the magic came from the same person. Ha ha. Sorry, but you were just so serious while making things. It was hilarious. Elos burst out laughing, her laughter echoing through the room. Xiao Lim was a little annoyed, but what she felt more strongly was a sense of urgency. Her hand unconsciously moved towards her weapon, her body tensing, ready for anything. All right. Xiao Lim, you don't have to be so on guard. I'm not going to do anything, Elos said, waving her hand and sounding more gentle. I was honestly shocked when I realized it that day. I never thought there could actually be someone born with an affinity for all elements. But after thinking it over, maybe it's not such a big deal. The fact that you exist means it's possible, even if it's incredibly rare. That's probably why people always thought it was impossible. Also, you have a pretty amazing teacher, don't you? Xiao Lim nodded quietly, her shoulders relaxing just a little. Looks like they've already left. Well, since someone that powerful already knows and has taken you under their wing, there's really no room for anyone else to interfere. I'm sure you already have your own goals, Elos said, her tone carrying a hint of respect. Elos, you're incredible. Besides my teacher, you're the most impressive person I've ever met. I feel like I can't hide anything from you, Xiao Lim said sincerely, admiration shining in her eyes. Oh, well, they'll take that as a compliment, Elos replied with a smile, then changed the subject. By the way, have you decided where you're going to get your mithril sword repaired? Xiao Lim shook her head, her dark hair tracing an arc through the air. Not yet. Is there something I should know? Not really. But if you haven't decided on a place yet, I do have a recommendation. A shop you recommend? What's it like? Xiao Lim asked curiously. Well, there's a blacksmith not far from here. Just go back along this street. And at the intersection, you'll see a place called Charkin's Forge. Xiao Lim pictured the shop in her mind based on Isla's description. Xylem gazed at the familiar blacksmith shop before her, and suddenly remembered something. Oh right. Let me write you a letter of recommendation, Elos said as she quickly picked up a pen and began to write. That dwarf is pretty stubborn. Even if you want to get something repaired, you might not be able to get an appointment with him. You need an appointment for a blacksmith? Xylem exclaimed in surprise. Back in Mint Town, you just walk into the shop, say hello, leave your things there, and pick them up when they're ready. She couldn't help but sigh. I guess that's the capital for you. Everything is different from the countryside. Elos finished writing, quickly folded the letter, and handed it to Xylem. Give this to the dwarf named Charkin Karagon. Once he sees it, he'll help you repair your mithril sword. You won't have to worry about him turning you away. He turns people away? Blacksmiths in the capital really have strong personalities. Xylem took the letter and headed straight for the shop. Standing at the entrance, Xylem realized this was the same shop she had detoured around earlier because a cart was blocking the Roada detour that had led her to Medielos. Excuse me, is Mr. Charkin here? She asked as she stepped inside. Clang, clang, clang. Several human and dwarf apprentices were focused on their forging practice. Hearing her voice, they glanced up, then returned to their work. Only one of them responded coolly, what do you want with the master? If it's about forging, you'd better leave. The master isn't taking requests right now. Xylem quickly pulled out the letter. I have a letter of recommendation here. It's from Miss Elos, the owner of the potion shop nearby. Clang. The sound of hammering abruptly stopped. Everyone looked up again. Who did you say the letter's from? The apprentice pressed. It's from the elven potion shop owner, Miss Elos Quamangsing Fair. With a clatter, the apprentice dropped his tools and wiped the sweat from his brow with a sooty rag. Come with me. Xylem was quietly impressed by the weight Isla's name carried, and followed the apprentice deeper into the shop. The sound of forging soon resumed behind them. At the innermost room, the apprentice pushed the door open without a word. Idiot, why aren't you working? What are you doing in here? A gruff voice immediately shouted from inside. Master, someone's here to see you. What? Did you stick your head in the furnace or something? Didn't I tell you I'm working on something important and to turn everyone away? She says she was sent by Miss Elos. I don't care who sent her. Even if the emperor himself. The voice suddenly paused. Who did you say sent her? Miss Elos. Let her in. The tone changed instantly. The apprentice opened the door and motioned for Xylem to enter. As Xiao Lim stepped into the forge, the first thing she saw was an enormous furnace filled with bubbling molten ore. Waves of heat rolled over her, and the air was thick with the scent of metal and coal. So, you're the one the elf recommended? A deep voice rang out. Xiao Lim turned toward the source and immediately recognized the burly dwarf Charkin Karagon, the same one she had seen loudly cursing outside the blacksmith shop a few days before. His thick brown beard and long hair nearly covered half his face, but his relatively small eyes sparkled with a sharp, appraising light as he looked her up and down. Yes, Mr. Charkin. My name is Xiao Lim Heimlier. My sword is broken, and Miss Yilas told me to come here, Xiao Lim replied, standing up straight. Charkin raised an eyebrow. Oh, Heimlier, huh? Noble are you? There was a knowing tone in his voice, as if Yilas had already told him something clearly. The Heimlier name wasn't unknown in Longard. Let me see that recommendation letter from the elf. Of course, here it is. Xiao Lim produced the casually folded piece of paper from her pocket and handed it over. Charkin took the letter, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He unfolded it slowly, his gaze scanning the contents. His expression grew increasingly complicated, his brows alternately furrowing and relaxing, as if he were wrestling with some inner conflict. After a long moment, Charkin let out a deep sigh. Yeah, this is definitely from that elf. He handed the letter back to Xiao Lim, his tone tinged with resignation. Bring me your broken mithril sword. Here it is. Xiao Lim handed over the sword, but couldn't help glancing at the letter herself, curious about what Yilas had written to make this gruff dwarf look so conflicted. The letter contained only a single line. This kid's mithril sword is broken, please fix it for her. A mithril sword, huh? Haven't handled one of these toys in a while, Charkin muttered to himself as he examined the cracks in the blade. Noticing Xiao Lim looking at the letter, he added, you can stop staring at it. There's no signature, but that's definitely her handwriting. Xiao Lim refolded the letter and put it away, then couldn't resist asking, Mr. Charkin, are you close with Miss Yilas? Charkin's hand paused midair. He looked at Xiao Lim, an unreadable emotion flickering in his eyes. Have you ever seen a dwarf and an elf get along? He said, his voice low as he returned to inspecting the sword. I don't have much choice. I owe her a huge debt. A debt? Yeah, she saved my life, Charkin said, his tone heavy. So when she asks for something, I really can't say no. It all made sense to Xiao Lim now. No wonder Yilas could write such a simple, straightforward note, and Charkin would still take on the job. Clang. Charkin tapped the mithril sword with a small hammer, the clear sound ringing through the forge. He glanced up, his sharp eyes once again sizing up Xiao Lim. You're young, Xiao Lim, but you're pretty strong. Still, you shouldn't fight so recklessly. Even a mithril sword can't withstand brank force for long. Xiao Lim wasn't surprised that Charkin could see through her strength. She sensed the same sharp intuition from him as she did from Yilust's kind that cut right through appearances. If Yilas could gauge her abilities so easily, it was no shock that this experienced dwarven smith could do the same. All right, I know what needs to be done, Charkin said, rising to his feet and carefully placing the mithril sword on the workbench. You can come pick it up tomorrow. I'll have it fixed by then. Tomorrow? That fast? Xiao Lim asked in surprise, not expecting the repair to be done so quickly. But Mr. Charkin, aren't you working on something important? When? Charkin didn't answer. Instead, he brought his hammer down hard on the mithril sword. The blade shattered instantly, sending fragments flying in all directions. Yet his expression didn't change at all, as if had expected this to happen. Oh, you mean that? Charkin said casually. Don't worry about it. I can always make another one tomorrow. He swept the broken pieces into a mold and carried it over to the furnace, gently closing the lid. Then he turned to Xiao Lim, a faint smile on his face. So, are you heading to the dungeon today? If that's the case, I can lend you one of the swords from my shop, Charkin offered. No, I haven't been to the dungeon yet, Xiao Lim replied softly. I see. Charkin nodded. Then I won't lend you a sword this time. But honestly, with your skill, you're more than ready to check it out. It'll help you improve a lot. Xiao Lim smiled gratefully. Thanks for the advice. I'll give it a try. After saying goodbye to Charkin, Xiao Lim headed back to the academy alone. It was the Sabbath, so there were no classes, and his roommate, Miko, seemed to be out as well. The dorm was quiet and still. After dinner, Xiao Lim decided to spend the evening at the Grand Library to continue his studies. Mastering magic circles required a vast amount of knowledge, and the Grand Library of Monacos, with its extensive collection, was the perfect place for him to advance his skills. He spent nearly all his free time there. A few hours later, night had fallen completely. Xiao Lim checked the time, packed up his books, and headed back to his dorm. When he arrived, Miko was still out, not that it was unusual, since Miko often stayed out late. Not thinking much of it, Xiao Lim washed up briefly and went to bed early. The next day, after class, Xiao Lim visited Ilas' potion shop again. Oh, Xiao Lim, are you planning to head into the dungeon? Elos greeted him with surprise as soon as he walked in. Yeah, most students at the academy wait until their second year to start dungeon training, but I think I'm ready, so I want to try going early, Xiao Lim explained. That makes sense. With your abilities, the dungeons near Langard shouldn't be a problem at all, Elos nodded. But have you decided which dungeon you want to try? There are 5 dungeons near Langard, and none of them are too difficult. Anyone with crank skills can handle them, she continued. But honestly, going to all 5 is a hassle. Most people just stick to 1 or 2. Xiao Lim frowned slightly and thought for a moment. I haven't decided yet. Do you have any recommendations, Elos? Since he didn't know much about Langard, it seemed wise to take her advice. In that case, I'd recommend you try the Echoing Labyrinth and the Luminous Depths, Elos replied without hesitation. The Echoing Labyrinth and the Luminous Depths? Xiao Lim raised an eyebrow. What's so special about those two? They're actually quite unique, especially popular among mages, Elos explained with a smile. Xiao Lim, you know about chantless casting and multicasting, right? Of course, Xiao Lim nodded, his eyes lighting up. I haven't mastered them yet, but I know they're top-tier techniques. That's right. The best mages all master those skills, Elos confirmed. And those 2 dungeons are especially good for helping mages develop those techniques. Really? Xiao Lim's eyes shone with excitement, clearly thrilled by the news. Actually, even if you didn't ask me now, you'd find out about this after spending some time in Monacos, Eluz said patiently, holding a cup of floral tea as she explained to Ziam. The 2 most popular training grounds for upperclassmen are the Glimmering Underground and the Echoing Labyrinth. She set her tea down and continued. The Glimmering Underground is dimly lit, and the monsters there are known for being elusive and incredibly fast. If your casting speed isn't quick enough, you could easily find yourself in danger. But if you keep training in that kind of environment, your casting will naturally speed up, and mastering silent casting will come more easily. As for the Echoing Labyrinth, Eluz tapped her finger lightly on the table. The maze is a tangled web of paths, filled with monsters. It's common to be attacked from several directions at once. That kind of pressure forces mages to quickly analyze the battlefield and come up with the best response. With enough practice, you'll naturally get better at multitasking, which lays the groundwork for mastering multiple spellcasting. After listening to her detailed explanation, Ziam's eyes lit up. Those 2 labyrinths sound perfect for my training right now. Thank you, Eluz. You're welcome, Eluz reminded her. Oh, and don't forget to get a permit from the Adventurers Guild first. All dungeons are managed by the guild, and you can't enter without permission. You might as well register as an adventurer too, it'll make things easier. Got it. They'll go take care of it right away. Ziam finished her tea in one gulp and hurriedly stood up to leave. Oh my, Eluz murmured to herself as she watched Ziam's retreating figure, lifting her half-full pot of tea. What a decisive girl, she didn't even finish her tea. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal rang out crisply in the Charkin smithy. Mr. Charkin, I'm here to pick up my mithril sword, Ziam called as she entered the shop. Charkin paused his work, walked over to the weapon rack by the wall, and took down a sword. The blade was silver from hilt to tip, shimmering with a unique violet glow, its lines elegant and smooth. Is this really my sword? Ziam hesitated. It looks completely different. That's right, it's yours, Charkin confirmed. I reforged it using some scraps of magisteel, so it's much sturdier than before. If I'd just patched it up, it would break again in no time. Magisteel. Ziam's eyes widened in surprise. She knew it was an even rarer magical metal than mithril. Don't worry, Charkin waved her off. They were just leftover scraps. It'd be a waste to let them sit around, and I'm not charging you extra for that part. But that's enough chatter. I've got work to do. Take your sword and be on your way. Charkin shoved the newly forged magic steel and mithril sword into Huilim's hands with a decisive, almost rough motion. Huilim felt the weight of the bladiet was noticeably heavier than before, as if every inch of it was infused with solid power. With a resigned sigh, she sheathed the sword and murmured, "Thank you." Charkin didn't reply. Instead, he turned away and returned to the forge, picking up his heavy hammer to resume pounding the iron. The sound of metal striking metal echoed once again through the small workshop. Clang, clang, clang. Huilim stood to the side, watching his meticulous movements. She didn't interrupt him and quietly prepared to leave. Suddenly, Charkin's voice called out from behind her. Hey, Huilim! The hammering stopped abruptly, and Huilim halted mid-step. Charkin turned around, his expression stern. Next time, come to me directly if you need anything. Don't let that old lady write letters again. With that, the hammer fell once more, ringing out sharply. Clang, clang, clang. Huilim nodded slightly, feeling a mix of emotions, but said nothing more. She turned and walked out of the blacksmith shop. After leaving Charkin's forge, Huilim made her way to the Adventurers Guild in the lower district. A massive sign hung above the entrance, featuring crossed swords and a magic staff, a symbol of the guild's honor. She pushed open the heavy swinging doors and stepped into the spacious hall. Inside, the guild was bustling with activity. Several rows of counters lined one side, each staffed by a receptionist handling various tasks. In the seating area by the entrance, a group of adventurers laughed and chatted over mugs of frothy ale. Despite the bright sunlight outside, a lazy, laid-back atmosphere filled the guild. At the far end, a large notice board was plastered with all kinds of requests and commissions, drawing a crowd of adventurers who studied each task's details with keen interest. Huilim headed for one of the less crowded counters and waited her turn. Before long, she reached the front of the line. The receptionist greeted her with a practiced smile and asked, How can I help you today? I'd like to apply for passes to the echoing labyrinth and the glimmering underground. The receptionist nodded and gestured for her to wait a moment. That's no problem. May I see your student ID, please? Huilim was wearing the Manicos uniform, making her status clear. Not everyone could apply for dungeon passes. Manicos Academy had a special arrangement with the Longard branch of the Adventurers Guild. Only students could use their ID to apply directly. Regular citizens had to go through a lengthy certification process before gaining access to the dungeons. Huilim handed over her student ID. The receptionist glanced at it and began entering her information into the system. A few minutes later, she returned both the ID and the passes. All done. Here are your dungeon passes. She smiled again and added, would you like to register as an adventurer while you're here? Huilim hesitated for a moment. She had just received her passes. Was becoming an adventurer really necessary? Sensing her uncertainty, the receptionist's eyes lit up as she explained, Miss Huilim, if you register as an adventurer, you'll get extra benefits when entering the dungeons. Normally, the entry fee is 2,000 koer, but as an adventurer, it's only 1,000. You'll also be able to take on commissions and earn rewards. The guild can help you exchange any resources you find in the dungeons for cash. These are privileges only registered adventurers enjoy. And don't worry, it won't affect your studies. Many Manicos students register as adventurers when applying for dungeon passes. It just makes everything, from earning money to completing tasks, much easier. The receptionist's tone was warm and persuasive, clearly hoping for Huilim to accept and add to her performance record. The tickets are half price. That's definitely tempting. Zayulama nodded slightly, doing some quick calculations in her mind. She had a feeling she'd be coming to the dungeon quite often in the future, so this discount would certainly help ease the financial burden. Of course, being an adventurer isn't just about the perks, it comes with responsibilities too, the receptionist explained. If a mandatory quest arises, the guild has the right to require all adventurers ranked C or above to participate. Refusing would result in serious consequences. Zayulamu thought it over. Mandatory quests were rare, and even if one came up, she wouldn't back down. Then please help me register as an adventurer. Certainly. The receptionist beamed as she handled the paperwork. Her smile was understandable. If Zayulamu ever became a high-ranking adventurer, the person who registered her would receive a generous bonus. Every student from Monacos was at least rank material, each with the potential to rise to the top. To the receptionist, Zayulamu was the best kind of new recruit. Soon, an adventurer card bearing the guild's official seal was handed to Zayulamu. She examined the details on the card and frowned. Excuse me, is there a mistake? Why does my card say rank? Zayulamu asked, puzzled. She knew the guild's ranking system was based on both ability and completed quests. Even if someone was strong enough, they had to finish a certain number of tasks to rank up. Normally, no matter how powerful, all newcomers started at a rank. No, there's no mistake, the receptionist replied. Thanks to our agreement with Monacos, any student from the academy who registers as an adventurer starts at rank, skipping the rank newcomer stage entirely. I see, that's really convenient. Thank you. Zayulamu thanked her, then left the guild with her new pass and adventurer card. Standing at the guild's entrance, she glanced at the sky. It's about time to head back. They'll just go straight to the academy today. Without lingering in town, Zayulamu returned directly to Monacos. As usual, she went to the Grand Library to study magic circle theory, only heading back to her dormitory in the evening. Zayulamu, you're back. Miko had arrived at the dorm before her that day. Yeah, I just left the Grand Library. Zayulamu nodded and closed the door behind her. By the way, Miko, where did you go yesterday? You came back really late. Oh, well, Miko hesitated, looking a bit guilty. Seeing her like that, Zayulamu realized she wouldn't get an answer, so she let it go. Anyway, as long as you're safe. I bought some desserts. Want some? Really? Yes, please. Mika's eyes lit up instantly, her embarrassment vanishing in a flash. And so, Zayulamu's day ended with some light-hearted conversation with Miko. Click, click, click. In a dim, ancient stone corridor, a skeleton soldier wandered, clutching a rusty iron sword. Its head turned from side to side, the ghostly green flames in its eye sockets flickering now and then. In the dim underground corridor, a skeleton soldier abruptly halted, sensing a disturbance nearby, but unable to pinpoint the source of the threat. The clattering of its joints echoed sharply in the silence. After searching in vain, the skeleton resumed its patrol along the predetermined route. Suddenly, a razor-sharp blade of wind sliced through the air from behind, shattering the skeleton in an instant. Its rusty iron sword clattered to the ground, the metallic sound reverberating through the underground space. Almost immediately, the sound of bones shifting echoed from all directions clearly. The skirmish had alerted the other guards. If that's the case, they'll face them heat-in. A figure emerged from the shadows. Xiaolim, clad in the uniform of the Monacos Academy of Magic, gripping her wand in her right hand with a long sword strapped across her back. Without hesitation, she raised her wand and unleashed a fireball into the darkness. With a thunderous explosion, the fiery blast lit up the entire chamber, drawing even more skeleton soldiers toward her. Despite the oncoming horde, Xiao Lim remained calm and composed. Her wand flashed with bursts of colorful light as she cast flame arrows, stone bullets, and wind blades in rapid succession, each spell striking down a skeleton with precision. The battle raged on until a powerful lightning orb shattered the last enemy into fragments. Xiao Lim pulled a mana potion from her bag, grimacing as she swallowed it in one gulp. Disgusting, she muttered, sticking out her tongue. Still, despite the awful taste, these potions were essential for quickly restoring mana during dungeon expeditions. Fortunately, her mastery of healing magic meant she didn't need to carry extra medical supplies, lightening her load significantly. Surveying the scattered remains around her, Xiao Lim was less than satisfied. This level isn't challenging enough. Time to move on to the next. As she prepared to leave, she noticed something amiss in a corner. A well-aimed light spell struck a heavily armored skeleton hidden beneath a pile of bones. Bathed in radiant light, the skeleton slowly disintegrated, leaving behind a gleaming magic stone. A crate magic stone? No wonder it survived this long. Xiao Lim tucked the stone into her pack and pressed deeper into the echoing labyrinth. It was evening by the time she returned to the surface and made her way to the Adventurers Guild. Pouring out her haul onto the counter, she addressed the familiar receptionist. "Could you tally these up for me?" "Of course. Please wait a moment." It was the same receptionist who had helped Xiao Lim register as an adventurer. She carefully counted the magic stones. These mana crystals, stable only in monsters of grade or higher, were prized both as key materials for magical items and as valuable commodities for the guild. All set. That comes to a total of 18,400 COR. The receptionist handed Zayulamu a gold coin along with a pile of silver coins. 18,400 COR, she confirmed the amount. Zayulamu accepted the coins, feeling their reassuring weight at her fingertips. She quickly did the math in her head. She had spent a little over 2,000 COR on tickets and magic potions, so at first glance, she had made a tidy profit. But she soon calmed down and started calculating her other expenses. After all, delving into a dungeon wasn't as simple as just grabbing a weapon and heading down. Today, she was outfitted with a full set of protective gear. Under her uniform was a close-fitting, cut-resistant undershirt. Her legs were wrapped in specialized armor, and her custom boots not only offered protection, but also enhanced mobility with their magical properties. On top of that, there were magic stones to guide her path, portable camping gear, and devices to ward off monsters, all of which came with a hefty maintenance cost. Roughly estimated, this trip alone had cost her over 14,000 COR. Even so, she still came away with a net profit of more than 14,000 COR. That number might not sound impressive at first, but in reality, it was already more than what most crank adventurers earned from a single job. While a crank adventurer might make several tens of thousands of COR per mission, such high-paying jobs only came along a few times a month. Accounting for wait times and preparation, 3 or 4 successful missions a month was considered good. At best, that meant a monthly income of around 200,000 COR before expenses. Once you factored in equipment wear and potion use, anyone clearing a net profit of 100,000 COR a month was already among the most efficient. Zayulamu, on the other hand, didn't go into the dungeon every day, but she spent about half her month exploring inside. In other words, just by running the so-called Harto Profit Beginner Labyrinth, her monthly net earnings were already on par with the total income of most crank adventurers. "Maybe I really am cut out to be an adventurer," she murmured at the entrance to the Adventurers Guild, patting her bulging coin pouch. After speaking, she glanced down at her uniform, lost in thought. Maybe I should get this uniform modified. Mid-level area of the Yowang dungeon. The tunnel, resembling a natural cavern, stretched ahead as a lone figure moved forward slowly and cautiously. Dimly glowing phosphorescent plants dotted the stone walls, their faint light barely illuminating the path beneath her feet, leaving most of the surroundings shrouded in darkness. As she rounded a bend, a shadow suddenly darted out from the corner. It was a swift, agile enemy, brandishing a pitch-black dagger and aiming straight for her vital spots. Flame arrow. Almost the instant the dagger was about to strike, Zayulamu unleashed her magic. A blazing arrow of fire burst forth, sending the attacker flying back several steps and flooding the corridor with sudden light. In that brief flare, she got a clear look at her enemy. A night goblin. It was a mutated goblin, slightly larger than the usual kind, with dark gray skin. Though struck by the fire arrow, it was only lightly wounded and still ready to fight. Zayulamu frowned and cast another spell. Flash. A blinding light exploded in the passage, making the night goblin shriek and clutch its head, backing away in terror. Clearly panicked, it turned to flee. But she didn't give it the chance. Wall of fire. A roaring wall of flames erupted at the end of the tunnel, cutting off any escape. Driven into a corner, the night goblin bared its fangs and let out a furious roar, drawing a second black dagger. Shadows swirled around its body, and even the darkness at its feet began to writhe and shift. In the next moment, the shadowy creature darted across the ground, half real and half illusory, flashing towards Xiao Lim like lightning. She was ready. Just as the night goblin was about to reach her, a fireball exploded in the darkness, forcing it back. Xiao Lim didn't hesitate. Her hands moved in rapid succession, unleashing wind blades, lightning orbs, and flaming arrows that howled through the cavern. The night goblin was agile, dodging left and right under the barrage of magic, but it never managed to get close. Finally, a gleaming ice arrow shot straight through its vital point, bringing the battle to an end. Not bad. I handled it with just second-tier spells, Xiao Lim thought as she retrieved the magic stone from the creature's body. Although a single third-tier spell could have easily finished off a class night goblin, she preferred using lower-tier magic to help her master the art of silent casting. The Langer dungeon was divided into upper, middle, and lower levels based on monster strength. The upper level mostly housed creatures below class. The middle was a mix of D and class monsters, while the lower level was almost entirely populated by class threats. By now, Xiao Lim had ventured deep into the middle area. After several hours of exploration, she decided it was time to head back. A quick estimate of the day's haul, nearly 20,000 core in magic stones, left her quite satisfied. On her way out, a sudden, violent explosion echoed through the dungeon. Xiao Lim immediately suppressed her presence and moved quietly toward the source. Hiding behind a stone pillar, she witnessed a surprising scene. Her classmate, the ninth Princess Elixia, was being besieged by a swarm of sword-tailed demon rats. One of the demon rats leapt at Elixia, its tail slicing through the air like a blade and leaving a bloody gash on her arm. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Elixia struck it down with a swift sword slash, but even more sword-tailed demon rats closed in. They pressed low to the ground, their tails glinting coldly, blood-red eyes burning with savage fury. Elixia raised her sword defensively while quickly chanting an incantation. She cursed herself for being careless and attracting so many monsters. As the swarm of demon rats leapt at her all at once, Elixia shouted, "Fire barrier!" Bang, bang, bang. The wall of fire trembled violently under the relentless assault of the sword-tailed demon rats. Those set ablaze shrieked in agony, but even more surged forward, undeterred. Cracks began to appear in the fiery barrier. It was on the verge of collapse. Boom. The defense finally gave way. Several sword-tailed demon rats lashed their tails toward Alicia. She raised her sword, expertly parrying every attack coming from the front. But then screech. A demon rat silently appeared behind her, leaping high with its razor-sharp tail aimed straight at her vital spot. It was too close. There was no time to dodge. Alicia's eyes widened as the deadly strike closed in. The shadow of death loomed over her, and she couldn't even lift her sword. Boom. A burst of searing flames erupted in front of her, the shockwave knocking her to the ground. From within the blaze came the demon rat's agonized scream. Screech. Before Alicia could recover from the shock, more explosions of fire erupted all around. The demon rat's screams echoed through the chaos, and in an instant, the tide of battle turned. The surviving rats' eyes lost their crimson glow, replaced by terror. Tails between their legs, they turned to flee. But they had barely taken a few steps when footsteps sounded ahead. Clang. A flash of deep violet sword light swept through, and a figure appeared behind the remaining rats in the blink of an eye. Massive wounds split open on their bodies, blood spraying as they collapsed to the ground. "Are you all right?" Alicia looked up along the familiar school uniform and was shocked to see her savior was none other than her classmate, Zulamu Hayrel. She watched as Zulamu skillfully collected the sword tails from the demon rats, silently marveling at her strength. The gap in power between them was undeniable, and Alicia couldn't help but feel a pang of discouragement. Thou, could she ever hope to protect her mother like this? That's the last one. Zulamu severed the final tail, carefully storing the valuable magical material. Noticing Alicia's troubled expression, she asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Alicia shook her head. "I'm fine. More importantly, Lady Hayrel, thank you for saving me. I will never forget what you did for me today, and I promise to repay you in the future." "No need for extra thanks," Xiao Lim replied with a wave of her hand, her tone calm. "Helping out in the dungeon is just part of an adventurer's code. Besides, according to the rules, I've already accepted my share of the reward." She lifted the bag containing the sword tails and gave it a shake. "Sorry, even though some of these are from monsters you defeated, I can't split this with you." Alicia stood frozen, clearly surprised by the response. "An adventurer? Huh, Lord Hayrel, you really are one of a kind. Just call me Xiao Lim." "Your Highness," Xiao Lim said directly. Alicia was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a smile. "All right then, Xiao Lim, but since I'm calling you by your name, could you call me Alicia in return?" "I'm not sure that's appropriate. It would be disrespectful to address royalty so casually." "It's fine, as long as I'm okay with Ida." Alicia tried to sit up, but the movement tugged at her wound, causing her face to twist in pain. "Don't move." Xiao Lim pressed her shoulder, keeping her in place, then held her hands over the wound and began chanting an ancient incantation. A gentle white light enveloped the injury, and the bloody gash began to heal right before their eyes. "A third-tier healing spell, so you've already reached the third tier?" Xiao Lim nodded. Among Monaco's students, reaching crank at this stage is pretty normal. I just got lucky and progressed a bit faster. Aren't you almost at tier 3 yourself? So you're calling me by my name now. Isn't that what you wanted? Xiao Lim studied the princess in front of her and noticed that, aside from her weapon, Alicia had nothing else with her. By the way, where's your backpack? And why are you here alone? After all, even when arriving for enrollment, the princess was escorted by royal guards. It made no sense for her to be wandering the dungeon by herself. Alicia offered a wry smile. I ordered them not to follow me. If they were by my side, there'd be no point in training. Xiao Lim nodded in agreement. True, the knights would never let anything happen to the princess. But then, what's the point of a trial like that? I underestimated the dungeon in the end, Alicia admitted with a sigh. I lost my backpack as soon as the sword-tailed rats attacked. I kept running to escape, but not only did I fail to shake them off, I ended up attracting more and more, until I couldn't even find a way out. No wonder you were surrounded by so many sword-tailed rats, Xiao Lim realized. Monsters in the glimmering dungeon usually act alone, but if you run around too much, getting swarmed is inevitable. She studied Alicia thoughtfully, thinking that this princess was far more impulsive than she'd expected. Alright, that's enough. Xylim withdrew his magic and gently lowered his hand, letting the surrounding light gradually fade away. Alicia stood up and stretched her stiff limbs. Her battle wounds had completely healed, as if she had never been hurt at all. She gave a slight bow, performing a noble salute to Xylim, her expression sincere. Thank you again, Xylim. Her voice was filled with genuine gratitude. No need to thank me. I told you it was nothing. Xylim smiled and waved it off, his tone relaxed. Since you've pretty much recovered, let's head down. He turned, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and started walking toward the ground. Alicia hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Xylim. Xylim stopped and looked back at her. What is it, Alicia? Is there something else? He frowned slightly, looking a bit puzzled. Alicia looked conflicted, her eyes flickering with hesitation. She took a deep breath, as if gathering her courage. Xylim, I have a favor to ask. I'm not sure if you'll agree. Her voice was a little tense. A favor? Xylim raised an eyebrow, curiosity in his tone. What kind of favor? Would you be willing to team up with me to explore the dungeons from now on? Alicia looked him straight in the eyes, her voice suddenly firm and earnest, almost pleading. She lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze for long. Xylim was briefly taken aback, clearly not expecting such a request. You mean, you want to form a team with me? Alicia looked up, her eyes full of sincerity and a hint of hope. Yes, that's what I mean. Xylim, would you be willing? She asked carefully, as if afraid of being rejected. Xylim fell silent for a moment, frowning in thought before letting out a soft sigh. Well, I can understand wanting to find a reliable teammate. Knights aren't exactly the best partners for this kind of thing. But he looked at her, a hint of confusion on his face. Why go this far, Alicia? You're a princess, why push yourself so hard? Alicia's expression grew heavy, her eyes dimming as if lost in some private pain. She let out a quiet sigh, her voice low. Because I have reasons I can't ignore. Xylim's expression turned serious. You must have heard about the struggle for the imperial succession, right? Alicia nodded, a flash of resentment in her eyes. My mother was a commoner, though she came from a wealthy merchant family. Compared to the empress and other royal consorts, she has no real influence. Her voice trembled slightly. Sometimes I wish I didn't have this talent. Then maybe my mother and I could have lived peacefully, without being dragged into this fight. Xylim nodded silently, as if he understood her predicament. But you also know, having too much talent can become a burden. His words carried a hint of sorrow. Alicia was quiet for a moment, her face clouded with memories. Especially for our generation of the Sarayan's royal family, her voice was barely above a whisper. Several princes and princesses have remarkable talent. It's almost impossible to tell who will come out on top. The competition for the throne has become fierce, and every day brings new conflicts. A flash of anger and helplessness crossed her eyes. What's worse is, even if I wanted to give up my claim, the others wouldn't leave me alone. She looked down, as if recalling a painful past. My mother was once the target of an assassination. That's when I truly understood. Being a princess means we're already trapped in the depths. I understand. Xylim was quiet for a while, his gaze lingering on her, his expression complicated. If I truly want to protect my mother, I have no choice but to stand up and fight back against them. That's why I need to become stronger. Only by showing potential greater than anyone else can I secure the first position in the line of succession. Please, Helium, I'm begging you, grant me this selfish request. Alicia bowed her head deeply, her voice more sincere than ever. In that moment, it looked as if the weight of the entire world rested on her shoulders. Helium looked at her, feeling conflicted. Form a team? Although the Academy's graduation exam required it, typically only third-year students at Monaco started thinking about such things. It still felt a bit early. What would Semilise do in this situation? He sighed. Semilise probably wouldn't hesitate like he was. Then you'd better be prepared, Helium finally said, his gaze turning serious. I won't slow down for you. If you don't want to fall behind, make sure you reach crank quickly. Alicia's head snapped up, hope shining in her eyes. Really? Helium nodded, his tone resolute. Don't worry, Helium, I promise I won't hold you back. If it ever comes to that, just leave me behind. Helium couldn't help but complain internally. No matter what, leaving someone behind is a bit much. He shook his head and started walking ahead. That's enough for today. Let's head back. Next time we enter the dungeon, they'll fill you in. Okay. Alicia nodded eagerly, following close behind as they made their way toward the exit. Suddenly, something occurred to her, and she glanced at Helium. Helium, what are these materials for? I saw you collecting them earlier. Helium answered calmly. They're not much use to me, but the Adventurers Guild will recycle them. Huh, really? That's so convenient. Alicia exclaimed in surprise. It's a pity that, as a member of the royal family, joining the Adventurers Guild is nearly impossible for me. Otherwise, I'd register in a heartbeat. Helium glanced at her and replied coolly, no worries, y'all still get a share of the rewards later. Huh, a share for me? Why? Alicia looked completely stunned. As a royal, she was used to giving money to others, not the other way around. It's not about status. Helium paused for a moment. We're teammates. That's just how it works. Alicia was taken aback, then smiled. I see. Looks like I really need to work hard. A faint smile tugged at Helium's lips, but he said nothing. He couldn't help but think how unexpected it was to end up on the same team as this royal lady. The two of them left the dungeon, bathed in the golden rays of sunset as the usual bustle of the streets faded into a rare moment of tranquility. Later, in the Monaco's Academy dining hall, Helium and his roommate, Miko, were having dinner together. Miko was hunched over her food, ears drooping, looking completely listless. Ugh, seriously, Miko suddenly complained. Professor Grisa is the worst. He really let me have it again today. Helium shot her a glance and replied flatly, well, you were the one sleeping in class. Miko froze, then slapped the table in exasperation. But I can't help it. Professor Grisa is always so cold, dressed in black, with that creepy black wand. He looks like some cold-blooded assassin lurking in a dark alley. Just looking at him is scary. A faint smile flickered in Helium's eyes. That's a pretty vivid description. Honestly, a lot of students are intimidated by Professor Grisa's appearance and personality. No one can focus during his lectures, so everyone ends up dozing off. Miko nodded, ears drooping further. Exactly. I just can't concentrate and always fall asleep. But you seem to fall asleep in other classes too, don't you? Helium teased, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Are the other teachers scary as well? Miko froze, her ears twitching nervously as she thought it over. Huh, let me think. Watching her flustered reaction, Helium couldn't help but laugh quietly. Miko really was a bit slow on the uptake, but it was kind of endearing. Just then, a familiar voice came from across the table. Hi, do you mind if I sit here? They looked up to see the newcomer they had just met not long ago. Ziam lifted her head and saw a girl standing across from her, holding the most luxurious meal the cafeteria had to offer. The girl had waist-length blonde hair and eyes as red as rubies. Is it all right if I sit here? Alicia asked softly, balancing her tray. Of course. Mika replied almost before Alicia finished speaking, relief written all over her face. Ziam quickly agreed. You can just sit down, no need to ask. Alicia took her seat gracefully across from Ziam, arranging her utensils with practiced ease. Ziam glanced curiously at the princess. I didn't expect you to eat at the school cafeteria too. I'm a student at Monaco's now, Alicia replied, glancing meaningfully at Mika. It's perfectly normal for me to eat here. Ziam nodded in agreement. That's a good reason. At that moment, Mika's gaze was completely fixed on Alicia's extravagant meal. It was the most expensive dish available, so costly that almost no one ever ordered it. Yet it looked absolutely delicious. Noticing Mika's eager stare, Alicia smiled and pushed the tray toward the center of the table. Would you like to try some? Really? Mika's ears seemed to perk up and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Help yourself. Alicia gestured invitingly. Excited, Mika picked up her fork and stabbed a piece of glistening meat. Judging by the magical energy it radiated, it was clearly from some powerful creature. That's a huge portion, Ziam observed. Can you finish it all? Alicia sighed. Honestly, I wanted to order something simpler, but because of my status, I had to choose this set meal. Otherwise, it would put some of the more etiquette-conscious people in an awkward position. Suddenly, Alicia's expression shifted slightly. By the way, I need to apologize in advance. I might not be able to come for the next few days. Another royal event? Ziam asked. Yes, I can't really refuse these obligations, given who I am. Ziam understood well. Alicia not only had to face monsters in the dungeons, but also navigate the dangerous world of the nobility, where battles were fought with words rather than weapons. I get it, Ziam replied simply. Mika looked back and forth between them, completely lost. Wait, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. After they finished eating, Alicia stood up to leave. Most of the lavish meal had ended up in Mika's stomach. Alicia herself had barely touched it. Let's go too, Ziam said, getting to her feet and calling to Mika, who was still savoring the taste. That deluxe meal was amazing, Mika exclaimed, still relishing every bite. Will that person be able to come to the cafeteria again? Miko asked, rubbing her round little belly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Don't call our classmate that person, Zion frowned. Don't tell me you haven't even remembered her name. And don't talk about using someone as your meal ticket, you might get punched for that. With that, she pulled the unconcerned Miko out of the cafeteria, ignoring the sharp glances that had been directed their way ever since Alicia sat down at their table. The next day, trouble arrived, right on schedule. Do you know what you're doing? A sharp voice echoed through the empty hallway. Are you trying to make us your enemies? Zion had expected someone might come looking for trouble, but she hadn't thought it would happen so soon. She stared expressionlessly at the two furious noble girls in front of her, feeling nothing but boredom. Hey, are you even listening? What's with that look on your face? Huh? Oh, Zion replied lazily. Sorry, and you are? An awkward silence fell. You weren't listening at all. We introduced ourselves at the start. Did you? Zion pretended to think. I vaguely remember. You're from a Viscount's family? Mind introducing yourselves again? The two noble girls trembled with anger. Listen up, one of them said loudly, patting her chest. I'm Lucy Lane, daughter of Viscount Lane. And I'm Hallie Zian, eldest daughter of Viscount Zian, the other girl cried. Make sure you remember that with your thick skull. Zion finally recalled seeing their names on the invitation list for Deljet's tea party. Their reason for picking a fight was clear now, and since only the two of them had come, it seemed they'd acted on their own. All right, they'll try to remember. Try to remember? Are you looking down on us? Enough. Looks like you need a lesson. Hallie drew her wand. Time to show you who you shouldn't mess with. Yeah, I've had enough too. Lucy pulled out her wand as well. Zion glanced around. There was no one else nearby they'd chosen their spot well. Are you two serious? Serious? What do you think? You'd better start regretting this. They began chanting spells, the tips of their wands glowing dangerously. Watching the scene, Zion sighed inwardly. The two of them clearly didn't realize the gap between students in the special class and regular students. She still made no move to draw her wand. Huh, you're not even pulling out your wand at this point. Are you stupid? Just lie down and take it. They finished their incantations, and a fireball and a chunk of rock shot toward Zion. Both noble girls wore triumphant smiles, clearly convinced their opponent was either too scared or had given up. Boom. The spells hit their mark, kicking up a cloud of dust. Huh. So what do you think now? Bet you won't talk like that again. Enjoy the pain. Pain? Is that what you meant? Zion's calm voice drifted out from the smoke. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.